Chapter 1. The Fallen Prodigy. The sky was shrouded in gloom, with a persistent drizzle falling softly. Within the grand courtyard of the Yuan family, a chorus of sighs filled the air as all present stood with somber expressions outside the inner hall. Inside the hall, a strikingly handsome youth, his brows sharp as a sword, lay upon a bed soaked in his own blood. He awakened a divine-grade martial soul at the age of 15, soaring to greatness as the universally acknowledged young, supreme. Has he truly become a cripple? Cripple? Whether he can survive after having his essence extracted and soul stripped is still uncertain. Alas, what was supposed to be a joyful proposal has turned into such a calamity. In order to present a dowry worthy of the L family, the family head has mortgaged all of Yuan family's valuable assets. Now, the L family has turned against us, not only rejecting the marriage alliance, but also having extracted the young master's martial soul. What shall become of our family's enterprises? Indeed, the bank I oversee has also been mortgaged. And mine as well. Silence. A burly man guarding the bedside suddenly roared, his eyes burning with fury, resembling a lion constrained by boundless rage. With Ah Chun in such a state, you are all only concerned about your own interests, neglecting his life and death? Which of the assets I mortgaged was not earned by Ah Chen's efforts? I am sacrificing Ah Chen's legacy to concoct a dowry, and you dare to speak against me? Had it not been for Ah Chen's awakening of a divine-grade martial soul, would the Yuan family ever have risen to a fourth-tier family? Would any of you be where you are today? The murmurs outside abruptly ceased, for the one who raged within was none other than Yuan family's head, Yuan Changqing. Oh, even at such a time, second brother still carries himself with such authority? You speak truth without your son. The Yuan family would not have achieved its current status. And what of it? Your son is now a thorn in the side of the second-tier L family. I have heard that after the L family extracted his martial soul, they presumed him dead and discarded him into a mass grave. It was you who secretly brought him back. Second brother, you have brought a calamity upon the family. Should the L family discover he yet lives, it could spell disaster for us all. Wouldn't you agree? Accompanied by this divisive rhetoric, two figures, one old and one young, emerged with ill intentions. It is the elder lord and the eldest son. The elder lord has arrived. Upon seeing that it was Yuan family's elder lord Yuan Changshi and his son Yuan Wu, who also possessed a martial soul, the onlookers found renewed courage, and murmurs of discontent began anew, intentionally echoing Yuan Changshi's sentiments into Yuan Changqing's ears. They cared only for their own interests, indifferent to the life and death of the family prodigy, even though their wealth and status had been garnered through his efforts. Veins throbbed on Yuan Changqing's temples as his teeth ground together in frustration. Yet, he found himself unable to argue. In the divine martial continent, the hierarchy was rigid. Second-tier families were 100 times stronger than fourth-tier families. The Yuan family could not afford to offend the L family. This matter traced back to 2 months prior, when a most dazzling prodigy of the L family, L Ying, suddenly challenged Yuan Chen. She was a beauty of unparalleled charm, wielding a formidable quasi-divine martial soul, the only one of similar youth capable of engaging Yuan Chen in a meaningful contest. After being defeated by Yuan Chen, she relentlessly pursued him for sparring, and the two gradually developed feelings through martial arts. The L family was exceedingly supportive and proactively proposed a marriage alliance, suggesting the male party approach the female party for a formal proposal, merely to go through the motions. Such a splendid opportunity was something Yuan Changqing, as the head of the Yuan family, could not possibly decline. However, he never anticipated that a girl not yet 20 could harbor such venomous intent and treacherous schemes. From the outset, this had been a conspiracy. Her challenge to Yuan Chen, the facade of being conquered by him, was all designed to lower his guard, luring him into a treacherous soul array to devour his martial soul. Foully betrayed by his so-called fiancée, he was left mutilated, his martial soul drained, and cast into a mass grave. Yuan Changqing could hardly fathom the agonies his son had endured, the depths of his torment. L family, your underhanded machinations against Ah Chun will surely invite retribution. Yuan Changqing's rage threatened to shatter his teeth. At that moment, A frigid voice suddenly emerged. Esteemed clansman, my father speaks true. Leaving Yuan Chen alive is a calamity. Should the L family pursue this matter, we could all face dire consequences. Thus, I propose we hand him over to the L family for disposal, ensuring the safety of us all. It was Yuan Wu, another pride of the Yuan family, who had ventured into the martial path. The crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed, as a mere fourth-tier family, we cannot afford to provoke a second-tier family. We must swiftly resolve this matter. By voluntarily surrendering Yuan Chen, we might even receive reward from the L family. He is already crippled. Keeping him alive will only drag the family down. Cold and heartless remarks penetrated Yuan Chang's ears, igniting his fury. Silence. Do you not feel shame, boldly speaking of betraying your kin, your young master? Yuan Wu retorted with a sneer. As the family head, you prioritize your own son's safety over the entire clan's well-being. Do you not feel any shame? Furthermore, now he is merely a waste. What right does he have to be the young master of the Yuan family? Yuan Changqing shot him a cold glare. I am the family head. My son is undoubtedly the young master. Yuan Wu grinned maliciously. What if you're no longer the family head? Yuan Changqing furrowed his brow. Yuan Wu's smile twisted as he continued. Do not forget how you came to be the family head. By lineage, my father is the legitimate eldest son of the Yuan family. In terms of strength, he surpasses you. 3 years ago, when grandfather fell gravely ill, would he have bestowed the position of family head upon you had your son not fortuitously awakened a divine-grade martial soul? You owe your position entirely to your son. Now that your son is crippled, should it not be time to return the position of family head to my father? Standing nearby, Yuan Changshe seized the moment. Second brother, those who know when to yield are truly wise. Look around. How many clansmen still support you? As soon as he finished speaking, one after another began to voice their support, as if they had conspired beforehand, including several of Yuan Chang's once favored confidants. Yuan Changqing felt a surge of disbelief, experiencing for the first time the sting of betrayal. In stark contrast, Yuan Changshe and his son reveled in their triumph. This is your true intention for coming here, isn't it? From the bloodied bed, a hoarse voice suddenly erupted, startling the Yuan family members, their expressions shifting to one of awe. Though weak, the voice heralded the awakening of a person. Yuan Chen, the pride of the Yuan family. Everything the Yuan family possessed today was largely due to his endeavors. His prestige within the family even eclipsed that of the family head, Yuan Changqing. Even in his current feeble state, his residual power remained formidable. Yuan Chen slowly sat up from the bed, and the once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. Yuan Changshe and his son's faces darkened, especially Yuan Wu, who, possessing a third-grade martial soul, ought to have been the brightest star in such a small place as Yinyang City. Yet, Yuan Chen's brilliance overshadowed him entirely, rendering him invisible. In Yuan Wu's heart simmered a deep-seated jealousy towards this cousin, a desire to trample Yuan Chen beneath his feet. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. Yuan Wu sneered. Yuan Chen, you're not dead? However, if I were you, I would prefer to have died cleanly. You shamelessly attempted a proposal, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, only to be met with flesh torn and blood spilled, your martial soul drained and discarded into a mass grave. TSK, TSK, TSK. How do you still have the face to be alive? Yuan Chen regarded this familiar yet estranged cousin. So, it turns out you harbor such envy towards me. It must have been exhausting to grovel before me like a lapdog in the past. Yuan Wu bristled with embarrassment, but quickly retorted with a sinister grin. The more I struggled before, the sweeter it will be to trample you into the mud now. Yuan Chen, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Before Yuan Chen could respond, Yuan Changqing interjected, furious. Yuan Wu, you are clearly taking advantage of his misfortune. Yuan Wu laughed. Second uncle, I never specified. Now it'll give him 10 days to recuperate. After 10 days, if I win, you and your son must yield the position of family head and vacate the Yuan family. If he wins, the same goes for us. With that, he provocatively turned to Yuan Chen. My prodigious younger brother, do you dare? The surrounding onlookers reveled in the spectacle. In their eyes, Yuan Chen, having been utterly crippled, would surely not dare accept the challenge. However, regardless of whether he accepted or not, the outcome would be the same. The two of them would inevitably be disgracefully expelled from the Yuan family. Yet, to their astonishment, Yuan Chen unexpectedly replied, "Very well. If you wish to fight, I shall grant your wish." Yuan Changqing sought to dissuade his son, but ultimately said nothing, choosing to support him instead. "Ha ha, splendid. Father, let us take our leave in 10 days. I shall show you how to cast these two mongrels out." Yuan Wu brimmed with confidence, turning to leave alongside Yuan Changshi. The others, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit, eager to align themselves, their attitudes unmistakably clear. This only heightened the arrogance of Yuan Changshi and Yuan Wu. On the way, Yuan Changshi could not help but ask, "Wooer, why not take his life while he is down, yet grant him 10 days to catch his breath?" Yuan Wu's lips curled into a sinister smirk, his eyes brimming with malevolence. "I am on the verge of a breakthrough. These next few days are crucial for me. Moreover, in a mere 10 days, his injuries will not have healed in the slightest. After 10 days, crushing him will be as effortless as squashing an ant. There's one more thing, Father. Do not forget that the people from the Dayu Academy should arrive in about 10 days as well." Dayu Academy? Yuan Changshi's spirit jolted. Named after the Dayu Empire, the Dayu Academy stands as the supreme sanctuary of martial cultivation within the empire, a place that countless prodigies yearn to enter. One could say that gaining entry into the Dayu Academy is akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, a transformation that irrevocably alters one's life. Recently, news had circulated that upon hearing of someone in Yunyang City awakening a divine-grade martial spirit, the Academy would personally dispatch elders to recruit. This event had indeed granted Yuan Chen a fleeting moment of glory. Yuan Wu, with eyes set on ambition, declared fiercely, "The Dayu Academy comes for Yuan Chen. If I can decisively defeat Yuan Chen before the Academy's representatives, perhaps I shall be the one they choose to recruit. How could a mere Yunyang City, how could the insignificant Yuan family possibly confine me? My life, Yuan Wu, is destined to shine brilliantly." Yuan Changshi rejoiced, "My son, Yuan Wu, has a grand future ahead." Within the inner sanctum of the Yuan family, seeing many high-ranking family members follow his elder brother's departure, the family patriarch, Yuan Changqing, wore a grim expression. Suddenly, Yuan Chen struggled to rise from his bed. Yuan Changqing hurriedly intervened. "Chen, what are you doing up? Lie back down." Gently, Yuan Chen pushed Yuan Changqing aside. "Father, I must go to a certain place. Do not impede me." Yuan Wu spoke the truth. "My dignity has been trampled into the mire, crushed time and again. I wish to reclaim it, no matter the cost." Yuan Chen's voice echoed in the chilling wind as he stepped beyond the courtyard. Yuan Changqing watched his son's retreating figure, his heart wrenching in anguish. He understood his son's pride. This blow was far too great. Yuan Chen, enduring the excruciating agony of his numerous wounds, trudged step by step through treacherous mountains and ravines for an indeterminate time, ultimately arriving at a concealed cave. Before he even entered, a foul stench and a malevolent aura assaulted him, nearly inducing immediate retching. In the divine martial continent, the strong reign supreme. To embark on the path of strength, one must first awaken a martial spirit within, the foundation of martial cultivation. Yet martial spirits are exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 100 achieving this feat. Yuan Chen was, in truth, not among the fortunate few. While the world beheld the brilliance of his divine-grade martial spirit, none questioned why an unremarkable lad would suddenly possess such a spirit, let alone one of legendary status. The answer lay within this filthy, terrifying, and grotesque cave. He vividly recalled the exuberance he felt upon leaving this place, as well as the vow he made to never return. Little did he anticipate that merely 3 years later, he would find himself back. Chapter 2. The Dark Nightmare Demon. The cave was eerily dark, akin to a tomb, with the air thick with the stench of decaying corpses. No one would willingly venture into such a place. Yet, Yuan Chen showed little sign of panic. On the contrary, he appeared to be mentally prepared, displaying an unusual calmness. At that moment, A pair of terrifying eyes suddenly emerged ahead. At first glance, it seemed to be the silhouette of a gaunt figure, but as one drew closer, it became horrifyingly apparent that it was no human, but a ghoul. This ghoul had skin as desiccated as that of a corpse, exuding a repugnant odor of decay. The area around its left eye socket had long since rotted away, leaving only bare bone, and its eyes were merely two flickering orbs of ghostly fire. Yet, Yuan Chen preferred to refer to this ghoul as the Nightmare Demon, a malevolent spirit born from the realm of nightmares. Cackling, the malevolent spirit returned. Its voice, hoarse and shrill, sent shivers down one's spine. "I have returned," Yuan Chen murmured, lowering his head, momentarily rendered speechless, feeling as though a breath lodged in his chest refused to escape. The spirit, dark and smug, remarked, "After obtaining the divine grade, martial soul from me, I hear you have shone brightly. You ventured into the sword path, achieving remarkable success in 3 years, wielding your sword away from home for 103 days without a single defeat. Becoming renowned across the realm, it seems you even triumphed over a celestial beauty with a quasi-divine martial soul, winning her heart. How does it feel now?" Upon hearing the phrase celestial beauty, a flicker of rage and hatred crossed Yuan Chen's otherwise composed visage. As he gritted his teeth and questioned, "You already know?" The spirit chuckled with greater glee. "Of course I know, if it weren't for me informing that woman of the method to devour martial souls. How could she have done so? However, I did not anticipate her to stage such a captivating performance to seduce a young man. Her ruthless determination to achieve her goals is far more pleasing to me than your pitiful self." Yuan Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "It was you." "Indeed," the spirit replied coldly, unabashed. "Had I not incapacitated you, would you have returned to plead with me? Shall I remind you that our 3-year pact is due?" At the mention of the 3-year pact, Yuan Chen's complexion paled. 3 years prior, he had obtained a divine grade, martial soul from the spirit. Yet, the spirit had informed him that the divine grade, martial soul, was merely the beginning, not the end. After 3 years of nurturing his martial soul with it, he would be capable of bearing an even more powerful martial soul. However, to attain greater strength, one must sell their soul. This was precisely why Yuan Chen had no desire to return. Possessing a divine-grade martial soul was already a dream come true for him. Who would willingly return to sell their soul? At that moment, the spirit spoke in a haunting tone. "I have told you before, the world is fair. The more you desire, the more you must sacrifice. 3 years ago, you yearned to soar to great heights, paying with a promise. Now, you endure humiliation and resentment, reduced to a mere shell of your former self that stage a comeback. You must fulfill the promise made 3 years ago. Is this not fair?" Yuan Chen clenched his fists, stating, "You need not remind me. Since I have come, I am prepared. I only wish to know, after selling my soul, will I still be able to take my revenge?" The spirit laughed ominously. "Do not adopt such a tragic demeanor. What I seek is your willing consent to sign a soul contract with me. Once the contract is sealed, you must strive to become stronger at any cost. In this regard, our goals align, and throughout the process, you shall remain yourself, unchanged in the slightest." Yuan Chen inquired, "What happens after I grow stronger?" The spirit responded, "When you reach a level sufficient to satisfy me, I shall seize your soul, allowing you to continue living in this world." Yuan Chen's face went pale, and he gritted his teeth. "I see. But how can I be certain that after signing the soul contract, you won't immediately usurp my life?" The spirit explained, "If I were to resurrect, I would undoubtedly invite divine retribution. The terror of divine punishment is beyond the imagination of a mere mortal like you. Do you believe I would seek my own demise before you possess the strength to resist such punishment?" Yuan Chen felt a tumult of anxiety. He could not discern how much of the spirit's words were truth and how much were deception. Yet, after much inner turmoil, he reluctantly concluded that he had no choice. "Very well, I accept your terms." Cackling, "Splendid!" the spirit exclaimed with satisfaction, hurriedly adding, "Both parties must fully understand the contents of the soul contract. It must be entered into willingly, without any coercion. This is why I have not concealed anything from you. Everything in this world is reciprocal. The greater the price you pay, the more you shall receive in return. This process will be excruciating. You must endure and maintain unwavering resolve." Having spoken, the spirit made no further motion, and a wisp of black mist emerged from its withered brow, swiftly entering Yuan Chen's own. The moment the dark essence touched him, Yuan Chen felt as though his entire head were being pierced by 1,000 needles. This was merely the beginning. As more and more black mist surged into his body, he soon felt as if he were being shot through by countless arrows, teetering on the brink of agony. The most terrifying aspect was the onslaught of negative emotions flooding his mind. This was a dual torment of body and spirit, and even with Yuan Chen's formidable will, he was nearing his breaking point. The spirit urgently shouted, "Yuan Chen, you squandered your family's wealth to propose, only to have that so-called fiancé tear your flesh, devour your martial soul, and cast you into a mass grave. Everyone mocks you. Do you not wish to cleanse this humiliation? When you were glorious, you had throngs of admirers. Now, in your desolation, you are surrounded by those who revel in your downfall. Do you not wish to trample those petty souls underfoot? Are you aware of the immense pressure your father has borne for the Yuan family? Do you know he has turned gray overnight? Do you not wish to reclaim your dignity? If you still consider yourself a man, you should fight with every ounce of strength you possess." Ugh! Yuan Chen roared towards the heavens. Time became a blur. Eventually, all the black mist flowed from the spirit into Yuan Chen. The sensation of agony receded, yet he was drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapsing from sheer exhaustion. However, upon gazing at the spirit, he was struck by astonishment, awakening instantly. For the spirit was no longer the terrifying figure of a corpse, but rather a majestic and awe-inspiring sovereign. Before Yuan Chen could utter a word, the spirit spoke softly, laced with profound sorrow. "Divine-grade martial souls are exceedingly rare. Who could refuse such a gift? Who, having obtained a divine-grade martial soul, would ever return to sell their soul? 3 years ago, when you departed from here, your self-assured demeanor mirrored my own from years past, akin to my predecessor. Yet in the end, we could not escape the clutches of fate." Yuan Chen gasped, carefully reflecting on the spirit's words. Exclaiming, "What do you mean?" The spirit replied, "I am no longer he. You are now. Thousands of years ago, a cataclysm occurred, leading to his demise, yet his lingering soul has sought rebirth. However, he demanded exceedingly high standards for both the body and soul he wished to inhabit. I have already seen 6 failures before me. I too have failed, and now it is your turn to go reclaim all that you have lost. Grow stronger step by step. Your path to strength is also his path to resurrection. One day, when you reach a height that satisfies him, he will naturally seize your body and possess everything you are. Conversely, if you fail as I did, you shall find yourself trapped in this lightless cavern, enduring infernal torment, destined to be neither buried by heaven nor earth." Yuan Chen's complexion turned ashen at that moment. The spirit's aura began to rapidly wane, and he earnestly pleaded, "Young friend, if the future allows, could you assist me in finding a woman named Lu Roof?" Yuan Chen asked, "What will happen when you find her?" A flicker of compassion crossed the spirit's face as he replied, "Please convey my apologies to her. I, a fool obsessed with martial arts, am unworthy of her. If given another chance, I would gladly take her hand, retreat into the mountains, and abandon all strife." As the spirit's form began to dissipate into countless specks of light, his soul's radiance, before vanishing entirely, reflected his life like fleeting shadows. He was once a prince of the great Zhou, who, after failing to seize the throne, saw all his loyal ministers executed, and even compelled his mother to take her own life. In that moment, his heart was filled with the same rage, despair, and resentment that now consumed Yuan Chen, willing to pay any price for vengeance. Eventually, he too had entered a desolate cavern akin to this one. Encountering a terrifying corpse, he was none other than the renowned Emperor Huangfu Song of the later Zhou. Yuan Chen gasped in shock, although the state of Yu was far from the later Zhou. The name of Huangfu Song, the martial emperor, resonated powerfully in Yuan Chen's ears. That it was said that the martial emperor's early life was fraught with tragedy, yet it was precisely during his lowest ebb that he erupted into unparalleled strength, defeating all formidable foes in a single day. Subsequently, he led a rebellion against overwhelming odds, igniting flames of war across the land, conquering 72 cities to become the new emperor of the later Zhou. He had once been resplendent, captivating countless beauties. He had once bestowed grace upon the world, earning the praise of the masses. He had once been invincible in battle, daring to claim absolute dominance beneath the saints. But who could have imagined that the mighty martial emperor Huang Fusong was, in fact, a failure? Cackling, there have already been too many disappointments. I hope you can redeem yourself. Now, I shall assist you in the rebirth of your martial soul. At this moment, the voice of a nightmare demon resonated within Yuan Chen's mind. Chapter 3. The Rebirth of the Martial Soul. As the words of the nightmare demon faded, an inexplicable surge of dark energy erupted from his spiritual sea, flowing through the meridians of his entire body, cascading downwards into his dantian. Hiss! Yuan Chen gritted his teeth. The sensation of the dark energy coursing through him felt akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. However, overall, it was considerably more bearable than before. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and soon, a rich, inky glow radiated from his entire being, with even his eyes transforming into a deep, eerie black, that a low growl erupted like thunder from the depths of his soul. With my blood, I enter my soul. The spring platform shines bright, blood souls as sacrifice. In an instant, all the dark energy converged into his dantian, ultimately coalescing into a martial soul resembling a black dragon. This black dragon was vividly animated, gliding within the dantian, incessantly conveying a singular message. It was famished. First rank. Yuan Chen furrowed his brows. In the realm of martial souls, there existed 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the highest. The 9th rank, known as divine. This was the rank he had previously possessed. He could not fathom why a martial soul that should be stronger would only manifest as a first rank. The nightmare demon spoke. Kid, do not underestimate its worth. Although this martial soul currently stands at first rank, it exists beyond the constraints of heaven's path, as long as it continues to devour other martial souls. Its potential for growth is beyond what you can imagine. If in response to the nightmare's words, the black dragon martial soul emanated an even more intense feeling of hunger. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. His expression darkened as he murmured, "Is it akin to how Lu Ying devoured my martial soul? I nearly forgot that her method of consumption was taught by you." The nightmare demon chuckled ominously. Hee, that woman is merely a pawn of mine. The means I use to discard pawns cannot be equated with yours. Your consumption of martial souls does not require the convoluted method she employs. After killing, all devouring shall come naturally. Yuan Chen felt a tumult of emotions within. If Lu Ying was a pawn, was he not also one? At most, he was merely a more significant piece on the board. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Having chosen to strike a deal with the demon, he would not dwell on regrets. At that moment, his aura began to ascend steadily. First rank of initial essence. Second rank of initial essence. Third rank of initial essence. The martial soul is the foundation of martial cultivation. Previously, when Lu Ying devoured his martial soul, his cultivation crumbled alongside it. Now, with the rebirth of his martial soul, his cultivation began to restore. After an hour, his progress halted at the 6th rank of initial essence. The nightmare demon remarked, "Your injuries are too severe, and with your martial soul at only 1st rank. You can only recover this much for now. However, do not despair. Aside from your martial soul, I can also assist you in comprehending the profundities of martial arts." Comprehending the profundities of martial arts. Yuan Chen was instantly invigorated. If possessing a martial soul made one a rare gem, then being able to comprehend a certain profundity of martial arts was akin to finding a treasure among a sea of stones. The martial soul serves as the foundation for martial cultivation, determining whether one can embark upon the path of martial arts. Meanwhile, comprehending the profundities of martial arts represents the pinnacle of cultivation, where even the least among them can become a master of their generation, a formidable figure who would not desire to achieve greatness and renown. Yuan Chen could not help but inquire, which profundity of martial arts can you assist me in comprehending? Swordsmanship, blade techniques, spear arts, and staff methods. Martial arts naturally encompassed numerous forms. He had previously practiced swordsmanship, yet he was still far from grasping the profundity of the sword. Thus, if a nightmare demon were to aid him in comprehending another martial art, he would not hesitate to abandon the sword. That will depend on your choice, the nightmare demon replied, and without any further change, Yuan Chen's consciousness seemed to plunge into a realm of chaos. Before him appeared 7 figures, a brawny man, exuding overwhelming ferocity, his muscular form capable of shattering mountains with his iron fists, a swordsman, valiant and unyielding, whose murderous intent could pierce the heavens, cleaving rivers in twain with a single stroke. Even an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, donned in a robe adorned with the 7 stars, who neither wielded a blade nor a staff, but instead engaged in a game of chess with black and white pieces. There was also a woman, breathtakingly beautiful as if a celestial being descended to earth, her delicate hands caressing a zither, the melodies captivating all who heard. Yet among the 7 figures, it was the commanding middle-aged man, holding a sword of kingship, whose gaze commanded allegiance from all, resembling the renowned Emperor Huangfu Song of the later Zhou dynasty, that truly captivated Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen exclaimed, "They are," the nightmare demon interjected. "This is your spiritual sea. These 7 individuals are your predecessors, who have sold their souls to me. Even in life and death, their souls belong to me. Should you wish to pursue the path of fist techniques, blade arts, swordsmanship, spear mastery, or even the intricacies of chess or music, you may learn directly from them. If one day you surpass them in comprehending their profundities, I shall return their souls to you, allowing you to command them." Yuan Chen could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. "What do you mean by to command them?" The nightmare demon replied, "You may manipulate their souls, occupying the body of any one of them. In a sense, it is akin to granting them a second life. However, this rebirth comes with a fragmented soul, resembling a puppet, and is vastly different from the soul contract between you and me." Yuan Chen retorted, "I understand. Just as Liu Ying's method of devouring martial souls is fundamentally different from mine. Point 1 is exquisite and authentic, while the other is merely a poor imitation." Although he spoke dismissively, internally, Yuan Chen was elated. Emperor Huangfu Song of the later Zhou, while he was still uncertain of the identities of the other 6, he was certain they were not far behind. Have these 7 formidable beings at his disposal. Even his fragmented souls would undoubtedly be a thrilling prospect. The nightmare demon jeered. "You seem rather excited. You do not genuinely believe that surpassing them and comprehending their profundities is an easy feat, do you?" Yuan Chen declared, "Success is determined by effort. If I cannot even measure up to them, how could I possibly fulfill your requirements?" The nightmare demon, chuckled ominously. "Indeed, you are starting to become somewhat agreeable to me." Yuan Chen, unreserved, stated, "I've been practicing swordsmanship, so I wish to begin with Emperor Huangfu Song's sword path." "Very well," the nightmare demon responded, and the other 6 soul shadows vanished, leaving only Huangfu Song. His previously vacant eyes suddenly radiated brilliance, as if he had been resurrected, and simultaneously, a 7-foot sword materialized in his grasp. In that moment, within his soul, a singular thought emerged, to impart the sword path. His gaze became sharp and cold as he began to approach Yuan Chen step by step, declaring, "The sword is a weapon of slaughter. Cultivating the sword path is to cultivate the path of killing. I, Huangfu Song, have always sought progress through life and death battles. The sword path lies in sincerity. Sword energy and sword intent. Sincerity towards the sword, nurturing one's spirit, and directing intent to the sword." With each step Huangfu Song took, he spoke with a resonant tone, and the terrifying battle intent radiating from him threatened to overwhelm Yuan Chen. At this moment, a sword identical to the one in Huangfu Song's hand materialized in Yuan Chen's grip, yet he lacked the courage to meet Huangfu Song's gaze and did not dare to draw his sword. From the sidelines, the nightmare demon mocked, "The soul shadow of Huangfu Song forever retains the same cultivation level as you. What is this? Just moments ago, you were eager to surpass them, yet now, at the same 6th rank of initial essence. You are too frightened to move?" As it turned out, Yuan Chen still had the courage to act. However, he was swiftly defeated, falling victim to Huang Fusong's blade in mere moments, with equal cultivation levels. Huang Fusong's sword was not significantly faster than Yuan Chen's, but just as Yuan Chen attempted to evade his thrust, the momentum of Huang Fusong's sword altered instantaneously, slicing across Yuan Chen's throat. A fatal blow. In the spiritual sea, everything materialized from the essence of consciousness, yet it felt strikingly real. Yuan Chen could vividly sense the pain of blood spilling forth, the impending arrival of death. Yet it was precisely this experience that proved immensely beneficial, for it was a profound insight gained through the exchange of death. When Yuan Chen rose once more, Huang Fusong approached him again, each step resonating with a clang, as if this were his unique method of impartation. My sword of kingship, sword techniques, and sword intent are never cultivated through mere practice, but forged through bloodshed. If you are wise, treat me as your adversary, tempering your foundation through countless trials, stoking the flames of battle intent. If you are wise, treat me as your mentor, starting from the most basic sword techniques, gradually developing your own sword profundity. Yuan Chen's spirit was shaken. Every word Huang Fusong uttered struck at the core of his being. Summoning every ounce of strength, he charged at Huang Fusong, launching an attack. Within the spiritual sea, Yuan Chen faced defeat time and again, yet he only grew more resolute. He was never one to shy away from combat. Before his martial soul had been destroyed, he had actively challenged 103 formidable opponents. He even relished the thrill of life-and-death battles to engage with a top-tier warrior like Huang Fusong. His progress was evident to the naked eye. Gradually, Yuan Chen began to learn some of Huang Fusong's sword techniques. Not only that, with each defeat, he would discern the root of his failures, pondering how he might circumvent such missteps in the future. Halt! Just as Yuan Chen was engrossed in this contemplation, the voice of the nightmare demon suddenly reverberated, followed by the dissipating spectral form of Huang Fusong, who ultimately remained under the nightmare demon's control. The nightmare demon, expressing dissatisfaction, remarked, "Youngster, haste makes waste. I have no desire to see you crumble prematurely. You are free to enter this realm of soul consciousness at any time, but your immediate task is to restore your battered body." As Yuan Chen's awareness returned, he realized that his vital energy had waned significantly. Unbeknownst to him, he had been battling Huang Fusong within the sea of soul consciousness for a full day and night. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be inconsequential, but having just endured the extraction of his martial soul by the elf family, he had traversed here with grievous injuries, and now, after spending an entire day and night in this eerie, damp cave, he discovered that his body had long since reached its limits. The voice of the nightmare demon resounded once more. "Listen closely. I shall enumerate some medicinal herbs, guiding you to concoct a precious elixir. Immersing yourself in it will greatly benefit your injuries and also significantly aid in the restoration of your cultivation. This is what you must urgently attend to." "Thank you." Yuan Chen humbly accepted. Practicing within the realm of soul consciousness offers countless advantages. For instance, one does not experience fatigue, does not truly suffer injuries, or face death, and need not worry about being interrupted. Such conditions profoundly enhance combat experience, refine martial arts, and deepen the comprehension of sword principles, yielding effects that are nothing short of terrifying. However, no matter how formidable one's swordsmanship may be, it requires a robust physique to sustain it. Within the sea of soul consciousness, he could wield a 7-foot sword, continuously engage in combat. Yet in reality, if he neglected physical training, he would likely find himself gasping for breath before even striking twice in a real confrontation. Therefore, no matter how beneficial training in the realm of soul consciousness may be, one must not forsake physical cultivation in the real world. As for the injuries sustained in reality, they must be healed post-haste. Chapter 4. Uncle, you truly lack courage in the Yuan family estate. Yuan Chen, bearing his injuries, made a beeline for the storeroom. He was in dire need of funds. Healing required money. Cultivation demanded money. Revenge necessitated money. His pace was swift, and along the way, he was met with numerous whispers and glances. Previously, as the young master, he had been the true pillar of the Yuan family, receiving utmost respect from all. Yet now, stripped of his martial soul, The sycophants who once fawned over him had entirely changed their tune. After all, the current power resided with the elder master and young master Yuan Wu. No one wished to offend the future ruler of the Yuan family. Yuan Chen remained silent, disdainful of engaging with such petty individuals. The storeroom, a repository of the Yuan family's wealth. Old fool, I warned you one last time. Hand over the key to the storeroom. Yuan Changshe led a group of family elites, encircling a frail, white-haired elder. This elder, the steward Wang, was the one responsible for the storeroom, and he was someone Yuan Chongqing held in high esteem. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such a position. However, the skies had shifted for the Yuan family. According to family rules, only the family head and the young master were permitted to access the storeroom. Others were prohibited. Faced with Yuan Changshe's coercion, Steward Wang trembled in fear, yet stubbornly shook his head. You old fool, you're asking for trouble. Beat him. At Yuan Changshe's command, 2 robust servants seized Steward Wang, while a third began to rain down slaps upon him. Slap, slap, slap. The loud sounds of the beatings echoed throughout the courtyard, and soon the elderly steward was left bloodied and battered. Yuan Changshe glared coldly, while others nearby threatened, Old fool, hand over the key. Do it. Yuan Chen is finished, and Yuan Chongqing is done for too. Have you become so senile that you can't even see the situation? Yuan Changshe signaled for the servants to cease, pressing again. Old Wang, I shall grant you one more chance. Surrender the key. Steward Wang shook his head with great difficulty, according to Yuan family rules. Only the family head and the young master. Bang! Before Steward Wang could finish, Yuan Changshe, in a fit of rage, delivered a kick to his abdomen, bellowing, Beat this old fool to death. Without the key, how can I take control of the storeroom? Smash the door and change the lock. Yes, he's a die-hard loyalist of Yuan Chongqing. Just eliminate him. Both Yuan Chongqing and Yuan Chen are finished. What is he worth? Hang him from the old locust tree at the entrance. Let those who are oblivious see the fate of opposing the elder master. The family servants echoed in agreement. Seize the wealth. The elder master seizing wealth means we can benefit too. Stop. At that moment, Yuan Chen, having just arrived, shouted vehemently, "It is Yuan Chen. Look, elder master, the small man is about to slay the loyalist in front of Yuan Chen." One servant, with a fierce expression, was eager to find an opportunity to curry favor with Yuan Changshe. Seeing Yuan Chen's arrival, he drew a dagger and charged towards Steward Wang. However, just as he was about to strike, a gust of wind surged, and Yuan Chen rushed forward, seizing the servant's arm. Snap! Yuan Chen uttered a low growl, unleashing the power of the 6th rank of initial origin, and with a sickening crack, the servant's entire arm was brutally broken, the shattered bone a gruesome sight. Ag! The servant fell unconscious amidst his anguished screams. Steward Wang gazed at Yuan Chen with excitement. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Even Yuan Changshe's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, you are outrageous. You dare commit violence before me. Yuan Chen snorted dismissively. Humph, commit violence before you? Today, should I choose to slay you as well, it would be entirely justified. According to family rules, forcibly entering the storeroom is punishable by death. Upon hearing this, Yuan Changshe's expression darkened to an extreme. Yuan Chen spoke the truth. The Great Yu Empire was upheld by the strength of countless noble families, which in turn granted each family immense authority. Each family had the right to establish its own rules, independent of imperial law. According to the Yuan family rules, forcibly entering the storeroom to seize wealth was tantamount to treason against the clan, a rule echoed by many families. Thus, even if Yuan Chen were to slay them all today, the government would not intervene. Yuan Changshe's face fluctuated between anger and apprehension as he suddenly shouted, "You insolent brat, times have changed. If you had kept a low profile, perhaps you could have lived a few more days. But alas, you failed to see the situation clearly and dare to mention family rules at this juncture. From now on, I'm the family rule. Seize him." Yuan Changshe ordered those around him, yet to his utter humiliation, not a single lackey dared to move. When Yuan Chen was out in the world, vying for territory, he had endured countless bloody battles, etching his reputation deeply within the Yuan family, commanding great respect. Although his martial soul was now disabled, his lingering authority remained. Who would dare to provoke him? Yuan Chen mocked. Uncle, those petty individuals who betray my father today will abandon you tomorrow. Do not expect them to serve you loyally. You might as well take matters into your own hands. If you can defeat me, you may kill or maim me at your discretion. Should I triumph over you, I will likewise slay you. At that moment, do not claim that I have harmed my elder. I am merely executing the Yuan family rules. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. A challenge, though the elder master lacked a martial soul. He had reached the 8th rank of initial origin. Aside from those possessing martial souls, Yuan Chen and Yuan Wu, he was undoubtedly the strongest in the Yuan family. Yet here was Yuan Chen. Martial soul extinguished, grievously injured, on the brink of death, daring to challenge the elder master. What audacity! However, Yuan Changshu did not dare to accept the challenge. Yuan Chen's fearsome reputation made him hesitant to risk it. Otherwise, he would not have ordered the others to act first. Observing Yuan Changshu's cowardice, Yuan Chen coldly laughed. Uncle, you are overly ambitious to become the family head. Surely you are not so spineless? Yuan Changshu ground his teeth in fury. Accept or not to accept. To refuse meant disgrace in a world where strength ruled. If word got out, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, his standing within the Yuan family would plummet, severely hindering his bid for the family head position. Accept. Recall the moment when Yuan Chen had torn the servant apart. Fear gripped him, though he was older and had consistently trained in martial arts. Lacking a martial soul had forever prevented him from advancing beyond the initial origin realm. Thus he had never engaged in a true life-and-death struggle. Yuan Chen, in contrast, had awakened a divine-grade martial soul and had experienced numerous brutal battles, replete with bloody life-and-death confrontations. The more Yuan Changshu pondered, the more intimidated he became. In his eyes, he was on the verge of becoming the Yuan family head and could not afford to contend with Yuan Chen. Brat, Yuan Changshu spoke coldly. I do not fear telling you that Yuan Wu is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Middle Origin realm. I do not wish to steal his thunder in eliminating you. Middle Origin realm? A voice of astonishment echoed, proclaiming that the realms of Chuyuan, Zhongyuan, and Shangyuan represent the nascent stages of martial arts. Though the Zhongyuan realm is merely a step above Chuyuan, it is essential to recognize that within the entirety of Yunyang City, few possess a martial soul, and even fewer among the younger generation can cultivate to the Zhongyuan realm. And Wonder Master Yuan is so confident. It is evident that he has a well-formed plan for the decisive battle to take place in 9 days. Master Yuan, pleased with the reactions of those around him, chuckled. Young man, prepare yourself. Your demise awaits in 9 days. With that, he turned and strode away. What a dampener. Uncle, your lack of courage is noted. However, I must inform you that I shall withdraw all the silver from the treasury today. So do not lament it later. Yuan Chen's voice resounded from behind. You insolent wretch. In 9 days, I shall have Wu tear you apart. Master Yuan could only grit his teeth in fury. He was confident about seizing the position of family head in 10 days, but feared that Yuan Chongqing and his son might preemptively relocate the family assets, which is why he sought to control the treasury early on. Truly, what one dreads often comes to pass. But now, with his proud son in seclusion, he felt utterly helpless and could only endure to Achen. You have taught him well and avenged your father's grievances. Quickly, tell me what medicinal materials you require. I will procure them for you. Soon, Yuan Chongqing arrived at the treasury upon hearing the news. After a brief conversation with his son, he grasped the entire situation and understood why Yuan Chen had come here. He needed funds for healing. Yuan Chen did not mince words, directly listing the materials suggested by the night demon. 2 stalks of purple dan shun, 3 stalks of bailu grass, and 3 blossoms of the fragrant chihuahua flower. Wait here. After carefully noting them down alongside Steward Wang, Yuan Chongqing hastily departed. 2 hours later, Yuan Chongqing and Steward Wang returned with the medicinal materials and handed them all over to Yuan Chen. Use these for now. If they fall short, let me know. Additionally, I have converted all the wealth in the treasury into silver notes, totaling 16,000 taels. Take them for your future needs, if that is insufficient. The family possesses other assets that can be liquidated, though it will require some time. Yuan Chen looked at his father, touched. I merely utter a few words, and you are willing to deplete the family fortune without a moment as hesitation. Ha ha! Yuan Chongqing bellowed in hearty laughter. Chun, do you know that my greatest passion is gambling? If I am left with only a single bag of money, I would never take it home. On the contrary, should anyone push me to the brink, I would stake even my life. 9 days from now is the day of your duel with Yuan Wu. If I do not fully support you now, when will I? Indeed. Yuan Chen nodded solemnly. Cherishing this paternal love in his heart, he entered the secret chamber and, following the night demon's guidance, brewed a large vat of precious medicine before immersing himself within it. Hiss! Yuan Chen's body convulsed violently. The tranquil medicinal liquid suddenly surged as if boiling, flowing into the wounds across his body, causing excruciating pain. Yuan Chen gritted his teeth, persisting through the torment. 1 hour, 2 hours. 3 hours. Gradually, his wounds began to heal, and his cultivation level recovered significantly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Yuan Chen's wounds had healed considerably, and his spirit was rejuvenated. He opened his eyes, gazing at the medicinal vat, now almost devoid of potency, and revealed a wry smile. This concoction is indeed a gold guzzler, yet its effects are undeniably remarkable. At this rate, my injury should fully mend within 7 days. Rising, he eagerly delved into his soul's consciousness that my prescription is quite effective. Would you not agree? The night demon chuckled with satisfaction. Thank you, esteemed elder. I kindly request you to summon the esteemed Huang Fusong. I shall commence the next round of medicinal treatment tomorrow. Prior to that, I wish to further refine my swordsmanship. Your determination is commendable. Chapter 5. Yuan Wu emerges from seclusion, ambitions inflated as the days passed. On the 4th day of his medicinal healing, Yuan Chen transcended into the Zhongyuan realm. On the 6th day, not only did his cultivation advance another tier, but his injuries were also fully healed. Remarkably swift, faster than I had anticipated, Yuan Chen felt invigorated. His rapid ascension to the 2nd tier of Zhongyuan was fundamentally due to the concept of recovery. Prior to this, he had originally possessed the cultivation of the 9th tier of Shangyuan. But with the loss of his martial soul, the foundation of his cultivation had crumbled, leading to his entire martial path's collapse. Now, with the reconstitution of his martial soul, he was merely restoring what he had once possessed. Hence the acceleration. Chu Yuan, Zhongyan, Shangyan, Daotai, Daohua, Daoyan, Daoji, Xianjing, Daijing, Tianjing. These represent the 10 essential realms a cultivator must traverse to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Among these, the 3 Yuan realms signify the inception of martial practice. Those who can transcend them by the age of 30 are deemed prodigies. Yuan Chen had just turned 18 and was on the verge of transcending previously, which is why his name resonated throughout the land. Upon surpassing the 3 Yuan and entering the 4 Daos, it signifies that one has reached a considerable height in martial arts. Thus, within the 4 Daos, the Daotai realm is also known as the martial master realm, designating one as a master of martial arts in their domain. Following this logic, the Daohua realm is referred to as martial sect, the Daoyan realm as martial marquis, and the Daoji realm as martial king. As for the realms above the 4 Daos, the realms of heaven, earth, and Xian, these are aspirations beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With his injuries healed, it was now time to enhance his swordsmanship and swiftly restore his cultivation. Visit the finest market. I hope you can procure some exceptional items. You must exhaust those silver notes within a month. The night demoness voice resounded suddenly. Over 10,000 taels in silver notes. All spent within a month. Yuan Chen gasped. This amount nearly equates to the entire liquid assets of 4th tier family. The night demon remarked, martial cultivation is inherently a noble game of pouring money and resources. The stronger you are, the more wealth you can contend for. If you are weak, even guarding a mountain of gold and silver will not spare you from being robbed. Yuan Chen contemplated silently. He understood these principles well. He stood up and declared, I shall procure the medicines. On the other side of the Yuan family courtyard, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the residence of Master Yuan and his family. Wooer, I did not expect your breakthrough to be so smooth. The so-called bottleneck in cultivation does not exist for you at all. Ha ha! Master Yuan laughed heartily. His son, merely 23 years old, had already reached the Zhongyuan realm. Who in Yunyang City could rival him? Yuan Wu emerged from the secret chamber, his face aglow with pride. Father, this is just the beginning of my rise. My ambitions stretch far. Master Yuan continuously praised him. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Son, a few days ago, I was humiliated by someone. Yuan Wu frowned. Master Yuan recounted the recent events in the treasury, embellishing details for dramatic effect. Yuan Wu huffed in anger. Humph, he is a waste without a martial soul. At most at the Chuyuan realm, I grant him an extra 10 days of life, and he dares to be so ungrateful and brazen. Master Yuan urged, why not go and eliminate him now? I cannot wait another day for the position of family head. Yuan Wu shook his head. The people from the Dayu Academy have yet to arrive. Do not rush. It would be far more satisfying to humiliate him thoroughly first before ending his life. Master Yuan inquired, how do you propose to humiliate him? Yuan Wu smirked. Simply summon a few servants. Bring that father and son duo, along with those loyal old dogs here. Inform them that this is a command from me. A Zhongyuan realm cultivator. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken. Master Yuan laughed heartily. Ha, splendid. My son has broken through to the Zhongyuan realm. It is indeed time for the entire clan to be informed. Within the Yuan family, the majority of the higher-ups had pledged allegiance to Master Yuan and his son, that a portion remained ambiguous in their stance, while only a scant few resolutely sided with the family head and the young family head. At this moment, these few gathered in Yuan Changqing's chamber. Yuan Wu is too brazen. He has just broken through to the Zhongyuan realm, yet flaunts it to the entire clan, clearly eager for everyone to know. I am, after all, responsible for the affairs of the Yuan family, and he dares to send a mere servant to command me to his presence. Does he truly believe himself to be the family head? An elder exclaimed, trembling with rage. Steward Wang added indignantly, it is not just you. Even the family head has been commanded to attend. What? The others present widened their eyes, furious beyond measure. The young family head has only been incapacitated for a few days? How can a junior be so arrogant? Someone turned to Yuan Changqing and asked, family head, how is the young family head faring now? Yuan Changqing pondered briefly before responding. I visited Chen yesterday. His injuries have healed, and his cultivation has recovered somewhat, but I cannot ascertain how much he has regained. The questioner sighed. Alas, with such severe injuries, the young family head's swift recovery is indeed the mark of a destined child. Regrettably, he did not continue speaking, and the others remained silent. Everyone was acutely aware that Yuan Chen's martial soul had been extracted by the elf family. Without a martial soul, he could at most recover to the 9th rank of the initial stage, while Yuan Wu had already reached the middle stage of the Yuan realm. The impending battle in 3 days was fraught with peril. However, they were all resolutely loyal to the family head. Having long prepared themselves for the consequences, when the Yuan family found itself without a foothold, they would simply depart like tea that moment. The main gate of the family head's courtyard was suddenly kicked open. Oomph! The abrupt cold snort startled the few present. The newcomer was none other than the newly ascended Yuan Wu, brimming with confidence after breaking through to the middle stage of the Yuan realm. Ah, you old fools! I summoned you to meet me. Yet you have come here instead. I warned you. Anyone who dares disobey will have their legs broken. Oh, you think I am joking? Attack, with a wave of his hand. A group of household servants rushed in fiercely. Yuan Wu, do you dare? Yuan Changqing roared in fury. Second uncle, what can you do to me? Today I intend to let everyone know that from now on. I'm the king of the Yuan family. Yuan Wu glared fiercely, his overwhelming aura completely overshadowing Yuan Changqing. Today, having broken through to the middle stage of the Yuan realm, he was determined to establish his authority. Rest assured, you are my dear uncle. I will spare your legs. But where is that useless Yuan Chen? Why does he not dare to show his face? Yuan Changqing trembled with rage, remaining silent. The household servant ingratiatingly stated, Eldest young master, I saw Yuan Chen leave. It seems he headed towards the western city. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth. You fool! The trade market is in the western city. That brat has surely gone to squander the gold and silver from the storeroom. In 3 days, everything belonging to the Yuan family will be mine. He is spending my money. Yuan Changshi, standing behind, urged anxiously, you must hurry and retrieve the money. Yuan Wu, filled with resentment, retorted, the trade market is vast. Where am I supposed to find him? Yuan Changshe could only fume helplessly. Were it not for my father, I would announce to the entire city that in 3 days, I, Yuan Wu, shall trample Yuan Chen beneath my feet. Anyone wishing to witness the spectacle may come and watch. He not a youthful prodigy. I shall ascend to power atop his halo. I want everyone to know that as long as I, Yuan Wu, am present, the Yuan family remains formidable, even if Yuan Chen is rendered useless. Chapter 6. Old Dog, you shall pay the price. In the western city, at the trade market, the most prosperous place in Yunyang City, Yuan Chen, burdened with a large basket of various medicinal herbs, finally prepared to return after a long day of browsing. The price of the precious herbs that assisted in restoring his cultivation was significantly higher than that of the healing medicines he had previously purchased. These herbs had cost him over 600 taels of silver, and at this rate, the Yuan family's wealth might not last even 20 days, just as Yuan Chen felt the sting of expenditure. A voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Excuse me, is this the esteemed Yuan Chen? Turning around, Yuan Chen noticed that the once crowded street had cleared, with everyone respectfully standing aside, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at 3 individuals. Among them was a middle-aged woman, resplendent and graceful in her demeanor, a young man wielding a steel spear, exuding an air of heroism, and a maiden clad in a pristine green robe, resembling a beauty from a painting. What commanded the respect and envy of the onlookers was not their appearances, but the robes of the Great Yu Academy that adorned them. They were from the Great Yu Academy. The Great Yu Academy, renowned as the most prestigious martial arts sanctuary of the empire, boasted individuals whose cultivation surpassed the upper Yuan realm that I see now. They have come for the young master of the Yuan family. The Yuan family is about to soar to new heights. In awe and admiration, people whispered among themselves. Yuan Chen gazed at the trio, sighed internally, and shook his head, saying, I am not the Yuan Chen you seek. The young man carrying the steel spear raised an eyebrow. Not him. Then why did someone just say you were, as a distinguished prodigy known throughout Yunyang City, while not everyone recognized Yuan Chen? A significant number did. Moreover, almost no one was aware of his martial soul being rendered useless. After all, the L family's methods of seizing a divine martial soul were far from honorable, and they would undoubtedly strive to keep it concealed. The Yuan family, having lost its pillar, certainly did not wish for outsiders to know, at least not for now. Yuan Chen sighed again, firmly denying, I am not. Before the young man could respond, the middle-aged woman calmly interjected. He is indeed not. His martial soul is merely of the first rank. Yuan Chen was taken aback. This individual could discern the rank of his martial soul at a glance in his understanding. Martial souls could only be assessed through specialized testing methods. Upon hearing this, the young man and the maiden both displayed disappointment. A first-rank martial soul might be considered acceptable in a remote village. But in the Great Yu Academy, it wouldn't even be sufficient to guard the entrance. They were searching for prodigies possessing divine martial souls. The middle-aged woman inquired, May I ask how to reach the Yuan residence? No need to go. The person you seek is no longer there. Yuan Chen replied, turning to leave. Stop. Do you not know who we are? The green-clad maiden exclaimed, her expression somewhat vexed. She felt offended. Did the Great Yu Academy not command respect wherever they went? What audacity did this insolent youth possess? Just then, a loud voice echoed through the bustling street. A Yuan family servant, walking by, called out, In 3 days, the eldest young master Yuan Wu will personally defeat the young master Yuan Chen, who possesses a divine martial soul. Anyone wishing to witness the spectacle may come and watch. In 3 days, the eldest young master Yuan Wu will personally defeat. The young man carrying the steel spear exclaimed in astonishment. How could he defeat a prodigy with a divine martial soul? Is it possible that Yunyang City has produced 2 extraordinary talents at once? The middle-aged woman shook her head. Such extraordinary talents cannot be so easily found. However, if it is true, it would be a stroke of luck for our Great Yu Academy. Yuan Chen clenched his fists, absorbing every word. He could infer Yuan Wu's ulterior motives and understood the purpose of the Great Yu Academy's visit. He turned to the middle-aged woman. speaking with neither deference nor arrogance. "Senior, the person you seek, the one with a divine martial soul, is no longer me. As you can see, I have lost my divine martial soul. So, I'm not the individual you were searching for." The middle-aged woman was taken aback. The loss of a martial soul, especially a divine one, was a frequent occurrence, often achieved through cruel means. This particular incident weighed heavily on her, as she cherished talent. Yuan Chen continued, "Yuan Wu's delay in challenging me for 3 days is merely to showcase his prowess before you. You have arrived today. Perhaps my duel with him should occur today. However, your presence to spectate would be a waste of time. He is not capable, and neither am I at this moment." With that, Yuan Chen departed. "Master, we have wasted our trip." The green-clad maiden could not help but exclaim. The middle-aged woman observed Yuan Chen's retreating figure, remarking, "This young man possesses a level of composure not befitting his age. It seems he has endured great setbacks and has managed to rise again. Such fortitude is rare. Since we are here, let us go and take a look." Upon returning to the Yuan residence, Yuan Chen quickly sensed something amiss. The courtyard where he and his father resided was smeared with blood. Yuan Chongqing rushed to Yuan Chen's side, anxiously warning, "Aiken, you must leave and hide for a few days. Yuan Wu has emerged from seclusion." Yuan Chen coldly laughed. "What of Yuan Wu's emergence? Father, what exactly transpired?" "Speak plainly. Yuan Wu cannot run rampant while I am here." Yuan Chongqing's face turned crimson with suppressed rage as he trembled, gritting his teeth. "Yuan Wu has broken through to the middle stage of the Yuan realm. He seeks to establish his authority by breaking the legs of everyone still loyal to us, casting them out of the Yuan family. He even desecrated your mother's spirit tablet. I am filled with hatred." Yuan Chen's fury surged, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. Other grievances could be endured, but the memory of his mother, who had cared for him day and night during his illness at the age of 8, haunted him. After he recovered, she succumbed to the same illness. This pain was eternal for Yuan Chen. Now, after so many years, to have her name desecrated was an act of unfiliality. "Father, we shall confront Yuan Wu at once." Yuan Chongqing hurriedly advised, "Aiken, do not act impulsively. Yuan Wu is waiting for you to deliver yourself into his hands. If it becomes unbearable, we can simply flee the Yuan family. Father, your son shall not allow you and mother to suffer in vain." Yuan Chen's voice resonated, and with that he seized Yuan Chongqing and stormed out. They soon arrived at the location where Yuan Chongshi and his son were situated, only to be blocked at the entrance by a servant. "Oh, isn't this the family head and the young master? Have you come to find a master? Please wait outside. I must report this first." The servant had not finished his words when a sudden, anguished scream pierced the air. Yuan Chen delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, where he writhed in pain. "You lowly dog. How dare you obstruct me?" At that moment, Yuan Chen resembled a furious lion in the past, when he awakened his divine martial spirit, which member of the Yuan family had not benefited from his grace. Even a dog should understand the importance of gratitude. Just then, a group of people rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Leading them was none other than Yuan Chongshi. "You audacious scoundrel, my son has emerged from seclusion, and you dare to cause a ruckus." Yuan Chongshi cast a furious glance at the wretched servant, his anger palpable. The servant's life held little value to him, but Yuan Chen's actions were a direct affront to his dignity. And this was not the first time it had happened. "Old dog, you've disturbed my mother. You shall pay the price," Yuan Chen shouted angrily, rising to confront him, his formidable presence instilling fear in all present. Yuan Chongshi's expression shifted dramatically. As he blinked, he found Yuan Chen standing before him. In a swift motion, Yuan Chen unleashed a punch aimed at Yuan Chongshi's head. Simple yet direct. Startled, Yuan Chongshi hastily raised his right hand, delivering a punch of his own in response. Bang! The fist collided with a resounding thud. Yuan Chongshi was sent flying 3 zhong away from the force of Yuan Chen's blow, his arm feeling as if it had been shattered. "How is this possible? Your martial spirit has been crippled. How can you possess such fighting prowess?" Yuan Chongshi's voice trembled with disbelief that he was a solid 8th-tier cultivator, and though he did not frequently engage in combat, He had assumed Yuan Chen, whose martial spirit was supposedly destroyed, would only have recovered to the 9th tier at most. The gap should not have been insurmountable. Yet, in that single exchange, he had been defeated. You are unworthy to know that if I do not receive 100 kowtows from you today, I will end your life. Yuan Chen's fury ignited BY bloodline. Yuan Changshe was his uncle, the sole elder brother of his father. However, had there ever been a shred of familial affection between their families? At that moment, a sigh echoed through the air. Alas, in the divine martial continent, where can one not witness such familial power struggles? We, the DU Academy, have no intention of interfering in the affairs of others, but may I request the presence of the one who claims to defeat divine martial spirits? I am Yi Qingshan, the 6th elder of the Sword Dao Institute of DU Academy, here today to scout potential disciples at a middle-aged woman. A young man bearing a steel spear and a girl clad in green slowly approached. Upon hearing the name DU Academy and seeing their robes, the Yuan family members instantly displayed expressions of reverence. Yuan Changshe was particularly ecstatic. He had not expected the DU Academy personnel to arrive early. His son had been awaiting this moment. Quickly, summon the young master, Yuan Changshe exclaimed, abandoning Yuan Chen in a hurry. Yuan Changqing anxiously grabbed Yuan Chen, attempting to prevent him from striking again. The DU Academy held an unparalleled status. Before it, even a 4th-tier family like the Yuan clan had to tread carefully. With an elder of DU Academy present, who would dare act recklessly, enduring the intense pain in his arm, Yuan Changshe approached the middle-aged woman respectfully, saying, "The esteemed guests of DU Academy have graced us. It truly brings glory to the Yuan family. Please, allow me to escort you inside." Yi Qingshan glanced at Yuan Chen from a distance and replied, "There is no need. We shall remain here. Of course." Of course, Yuan Changshe quickly acquiesced. Following the middle-aged woman's gaze, he boasted, "Elder, that young man is the one who possesses a divine martial spirit. However, my son will easily defeat him." "Oh," Yi Qingshan inquired, "is your son aiming to defeat the one who possesses the divine martial spirit? Or the current version of him?" Yuan Changshe's expression faltered. The former Yuan Chen was a foe his son could never hope to match. Without missing a beat, Yuan Changshe chose to praise instead. "Elder, you may not know, but my son Yuan Wu possesses immense potential. He has broken through to the Middle Origin realm at merely 23 years of age, and his seclusion period was exceedingly brief. The threshold between the initial Origin realm and the Middle Origin realm poses no challenge for him." Oft, the girl in green behind Yi Qingshan erupted in laughter, breaking through to the Middle Origin realm at 23. "And you call that great potential? Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Is there even a threshold between the initial Origin realm and the Middle Origin realm? Do not be rude." Yi Qingshan admonished her mischievous disciple, yet her face still bore a look of disappointment. Traverse the 3rd Origin realm and enter the 4th Dao realm before the age of 30 is to be considered prodigy. However, this is merely the standard of the mundane world at TDU Academy. Far too many disciples have crossed into the 4th Dao realm before 30. For those who only break through to the Middle Origin realm at 23. They do not even qualify to enter DU Academy, let alone be registered at AS for the concept of a threshold. In the Academy, only breaking through from the upper Origin realm to the Dao platform realm barely counts as the first hurdle. The young man with the steel spear expressed his disappointment, saying, "Master, we should leave. It is merely a waste of time to stay here. Senior brother, please wait." An anxious voice suddenly rang out. Yuan Wu hurriedly approached. He had not been present earlier, which was why he had not shown up. Upon hearing that the DU Academy personnel had arrived, he wished he could sprout wings and fly over. Today, if he could showcase his abilities before DU Academy, he would have the opportunity to join the highest martial arts sanctuary of the empire and ascend to greatness. Wealth and fame would be effortlessly within his grasp. However, Yuan Wu had not anticipated that he would arrive just as the DU Academy personnel were about to leave. How could that be acceptable? With unsteady steps and wavering breath, he thought to challenge the prodigy who could defeat divine martial spirits. The young man with the steel spear turned his gaze to Yuan Wu. Furrowing his brow, with a cold snort, he remarked, "Who is your senior brother? You think you are worthy." It must be said that the individuals from DU Academy indeed held exceedingly high standards within Yunyang City. Yuan Wu could be considered relatively prominent, yet in the eyes of Dayu Academy, he was mere refuse. Yuan Wu froze, his face burning with humiliation, but recalling his ambitions, he forced a smile and said, "Esteemed ones, I sincerely desire the opportunity to study at Dayu Academy. Please grant me a chance that I am willing to achieve victory over the prodigy who possesses a divine martial spirit as my merit to earn the Academy's favor." The girl in green could not help but scoff. "You truly lack shame. You haven't even engaged in battle yet you speak of defeating him as if victory is already in your grasp. Furthermore, if his divine martial spirit were still intact, would you dare to challenge him?" The young man with the steel spear added scornfully, "Junior sister, some people always live in their own dreams, thinking that if they proclaim it enough, it will become reality. Or perhaps they believe we at Dayu Academy are fools who can be deceived by mere boasts. This impoverished backwater, with its ignorant bumpkins, exists in an entirely different realm from us. They will never be on the same level." Yuan Changshe and the rest of the Yuan family stood in shock, while Yuan Wu's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he had just swallowed something foul. Humiliation. This was a blatant insult, a derision of him. Yet how could he dare voice his discontent towards Dayu Academy? At that moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded. "Humph. I've already said, there's no one here you seek. It is a waste of time to come. What purpose is there in looking down on others to elevate oneself? The people of the Yuan family, however lacking, have their own to teach them. It is not for outsiders to meddle." The young man with the steel spear was taken aback that someone dared to retort him. He looked at Yuan Chen with disdain. "Are you attempting to lecture me?" Yuan Chen replied coolly, "I am not familiar with you and have no interest in lecturing. I just suddenly feel that the disciples trained by Dayu Academy are not all that remarkable." "Ha!" The young man with the steel spear burst into laughter. "You look down upon us at Dayu Academy. Such words from the mouth of a weakling are truly comical." Yuan Chen retorted, "You esteemed disciples of the imperial capital, with the finest teachers, readily available high-level techniques, and countless resources for cultivation. Yet even under equal circumstances, you may not necessarily surpass us, the so-called country bumpkins. Thus, you are indeed not all that remarkable." The young man with the steel spear seethed with rage. "Do you wish to test that?" Yuan Chen matched his intensity. "Very well, my duel with Yuan Wu is in 3 days. I will first teach you a lesson, and it will not delay matters." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Just as Yuan Chen had stated, the disciples of Dayu Academy enjoyed countless superior training conditions, combined with their inherent high talent, rendering ordinary individuals unable to compete, especially the 2 young men present. They were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among Dayu Academy's disciples. How dare he accept the challenge? Yuan Changqing looked at his son with concern, nearly dying of anxiety. Yuan Wu was equally bewildered. To be frank, he had arranged a duel with Yuan Chen 10 days later precisely because he was waiting for the arrival of Dayu Academy's personnel. Now that they had appeared 3 days early, he had secretly planned to trample Yuan Chen and rise to prominence today. Yet now Yuan Chen had dared to accept a challenge from Dayu Academy. This had left Yuan Wu utterly stunned. Secretly swallowing hard, Yuan Wu wisely chose to observe the situation unfold. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchuan also appeared intrigued, chuckling lightly. "Truly, a prodigy possesses a proud spirit. No wonder you once held a divine martial spirit. Very well. Today I am here to see your capabilities." The youth, burdened with a steel spear, felt humiliated by the derision of a mere trash, and indignantly exclaimed, "Master, I must teach him a lesson immediately. I cannot wait another moment." Yi Qingchuan glanced at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen shrugged and replied, "It matters not. Why?" Yi Qingchuan said, "Very well, I shall serve as the judge. You are at the 2nd tier of the Zhongyuan realm. Lao. You must also suppress your cultivation to the 2nd tier of the Zhongyuan realm. Otherwise, the victory will be yours." "What?" "He is also at the Zhongyuan 2nd tier." Suddenly, a gasp erupted from one of the high-ranking members of the Yuan family. It was not just him. All the high-ranking members of the Yuan family were dumbfounded. Just that morning, they had celebrated Yuan Wu's breakthrough into the Zhongyuan realm and had eagerly pledged their loyalty before Yuan Changshe and Yuan Wu. Who would have anticipated that Yuan Chen was also at the Zhongyuan realm and furthermore at the 2nd tier? What is so astonishing about a mere Zhong Yuan's second tier? Lei Ao scoffed disdainfully, clearly dissatisfied. Country bumpkins remain country bumpkins, truly lacking in worldly experience. Yet he was oblivious to the struggles of those who were merely opportunistic. Chapter 8. Do not underrate the youth and poverty. Yuan Chen and Lei Ao stepped into an open area. The voice of a nightmare demon suddenly echoed in Yuan Chen's mind. Young man, you may take this opportunity to gain some advantage. Yuan Chen inquired. What do you mean, senior? The nightmare demon continued. He possesses an ice soul origin stone, which is quite valuable. You can win it. Yuan Chen's eyes brightened. The discerning eye of the nightmare demon meant that whatever it deemed worthy was undoubtedly exceptional. With that thought, Yuan Chen raised his gaze to the arrogant Lei Ao, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Wait, Lei Ao sneered. What? Are you afraid? Yuan Chen responded, who is truly afraid remains to be seen. A competition must have some stakes, does it not? If you lose, you shall leave your ice soul origin stone behind. If I lose, I shall give you all my silver notes, amounting to over 10,000 taels. Do you dare? Lei Ao frowned and retorted, You think 10,000 taels can exchange for my ice soul origin stone? Have you lost your mind? 10,000 taels. To ordinary folk, this is an astronomical sum. However, to those of great power, is hardly significant, while the ice soul origin stone is priceless, irreplaceable even with 100,000 taels. Yuan Chen provoked, so it seems you are the one who fears. If you're absolutely confident in your strength, should you worry about this wager? Lei Ao laughed maniacally. Ha, fear? Not at all. Let us do this. I can crush you with my fists alone. Yuan Chen secretly chuckled. He was beginning to take a liking to this arrogant fellow. His provocation had hit the mark. Boom! Lei Ao forcefully plunged his steel spear into the ground and charged at Yuan Chen like a ferocious tiger, simultaneously gathering his strength to deliver a mighty punch to Yuan Chen's face. Everyone watched in tense anticipation, especially Yuan Wu, whose expression changed dramatically upon witnessing Lei Ao's strike. The speed was beyond his capabilities, and the might of that punch was utterly insurmountable. That's the spirit. Yuan Chen roared, drawing his sword. He did not share Lei Ao's arrogance. His numerous life-and-death battles had taught him that regardless of the opponent's caliber, he must give his all and not afford any carelessness. His sword gleamed with an elusive light, positioned at a strange angle to block Lei Ao's punch, should Lei Ao dare to advance. His entire arm would surely be pierced. Lei Ao was taken aback, not expecting Yuan Chen's reaction to be so swift. In a panic, he hastily withdrew his fist to evade, with Lei Ao retreating. Yuan Chen advanced, his sword flashing in a relentless assault, forcing Lei Ao backwards repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was utterly astonished. How could a disciple of the Daiyu Academy be at a disadvantage? The expressions of Yuan Changshi and Yuan Wu darkened to a terrifying degree. Get lost! Suddenly, Lei Ao erupted with a furious roar, forcefully pushing Yuan Chen back. Yet, in his effort to do so, his lower left waist was grazed by Yuan Chen's sword, blood gushing forth. Damn it, I want to let you off. Lei Ao seethed, flipping over to draw his spear, pointing it directly at Yuan Chen, as an invisible pressure radiated from him. The spear intent. Yuan Wu gazed at Lei Ao's spear with admiration and longing. The three realms of martial arts encompass martial techniques, martial intent, and martial mysteries. When one comprehends martial intent, the path to martial mysteries is not far off. Among the youths under 30 in the Daiyu Academy, few could grasp martial intent, yet this individual before him had managed to do so. Yuan Chen, however, laughed heartily. No more pretense. Let us engage in earnest. As his words fell, he tilted his sword towards the ground. An identical, yet distinct, invisible pressure emanating from him, his sword humming as if it were alive. Sword intent. How is this possible? How could he comprehend sword intent? Someone gasped, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Yuan Changshi appeared as though he had lost his soul, murmuring, How could this be? He, a waste with a discarded martial soul. How could he possibly understand sword intent? This is impossible. Not only the Yuan family members, but even Yi Qinchan and the girl in green shared expressions of disbelief. it was known that Lei Ao was a prodigy among the young disciples of the Daiyu Academy, boasting a 7th-tier martial soul and extraordinary talent. Lei Ao had only comprehended spear intent when he was at the Zhongyuan realm. He had not grasped it while at the 2nd tier of the Zhongyuan realm. Thus, even though he was currently suppressing his cultivation at the 2nd tier, unleashing spear intent could easily be seen as deceitful. Yet Yuan Chen was genuinely at the 2nd tier of the Zhongyuan realm, and had comprehended sword intent at younger age and lower cultivation, which was truly terrifying. No wonder he dared to accept Lei Ao's challenge. Yi Qingchan murmured, "I could see this moment." Yuan Chen and Lei Ao had resumed their clash, the air filled with the sounds of clashing steel. Lei Ao's spear danced like a swimming dragon, with speed and variation that dazzled the eyes, clearly showcasing a high-level spear technique, one that was non-existent in a small place like Yunyang City. Yuan Chen's swordsmanship, though not fully formed, exuded a profound essence. No matter how Lei Ao attacked, he always found a way to counter. Disciples of the Daiyu Academy are not so impressive, he thought. Suddenly, Yuan Chen let out a long cry, shifting from defense to offense. His sword surged like waves, one strike after another, unending and relentless, with each thrust amplifying the strength of the preceding one. In a peculiar rhythm, Yuan Chen's assault grew increasingly powerful, placing Lei Ao under mounting pressure. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Lei Ao struggled to defend himself, his face flushed, nearly at his limit. Yet Yuan Chen's relentless onslaught only intensified. Excellent. You have merely touched the surface of Huangfu Song's wave sword technique. You possess talent. The Nightmare Demon's satisfied voice resonated in Yuan Chen's mind. Although Yuan Chen was currently only at the 2nd tier of the Zhongyuan realm, he had once been a formidable 9th-tier Zhongyuan realm expert. Coupled with his recent daily sword practice with Huangfu Song, it was only natural for him to grasp sword intent. However, Huangfu Song had yet to teach Yuan Chen the true techniques of swordsmanship. Yuan Chen had merely imitated and learned the basics from Huangfu Song's movements, highlighting his genuine talent in the way of the sword. At this moment, Yuan Chen felt a surge of pride. He was a disciple of the emperor of the later Zhou. How could the teachers of the Daiyu Academy compare? Moreover, every encounter with Huangfu Song had been a genuine life-and-death struggle, the heights and depths of which were unimaginable. How could a mere young disciple of the Daiyu Academy compare? Crash. Just then, Yuan Chen, who had been dominating Lei Ao, was suddenly sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he landed. This scene left everyone utterly perplexed. How could Yuan Chen, who had held the upper hand just moments ago, fall so swiftly? Yuan Chen rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and gazed at Lei Ao from a distance. In that moment, Lei Ao bore none of the traits of a victor. Instead, he hung his head, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. That I lost. The single word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. His pride, his arrogance, crumbled entirely at this moment, just moments ago. Facing Yuan Chen's formidable assault, he had been on the brink of collapse, ultimately compelled to unleash his Zhongyuan realm cultivation. Otherwise, he would now be the one severely injured. Yuan Chen sheathed his sword and stated, "If my divine martial soul were still intact, I could defeat you in under 10 moves at the same realm. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Do not assume that entering the Daiyu Academy elevates your status. It is wise to maintain a humble heart." Silently, Lei Ao retrieved a naturally formed jade and placed it on the ground before stepping back, lowering his head as he walked to stand behind Yi Qingchan. Wordless, it seemed this blow would take him considerable time to accept. Yi Qingchan looked at Yuan Chen and sighed. "It is a pity that your martial soul is only of the 1st tier. Even though you have comprehended sword intent, it cannot grant you direct entry into the Daiyu Academy. However, I look forward to your participation in the Academy examination in 6 months. Very well." Yuan Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement. He had anticipated such an outcome, for the martial soul is the very foundation of martial cultivation. Without a stable foundation, no matter how formidable one may be, it is of no avail. How could the Daiyu Academy possibly admit someone possessing only a 1st-grade martial soul? Yi Qingchan added, "Then we shall take our leave. There is another genius awaiting us at Lu Song Mansion." Lu Song Mansion? A chill swept across Yuan Chen's face. Lu Song Mansion was indeed the domain of the Liu family, a prestigious second-tier clan that ruled over the entire Liu Song Mansion. Even the name of the mansion bore the character Liu. Yi Qingchuan continued. The Liu family has proclaimed to the world that their most gifted heir, Liu Ying, possesses not a quasi-divine martial soul, but a truly divine phoenix soul, stirring commotion in the imperial capital. My visit is to seek out two prodigies with divine martial souls. The expressions of all the Yuan family members grew complex. Yuan Chongqing trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Chapter 9. The Unfairness of Heaven. We must strive for ourselves. Yuan Chen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the distant mountains, as if peering through layers of mist to behold the grand family hundreds of miles away. He scoffed. The means by which Liu Ying possesses her divine martial soul is hardly commendable. Does the DU Academy not consider one's character when recruiting disciples? Yi Qingchuan replied, the morality of individuals is often inscrutable. Yet her divine martial soul is undeniably genuine. No faction can afford to disregard a divine martial soul, including our DU Academy. Just as Yuan Shan was about to speak again, the voice of the night demon echoed in his mind. Kid, do you naively intend to accuse that woman of malice and hinder the DU Academy from recruiting her? You are too weak, as insignificant as an ant. Your voice is too feeble to be heard. People will only hear about how the Liu family's daughter is an extraordinary talent, radiant and resplendent, and they will scramble to curry favor. Anyone daring to speak ill of the Liu family will find themselves mercilessly berated by countless sycophants. In this world, you can never rely on anyone but yourself to climb higher step by step. Yuan Chen replied, I understand. I only resent the injustice of the world and loathe that the more malicious she is, the more she gains. Rest assured, I shall make her pay the price with my own strength. He turned to Yi Qingchuan and said, please convey a message to Liu Ying for me. I, Yuan Chen, am not yet dead, and there will undoubtedly come a day when we meet again. Tell her to wait. Yi Qingchuan, discerning the change in Yuan Chen's emotions, surmised that there must be a history between him and Liu Ying, possibly related to the fate of Yuan Chen's martial soul. However, such matters were not for her to pry into. Very well, I shall take my leave. With a faint smile, Yi Qingchuan departed with her two disciples. Alas, upon exiting the main gate, Yi Qingchuan let out a long sigh. Lei Ao, his face flushed, gritted his teeth and said, disciple has brought shame to master. However, you need not worry. Such a minor setback will not defeat me. Yi Qingchuan remarked, this lesson may serve to temper your character, which is a good thing. I feel regret for Yuan Chen. The girl in green attire interjected, he has already defeated senior brother Lei Ao. What is there to regret? Lei Ao protested. Hey, who lost? If I were not suppressing my cultivation, I could have defeated him with one hand. Yi Qingchuan shot him a glare, and he immediately fell silent. Yi Qingchuan explained, it is precisely because he was able to defeat Lei Ao that it elicits such regret. Comprehend the realm of martial arts in such a rural area is a challenge 100-fold greater than within the DU Academy. Otherwise, so many would not yearn to enter the DU Academy for cultivation, and he has accomplished it at such a young age, indicating his extraordinary talent. In martial cultivation, innate talent is paramount. If only his martial soul had not been crippled. What a pity. Both the girl in green and Lei Ao found themselves unable to refute her words. With a cultivation level of mid-second tier, he was able to grasp the essence of sword intent. Indeed, they could not compare, no matter how they protested. Yi Qingchuan sighed. Alas, with a mere first-grade martial soul, it is destined that he will not achieve great things. Even if he participates in the Academy's assessments in the future, he is unlikely to pass. Perhaps we shall never meet him again, and there is no need to concern ourselves further. The weakest disciples of the DU Academy possess at least a third-grade martial soul, and only one individual holds that distinction, that he hails from a first-tier family, and, with the abundant resources provided by his clan, he could barely reach the fourth tier through sheer accumulation, thus managing to enter the DU Academy. As for Yuan Chen, devoid of background, resources, or anything at all, possessing only a first-grade martial soul, he would certainly be unable to gain entry into the DU Academy. Upon hearing this, Lei Ao's flushed face visibly brightened. Indeed, he had lost, but he would grow stronger and achieve boundless potential, while that fellow would only drift further away from him. In the Yuan family, after the departure of the DU Academy members, all expressions became animated. Suddenly, a senior member of the Yuan family knelt before Yuan Chen, slapping himself fiercely across the face. "Young master, I was wrong. My heart must have been consumed by dog. I was disrespectful to you before. Please do not hold it against me." With that, he began to bow repeatedly. Yuan Chen sneered, "Do not rush to fawn over me. My duel with Yuan Wu has yet to commence. What if I were to lose?" Upon hearing this, all the other senior members of the Yuan family fell to their knees, pleading for forgiveness. Clearly, after witnessing his confrontation with Lei Ao, even the foolish could discern his strength. With a cultivation level of mid-second tier and an understanding of sword intent, it was likely that even ordinary mid-fourth tier cultivators would not stand a chance against him. Yuan Wu had only just broken into the mid-second tier, barely achieving mid-first tier. How could he possibly compete? The heavens of the Yuan family had indeed remained unchanged. "Ah, Yuan Chen, I suggest you forego the duel with Wu. After all, we are family." Upon hearing this voice, Yuan Chen cast a cold glare over Yuan Changshu. "It is one thing for others to plead for mercy, but for you to do so is rather ironic. Do you not think?" Yuan Changshu's face turned pale at once. Inwardly cursing his misfortune, Yuan Chen no longer referred to him as uncle, addressing him by name instead. He understood that there was no turning back. Just then, Yuan Chen suddenly lunged toward Yuan Wu, his figure like a flash of lightning. "Yuan Chen, what do you intend to do?" Yuan Wu was taken aback, and before he could finish a sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted, for Yuan Chen had already closed the distance, bang, before the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. Yuan Wu was sent flying by a single punch, coughing up blood along the way. In just one move, this so-called ambitious and promising prodigy of the Yuan family was gravely injured. Yuan Chen did not relent. Pressing forward once more, Yuan Wu attempted to evade, but tragically discovered that his speed was no match for Yuan Chen. In the next instant, Yuan Chen grasped Yuan Wu by the throat, lifting him off the ground. A slight squeeze would be sufficient to end his life, without question. All the members of the Yuan family were left in shock, though they had surmised that the eldest son was not a match for the young master. They had never imagined the gap to be so vast. Had he truly been defeated just like that, before the duel even began, his life was already in jeopardy. Yuan Wu was filled with terror. Hastily exclaiming, "Yuan Chen, our duel is still 3 days away. What do you intend to do?" Yuan Chen's aura brimmed with intent to kill. "Daring to desecrate my mother's spirit tablet, I should have ended you today. If you wish to live for 3 more days, you and your father must go pay 100 respects to my mother. Fall short by 1, and do not blame me for being merciless. Yes, quickly go and pay your respects. The matriarch is after all your aunt. The deceased must be treated with reverence. To deliberately desecrate her spirit tablet is truly more beastly than a beast. Bow, go and bow. 100 is hardly enough." The numerous senior members of the Yuan family echoed, casting resentful glares at Yuan Changshu and Yuan Wu. It was this father-son pair that had brought them harm. Unwilling to lose the wealth and status within the Yuan family, not wishing to end up with nothing. In that moment, their expressions were in stark contrast to just a few days prior. Under Yuan Chen's overwhelming might, Yuan Wu and Yuan Changshu could only comply obediently. Now, they were utterly daunted, their ambitions extinguished. Chapter 10. Yuan Wu flees, a great opportunity. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan Chen emerged from the training room, his cultivation restored to mid-third tier, his strength having ascended to a new level. Today marked the day of his duel with Yuan Wu. Upon arriving at the arena, he found only his father, Yuan Changqing, and a group of senior members of the Yuan family kneeling on the ground. Yet there was no sign of Yuan Changshu or Yuan Wu. "The young master has arrived." "Young master." The senior members of the Yuan family turned to Yuan Chen, kneeling in submission, some even shedding tears, their faces reflecting deep regret. "Father, what has happened?" Yuan Changqing's expression was somewhat unnatural as he replied, "Your duel with Yuan Wu shall likely be called off. Your uncle and he have fled." "Fled?" Yuan Chen furrowed his brows. Yuan Changqing nodded, stating, "Yuan Wu is well aware that he is no match for you." And both father and son realized that they have lost their place within the Yuan family. Yuan Chen looked at his anxious father and said, "Father, you only tell me now because you intend to give them a chance. Am I right?" Yuan Changqing sighed. "Blood is thicker than water. After all, we are family." Yuan Chen scoffed. "Just days ago, did they treat us as family? If I were the one defeated today, I doubt they would show us any mercy." Yuan Changqing fell silent, observing his father's distress. Yuan Chen forced a smile and remarked, "It is perhaps for the best that they leave the Yuan family. It is neither wise to kill them nor to spare them. They have fled cleanly." Yuan Changqing's expression relaxed, and he turned to the kneeling crowd, stating, "As for these individuals, I plan to impose a slight punishment and allow them to remain within the Yuan family." The high-ranking members of the Yuan family gazed up at Yuan Chen with pity, understanding that although Yuan Changqing was the clan leader, if Yuan Chen opposed him, no one could assist them. Within the Yuan family, the young master was the true pillar of strength. Yuan Chen frowned. "Father, do you not see the duplicitous nature of these opportunists?" Yuan Changqing lowered his voice. "The law does not punish the masses. If we were to expel everyone at once, the Yuan family would be paralyzed. That I will gradually find replacements for them in due course." Yuan Chen nodded. "You are the head of the family. The decision lies with you." He then shifted the conversation, saying, "Father, I intend to leave the Yuan family for a while." "Leave?" Yuan Changqing was taken aback. Yuan Chen explained, "The Soul origin stone I acquired from the duel 3 days ago is quite valuable, but it cannot be sold in a small place like Yunyang City. That I must go to Xuchang Prefecture to sell it, and, in the process, procure some higher-grade medicinal materials to restore my cultivation. Had it not been for waiting to deal with Yuan Wu, I would have departed 3 days ago. Now that the matter with Yuan Wu and his son is resolved, I must go." Yuan Changqing lamented, "A golden-scaled fish cannot remain a mere creature of the pond. My child, your talent is exceptional, and even if the family cannot assist you much, it should not become a burden. Go forth and strive. You need not worry about me." Yuan Chen nodded and took out all the silver notes he had on him, saying, "Father, it would be best to reserve this money for the family." Just as Yuan Changqing was about to refuse, Yuan Chen interjected, "The money from selling the Soul origin stone far exceeds this. Let us not stand on ceremony." "Very well." Yuan Changqing accepted the notes. The Yuan family was currently in disarray, and over 10,000 taels of silver could resolve many issues. As the head of the family, he had to consider the needs of the entire clan. The sky was clear, the blue expanse dotted with white clouds. A splendid day. Yuan Chen held a 7-foot sword and carried a small bundle as he walked along the official road in the distance. The outline of a vast city began to emerge. It was Xuchang Prefecture. This was a super city governed by the second-rate family of the empire, the Su family, bustling with life, and home to the Wanbao Tower. Renowned for gathering treasures from across the realm, Wanbao Tower was indeed Yuan Chen's destination. Although the Soul origin stone was precious, it would not greatly aid him at this stage. If he could exchange it for a substantial amount of wealth and concoct some superior medicinal elixirs, it would be a wise choice. That he needed to restore himself to the 9th level of the Upper Yuan realm as swiftly as possible and then seek a breakthrough. Once he entered the Four Paths realm, a great opportunity awaited him. The nightmare demon whispered within his soul's consciousness. Yuan Chen inquired curiously, "What opportunity?" The nightmare demon did not answer directly, but instead replied mysteriously, "In due time, you shall know. Just understand that this opportunity is immense. Otherwise, how could Huangfu Song, from the distant Zhou Empire, appear here?" Huangfu Song, the martial emperor? He came here for that opportunity? Yuan Chen was startled, and then concern washed over him. "But if even he has fallen, how could I possibly hope to grasp it?" The nightmare demon's tone shifted to one of discontent as it declared, "He did not perish at the sight of the opportunity. Rather, he disappointed me. That dark cave, where neither man nor ghost can dwell, is the resting place of the failures." Yuan Chen could not help but probe, "What would lead to your judgment of failure?" The nightmare demon articulated, "Each stage has its own trials and standards. For instance, your current trial is the first. If you cannot surpass the 4 paths and enter the mysterious realm within 10 years, I shall deem your future bleak and your cultivation insufficient for my needs. Rather than waste time, it would be better to dispose of you early and seek a new host." Yuan Chen was taken aback. 10 years, was that not before he turned 30? The realms are categorized as follows: the 3 Yuan realm, initial Yuan, middle Yuan, upper Yuan, the 4 paths realm, path platform, path transformation, path evolution, path extremity, and mysterious realms, mysterious realm. Earth realm, heaven realm. The average person, breaking through the path platform and entering the 4 paths realm before the age of 30 would be a remarkable achievement. That AS for directly transcending the 4 paths and becoming a mysterious realm powerhouse. That would be nothing short of a pipe dream, even among the prodigies of the Great Yu Academy. The nightmare demon scoffed. Difficult? The previous 7 have all accomplished it. The least among them passed the 3rd trial. While the best was merely a step away from my grand design, only lacking that final push, Yuan Chen asked, "How many trials did Huangfu Song pass?" The nightmare demon replied, "He was the least among them, practicing the royal path sword and treading the path of slaughter. However, he was ensnared by emotional turmoil, unable to extricate himself, resulting in a clash between his spirit and martial path, hindering his progress and leaving me thoroughly disappointed." Yuan Chen felt the weight of pressure. He had not expected that even the formidable martial emperor Huangfu Song was the weakest among the 7. However, upon reflection, the nightmare demon was correct. The notion of an unfeeling emperor. Huangfu Song's royal path sword required an extreme devotion to the sword. What does it mean to devote oneself entirely to the sword? It entails infusing all emotions into the sword path, including familial love and romantic affection. Yet he had clung to the memory of a woman named Lu Roof, unable to forget, which inevitably hindered his attainment of the unity of man and sword and the harmony of heaven and man. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Chen gazed at the now imminent Xuchang city, self-deprecatingly saying, "It seems that to live long, I truly must grow stronger quickly. Otherwise, I may not even live to see 10 years. The nightmare demon coldly responded, "You understand, then? This is our transaction, a mutually agreeable exchange." Yuan Chen could not deny it. Chapter 11. Xuchang Prefecture, the shameless old Wang. Xuchang Prefecture loomed large and majestic, with throngs of people bustling through the city gates. After paying an entrance fee of 3 or 2 taels of silver, Yuan Chen finally entered this renowned prefectural capital. He made his way directly to Wanbao Tower at that moment. Within a pharmacy on the lower floor of Wanbao Tower, a young man wielding a fan was patiently introducing a beauty-enhancing potion to a young woman. His words were rife with flirtation, causing the woman to blush and laugh, at times playfully striking him with her delicate fists. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies drew ever closer. The young man shielded the view with his fan while his other hand subtly encircled the woman's slender waist. Exploring her curves, his adeptness left the young woman in a state of near surrender. The pharmacy staff appeared accustomed to this spectacle, some displaying envy and jealousy, while others pretended not to notice. After all, this brazen fellow was the head of their 100-herb hall. "Wang, are you still using that tattered fan to play the dashing rogue?" Suddenly, a teasing voice emerged. It was Yuan Chen, having just arrived. The young woman, startled, felt as though she had been caught in the act and hurriedly escaped the young man's grasp. The fan-wielding youth scowled at Yuan Chen, saying, "Why do you choose this moment to appear? I was just about to invite that lovely lady to the back for a private chat. Half an hour would suffice, and you have ruined my chance," Yuan Chen retorted with a smirk. "Half an hour? Isn't that a bit too long? It would only take you a few moments. Get lost," the young man snapped in annoyance. Wang Dong, head of the 100-herb hall, which was one of 13 halls under Wanbao Tower. When Yuan Chen had left home with his sword, challenging 103 peers, the majority of those he had defeated had become foes, yet a few had turned into friends, and Wang Dong was among his closest allies. This individual possessed a 5th-grade martial soul and exceptional talent, yet he had little interest in martial cultivation, devoting all his energy to pursuing women. It was said that he had quite the notorious reputation in Xuchang Prefecture, adored and loathed by women alike, while men condemned him. In truth, a significant part of Yuan Chen's decision to come to Xuchang Prefecture was due to the presence of this friend. Wang Dong approached Yuan Chen, saying, "Brother Yuan, you've come to deliver a wedding invitation, haven't you? I've heard about your good fortune. TSK, Lu Ying from the Lu family. I've met her once, and she's indeed a stunning beauty. You really have struck gold." Yuan Chen replied coolly, "My engagement with her has been called off. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong burst into laughter. Marvelous, simply marvelous. If the beauty is taken, I, Wang, shall lose my sleep for 3 days. If she is single, whether I have a chance or not is irrelevant. Let us drink to celebrate. Noticing Yuan Chen's stern expression, his smile faltered, and he said, "You cannot be serious, can you? You possess a divine grade, martial soul, while he possesses a near-divine grade, martial soul. Together, you embody the harmonious union of dragon and phoenix, a match made in heaven. How could there be a flaw in such a matter?" Yuan Chen remarked. "It is a long story, better left untold." Wang Dong immediately retracted his flippant demeanor. Although he secretly reveled in the misfortune, he understood that some matters were best not trifled with. He inquired, "Then, what brings you here?" Yuan Chen replied, "I have acquired a piece of ice spirit ore and seek your assistance in selling it." "Ice spirit ore? You managed to procure ice spirit ore? Impressive!" Wang Dong exclaimed, astonished as the master of Wanbao Tower. He certainly possessed greater knowledge of these rare treasures than Yuan Chen. Ice spirit ore takes centuries to form in the frigid northern lands, nurturing the minds of cultivators, and is a favored treasure among the noble families of the imperial city. However, Wang Dong's excitement stemmed not merely from the treasure's worth. He realized that with each transaction, he would earn a commission, given that the value of the ice spirit ore was in the hundreds of thousands of taels. A small fortune awaited him. Wang Dong chuckled. "Ah, Yuan brother, your timing could not be more perfect. Recently, a substantial financier has arrived in Xuchang Prefecture, one who never inquires about the price for valuable items. Ice spirit ore is exceedingly precious and worthy of auction. Allow me to make the necessary arrangements." "Much obliged," Yuan Chen replied. 3 days later, under Wang Dong's guidance, Yuan Chen arrived at the main building of Wanbao Tower. The air was thick with the scent of wealth. Low-end transactions took place in the vast square outside, requiring only a nominal rental fee to Wanbao Tower. Higher value transactions occurred within the tower, where rental fees were correspondingly greater as for items of significant worth. They were auctioned on the top floor, drawing the wealthiest from all directions. "Yuan brother, look, look!" Wang Dong suddenly pointed at a lavish carriage. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and a distinguished middle-aged maid alighted, followed by a woman clad in white. The woman's face was veiled, obscuring her features, yet her eyes shone with an ethereal brilliance, akin to shimmering water, capable of captivating all who beheld them. Her figure was strikingly graceful, every movement resembling that of a celestial being, immaculate and exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Wang Dong's mouth watered at the sight. "She is the financier I mentioned. I would wager my head that she is a rare beauty." "The financier is her." Yuan Chen was equally surprised, having not anticipated that it would be a woman, and such a young one at that. Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, "Do not gawk so blatantly. It is impolite. Consider this a brotherly warning. Do not harbor any designs on her. Her status is formidable. I have seen the head of the Su family treat her with utmost respect. Despite my many conquests, I have never encountered trouble because I know my limits. We cannot afford to provoke this woman, no matter how exquisite she may be." Yuan Chen shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you think I am like you?" Wang Dong chuckled sheepishly. "Nevertheless, our main objective today is her. I specifically learned she would be attending the auction, which is why I arranged for your treasure to be sold today. Clever, am I not?" Yuan Chen smiled and added, "You have entrusted the ice spirit ore directly to Wanbao Tower. There should be no unexpected issues." "Correct?" Wang Dong narrowed his eyes and said, "What are you insinuating? Have you no understanding? Our Wanbao Tower has a reputation that spans the empire's major cities, built on absolute credibility and transparent pricing. Just present the sign I have given you, and you will encounter no problems." Yuan Chen nodded in agreement, realizing that if Wanbao Tower were to swindle even one item, no one would dare conduct business with them again. Remember this. Wanbao Tower is home to countless valuable items that do not entertain any crooked ideas, nor engage in conflict, for Wanbao Tower holds the power of life and death, and even the authorities will not intervene. Our success is a testament to our strength and our relationship with the Empire, which is unquestionable. Wang Dong's face gleamed with pride. Without the backing of Wanbao Tower, the unscrupulous deeds he had committed would have long since led to his downfall. Yuan Chen reassured him, "Rest assured, I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Let us proceed." Chapter 12. The Auction, a Dangerous Gamble. The top floor of Wanbao Tower was exceedingly spacious, with a vast open area at its center, now teeming with people. Those of lower status awaited their turn to bid, while the elite were seated in private boxes surrounding the auction hall. "We have a box." Upon arriving at box No. 15, Yuan Chen could not help but laugh. Wang Dong boasted, "Of course, with me arranging it, and considering that you were selling an item worth hundreds of thousands, securing a box was a mere trifle." As the two chatted merrily, they entered the box, which was already stocked with fine wine and delectable appetizers, attended by two maidservants. After taking a seat, Wang Dong peered outside and said, "Yuan brother, our financier is in box No. 1. Look, Sukan has also gone over." Yuan Chen glanced in that direction and asked, "Who is Su Kan?" Wang Dong replied, "He is the scion of the Su family, having reached the 9th stage of the Upper Yuan realm 3 years ago. Truly formidable. You should not have challenged me 6 months ago. Among the younger generation, he is the strongest." Lowering his voice, Wang Dong continued, "However, he is rather overbearing. No one dares to provoke him. The Su family is a second-tier family, and Sukan has reached the 9th stage of the Upper Yuan realm." Yuan Chen took note of this, and as he observed Su Kan's sycophantic demeanor in the box, Wang Dong could not help but spit in disdain. "Bah! That Su fellow is merely vying for the financier's favor, a despicable wretch that I curse him to fail in all his pursuits with women." Yuan Chen shot him a disapproving look. Soon, the auction commenced under the direction of an elderly host, with item after item being sold. The least expensive items fetched at least 100,000 taels of silver, while the most valuable exceeded 3 million, as he could not afford any of them. Yuan Chen chose to ignore the proceedings. After approximately half an hour, it was finally time for his ice spirit ore to be auctioned. The elder raised the ore high and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is ice spirit ore, measuring 2 inches high, 1 inch wide, and weighing 9 pounds. This treasure has been nurtured over after the introduction," the elder announced. "The starting bid for the ice spirit ore is 100,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 1,000 taels. 105,000 taels." No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a voice from box number 3 called out a bid. 110,000. Competitors quickly emerged. The bidding continued, rapidly climbing to 250,000 taels. However, overall, the competition was not particularly fierce, as such a large piece of ice spirit ore was indeed worth at least 300,000 taels, if not more. Yet, only the patrons in box number 1 and box number 3 remained interested. This lack of enthusiasm was disappointing. "Not good." Wang Dong suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Though the ice spirit ore is valuable, those of higher status either already possess it or seek something even more precious. The financier's identity is not simple. She may have lost interest long ago. If she is disinterested, our situation could turn dire." Yuan Chen felt equally helpless. What is a financier? It is merely a deep-pocketed individual who, if intrigued, would spend without concern for price. However, should she find it superfluous, their efforts would be in vain. Wang Dong offered an awkward smile. "Yuan brother, do not be too disheartened. While your ice spirit ore may not sell for a high price, it will not be too low either. It should remain within a reasonable range." Yuan Chen nodded. The voice of the dream demon suddenly resonated in his mind. "Kid, do you not wish to sell for a higher price?" Yuan Chen replied, "What is meant to be will come. What is not meant to be should not be forced. I am no expert in trade." "Nonsense!" The dream demon suddenly shouted. "What do you mean by what is not meant to be should not be forced? Cultivating martial arts is about measuring oneself against the heavens and competing for fortune with others. Striving against the current, as you cultivate the king's path sword, how can you refrain from competing when opportunities arise? If you wish to restore your Upper Yuan 9th stage within half a year, do not speak of 30,000. Even 300,000 would be insufficient. You wish to take a gamble?" Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. "How do we gamble?" The dream demon replied, "You must do as I suggest." Yuan Chen frowned. The dream demon was indeed advocating for a perilous gamble. However, The more he desired to swiftly recover his cultivation, the more he would need to spend in this regard. The dream demon shared his urgency. At this moment, the bidding for the ice spirit had already reached 280,000 taels in box number 1. Sukin looked toward the neighboring box number 3, tauntingly stating, "Gwa boss, will you still contend with me?" A voice from box number 3 responded submissively, "Please do not misunderstand. Young Master Sud, I am merely a businessman and do not dare to compete with you. Whether the ice spirit is sold for 280,000 taels or not is of little consequence to me. If you desire it, I shall yield." "Ha, you are wise to recognize your place." Su can laugh heartily, yet a defiant expression lingered on his face. "Humph, in Shuchong Prefecture, I doubt that Guangdo would dare to contend with me." The elderly auctioneer, seizing the moment, proclaimed loudly, "The ice-soul jade, Lot 1, young Master Su can bid 200,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to offer higher? 280,000 taels. First call, 280,000 taels. Second call." Just as the auctioneer raised his wooden hammer, poised to strike, a voice suddenly emerged from box 15. "I will take the ice-soul jade for 400,000 taels." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned towards box 15. The audacity to raise the bid by over 100,000 taels was remarkable. Moreover, 400,000 had already surpassed the usual price for the ice-soul jade. Within box 1, Su Kan's expression darkened. "Who dares to contest me?" Bidding for treasures was secondary. Undermining his price and challenging his dignity was intolerable. Such acts, Sukin would not normally abide, especially with a beauty by his side today. He could not afford to show weakness. 420,000 taels, 500,000 taels. Yuan Chen was even more extravagant, directly raising the bid over Su Kan's voice, exuding an air of inevitability. Brother Yuan, Wang Dong grew anxious within the box. Yuan Chen inquired, "Did you not say that Wanbao Tower maintains absolute confidentiality regarding the seller's information? No one knows I am the seller of the ice-soul jade." "Am I not allowed to bid?" Wang Dong hastily replied. "You may, but raising the price must have its limits. 500,000 taels. Should you fail, it would be disastrous. Let's give it a try." Yuan Chen gazed outward. Truth be told, he was not entirely confident, but having decided to take the plunge, he could not hesitate. In box 1. Su Kan's teeth ground in frustration. 500,000 taels was exorbitant. To refrain from bidding would be a blow to his pride, yet to engage would surely result in a significant loss. He coldly remarked, "My friend, the ice-soul jade is not worth this price." "What is your intent?" Yuan Chen replied. "To be candid, young Master Su, I perceive a faint blue glow emanating from within the ice-soul jade, which has led me to speculate, hence my desire to purchase it for inspection." Su Kan fumed. "Merely a speculation, and you would spend 500,000? Do you take me for a fool? It seems young Master Su is unaware of what the blue glow within the ice-soul jade signifies. Should I wager incorrectly, it would merely mean spending extra to acquire the jade. However, if I am correct, then ha ha ha." Yuan Chen feigned mystery. "Damn you." In box 1, Su conceded with rage that he truly had no comprehension of Yuan Chen's words. He only knew that an impertinent fool was opposing him, embarrassing him in front of the beauty. "Aunt Yun, what does it mean if there is a blue glow within the ice-soul jade?" The veiled woman spoke softly, her voice melodious, sending a shiver down Su Kan's spine. The middle-aged maid standing nearby, her expression unusually moved, uttered 4 words. "Ice. Clear. Mysterious. Chi." Chapter 13. Frenzied Bidding, a Windfall. The veiled woman inquired, "What is ice-clear, mysterious Chi?" The maid replied respectfully, "It is the essence that transcends the 4 realms to break through to the Xiantong realm, and from there to the earthly sphere realm, culminating in the legendary heavenly extreme realm. The most formidable challenge lies in overcoming the heart's demons. Ice-clear, mysterious Chi is the true heavenly treasure that nurtures the soul against these demons, and even a fragment is priceless. Enough to incite fierce competition among powerful beings." Upon hearing this, not only was the veiled woman astonished, but Su Kan was equally taken aback. The weight of the statement, "priceless, enough to incite fierce competition among powerful beings," was staggering. The maid continued, "However, ice-clear mysterious Chi takes millennia to form and is exceedingly rare. thus few are aware of its existence. The individual in box 15 sounds quite young, yet possesses remarkable insight. The veiled woman smiled, saying, "So, it seems that a mere 500,000 is a bargain." The maid added, "If it's fake, we lose our investment, but if it's genuine, no price could match its value." The veiled woman replied nonchalantly, "Let us bid 1 million. Yes." The maid promptly stepped forward, declaring, "My master bids 1 million." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the chaotic auction hall. Yuan Chen rejoiced. The financier was intrigued. As long as the financier showed interest, the deal was half won. That he feigned surprise, saying, "I never expected that in this humble Xuchang prefecture there would be one with discerning taste. How intriguing! I bid 2 million." The maid hesitated, glancing at the veiled woman. "Master, while ice-clear mysterious qi genuinely resides within the ice-soul jade, it is exceedingly rare. Bidding tens of thousands is one thing, but he has directly countered our million. What does that mean?" The veiled woman retorted, "How many in Xuchang Prefecture are indifferent to 2 million taels?" The maid shook her head. "Not only in Xuchang Prefecture, but across the entire Yu Empire, the number of factions unconcerned with 2 million taels is exceedingly few. Even typical third-tier families barely accumulate such wealth," the veiled woman remarked. "Thus, it may indeed be as he claims. He might have glimpsed the ice-clear mysterious qi and is determined to obtain it." The maid inquired, "Shall I go observe closely?" The veiled woman responded, "That would seem petty. Let us seize it." "Understood," the maid acknowledged, knowing that once her master decided to procure something, it was to be acquired without question. 3 million, she declared without hesitation. 4 million. 5 million. 6 million. The entire auction hall fell into a stupor, utterly astonished, as prices soared by 1 million at a time. This was the true essence of wealth, rendering Su Kanangwa Da's previous bidding wars akin to child's play, utterly insignificant. "Brother, grandfather, ancestor, stay calm. If this slips through our fingers, neither of us will escape Wanbao Tower." Wang Dong tugged at Yuan Chen's sleeve. Panic-stricken. To raise an outrageous bid in Wanbao Tower without payment was a scenario too dire to contemplate. He had plans for the evening and could not afford an untimely demise. 650,000 taels. Yuan Chen called out again, though this time feigning pressure. Indeed, Box 1 immediately countered with 700,000. Yuan Chen shouted from afar, "Friend in Box 1, why compete over a mere ice-soul jade? I kindly ask you to withdraw." This time, the veiled woman approached personally, her starry eyes sparkling as she smiled. "Why contest over a piece of ice-soul jade? Why not do me a favor and yield it to me?" Yuan Chen gritted his teeth, his face flushed, dramatically exclaiming, 830,000. This is all I possess. If you can bid higher, I shall concede." The veiled woman remained composed. "Then I shall not be polite." 850,000 as the auctioneer repeatedly inquired. Trembling hands raised the wooden hammer to confirm the final price. Everyone felt their blood race. 850,000 taels, a sum that could leave a first-tier family reeling. Even the Su family, the dominant clan in Xuchang Prefecture, would struggle to amass such funds in a short time. Such a staggering sum, merely for a piece of ice-soul jade. This bewilderment was shared not only by the spectators, but also by the many experts within Wanbao Tower. They were certain the item being auctioned was an ordinary ice-soul jade. Though some masters had heard of ice-clear mysterious qi, none had ever witnessed it, nor would they dare to believe in such serendipity. "Brother Yuan, let us flee. We've already made a fortune. Leave the rest to me," Wang Dong urged, excitement evident on his face. That in this moment, his affection for Yuan Chen eclipsed that for any mistress. As Yuan Chen's intermediary, he stood to gain significantly from the auction. With 850,000, a 5% commission meant over 40,000. Not a mere sum, but a windfall. However, the greater the profit, the more enemies he would incur. Escape was imperative. Yuan Chen recognized the need to know when to stop. He was thoroughly satisfied. The nightmare demon, a creature of untold years, indeed possessed its cunning tricks. That night, within the opulent loft of the city lord's residence in Xuchang Prefecture, a woman wore a furious expression. Her features were exquisite, her beauty enchanting, and her demeanor graceful. Her eyes, like water, seemed capable of piercing into one's soul. Even in her anger, Her countenance remained captivating. Outside her chamber knelt a figure, and anyone seeing him would be astonished, for the kneeling man was Jin Anze, the master of Wanbao Tower, in Xuchang Prefecture. His status ranked among the top 3. Your Highness, I am wronged. Wanbao Tower would never dare to set a trap for you. It is that young man who is the seller of the Ice-Soul Jade. All of this is his orchestration. Jin En, bowing repeatedly, spoke with a heart heavy with unwept tears. Today's events were indeed a calamity that had descended from the heavens, and he had only learned of it later. The legendary ice crystal profound Qi was scarcely known even within the Wanbao Tower, let alone seen, leaving no one able to ascertain its authenticity. Moreover, many of Wanbao Tower's gem appraisal masters, witnessing the esteemed guests in Box 1 and Box 15 fervently bidding as if certain of their victory, had assumed they were already privy to the truth. Who would have thought it was merely a common piece of ice spirit raw stone? Had they orchestrated this charade to deceive me? Oomph! Within the loft, a delicate huff echoed, startling Jin and into a shiver. The identity of the person inside was known to him alone. The most cherished ninth princess of the Dayu Empire, Dantai Shui, could utter a single word that would plunge him into the depths of despair. Jin hastily said, I have learned that the young man is currently reveling in the drunken fragrance tower with our hall master from Wanbao Tower. I shall dispatch someone to capture him at once. That, no need, she replied. I will handle it myself. You may leave. Yes, yes. Jin felt as if he had been granted amnesty and retreated post-haste. Throughout, the door to the loft remained tightly shut, preventing him from seeing or daring to glance around. Inside, Dantai Shui turned to her middle-aged maid and inquired, Aunt Yun, what sort of place is the Drunken Fragrance Tower? The maid responded, the name suggests it is a venue for men to indulge in pleasure. It seems he has squandered millions and is now frivolously celebrating. Dantai Shui's delicate form trembled with indignation. Truly, he is not a good person. Investigate his background, and have him brought here by tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 14. Talented Martial Arts. Dong Xiaowan, the Drunken Fragrance Tower, the most renowned pleasure house in Xuchang City, was a realm of debauchery where countless individuals squandered fortunes for but a night in this realm of softness. There was Mei Yang, whose skills were remarkable, though she had grown somewhat plump of late. There was L.V. Zhu, skilled in song and dance, with a commendable tolerance for liquor, if Brother Yuan desired ambience. She would be a fitting choice. Then there was Qiu Lan, seemingly pure on the surface, yet transformed into another person in bed. Brother Yuan might wish to try her in the future, but not tonight. Today, we have struck it rich, and I have arranged for Miss Yin to accompany you. She is the crown jewel of the Drunken Fragrance Tower, and a night with her costs 1,000 taels. I sent tea that generous? Wang Dong, pulling Yuan Chen along, recounted the charms of the Drunken Fragrance Tower as if he were an experienced brothel keeper. Yuan Chen smiled wryly. If we're in the mood, why must we come here to drink? There are other places. Wang Dong immediately scoffed. Come on, stop pretending. What man doesn't he enjoy such indulgences? Besides, I can't overpower you. If you truly didn't want to come, could I drag you along? You may deny it, but your body speaks otherwise. Yuan Chen sighed. This rogue was unaware that his martial soul had been rendered useless, and his cultivation had plummeted from the 9th level of Upper Yuan to the 3rd level of Middle Yuan. He didn't wish for Wang Dong to discover this, so under Wang Dong's enthusiastic insistence, he offered little resistance. The dazzling sights began to blur his vision, faced with temptations readily at hand. It wasn't that Yuan Chen was indifferent, but he was still a fledgling, not wishing for his first experience to occur in such a place. Naturally, such thoughts were beneath his dignity, and he would not voice them. At that moment, exquisite melodies drifted down from above, the lingering notes swirling through this sordid and noisy world. Upon hearing them, Yuan Chen found himself momentarily entranced, feeling an inexplicable familiarity despite lacking any understanding of musical theory. In his soul's sea of consciousness, the nightmare demon suddenly expressed surprise. This musical skill has reached the threshold of harmonizing with the Tao, quite rare indeed. Harmonizing with the Tao? Yuan Chen was astonished. The myriad paths of martial arts converge in the end. Most ordinary people can only pursue conventional martial arts such as swordsmanship, knife techniques, boxing, and staff mastery, yet there are extraordinary talents who can enter the Tao through chess or music. While they may initially possess no combat power, once they enter the Tao, they can leap through 3 realms into the 4th, and as they progress, their strength will skyrocket in a terrifying manner. Not to mention, among the 7 powerful beings in Yuan Chen SOC, 3 walk the path of gifted martial arts. That it is not that practitioners of gifted martial arts are numerous. Rather, those who embark on this path achieve remarkable feats. The nightmare demon remarked, "She plays Nihon Phoenix danced by Yuan. With such talent, if Yuan were still alive, she would surely take her as an apprentice. You might as well go up and meet her." Yuan Chen, curious, asked, "Who is Yuan?" The nightmare demon grinned ominously. 200 years of harmonizing with the Tao through music, achieving the utmost sanctity. Revered as the saint of music by later generations, she resides within your soul's sea of consciousness. Do you not recognize her? Yuan Chen was taken aback, immediately recalling the only woman among the 7 powerful beings. She was serene and graceful, her jade hands dancing over the strings like an otherworldly being. Huang Fu Song claimed to be absolutely invincible beneath the saints. This Yuan was indeed a true saint. The 7 within his soul's sea of consciousness were formidable beyond measure. He muttered to himself, "No wonder this melody feels somewhat familiar." The nightmare demon clarified, "It is not you who is familiar. It is Yuan who is familiar. Her soul now resides within your soul's sea, and in the depths of fate, she will resonate with you." Yuan Chen understood and turned to Wang Dong, asking, "Brother Wang, who is playing the zither upstairs?" Wang Dong raised an eyebrow and replied, "The one capable of producing such music must be Dong Xiaowan, but as for her, it's best to leave her be. No matter how well she plays, it's of little use if she cannot be touched, though." Yuan Chen was taken aback. Wang Dong continued, "It seems Brother Yuan is not well acquainted with the Drunken Fragrance Tower. In truth, the women here fall into 2 categories, those who sell their bodies and those who only sell their art. Often, the more exceptional they are, the more they only sell their art and not their bodies. The more exceptional they are, the more they only sell art and not bodies." Yuan Chen was surprised. Wang Dong explained, "I assent it because we men are inherently fickle. The more unattainable they are, the more we crave them. Yet once we have them, our interest wanes. Thus the people in the Drunken Fragrance Tower deliberately choose the best among the best, preserving their bodies like bait, making money through allure. In terms of money-making tactics, they are no less adept than our Wanbao Tower." Yuan Wu was speechless. This rogue had just insulted all men. He directly stated, "Arrange for me to see Dong Xiaowan. I want her." Wang Dong was taken aback and earnestly advised, "Brother Yuan, such a remarkable beauty with both talent and grace, while the Drunken Fragrance Tower may stage a competition for the Flower Queen, auctioning off their virginity like precious treasures that will only happen when they are older and their value diminishes. Dong Xiaowan is still quite young. The Drunken Fragrance Tower will not allow her to be touched. Unless you wish for me to bleed profusely tonight, bankrupting myself, Miss Yin would be a better choice. She was also a top-tier performer who sold her art, but half a year ago, she was taken as the Flower Queen, and now her first kiss is quite a bargain." Yuan Chen replied, "You think too much. I merely wish to listen to the zither, Toe. So you're pretending to be elegant?" Wang Dong derisively remarked, chuckling. "Then tonight, Miss Yin shall be mine. Huh." Yuan Chen stepped into a rather charming room, illuminated by candlelight. Behind the large screen, a graceful silhouette was clearly visible, though he could not discern her features through the screen. Her elegantly coiled long hair, proud bosom, slender waist, and long, toned legs all boldly proclaimed her femininity and perfect curves. The veil of the screen rendered her even more alluring, leaving Yuan Chen momentarily spellbound. "Esteemed guest, what piece would you like to hear?" The voice reached Yuan Chen's ears, causing him to frown. Although her tone was soft and melodious, it was evident she was quite young, perhaps even very young. In the divine martial continent, women could marry at 14, but in reality, most girls in their teens were still but young maidens. Casting aside these distractions, Yuan Chen responded directly, "Play the piece from earlier." "Understood." Ding dong. The enchanting zither notes arose, flowing gracefully. Times they were gentle, at times resounding, intoxicating all who listened. The surroundings seemed to grow more mesmerizing by the moment, and gradually, Yuan Chen found himself entranced. Meanwhile, in Yuan Chen's soul sea, the nightmare demon intentionally released Yu Xuanji's soul. Unfortunately, the seventh string still lacked sufficient refinement, and the artistic conception was not yet adequate. Otherwise, he would be close to harmonizing with the Tao through music. The Nihong Phoenix dance was a melody to soar through the heavens, yet her body and mind were bound. While Yu Xuanji assessed, recognizing her own height. This piece, Nihong Phoenix dance, was indeed composed by her, allowing her to effortlessly pinpoint Dong Xiaowan's shortcomings. As the piece concluded, the lingering notes echoed. Yuan Chen returned from his reverie, and couldn't help but applaud. Behind the screen, Dong Xiaowan revealed a hint of satisfaction. She possesses an unwavering confidence in her musical prowess. Each time, without the need to behold her visage, one can be utterly captivated merely by the sound of her strings. This, indeed, is the highest form of recognition for her. Dong Xiaowan inquired, "Do you, esteemed guest, find it to your liking?" Yuan Chen nodded and remarked, "Your playing is commendable, though the seventh string lacks a certain finesse, and the essence could be further refined." Dong Xiaowan, taken aback, sprang to her feet. To the ears of the ordinary, her music seemed nearly flawless. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own shortcomings. There had been others who, in their folly, sought to bridge the gap with her through musical theory. But their pretentiousness only invited her disdain. The individual before her, however, was different. Each of his brief observations struck at the heart of the matter. Chapter 15, A Rough Gem, a Hidden Treasure Feigning Composure. Dong Xiaowan asked, "Then, may I inquire how I might improve, esteemed guest?" Yuan Chen countered, "Are you aware of the name of the piece you played?" Dong Xiaowan, feeling a flush of shame, shook her head. "I am unaware. This is merely a fragment of a melody I stumbled upon by chance. It evokes a sense of transcendent detachment, as if all worldly clamor has receded, leaving only the music to resonate within my heart, compelling me to play it often." Before Yuan Chen could respond, the haunting laughter of the dream demon echoed in the recesses of his soul. "Hee, young man, I never anticipated you would encounter such a precious gem. What do you say? This woman, of lowly status, has likely never had the chance to receive guidance from Master, nor does she comprehend the concept of attaining enlightenment through music. Yet, despite her tender age, she has managed to reach the threshold of understanding through her own exploration. Her talent surpasses even that of the legendary Yu Xuanji." Yuan Chen understood. It was akin to a rustic individual who, having never encountered any masters, was unaware of the path to cultivation, yet through sheer self-discovery, was on the verge of stepping into the four realms. Such a prodigy, if nurtured with care, could truly soar to great heights. The dream demon continued, "You are fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure, albeit a living one. If you accept her, I shall release the spirit of Yu Xuanji to connect with you. With just a bit of guidance from you, she should swiftly attain enlightenment through music, becoming a formidable ally." Yuan Chen was also intrigued. To directly step into the realm of musical enlightenment would grant him power that even surpassed his peak. The key was that such a powerful individual could be acquired for a mere pittance, her true worth unknown to all, including herself. This transaction promised to be immensely profitable. Very well, Yuan Chen agreed. "Hee." The dream demon chuckled ominously, releasing the ethereal form of Yu Xuanji's spirit within Yuan Chen's soul. Yuan Chen could distinctly sense a shift in Yu Xuanji's emotions, though her soul was under duress. Resembling that of a puppet, she yearned for a successor to carry on her legacy, desiring to ensure her lifelong mastery was not lost. Sir. Noticing Yuan Chen's silence, Dong Xiaowan could no longer contain herself. Unbeknownst to her, she had already altered her address for him. Yuan Chen regained his composure and said, "The piece you played is called Nihong Feng Wu, composed by an extraordinary master. Since you only possess a fragment, allow me to borrow your precious guqin and play the complete version for you." With a flourish, a young and graceful figure emerged from behind the screen, cradling an ancient guqin. Clad in resplendent garments, she wore a flowing white silk robe that trailed elegantly behind her, accentuating her graceful movements. Her hair, bound with a ribbon, was adorned with a butterfly hairpin, with a single strand cascading down her chest. A light touch of makeup granted her an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Frankly speaking, her features were not particularly striking. Indeed, she appeared somewhat youthful and timid. Yet, she exuded a dignified elegance, a celestial aura that seemed innate. Yuan Chen pondered whether individuals with such musical talent naturally possessed an extraordinary demeanor. "Greetings, esteemed sir," Dong Xiaowan bowed deeply, revealing her excitement. She adored Nihuang from when played it daily, even in its incomplete form. If this man before her was not merely toying with her, this day would be one she would forever cherish. Yuan Chen beckoned, "Bring forth the guqin." "Please, sir," Dong Xiaowan replied as she set down the instrument and stepped back. Yuan Chen casually positioned the guqin upon his lap, testing its resonance before exclaiming, "What a fine instrument!" Dong Xiaowan watched in silence as Yuan Chen gently placed his hand upon the strings. The moment his fingers grazed the strings, he felt as though he had become Yu Xuanji. His entire demeanor transformed. The sublime essence of transcendence surged forth, and while Yuan Chen's expression remained composed, an inexplicable aura radiated from him in that instant. He was Yu Xuanji, and Yu Xuanji was he. Even if Dong Xiaowan's musical talent was remarkable, how could it compare to the presence of Yu Xuanji? The sound of the guqin erupted under Yuan Chen's deft touch. The melodious notes flowed forth like a mountain stream, cascading gracefully. The grandeur of the mountains and the vastness of the waters harmonized in a melody that soared to the heavens. The enchanting music captivated Dong Xiaowan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement and fervor, revealing an admiration that emanated from her very soul. Those who were most enamored with music longed to encounter a kindred spirit. That moment, she was entranced. The man before her radiated an unparalleled charm, enveloped in an aura of ethereal grace. As the music drifted into the outside world, the raucous atmosphere of the drunken fragrance pavilion fell silent. Even the drunken revelers leaned over the railing. Lost in the sound, couples who had been caught in merriment ceased their breaths. Unbeknownst to them, the performance reached its conclusion. Yuan Chen pressed down on the strings, shrugged his shoulders, feeling a bit disconcerted. He had never delved into the realm of music before. This experience had been akin to donning Yu Xuanji's mantle, of course. Due to the connection of their souls, any path he wished to learn from the 7 great masters would be exceedingly simple, including the path of music that belonged to Yu Xuanji. However, human energy is finite, and at present, Yuan Chen was still focused on mastering the swordsmanship of Huangfu's song. "Listening to your performance, I feel fortunate beyond measure," Dong Xiaowan expressed sincerely, her face alight with admiration. Yuan Chen smiled faintly and remarked, "The Nihuang soars in the skies. This piece requires a sense of freedom and unrestrained spirit. Yet, you find yourself ensnared in the mundane affairs of this establishment, surrounded by common folk, which naturally inhibits your ability to convey the true essence of Nihuang Fengwu." Dong Xiaowan's expression turned sorrowful. She was of lowly status, bound by circumstance. Perhaps the supreme essence of Nihuang Fengwu could only be grasped by someone of his caliber. Yuan Chen gazed intently at Dong Xiaowan and asked, "Do you desire freedom?" Dong Xiaowan regarded him with astonishment. Yuan Chen continued, "If you wish, you may learn the guqin from me." Dong Xiaowan's countenance shifted through a myriad of emotions before she ultimately bowed her head in despair. "I cannot escape." Yuan Chen chuckled. "No one is asking you to flee. I can redeem you." Dong Xiaowan exclaimed in disbelief, "Sir, the drunken fragrance pavilion will not easily release me." Yuan Chen replied, "In a business, everything has its price, and fortunately, I am not lacking in funds at the moment. But you must be willing. I do not enjoy coercing others." Dong Xiaowan immediately knelt, declaring, "If you are willing to purchase me, I shall serve you devotedly." In her understanding, the sole purpose of a man purchasing a courtesan was elegantly veiled as a means of providing comfort. Naturally, such an outcome was beyond her hopes. Yet it was certainly preferable to enduring daily torment in a brothel. Moreover, the man before her inspired her admiration. To follow him would be a blessing. "Very well, I shall have my friend make arrangements." Yuan Chen concluded, rising to depart, for he was always decisive in his actions. Soon, in another chamber, Wang Dong sprawled atop a woman, was yanked from the bed by Yuan Chen, leaving the startled girl in a state of disarray. "What is going on, brother? You're buying someone just like that. You're even more ruthless than I am." Upon hearing Yuan Chen's intentions, Wang Dong fell utterly speechless. Yuan Chen, uninterested in explanations, stated, "Enough chatter. I am unfamiliar with this place. You shall handle the redemption for me. But you, try to negotiate for a better price. That Dong Xiaowan is worth at least 100,000 taels." Wang Dong's expression was highly exaggerated. For many, 100,000 taels represented an astronomical sum, a figure that even ordinary fourth-rank families could scarcely gather. The Yuan family, for instance, possessed barely over 10,000 taels in cash. Little did he know, the true value of Dong Xiaowan was immeasurable. Chapter 16. Young one, my master requests your presence. That night, Yuan Chen settled into the most luxurious room of the Zue Xiang Lu. The room was complimentary, a gesture of appreciation for his extravagant expenditure of 120,000 taels, which had made him a celebrated figure within this realm of pleasure. The door creaked open softly, and a slender, graceful silhouette slipped in, moving as quietly as a kitten. She wore nothing but a modest nightgown, her skin as smooth and supple as an infant's. Her enchanting form flickered in and out of the moonlight, while her innocent yet hesitant eyes conveyed that she was merely a naive young woman. Yet, it was precisely at this tender age that her delicate curves, her bosom, waist, and legs, exuded an irresistible allure to the baser instincts of men. She quietly nestled into Yuan Chen's bed, shivering at the warmth of his body, clearly torn between fear and reluctance. Yuan Chen awoke, startled to find Dong Xiaowan beside him, and inquired, "How did you get in here?" "Sir, I have been purchased by you. From now on, I belong to you," Dong Xiaowan murmured softly. "You misunderstand my intentions," Yuan Chen replied. "I acquired you to help you realize the extent of your musical talent. Henceforth, you are no longer a slave." Dong Xiaowan asked curiously, "Then what am I? How old are you?" Yuan Chen queried. In a month, I shall turn 16, she replied, indicating her current age of 15. Yuan Chen paused momentarily, thinking of his sister. If she were still alive, she too would be 15 now. Alas, she had departed too early, even before their mother. Their family bore too many painful memories. "Then let us consider you my sister," Yuan Chen suggested. "Sister?" Dong Xiaowan responded, her disbelief evident, and she quickly nodded, elated. "Then you should sleep elsewhere now. Why, having you on my bed is somewhat overwhelming for me." He chuckled lightly. The following day, Dong Xiaowan donned exceedingly simple attire and urged Yuan Chen to leave Zhe Xiang Lu with her. This place was one she wished to forget for all eternity. She grasped Yuan Chen's hand and asked, "Brother, where shall we reside henceforth?" Yuan Chen countered, "Where would you like to live?" Dong Xiaowan pondered seriously before responding. "The quieter, the better. I wish to retreat into a room and practice my music, never to see another soul again. Yes, in the midst of the bamboo groves of Jiangnan, surrounded by verdant mountains and reflecting waters. We shall be far removed from the clamor of the world, accompanied only by nature and the birds in flight." Her eyes sparkled with dreams as she envisioned this idyllic life. Clearly, she was a profoundly quiet individual, yearning for freedom, yet possessing the romantic inclinations of a young woman, filled with fantasies about the future. Yuan Chen found himself increasingly fond of this newfound sister. "Brother, will you buy me a candied hawthorn?" Dong Xiaowan beamed brightly. Zhe Xiang Lu. Her every action had been forced, as she had strived to present herself as more mature and cunning than her years allowed. Now, she was finally reclaiming the innocence that a girl of 15 or 16 should possess. Yuan Chen turned to the figure behind them. "Brother Wang, your assistance is appreciated." Behind them, Wang Dong was laboriously carrying a guqin and a bundle for Dong Xiaowan. He was still somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening? Spending tens of thousands to buy a sister? Is this madness? And why am I the one doing all this? I'm not familiar with Zue Xiang Lu. Why must I handle everything, even purchasing candied hawthorns? Wang Dong was indignant, feeling as though he were being treated as a servant despite their brotherly banter. As he searched for a place to buy candied hawthorns, he suddenly encountered a figure that startled him. It was a middle-aged maidservant who served the wealthy patron, and even more astonishingly, she appeared to be floating in the air. Though cultivators could briefly hover after reaching the fourth realm, they could not do so with such ease. "Young one, my master requests your presence. Come with me," the maidservant commanded, looking down upon Yuan Chen. Others around them seemed insignificant, mere ants in her eyes. "Can I refuse?" Yuan Chen asked. "You cannot," she replied, shaking her head. "Very well then, let us go," Yuan Chen conceded, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The maidservant's strength was evidently beyond his capability to resist. Since he could not fight back, it was wiser to observe how matters unfolded. In a world where life was as cheap as dirt, if he did not possess the ability to adapt and seize opportunities, he might not survive for long. "Brother!" Dong Xiaowan exclaimed anxiously as she positioned herself in front of Yuan Chen, her delicate frame attempting to shield him. "You should come along as well," the maidservant stated, waving her hand. In an instant, amidst the awestruck gazes of numerous onlookers, she whisked both Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan away, further solidifying the perception of her terrifying prowess. In the city lord's mansion of Xuchong, within a lavish penthouse, a veiled woman held a notice and read with amusement, "Yuan Chen, the young master of the Yuan family from Yinyang City. At 15, he awakened a divine-grade martial soul, achieving 9th rank in the upper Yuan realm by 18, defeating 103 prodigies without a single defeat, renowned far and wide. 15 days ago, he sought a marriage proposal from the 2nd-rank elf family, which was subsequently rescinded. His divine-grade martial soul was downgraded to 1st rank, and his cultivation fell to the middle Yuan realm, with the reasons unknown. 7 days prior, he comprehended the essence of the sword, defeating a genius disciple of the Dayu Academy of the same cultivation level, winning a piece of ice soul crystal at the same time. He startled his cousin Yuan Wu, putting an end to the power struggle for the position of family head. 3 days ago, he appeared in Xuchong, suspected of intending to sell the ice soul crystal. The veiled woman lifted her star-like eyes, smiling as she said, "Young Master Yuan, is my information accurate?" Yuan Chen was utterly astonished. Much of his story was public knowledge, but some details, particularly the proposal to the elf family and the degradation of his martial soul, were known to very few. This woman had evidently only taken notice of him after the auction, yet in such a short span, she had managed to uncover every detail about him. Who exactly was she? Yuan Chen sighed. "What do you wish to achieve?" The veiled woman replied nonchalantly, "Do not be alarmed. I recently acquired a piece of ice soul crystal and seek your counsel on how to sell it for a high price of 850,000. Yuan Chen was left speechless. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Coughing lightly, he said, "Then it must go to auction. With a stroke of luck, you may encounter a wealthy patron who desires this treasure, and who knows, it could fetch as much as 8,500,000. The veiled woman finally displayed a hint of anger. "If it were merely a case of poor judgment, and I lost a few million, I could bear that. But to be played for a fool, how can one swallow that indignation? Do you understand, young Master Yuan? No one has ever dared to toy with me, not a single soul. You flaunting your ice soul crystal before me. Do you comprehend the consequences?" Yuan Chen silently cursed Wang Dong, who incessantly boasted about how principled the Wanbao Tower was in business dealings and how it protected the identities of sellers. Only to have him sold out, he assertively responded, "In an auction, it is not against any rules for the seller to raise the price themselves. It is akin to gambling on stones. If you win, the profits are immense, but if you lose, you forfeit entirely. Given your extraordinary status, you ought to be able to bear such losses." Chapter 17. I cultivate the sword of the king's path. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. And what if I cannot afford to lose? You deceitful rogue, tricking me out of my money and then diving into brothels, the veiled woman retorted, her voice laced with fury. Yuan Chen was taken aback. Rogue? Brothel goer? It seemed his reputation had crumbled entirely in her eyes. He suddenly recalled a saying from his father, "Never argue with a woman." The woman's demeanor suggested she was determined to be unreasonable. "What do you desire?" Yuan Chen asked helplessly. The veiled woman replied matter-of-factly, "I paid for the purest essence of ice. You must compensate me with that." Yuan Chen shrugged. "You are being unreasonable." Before she could respond, the formidable maidservant pointed towards Dong Xiaowan. "In the absence of the pure essence, offering her to my master will suffice to settle the debt. Ah, the veiled woman looked astonished, glancing quizzically at her maidservant. What need would she have for a performer? She lacked for slave girls, and even if she did, she would not seek one from a brothel. The maidservant bowed respectfully. I had yet to report this to you. This girl, by sheer fortune, encountered a prodigious talent on the path of music and has been acquired by our master. About to enter the realm of sound? The woman in the veil was taken aback. Given her status, she naturally understood the implications of this. Once the innate martial path was awakened, one would almost certainly become a formidable force capable of commanding the winds and the rain. To recruit someone into one's ranks before they had even risen to prominence was indeed a stroke of incredible fortune. No, Yuan Chen outright rejected the offer, his voice turning cold. The true value of pristine, ethereal energy far exceeds millions or even billions. My sister is priceless, and moreover, she is a living being. How she chooses is her own decision. You misjudge her worth and now seek to make others pay for your folly. Is that not an attempt to coerce us? The maid laughed. In the divine martial continent, strength reigns supreme. Shouldn't the strong impose their will upon others? As her words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from her, leaving Yuan Chen pale and trembling in fear. Dare you not kneel? The maid frowned and commanded, displeased, kneel. An even more terrifying pressure struck Yuan Chen, causing his legs to buckle. In his life, he had only knelt before his parents. He would not kneel before heaven and earth, let alone before you. Yuan Chen growled, the sound of his bones creaking under pressure barely audible, yet he resolutely stood tall again. Ditto. Your will is commendable. Alas, today I shall show you how laughable the bravado of the weak is before the strong. Boom! This time, the terrifying force even produced a sonic boom, and Yuan Chen, looking up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop! I will go with you. Suddenly, Dong Xiaowan stepped in front, her heart shattering at the sight of Yuan Chen's blood. Having lived a wretched life, she had finally encountered someone she admired, willing to rescue her from the abyss. Teach her music, and act as her brother. She thought she had finally received divine favor. Little did she know that fate would not spare her yet. Having long been at the bottom, she understood that the weak could only submit to the strong. Otherwise, the outcome would be far worse. The person before her clearly held a position of immense power. In that moment, Dong Xiaowan seemed to revert to her former self in the Zue Xiang Tower. Her tender age marred by a heartbreaking maturity. She turned back, smiling. Brother, just sell me to them. I think it's better than returning to the Zue Xiang Tower. Just means I can't learn music from you anymore. With that, her tears flowed uncontrollably. The woman in the veil was immensely pleased. Bring this girl down to me. Point 2 guard stationed outside immediately lunged at Dong Xiaowan. Just then, a shadow flickered, swish. A 7-foot sword appeared before the guards. And by the time they realized what had happened, their throats had already been slashed. Blood splattered as the 2 mid-tier guards fell lifelessly to the ground. Yuan Chen slowly sheathed his sword. Knowing at that moment that matters had spiraled beyond redemption, he glared fiercely at the woman in the veil and declared, What a spoiled and overbearing woman you are merely fortunate in your birth. And had you lived in a different identity, you might not have experienced life as splendidly as we do. Every person has their limits. If one is relentlessly pressured, regardless of their status, ultimately, it is merely a life at stake. As his words fell, a powerful sword intent erupted from within him, vibrating and resonating in all directions. At that moment, many powerful figures within Suchong Prefecture could not help but cast their gazes in his direction. Su Rusong, the head of the Su family, a second-tier clan, could hardly believe his eyes. Such powerful sword intent suggests he is not far from comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. To grasp the essence of martial arts is a lifelong dream for countless practitioners. Some even reach the 4th tier without understanding the essence of martial arts. Yet once one comprehends it, they become a master of martial arts, possibly even a noble or a king. What on earth happened with the princess? While pondering, Su Rusong hurried toward the luxurious pavilion. Before he could enter, a commanding voice rang out. Su family head, this is a private matter of my master. Withdraw at once. Yes, Su Rusong arrived quickly. but retreated even faster. He hadn't anticipated that the genius would provoke the ninth princess. It was a certainty that he would meet his demise, that a genius must grow. A prematurely extinguished genius is merely a wisp of dust. No different from a dead dog or cat. Su Rusong left. Disgruntled, he dared not inquire into the affairs of the ninth princess. Inside the lavish pavilion, the woman in the veil trembled with anger. How dare this person call her overbearing and spoiled, and even dare to strike? No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Never. The middle-aged maid cast a suspicious glance at Yuan Chen and remarked, "An ordinary mid-tier cultivator could not possibly reach your level of martial comprehension. Tell me, who is the master behind you?" When the shadow guard investigated your background, they found nothing. Yuan Chen scoffed. "If I had a master behind me, would I still be in danger today?" The middle-aged maid shook her head. "No, you have offended my master. No matter how powerful the forces or individuals in this world, they cannot save you, regardless of your identity or who stands behind you. You shall die today." Yuan Chen bellowed in anger. "Then why waste words? Brother, if we must die, let us die together." Suddenly, Dong Xiaoan clung to Yuan Chen, her youthful face filled with determination. To meet a kindred spirit in life is enough. Having endured a life of suffering, she felt fulfilled to have encountered someone like Yuan Chen, who understood music and cherished her. Sometimes, women are that simple. The middle-aged maid coldly declared, "Do not worry. My master is angry and will not spare you. You two, one on the verge of entering the realm of sound at a young age, and the other able to comprehend powerful martial arts with mere mid-tier cultivation. Both have bright futures ahead. Had you knelt and begged for mercy earlier, perhaps you would have lived. Yet, due to a moment of pride, you have squandered your bright future and your lives. This is your folly." Yuan Chen grasped Dong Xiaoan's hand, that he understood that in a world where lives are as cheap as dirt, to survive long, one must be adaptable. Today he had acted impulsively, yet when Dong Xiaoan sought to share his fate, he held no regrets for his rashness. He rose abruptly, straightening his spine. "I cultivate the kingly sword. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. How could I break my spine? If I kneel today, perhaps I could survive, but my path as a sword cultivator would be severed. What meaning is there in living then? I have been waiting for those very words." A chilling, sinister laugh echoed in his soul's sea. Chapter 18. A single punch can annihilate the martial emperor. Yuan Chen suddenly felt a daze overcome his soul, and the imposing middle-aged maid seemed to sense something. Turning abruptly, a hulking figure stood at the entrance of the pavilion. Entirely bare from the waist up, this giant stood 9 feet tall, his body a mass of muscle akin to iron, radiating explosive strength, his hair standing on end, that he loomed over everyone, an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain, instilling a sense of reverence. The middle-aged maid's complexion turned pale. She felt utterly unable to sense the aura of this individual, yet the oppressive force emanating from him felt as if it could crush her at any moment. Just as she was about to speak, the giant spoke in a deep voice. "You claim that no force or person can save him. I shall put that to the test. Lao Ba. Since there are those who wish to impose their will upon us, let us see how fifth brother exerts his power upon him today." Yuan Chen was taken aback. This giant was the very one from his soul's sea, a fearsome presence capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Yuan Chen felt exhilarated. He had never imagined that the 7 souls within his spiritual realm could manifest themselves. Hearing the giant's words, the middle-aged maid, though terrified, still sneered. "You wish to impose your will upon us? You have quite the audacity. Do you know who we are? The land under heaven is the king's soil. The shores of the land are the king's ministers. We are, noise you are, but a finger." The giant snorted coldly, extending a finger slowly. The once bright pavilion dimmed instantly. Not merely dimmed, but all light converged upon the giant's finger. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expression changed dramatically, including the middle-aged maid. What kind of power is this? "Lao Ba, you should learn from Lao Qi. I am far superior to him. Watch closely." The giant addressed Yuan Chen before suddenly pointing his finger at the middle-aged maid. If one were to ask how fast the light was, how fast could it be? No one saw what transpired. In the next moment, a shriek was heard as a massive blood hole appeared in the middle-aged maid's chest. Her heart shattered, She had never felt death so close. The force of that single finger had far exceeded her comprehension. Behind her, the veiled woman trembled in fear. She was acutely aware of Aunt Yun's formidable strength. Had it not been so, she would not have been entrusted with her protection. Yet now, her guardian appeared woefully inadequate at a complete defeat. With but a single finger, Aunt Yun was unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. The brutish man disdainfully remarked, "I have spared your life, hoping to allow you to linger a while longer. Do you not enjoy exerting your power over others? Now, kneel." There was no visible action from the brute, nor any palpable aura of intimidation. However, suddenly, the thin veil on the woman's face shattered, revealing her noble visage, albeit one now drained of color from sheer fright. In the next instant, the once exalted figure found herself kneeling at Yuan Chen's feet. The middle-aged maid, possessing formidable strength, attempted to resist, but soon let out a piercing scream, succumbing to her knees as well. "Senior, this one hails from the royal family of Dayu." Just as the middle-aged maid began to speak, an invisible pressure surged around her, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from her mouth, nearly crushing her spirit. Terror gripped her heart. The brutish man coldly interjected, "It's like you are not worthy of speech. If the petty scoundrels hiding behind you do not emerge to entertain me, I shall annihilate you both." The maid's complexion turned ashen, akin to someone who had consumed excrement. Despite being a practitioner at the pinnacle of her realm, on the cusp of transcending to the next, she never anticipated being regarded as an ant. This time, she had truly kicked a metal plate. She could not fathom how such a terrifying powerhouse could be concealed within the small city of Xuchang. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the distant sky. Your methods are impressive. However, to humiliate the 9th princess of the empire so is a grave sin," the brutish man bellowed in response, pointing towards the source of the voice. Instantly, a scream echoed from the heavens, followed by a body plummeting helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged maid turned pale. The one slain was a genuine practitioner of the transcendent realm. She had been covertly protecting the princess alongside the other, yet never anticipated the brute strength would exceed her expectations so drastically. To annihilate a transcendent practitioner from several miles away. Could he possibly be a master of the Earth Realm? The Earth Realm, also known as the Martial Emperor Realm, conferred not only unparalleled cultivation, but also a status akin to that of a sovereign. Even the Emperor of Dayu would find himself equal in status to a martial emperor. This was not merely a clash with a metal plate. It was akin to colliding with an impenetrable fortress. The more she pondered, the paler her complexion grew. While Dayu could certainly withstand a martial emperor, to offend such a titan without cause would condemn her to severe punishment, one from which she could never recover. The uproar caused by the annihilation of a transcendent practitioner was immense. In an instant, both the visible and hidden powers within Xuchang were stirred. Such an extraordinary spectacle was something many would never witness in their lifetimes. At that moment, the brutish man suddenly gazed towards the northwestern sky. Bellowing, "You cowardly rodents hiding away, are you not yet willing to show yourselves?" The middle-aged maid was taken aback. There were others. The hidden figures behind her were unknown even to her. In the distance, a dark figure appeared in the sky. In the next moment, this figure had bizarrely arrived above Xuchang. Clad in a robe adorned with 7 stars, the elder appeared quite aged, his hair and beard white, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. The elder glanced at the kneeling veiled woman, his expression slightly shifting. He cupped his hands towards the brutish man, saying, "This old man, Songjia, the martial emperor, pays his respects to you. Thou brothered impudent junior lacks decorum. I hope you can show mercy for my sake and cease your actions." Songjia, the martial emperor. The middle-aged maid was astounded. Songjia was undoubtedly one of the guardians of the Dayu Empire, a name she had long heard of but never seen. As she lacked the qualifications to encounter a martial emperor in such a manner today was utterly unexpected. The brutish man's eyes revealed a rare glimmer of excitement as he replied, "You think you are worthy of my mercy? I shall send you back to the afterlife with a single punch. Lao Ba, observe how I crush him with one blow, if given the chance in the future. You may practice as well." Whoosh! The entire world suddenly dimmed, as boundless light converged onto the brutish man's left fist. Though this series of events may seem verbose, it transpired in the blink of an eye, culminating in the formation of the brutish man's lethal strike. Not good. Songjia, the martial emperor, gasped in alarm, sensing that the terror of that punch far exceeded his capacity to endure. Yet, despite this realization, he did not remain idle. With his hands forming intricate patterns, golden radiance erupted around him. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands together, forming a palm seal that he thrust forward with great force. Great heavenly guardian seal. The voice roared as a massive energy imprint materialized before him, drawing in the surrounding celestial energy, thickening the seal. Amid the anxious gazes of countless onlookers, the brutish man's fist struck down, anticipating a cataclysmic collision. Instead, the two forces began to dissolve each other. No. To be precise, only the golden palm seal's power was dissipating, while the brutish man's luminous punch remained resplendently fierce. Ultimately, with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the palm seal disintegrated entirely, and the luminous fist struck down mercilessly. Boom! This martial emperor, who had dominated for a century, was obliterated on the spot, his body shattered to pieces. A single punch could crush mountains, and could extinguish a martial emperor. Chapter 19. Kneel before my eighth brother, Your Majesty. In the imperial palace of the Dayu Empire, the sovereign was attending court in the Zicheng Hall when suddenly a spirit descended into the grand hall. Joer has caused a calamity. My life is forfeit. The spirit let out a mournful wail before fading away. The entire court of civil and military officials fell into chaos, especially those of high rank, who knew precisely to whom the spirit belonged. Songjia, the martial emperor. His demise was undoubtedly the most significant loss for the Dayu Empire in years at that moment. A cold snort reverberated. Humph. Too bad you're not in your prime. Otherwise, with a single punch, I would pierce through causality, leaving your soul unable to utter a word. This voice originated from Xuchong, yet resonated across 1,000 miles, echoing within the court. The officials were left astounded. What a shocking ability to trace a soul across such distance. The emperor of Yu, ultimately a sovereign of the realm, soon regained his composure from the shock. Rising from his throne, he adjusted his dragon robe and bowed towards the void, saying, I do not know how my daughter has offended the sage. I humbly request your forgiveness. This moment. The Yu Emperor needed no guesses to deduce that the assailant must be a martial sage of the heavenly realm. A sage, transcending the mundane and the sovereign. Such beings were nearly legendary, existing only in tales, and even he, as an emperor, had only encountered two in his life. The brutish man's voice echoed from afar. Your pampered daughter is willful and domineering, always seeking to impose her will upon others, oppressing my brother excessively. It is the father's fault if the son is not taught that I suspect you and your daughter, perched high above, have never tasted the bitterness of being oppressed. Today, I shall let you both experience it. Kneel before my brother. Upon hearing the brutish man's words, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Some were stunned, while others seethed with rage. How could anyone dare to command the esteemed Yu Emperor to kneel in the Dayu Empire? Within the very imperial court, how dare he? Under normal circumstances, the speaker would be annihilated along with his entire clan. At this moment, the Yu Emperor's face flushed crimson, in addition to being the ruler of the Dayu Empire. He was also a genuine practitioner of the Earth realm. Though he had only just broken through, the dual identity of Emperor elevated his status beyond measure. The revered sovereign. How could he kneel? The brutish man's voice rang out once more. Kneel, and you may live dead. If not, I shall storm your palace and obliterate your entire royal family. As a sovereign, possessing unparalleled power and prestige, to sacrifice a vast empire for a moment of pride would be sheer folly, leading to the loss of both life and kingdom. This was a sentiment expressed by your servant towards my brother, which I have merely reiterated. If you do not kneel, my patience will run dry. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down the Yu Emperor's forehead. If a martial sage truly attacked the palace, even if he could not be killed, it would surely unleash a bloody storm. A calamity of epic proportions, consequences he could not bear. After all, within he had several younger brothers eyeing the throne, Externally, other empires were poised like wolves, should he bring disaster upon the Yu Empire. Even as emperor, he could hardly bear the repercussions. The warning from the other party indeed instilled panic within the Yu Emperor. However, he was the emperor. How could he kneel? How could he possibly kneel? At that moment, the Yu Emperor longed to retrieve that unfilial daughter and demand answers about the calamity she had invoked. Just then, a voice resonated from the void, aged yet steady. "May I ask if this is the esteemed sage of the wilderness?" The voice resonated melodiously within a certain forbidden area of the imperial palace, simultaneously traversing thousands of miles to echo above the skies of Xuchong. "Oh, is there truly one who recognizes me?" "Who might you be?" An aged voice inquired. "I am Dan Taiching, a humble descendant. 50 years ago, I relinquished my throne as the monarch of the Yu Kingdom, and now I am but a decrepit remnant of my former self. In my youth, I had the fortune of witnessing your grandeur, esteemed elder, as you looked down upon the world. Your Highness, do not hesitate. Kneel and offer your apologies to the venerable Huang Sheng." The Yu Emperor, struck with terror, realized that even his father must address the other party as esteemed elder. His father had transcended to the heavenly realm, revered as a martial sage, the guardian deity of the great Yu Empire. In that moment, the Yu Emperor could no longer afford to hesitate. He bent his proud knee in submission towards the direction of Xuchong. The court, filled with civil and military officials, was equally terrified. Hastily following suit to kneel at that juncture, another voice echoed from the great Yu Academy. "I pay my respects to the venerable Huang Sheng, dear uncle. I, the younger generation, have acknowledged my errors, and I hope you will not hold them against me." "Uncle, when have I ever had a disciple? Who are you?" The voice inquired. 3 centuries ago, the great Yu Academy faced destruction, and it was fortunate that you intervened to save us. Esteemed uncle. I am ashamed to admit I was the Academy's head at that time. You may not recall this, junior, from 3 centuries past. The rough man snorted coldly. I saved the great Yu Academy out of respect for your third brother. There is no need to claim kinship with me. Enough. My anger has subsided. I shall not hold this against you youngsters today. With those words, the oppressive aura in the void finally dissipated. Subsequently, the presence in the imperial palace and that of the great Yu Academy faded, and the world returned to tranquility, as if the preceding events had merely been a dream, leaving all in disbelief. The Yu Emperor rose slowly, his expression more twisted than ever before. The consequences of a monarch's humiliation could be dire. How could the fury of an emperor be quelled? The Yu Emperor bellowed. "Where is the commander of the Shadow Guards?" A general clad in black armor stepped forth, kneeling. "Your Majesty," the Yu Emperor commanded. "Quickly summon the 9th princess back, confining her in the tranquil garden for reflection. Without my decree, no one is permitted to see her. All guards and servants around the 9th princess have committed grave oversights and shall be executed. Immediately dispatch all shadow guards to Xuchong. Anyone privy to today's events must be put to death. I want today's occurrences to be erased from existence, should anyone utter a word of it. Their entire clan shall be exterminated." After a brief pause, he added, "Do not act against those who have offended the 9th princess in their presence. This matter must not be allowed to reach their ears." The commander of the Shadow Guards replied gravely, "I shall obey." The court officials trembled in fear. The Shadow Guard were the Empire's most formidable elite force, amalgamating intelligence gathering, sentencing, and assassination. The Yu Emperor's command to the Shadow Guards in front of his ministers served as a warning. Today's events must remain unspoken. The humiliation of the Emperor kneeling was never to have occurred. Soon, no one would know what transpired. To be precise, today was a serene day, as calm as any other, devoid of any upheaval, at the pinnacle of the great Yu Academy's library. An elderly man with a long white beard smiled bitterly. "I am nearing my end, yet this world still houses a young uncle. Master, oh master, how you love to jest with your disciple. After your disappearance for over 2 centuries, your 5th brother, Huang Sheng, emerged. Now, 3 centuries later, you have gifted us with an 8th brother. While having siblings is not an issue, the time gap is rather significant. The generational disparity is becoming quite pronounced." At this moment, hurried footsteps approached, and the current head of the great Yu Academy, Gu Yu, arrived swiftly as the head of the academy. Gu Yu could certainly fly, but out of respect he ascended step by step. "Ancestor, you summon me?" The elder glanced at Gu Yu, momentarily at a loss for how to address his illustrious disciple, especially considering he still had a granduncle alive. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Gu Yu, listen carefully. This year's selection of disciples may reveal an individual, though they might also appear in next year's election, or the year after it. In any case." Before he could finish, a voice resonated from the void. "Dao brother, might I request you leave some face for my royal family? My son has already ordered the concealment of today's events that I believe esteemed Huang Sheng would not wish for his younger brother to be thrust into the limelight prematurely." The elder paused in surprise, then turned to Gu Yu and said, "Very well, you may go about your business. I should perhaps meet him in person." The Gu, utterly bewildered by the elder's cryptic words, could only withdraw. Today his ancestor seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 20. Advancement. Third grade martial soul. In Xuchang, the wild and domineering Huang Sheng whispered conspiratorially into Yuan Chen's ear, "Truth be told, I was merely intimidating that young emperor. My residual soul can no longer sustain a pursuit across thousands of miles. Look at these so-called high-ranking individuals. They're merely cowards. When you are weak, they determine your life or death at will. When you are strong, they kneel before you just the same. Thus, in this world, it is far more comfortable to be powerful. Come, let me assist you once more." With a wave of his hand, he caused Yuan Chen and the middle-aged maid to vanish into thin air. The ninth princess, Dan Tai Shui, witnessed the abduction of her most trusted maid and guardian, yet dared not utter a word. The atmosphere was still. No one dared to breathe loudly. Dan Tai Shui's mind was a blank slate. Unable to fathom the identity of the formidable being she had offended, that a sage, transcendent and above all beings, such a legendary existence, was now her adversary. Reflecting on the once despised commoners she had sought to dominate, it was absurd to realize that even the mightiest figures could not protect her. The realization dawned upon her that she had always been the true fool. In an open space, Huang Sheng, Yuan Chen, and the middle-aged maid materialized. Huang Sheng remarked, "Eighth brother, this individual seeks death. Why not devour her martial soul?" Yuan Chen inquired, "How does one devour?" Huang Sheng chuckled. "Ah, so this is your first time? Allow me to teach you." He guided Yuan Chen's palm directly to the middle-aged maid's dantian. The maid, paralyzed by Huang Sheng's overwhelming presence, remained motionless at that moment. The black dragon soul within Yuan Chen surged with an insatiable hunger, flowing along the martial soul meridians and invading the maid's body, commencing its frenzied consumption. This sight was eerie and terrifying, sending chills down the spine. The middle-aged maid was engulfed in dread, finally comprehending why the sage before her had spared her life. It was all for this moment. She struggled in desperation, but was swiftly subdued by Huang Sheng, her lifeless body left behind as a testament to her lofty position's ultimate price. "Humph, dare you to struggle?" Huang Sheng scoffed. Soon, the now enlarged black dragon soul returned to Yuan Chen, coiling around his dantian. Thoroughly satisfied, to Yuan Chen's astonishment, his martial soul had ascended from first grade to third grade in that instant of the black dragon soul's return. His cultivation began to rise. Previously, Yuan Chen had been at the 9th level of the upper origin realm. Now that his injuries had healed, why had his cultivation not returned to the 9th level? It was because his martial soul had dropped from divine grade to first grade. With the improvement of his martial soul, his cultivation naturally surged back to life. Huang Sheng observed Yuan Chen's ever-strengthening aura, his expression complex as he spoke. "The martial soul it grants us is 100 times more exquisite than those so-called divine grade martial souls. You shall explore this gradually in the future. I never anticipated it would select an 8th person. I harbor a deep resentment towards it. Nonetheless, I still wish for your success, for I too wish to know what strength is deemed sufficient for its minimal requirements. However, I may not witness your future. Today may be my final trace left in this world." Yuan Chen, filled with remorse, replied, "I am sorry. Had it not been for me, esteemed elder would not have." Before Yuan Chen could finish, Huang Sheng erupted into a hearty laugh. I have long since perished. Do not concern yourself. Our fates are intertwined. It is a form of destiny. Eighth brother, take care." With those parting words, Huang Sheng bowed to Yuan Chen, his figure beginning to fade. Simultaneously, Yuan Chen felt acutely aware that within the sea of his soul, the 7 spiritual presences that once existed had now dwindled to 6. The one that vanished was Huang Sheng. This was the cost of his appearance. The 7 remnants of their souls could only manifest once before dissipating. Thus, theoretically, you possess 7 opportunities to escape death out of course. Even if all 7 souls were to vanish, I could personally impart martial arts to you. But for one who requires constant rescuing, I find it hard to justify your continued existence. I might as well discard you and seek a 9th individual. The somber voice of the nightmare demon echoed hauntingly. Yuan Chen remarked. This time, it was my inability to restrain myself. The nightmare demon replied, "You are not at fault. If you were to endure while those you care for are humiliated and plundered, what qualifications would you have to wield the sword of the king's path? Should you choose to bear it today, perhaps you might preserve your life, yet your heart for the sword would undoubtedly shatter, achieving nothing more than the limited accomplishments of Huang Fu Song. If that were the case, I might have already rendered you powerless." Yuan Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that henceforth, neither hard nor soft would suffice. To be hard. In this world, one cannot survive long without the finesse to adapt to be soft. Should one commit too many acts contrary to their heart, it may affect their sword's resolve, and who knows when the nightmare demon might render them powerless. The path of the strong seems to be far more arduous than he had imagined. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but inquire, has the revered sage of the wild truly vanished? The nightmare demon responded, if he were to fight until the very end, he would exhaust all his soul's power. As it stands, there remains a trace, but it is scarcely distinguishable from complete annihilation. Unless one day you can master the forbidden art of soul nurturing. Yuan Chen's eyes brightened. Soul nurturing? The nightmare demon scoffed. Do not harbor such thoughts. Even I do not possess that profound skill. Instantly, Yuan Chen felt doused with cold water, realizing that moving forward, he must bury his gratitude and guilt towards the sage of the wild. This moment, his cultivation had ascended to the 6th rank of middle origin, marking a significant advancement, all thanks to the sage. Yet from now on, he must rely on himself. External forces are ultimately just that. External, true strength lies within. Moreover, should one develop a dependency on external forces, the collapse of their sword heart would not be far off. He rose and made his way to the city lord's mansion. When the sage brought him here, he had not brought along Dong Xiaowan, and now he naturally had to seek her out. Within the city lord's mansion, the 9th princess, Dantai Shui, had long shed her previous arrogance and capriciousness, and no one dared to make things difficult for Dong Xiaowan anymore. Just as Yuan Chen intended to leave with Dong Xiaowan, Dantai Shui suddenly called out, "Young Master Yuan, I apologize for my previous offense. I am willing to compensate you with 50 million taels." Yuan Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems that you, a princess of high standing, still do not grasp the situation. I am indeed in need of money, but a gentleman values wealth attained through rightful means the auction. When I raised the bid on my own item, while it may not be entirely above board, it certainly adhered to the rules. An auction is simply a matter of bidding low to reap great rewards or bidding high to suffer great losses. Akin to gambling. Those who gamble must accept their losses. You cannot afford to lose yet seek to impose your will. That is the reason for my resistance, not merely for the sake of money. Therefore, keep your wealth, and I merely wish for this matter to come to a complete end, with no further connection between us." Seeing Yuan Chen about to leave, Dantai Shui hastily said, "Today, I have committed a grave error, and my father will surely punish me severely, even confining me. I cannot endure that kind of suffering. Could you possibly intercede on my behalf?" "Ah, so this is the true reason for your apology," Yuan Chen realized, shaking his head in response. "I am sorry, but I lack the ability to speak on behalf of anyone before the ruler of the empire." Dantai Shui grew anxious. She had not anticipated this obstinate individual would be so unyielding. 50 million taels did not sway him, nor did her beauty provide any advantage. Chapter 21. The invitation of the mysterious elder shortly after Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan departed from the city lord's mansion. They encountered Wang Dong. Wang Dong exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, the financier did not give you any trouble, did they?" Yuan Chen chuckled. "It was manageable." "Manageable?" Wang Dong paused, perplexed. "What does manageable mean? That financier's identity is far from ordinary. Even our building's master and the head of the Su family treat her with utmost courtesy. You must tell me what transpired. I heard there was a sensational incident inside, with the voice of a super-strong being resounding across the entire realm. Something unheard of." Yuan Chen replied, "Do not inquire further. Some matters are best left unknown." "Damn, what is going on?" Wang Dong was at a loss for words, after resting for a night at the inn the next day. As Yuan Chen prepared to take Dong Xiaowan back to the Yuan family in Yunyang City, Wang Dong came to see them off. Suddenly, an elderly man with a long white beard, leaning on a cane, appeared before them. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly frail old man was Gong Yezi, the grand elder of the Dayu Academy, who had not emerged from seclusion for decades. If he were to cough, the entire Yu Empire would tremble. Although the imperial capital was thousands of miles away, as a sage, it would be simple for him to arrive in a day. Gong Yezi scrutinized Yuan Chen from head to toe and abruptly said, "If I call you young friend, it would not be a breach of etiquette, would it?" Yuan Chen was somewhat bewildered and could only ask, "Elder, do you have business with me?" Gong Yezi replied, "Indeed, I wish to invite you to join the Dayu Academy." "Ah," Yuan Chen exclaimed in surprise. He was skeptical of such fortuitous occurrences. "Who are you? Why would you invite me? Come on, why even ask? It's the Dayu Academy. We must join." Wang Dong interjected, pulling Yuan Chen along, showing no regard for the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Gong Yezi added, "If you wish to bring a few friends into the academy, that is also permissible, especially this young lady beside you. She is about to enter the path through music." The academy's master, Guyu, also follows a path through chess. Both are rare talents in martial arts, making it most fitting for her to be his disciple. Yuan Chen was taken aback. This elder could discern that Xiaowan was set to enter through music even before she played note. What remarkable insight! At that moment, he could at least be certain that this elder was extraordinary. That he probed, "Does that mean we would directly become disciples of Guyu from the Dayu Academy?" "No, no, no." Gong Yezi waved his hands repeatedly. "It is this young lady who shall take him as her master. You, however, are not suitable. No one in the Dayu Academy would take you as a disciple. We are here to exchange ideas, to share martial arts." Gong Yezi silently lamented. "Indeed, the generational gap is evident. If Guyu were to take this little uncle as a disciple, his master would surely scold me from beyond the grave." Not daring to dwell further, Gong Yezi swiftly produced a jade token and handed it to Yuan Chen, saying, "Young friend, as long as the master of the Dayu Academy, Guyu, sees this jade token, you may obtain any privileges you desire within the academy. You may visit whenever you wish. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed. How awkward! His status was exalted, having lived a life of superiority. Facing such a junior was a moment of discomfort. Yet he genuinely hoped this little uncle would join the Dayu Academy. His own master was the formidable sage of the wild, and the terrifying Huang Sheng was the fifth elder. Both transcended their era in strength. He was eager to see if this eighth elder was equally remarkable. "Senior," Yuan Chen called out, but he found that the elder had vanished in the blink of an eye. This spectacle astonished him, startling both Wang Dong and Dong Xiaowan as well, that a person can simply disappear without a trace. Either a ghost or a deity. "Brother Yuan, we have struck gold, but I wonder if the token in your hand is truly useful." Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the jade token in Yuan Chen's grasp. Yuan Chen glanced at him, puzzled. "You are the master of Wanbao Tower, yet you wish to join the Dayu Academy?" Wang Dong responded matter-of-factly. "What are you saying? The Dayu Academy is the highest sacred ground for martial cultivation in the Empire. Who wouldn't want to go? If I could enter the Dayu Academy for further training, when I return, I would not only be a master, but perhaps even a headmaster. And who knows, I might even reach the main tower." Yuan Chen nodded. Entering the Dayu Academy would undoubtedly be a gilded opportunity. as anyone who emerged from there would be treated with a different attitude by any force of AT that moment. The voice of a nightmare demon resonated in his consciousness. The Dayu Academy is a place you should consider. There lies the Star Luo Hall, which would greatly benefit you. Star Luo Hall? Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen finally made up his mind. He turned to Dong Xiaowan and asked, Xiaowan, do you wish to go? Dong Xiaowan replied, I am indifferent. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yuan Chen smiled. Excellent. The selection for disciples at the Dayu Academy is about to commence. Let us go and give it a try. It would be best to rely on our own abilities, rather than depend on the Jade token to see if it holds any value. That he had initially planned to return to Yinyang City, simply because it was home. Yet, there was little to be done at the Yuan family estate. In fact, the barren resources and narrow perspectives of Yinyang City would only hinder his cultivation. The golden scaled fish is not meant for a mere pond. He believed that if his father were to know of his intention to participate in the Dayu Academy selection, he would undoubtedly offer his full support. 5 days later, Wanbao Tower finally approved Wang Dong's temporary resignation from his position as master, allowing him to participate in the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment. One by one, beautiful women and married ladies came to bid farewell, their tears flowing like rain, while numerous men celebrated with drums and gongs, creating a scene that left Yuan Chen feeling embarrassed. Old Wang, are you truly willing to leave? Wang Dong, with an expression of reluctance, gritted his teeth and said, when it's time to make a break, one must do so decisively. My brother is departing today, all for the sake of returning as a king tomorrow. Yuan Chen scoffed derisively and replied, Oh really? You still aspire to return as a king? Without a hint of embarrassment, Wang Dong retorted, You wouldn't understand. I live a carefree life, guided by two fundamental principles. First, once the trousers are up, one must never acknowledge the debt. A man who admits his debts loses the essence of a carefree life and invites trouble upon himself. Second, regardless of how alluring a woman with a powerful background may be, I shall not entertain her. Life is fleeting. Safety comes first. That my survival thus far is attributed to the fact that the beautiful women I've engaged with come from modest backgrounds. Even if their men discover my involvement, they cannot touch me. As for the women of noble standing, one must endure when necessary. Yet, enduring is indeed arduous. The higher the status of a person, the more captivating their women tend to be. To be frank, I have my eyes on a dozen charming young ladies, but their men are not to be trifled with, which has held me back. Once I complete my studies at the Dayu Academy and elevate my status, will it not be the return of a king? Both Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan simultaneously bestowed upon him 2 words. Beast. Wang Dong received this remark as a compliment, accepting it with pride. Chapter 22. The Path Ahead. End of this volume. Stop. At that moment, a cold shout rang out from behind. The three turned to find Su Can from the Su family approaching, causing their brows to furrow in unison. Yuan Chen had encountered Su Can at the Wanbao auction house, and there was a bit of animosity between them. Wang Dong had previously remarked that Su Can was the foremost among the younger generation of Suchong Prefecture. Surrounding Su Can were 2 to 3 dozen cultivators. Wang Dong was puzzled. Is Su Can here to bid me farewell? I've never touched his woman. However, Su Can's gaze was fixed on Yuan Chen as he coldly stated, You earned over 8 million in our Suchong Prefecture, and now you think you can leave? Yuan Chen frowned. Realizing he had caught Su Can's attention, he retorted, Am I not allowed to leave? Su Can arrogantly replied, You can, provided you leave the money behind. Yuan Chen sneered. On what grounds? Su Can gestured to those around him, who began to slowly encircle the trio, as he coldly declared, Simply because I choose whether you can leave. If I do not wish for you to leave, then you cannot. Wang Dong stepped forward and said, Young Master Su, could you grant me a favor? Grant you a favor? What are you even worth? Su Can scoffed. This boy dared to trample on me at the auction. I've come today to confront him. Wang Dong, I advise you to mind your own business, the scar-faced man suddenly leered. I just remembered, this boy's little lady is a courtesan from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Wang Dong, are you getting involved with him because you wish to have some fun too? Wang Dong's expression changed. He was acutely aware of the relationship between Dong Xiaowan and Yuan Chen, perhaps more so than the two themselves. His experiences with women were extensive. Dong Xiaowan's trust in Yuan Chen was absolute, fully entrusting her life to him. This was no small feat for a girl who had witnessed the ugly faces of men in the realm of pleasure. She was still young, her emotions not fully developed. But in a couple of years, when her heart began to awaken, she would undoubtedly regard Yuan Chen as her one and only. Yet Yuan Chen viewed Dong Xiaowan purely as a sister, a stance that Wang Dong deemed a tragic waste, a disgrace to manhood. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. They both held significant places in each other's hearts, as expected, the moment the scar-faced man finished speaking. A sudden gust of wind swept through. In the next instant, Yuan Chen appeared before the scar-faced man, and before he could react, Yuan Chen delivered a powerful punch to his mouth. Bang! The scar-faced man was sent flying several yards away, his teeth flying out as blood gushed forth. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Attack! They had yet to act, yet this boy had the audacity to strike first. Damn it, kill him! Sukin roared in fury, drawing his sword, with others swiftly following suit, brandishing their weapons. Stop! At that moment, a loud command rang out. The crowd turned to see a large group of guards approaching on horseback. Clad in dark, heavy armor and wearing face-covering helmets, their oppressive aura instilled fear. The voice belonged to the leading guard. Beside him was a woman. Her skin was as white as snow, her delicate features exuding an aura of unmatched nobility. Her clothing and accessories were of such exquisite value that anyone knowledgeable would recognize their worth. Su Kan's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual had always been veiled, her true visage a mystery to others. However, Su Kan had glimpsed her once, and that singular encounter haunted his dreams. She was the 9th princess, Dantai Shui, during her stay at the city lord's residence, while she casually browsed the Wanbao auction house. Su Kan had seized every opportunity to be near her. Unfortunately, the 9th princess showed him no interest, even issuing a warning that led to his father harshly reprimanding him for his foolish hopes. Now, seeing the 9th princess again, Su Kan remained utterly captivated. Yet in this moment, she not only unveiled her face, but also appeared somewhat forlorn. Upon spotting Yuan Chen, her countenance shifted subtly. The guard leader inquired, "Your Highness, is this the friend you spoke of?" Dantai Shui gritted her teeth and nodded. The guard leader dismounted and respectfully addressed Yuan Chen. "I am Meng Ao, the leader of the Shadow Guard, and I greet brother Yuan Chen." Yuan Chen was puzzled by this unexpected greeting, yet he believed in the adage that one should not strike those who extend a hand in goodwill, and he returned the gesture. Meanwhile, Su Kan stood there, utterly stunned. He may not have understood the significance of a Shadow Guard, but as a scion of a second-tier family, he was well aware of its terrifying reputation, one that even his father trembled to mention. Why would the esteemed leader of the Shadow Guard show such courtesy to this boy? Clang! Su Kan's sword fell limply to the ground, his face pale. The arrogance he once boasted now vanished, leaving only fear. Meng Ao cast a cold glance, smirking as he asked, "Has Brother Yuan encountered some trouble?" Yuan Chen replied, "Nothing too serious." Meng Ao chuckled, "Of course, there is no major trouble in your presence. If you do not mind, may I assist in resolving this minor inconvenience?" "Thank you." Yuan Chen nodded in agreement, but he, along with Dong Xiaowan and Wang Dong, intended to leave Suchong Prefecture and had no desire to entangle themselves with someone like Su Kan. "My lord, I was wrong. I was wrong." Su Kan fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. His sycophants, unfamiliar with the mysterious Shadow Guard, quickly realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Su Kan's demeanor and hastily knelt beside him, begging for forgiveness. Meng Ao looked down at Su Kan and asked, "Are you from the Su family?" Yes. I am Su Ruisong's son from the Su family." Su Kan felt a surge of relief. Their family was at least a second-tier family in the empire, and with that status, the Shadow Guard should not be too harsh with him. However, Meng Ao's lips curled into a chilling smile as he coldly waved his hand. "Kill!" The scar-faced man and the others were paralyzed with fear, never anticipating that in their attempt to curry favor with young Master Su, they would invite their own doom. Yet they would have no chance to regret their choices. Amidst a chorus of screams, the Shadow Guard swiftly executed them all from their horses. Su Kan's eyes widened in horror as he heard the cold commands issued. "Once Yuan Chen departs this place, 10,000 Shadow Guards will seal off the entire city." The events of today will be dealt with at the city lord's residence, and all within a 10-mile radius, regardless of their knowledge of the truth, shall be executed. The entire Su family will be put to death. Anyone else deemed suspicious shall also be silenced. It is better to wrongly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Sukin fell to the ground in despair. The entire Su family to be executed? Even the whole Suchong prefecture would be drenched in blood. He could not comprehend what crime his family had committed. Dantai Shui, riding on horseback, also grew pale. Until now, all her guards and maidservants had been executed. She had just come to realize that it was because of her that her father, the emperor, truly lowered himself, even kneeling before the court. The consequences of this affair were more severe than she had imagined. She would be taken back to the imperial capital and imprisoned in the tranquil garden for reflection. The king humiliated, and the entire realm would tremble. Brother Yuan, I have heard of the Shadow Guard. They seem quite formidable. How do you know them? I do not. You do not know them? Why then are they treating you with such courtesy? I truly do not recognize you. Enough with the idle chatter. The imperial capital lies a great distance from here, so let us hasten our journey. What on earth is happening? On the road, Wang Dong and Yuan Chen were also engaged in conversation. Upon noticing that the Shadow Guard was accompanying the 9th princess, Dantai Shui, Yuan Chen could only vaguely surmise that it was related to the actions of the wild sage, though the specifics eluded him. Perhaps, he thought, it was unnecessary for him to know. His path lay ahead. Before him stood the imperial capital. Chapter 23. The imperial capital. Longmen in the imperial capital was situated thousands of miles away. Even with relentless travel day and night, it would require at least a month to reach. Yet Yuan Chen did not squander his time. Each day, aside from playing with Dong Xiaowan, he seized every opportunity to rest, preparing precious medicinal concoctions to facilitate the restoration of his cultivation. Simultaneously, he continually immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness, issuing challenge after challenge to Huangfu Song. After achieving mastery over the realm of the sword, the next step was to attain perfection in the sword's intent. In October, as autumn settled in, at the horizon's end, after traversing countless mountains, the silhouette of a magnificent city gradually emerged against the distant sky. The imperial capital, the very heart of the Yu Empire, the epicenter of all, it was also the place where countless citizens of the Yu Kingdom pursued their dreams. Wang Dong exclaimed, "We are finally nearing our destination." "Yuan, brother, have you ever visited the imperial capital?" Yuan Chen shook his head. "But I have been here once," Wang Dong replied. The imperial capital, after all, was the imperial capital, home to the 3 foremost superlative families of the Yu Kingdom, the Dayu Academy, and the Grand Treasure Pavilion, not to mention the numerous civil and military officials and royal relatives. Here, one could encounter individuals whose status far surpassed one's expectations. Thus, we must remain discreet. Yuan Chen remarked. For no apparent reason, no one would provoke those individuals. We shall find a place to reside and patiently await the commencement of the Dayu Academy's assessment. AKT present. His cultivation had returned to the 9th rank of the Middle Yuan realm, and his minimum goal was to break through to the Upper Yuan realm before the assessment. Wang Dong nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that's precisely what I meant. Half a day later, the imperial capital was within sight. Just the city gates alone were more than 10 times larger than those of Suchong Prefecture. Their grandeur was secondary to the ancient heritage that evoked a profound sense of history. Even before entering the city, Yuan Chen and his companions were met with bustling crowds. How lively! Yuan Chen sighed. That, of course, the capital of the Yu Kingdom is bustling with activity, and there is no shortage of stunning beauties. "Ha! Yuan brother, we must explore thoroughly," Wang Dong said, his eyes brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he received a glare from Dong Xiaowan. Upon entering the city, the trio marveled at the capital's splendor and ultimately arrived at the Dayu Academy. Before a lavish inn, Longmen Inn, named as an inn, it was in fact a highly renowned establishment within the capital, sprawling over dozens of acres, 6 stories tall, adorned with lavish golden and silver decorations, epitomizing extravagance. Old Wang. "Are you certain we should stay here?" Yuan Chen could not help but inquire. After selling the ice crystal, or he possessed a considerable sum of silver, even by the standards of the imperial capital. However, He was not overly inclined towards material indulgence, Wang Dong replied. Yuan, brother, in terms of cultivation talent, I cannot compare to you. Yet, regarding social etiquette, you cannot surpass me. Longmin Inn, situated at the foot of the Dayu Academy, derives its name from the saying the carp leaps over the dragon gate, and those residing here are primarily participants in the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment. Assuming a sage-like demeanor, he continued, to traverse far in this life, one must rely on personal effort, but also on connections. Those daring to partake in the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment undoubtedly possess formidable strength, and their affiliations likely represent prominent first- and second-tier families. With half a month remaining until the assessment, this is a rare opportunity to cultivate connections. Yuan Chen nodded, fully in agreement on this matter. Indeed, connections were of paramount importance. Not to mention, had it not been for Wang Dong's acquaintance, he might not have come to participate in the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment, as he had previously stated that he had less than a 30% chance of success. And Yuan Chen himself had come to the capital precisely because of that mysterious old man. As the three entered the inn, a beautiful maid immediately approached, smiling warmly. Are you three here to stay? Yuan Chen nodded. The maid continued with a smile. Please, come inside. She then inquired, are you three also cultivators here for the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment? Yuan Chen nodded once more. The maid replied, what a fortunate coincidence. Today, young Master Lu Yun is hosting a banquet for various cultivators to forge friendships. You three are most welcome to attend. Yuan Chen paused slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Young Master Lu Yun? The maid, adept at reading expressions, explained, you must be from out of town and unfamiliar with the prominent figures in the capital. Young Master Lu Yun is one of the 4 distinguished young masters of the imperial capital, the 3rd-generation heir of the Duanmu clan. After a brief pause, she added with admiration, the 4 distinguished young masters of our capital are certainly not ordinary playboys. Each one possesses not only noble status, but also remarkable strength, demeanor, and renown. They treat the virtuous with respect, gathering cultivators around them. And at such a young age, they wield considerable influence in the imperial capital. Treating the virtuous with respect and gathering cultivators, Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. Those 8 words suggested considerable ambition. The group ascended to the top floor of the inn, where they found the entire level open and designed as a vast hall. It was extravagantly adorned, with intricately carved railings and painted beams, and even the floor was covered with a thick layer of genuine silk carpet, which felt incredibly comfortable underfoot. Wow! Even the best establishments in Xuchang Prefecture cannot compare to such extravagance. Wang Dong stepped on the silk beneath his feet, confirming its value with a gasp. This was no ordinary silk. It was golden Namu silk. Such an enormous carpet of golden Namu silk would be worth at least 500,000 taels. Wang Dong and Dong Xiaowan exchanged astonished glances. 500,000 taels was a sum many powers could afford. However, to spend it on a mere carpet underfoot was an extravagance few could afford. And this was merely an inn within the imperial capital. Must be said, places like Yunyang City and Xuchang Prefecture were indeed too narrow in perspective. Without venturing out, one might spend a lifetime gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. A visit to the imperial capital was necessary to appreciate the wonders of the external world. As the trio entered, a young man immediately approached, clasping his fists in greeting. Are you three also cultivators invited by young Master Lu Yun? Yuan Chen replied. No, we have just arrived. The young man smiled. As long as one participates in the Dayu Academy's disciple assessment, it is the same. I am Meng Liang, the heir of the Meng family, a second-tier family from Jinhua Prefecture. May I ask your names? Yuan Chen responded. I am Yuan Chen from a 4th-tier family in Yunyang City. A 4th-tier family? The young man was slightly taken aback, then glanced at Wang Dong. Wang Dong also introduced himself. I am Wang Dong, the hall master of the Grand Treasure Pavilion in Xuchang Prefecture, a 4th-tier family and a mere hall master of a pavilion. The young man's expression turned frosty, and he curtly said, Excuse me, before turning to leave, showing no interest in inquiring about Dong Xiaowan's identity. Yuan Chen and Wang Dong were left stunned. Before long, they observed the young man approach another individual from a 2nd-tier family, his demeanor transforming into one of camaraderie as they engaged in animated conversation. Yuan Chen remarked incredulously, How utterly pragmatic. This reality was omnipresent, back at the Yuan family, when his martial spirit was shattered. The disdainful faces of the Yuan family's servants mirrored this same attitude. Only those of value garnered friendships and connections, while those deemed worthless were met with indifference. Chapter 24. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Monru at that moment, amid a throng of admirers, a man clad in resplendent garments approached. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a refined countenance and an air of subtle authority about him. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the banquet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duanmu Lu Yun, and my friends affectionately refer to me as Young Master Lu Yun." Yuan Chen and Wang Dong exchanged glances, taken aback to discover that the person before them was indeed Duanmu Lu Yun. Within the entire Yu Empire, there were only 3 superlative families: the Dantai clan, the royal family, whose status was transcendent; the Xiong clan, renowned for commanding the empire's military forces; and the Duanmu clan, the foremost scholarly family of the empire. Supported by numerous first- and second-tier families, wielding tremendous influence, as the third-generation heir of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Lu Yun's status in the imperial capital was indeed prominent. Upon recognizing him, both men respectfully introduced themselves. Dong Xiaowan, noticing Duanmu Lu Yun's interest, briefly shared her name as well. Yuan Chen, Wang Dong, and Miss Dong, he acknowledged with a graceful nod. "Speaking of which, I too am a disciple of the Daiyu Academy. This banquet today is held to wish all esteemed junior brothers and sisters a smooth examination, hoping that under the nurturing of the Academy, they will grow to become the pillars of our Yu nation." Yuan Chen, representing the 3, clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu Yun, for your kind intentions. To be frank, their status pales in comparison to that of Duanmu Lu Yun by a wide margin." However, Duanmu Lu Yun displayed no trace of disdain like others before him. Instead, he exuded an air of approachability that was immensely comforting. His words were also remarkably considerate. Even before the examination commenced, he addressed everyone as junior brothers and sisters, which was particularly gratifying for those who aspired to join the prestigious Daiyu Academy. One could say that Duanmu Lu Yun was overtly winning hearts, with a clear intent behind his actions. Yet, this transparent approach only served to enhance his likability. It was likely that over half of those present would not pass the disciple examination for the Daiyu Academy. Even if they did, the vast majority would never reach a stature sufficient for Duanmu Lu Yun to associate with. Yet, even if only 1 or 2 individuals succeeded, Duanmu Lu Yun's mere act of camaraderie over a single meal would outweigh the allure of wealth and fame once they attained recognition. After exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Chen and Wang Dong, Duanmu Lu Yun turned his attention to others. He did not need to converse for long with each individual. A humble demeanor and a respectful attitude were ample. Just then, a sudden stir arose in the crowd, and an excited voice rang out in the hall. "Ah, so you are the sister of Ling. What a pleasure!" Upon hearing this voice, discussions erupted among those present. "Isn't she the one with the divine-grade martial soul?" "Ling? Who else could it be? I heard that not long ago. Elder Yiqinshan directly recruited her into the Daiyu Academy, and she was accepted as a closed-door disciple by Vice Principal Feng Ke on the spot." Truly, comparison breeds envy. She effortlessly became the closed-door disciple of the Vice Principal while we struggle through the examination. How does one even compare? Historically, those with divine-grade martial souls, as long as they survive and grow, are at least destined to become a martial emperor, if not a martial sage. How can one measure against someone like Ling? Indeed, wake up! Amidst the praises, a tall and exquisitely beautiful woman became the focal point of everyone's attention. Although she was not the subject of the discussion, being the elder sister of the illustrious Ling, she basked in her sister's glory, since her sister had acquired a divine-grade martial soul. The entire L family took pride in her. Duanmu Lu Yun was also intrigued and promptly straightened his attire before approaching her. Yuan Chen's expression turned icy. He recognized Monru. On the day the L family cruelly extracted his martial soul, she had coldly watched alongside Ling. It was said that the 2 sisters were inseparable. With her sister's innate talent of a divine-grade martial soul, it was only natural that the elder sister would participate in the examination. "Brother Yuan, should I toy with her physically, deceive her emotionally, To vent your frustrations? This is my specialty, Wang Dong whispered. Along the way, he and Dong Xiaowan had learned of Yuan Chen's martial soul being destroyed. Yuan Chen shook his head, but the coldness in his eyes did not wane. His vendetta was one he intended to resolve with his own hands. At that moment, in the distance, El Monru, with her head held high, reveled in the vanity of being the center of attention. Duanmu Lu Yun was exceptionally warm towards her, and she, in turn, flaunted her figure, repeatedly attempting to curry favor with this prominent young gentleman of the capital. Suddenly, she spotted Yuan Chen, her eyes widening in surprise, followed by a cold smirk. Brother Lu Yun, how could your banquet allow a person without a martial soul to mingle among us? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. A person without a martial soul lacked the foundation for martial cultivation and, naturally, could not participate in the DU Academy's disciple examination. This implied that such a person was utterly unqualified to attend this banquet. Although there had been no strict scrutiny of the guests' identities for this gathering, it was primarily because no one dared to deceive the esteemed Lu Yun. Following El Monru's gaze, everyone turned to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen's already frosty demeanor turned even colder. The El family was despicable and malicious. He had yet to settle the score with them. Yet El Monru had the audacity to provoke him first. He coldly replied, "You claim I lack a martial soul? Do you wish to test that? Very well." El Monru, brimming with confidence, slammed her hand on the table. Bang! The table before her instantly shattered into splinters. She then lunged directly at Yuan Chen, a powerful gust of energy erupting from her palm like a whirlwind. Upper Yuan realm. Just 3 months prior, when Yuan Chen had gone to the El family to propose, she had merely been at the 8th grade of the Middle Yuan realm. Unexpectedly, in just 3 months, her strength had surged so drastically. No wonder she was so confident. However, facing El Monru's unabashed lethal strike, Yuan Chen did not retreat a single step, but instead retaliated with a powerful punch. The fist met a palm. A direct clash. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, Yuan Chen's heavy punch shattered her palm's energy. Under the surge of countless energies, El Monru let out a muffled groan, helplessly being sent flying back. "A mere clown dares to challenge me," Yuan Chen shouted, swiftly closing in and delivered a resounding slap to El Monru's relatively exquisite face. Slap! The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall, sending El Monru tumbling to the ground, leaving a crimson handprint on her face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This disgraceful scene starkly contrasted her previous haughty demeanor, resulting in a complete loss of face that, in truth, Yuan Chen had already gone easy on her. He had a strong desire to eliminate El Monru. He would spare no one from the El family. Yet, he understood that now was not the time. "Brother Lu Yun, will you not intervene in this matter?" El Monru, feeling deeply humiliated, began seeking Duanmu Lu Yun's assistance. Chapter 25. Young Master Lu Yun, merely a hollow title. Duanmu Lu Yun glanced at El Monru and then at Yuan Chen, coldly stating, "How can you be so disrespectful to a lady? A lad." Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen scoffed inwardly. Just a moment ago, this Duanmu Lu Yun had been calling him Brother Yuan, and now he had changed so swiftly. Yet Yuan Chen was not surprised by this outcome. El Monru was backed by the second-tier El family and had a sister with a divine-grade martial soul. Meanwhile, he was merely a nondescript individual from a 4th-tier family. If he were Duanmu Lu Yun, he too would choose to align with El Monru. However, the speed at which he turned was telling. The so-called esteemed young masters of the capital, known for their respect for talent, were likely only a facade. Yuan Chen's goodwill towards Duanmu Lu Yun evaporated entirely, and he coldly retorted, "She provoked me and brought this humiliation upon herself. Am I to blame for that?" Duanmu Lu Yun replied, "Miss L is my guest. You are not to act against my guest at my banquet, is to tarnish my reputation at this moment." Duanmu Lu Yun showed no hesitation, fully siding with El Monru. His stance unmistakable. Dong Xiaowan, fuming with anger, exclaimed, "Are we not guests as well? Who was it just now calling him Brother Yuan?" Duanmu Lu Yun shot a glare at Dong Xiaowan. Although he was struck by her ethereal beauty, he had seen many beauties at his high status, and thus was unfazed. He coldly declared, "At my banquet, I determine who is a guest and who is not. As he spoke, he looked towards El Monru, asking Miss L, "How do you propose we handle today's matter?" El Monru, emboldened, declared, "I want him to kneel and kowtow 100 times in apology, crawling out, or my anger shall not subside." Duanmu Lu Yun turned to Yuan Chen, arrogantly stating, "You heard her, kneel. Brother Lu Yun is just and fair. Why do you not kneel?" "Kneel." The surrounding crowd chimed in, scolding him. Duanmu Lu Yun clasped his hands to the crowd, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not stand idly by while Miss L is insulted at my banquet." Yuan Chen chuckled, "Young Master Lu Yun, you have quite the strategy. With just a few words, you have established authority and aligned with the L family." Duanmu Lu Yun replied, nonchalantly, "Today, all fault lies with you. Kneel. To show sincerity, I expect you to deliver 100 kowtows. None less, kneel." Yuan Chen straightened his back, that he practiced the way of a king. And would he kneel to anyone from the L family? He coldly replied, "What if I refuse to kneel?" Suddenly, a figure emerged, declaring, "Those who refuse to drink the toast will face punishment. If you do not kneel, I will make you," under the gaze of the crowd. A young man, though not very old, but with a formidable physique and a fierce countenance, stood up abruptly. "Xiao Hu!" Someone gasped. He had broken through to the upper Yuan realm at just 17, and now at 19. He was already at the 3rd grade of the upper Yuan realm, that he was undoubtedly one of the candidates destined to enter the DU Academy's disciple examination. The DU Academy selects disciples primarily based on their potential. Among individuals of the same cultivation level, the younger one signifies greater innate talent. Conversely, among those of the same age, a higher level of cultivation also indicates greater potential that T.O. possess the cultivation of a 3rd grade Shangyuan realm before the age of 20 is indeed worthy of the title genius. In truth, Xiao had long set his sights on El Monru. The L family is currently at the pinnacle of its power. If he could marry a woman from the L family, it would undoubtedly bolster his future prospects. While he dared not aspire to El-ing, El Monru was still within his reach. "Miss L, allow me to champion your cause." With that declaration, Xiao Hu lunged directly at Yuan Chen. A flicker of disdain crossed El Monru's face. This man had previously harassed her and failed to recognize his own shortcomings, which she found repugnant. Yet, at this moment, El Monru managed to smile. "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your gallant intervention." With her acknowledgement, Xiao Hu was instantly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "You dare to harm Miss L? Today, I shall render you utterly incapacitated." His voice echoed through the hall as he charged at Yuan Chen like a tiger descending from the mountain. Simultaneously, with a resounding whoosh, his cold blade was drawn, slicing through the air with terrifying force aimed at Yuan Chen, showcasing his might. Humph! Yet another buffoon. Yuan Chen tightened his right fist, effortlessly sidestepping Xiao Hu's strike. While delivering a powerful punch squarely to his chest, Xiao Hu let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward for several paces before crashing into a stone pillar in the hall, finally coming to a halt. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Duanmu Lian narrowed his eyes, while El Monru furrowed her brow. Xiao Hu was renowned for his speed. Both his blade technique and agility were unparalleled within his realm. Yet just moments ago, his speed had faltered significantly. His own attack had been evaded, while he could not escape the counterstrike. Xiao Hu's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? Yuan Chen scoffed derisively. "You are, but refuse. Unworthy of my blade." In his heart, he dismissed Xiao Hu. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the 9th grade of the Zhongyuan realm, he practiced the King's sword and engaged in daily combat with the Emperor Huan Fusong of the Zhou dynasty. It could be said that in terms of speed, strength, technique, and combat experience, he was not one to be underestimated that a fool who had just broken through to the 3rd grade of the Shangyuan realm dared to challenge him. He could hardly believe it. Enraged, Xiao Hu roared and lunged once more at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he surged forward to meet him head-on and before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The two clashed again. Bang! The sound of a bone shattering rang out sharply. This time, Xiao Hu failed to evade Yuan Chen's fist, which left his right arm broken, his weapon falling uselessly from his grasp. And he collapsed to the ground, moaning in pain. Yuan Chen coldly surveyed the surroundings and declared, "I harbor no intention of causing trouble. since this gathering does not welcome us, I shall take my leave." With that, he took hold of Dong Xiaowan's hand and prepared to depart. "Hold on." Duan Muyun's icy voice cut through the air, his expression deeply displeased. "You dare to injure others in my domain. And now you wish to leave? Seize him." Following Duan Muyun's command, for his guards swiftly blocked Yuan Chen, Dong Xiaowan, and Wang Dong. The surrounding crowd looked on with mocking amusement. The guards of Lian Gongzi were all formidable figures at the fourth grade of the Tao. And even Lian Gongzi himself was at that level. Thus, should he personally intervene, a mere youth who had yet to pass the DU Academy's disciple assessment would stand no chance. However, at that moment, a cold laugh echoed from below, accompanied by distinct footsteps. "Luyan, seek to cultivate relationships with those of value. Those of no worth may be discarded at will. Your actions provoke doubts about your character." It was unclear who had the audacity to equate themselves with this prince. Such a disgrace. At the staircase's entrance stood a man draped in a yellow python robe, wielding a 7-star sword. He exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating the aura of a sovereign. "I pay my respects to the 6th prince." Upon recognizing the newcomer, the guards beside Duanmu Luyan were the first to react, kneeling on one knee. Even Duanmu Luyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he was compelled to bow. The onlookers then grasped the identity of the individual. The 6th prince, Dan Taiyu. Not only was he of noble birth, but he was also one of the 4 great young masters of the imperial capital, to be precise. He was the foremost among them. Chapter 26. The foremost among the 4 great young masters of the imperial capital. Duanmu Liyun's face grew crimson, painfully aware of the ridicule from Dan Taiyu. Given his higher status, he could have retorted had he been the right, but now he found himself unable to counter. This time, Duanmu Liyun recognized that his favoritism towards Elmon Ru had been too overt. Yet, he did not believe he had made the wrong choice. With a divine-grade martial soul, Elling was destined to become a martial emperor, and the El family was poised to ascend to a first-rate clan. If he could align himself with the El family, today's trivial matter would be insignificant. Dan Taiyu then turned his gaze to Yuan Chen, smiling. This friend displays admirable fortitude in the face of oppression. "I am impressed. May we become friends?" Yuan Chen returned the gesture with a bow, but replied, "I dare not presume. I am but a humble individual from a remote town, and it is wise to remain self-aware." This veiled sarcasm ignited a burning embarrassment on Duanmu Liyun's face. Dan Taiyu, however, remained unfazed, replying with a smile. "My friend jests. Please proceed." As the crowd watched intently, Yuan Chen grasped Dong Xiaowan's hand and turned to leave, with Wang Dong hastily following suit. Duanmu Liyun's voice turned cold. "6th prince, he has humiliated me today. Do you truly intend to allow a mere nobody to undermine my dignity?" "Indeed," Dan Taiyu replied succinctly, his stance unwavering. Duanmu Liyun was left bewildered. He had known Dan Taiyu for some time and had considered the possibility of the prince intentionally opposing him, but he never anticipated that Dan Taiyu would show him no regard whatsoever. After all, this incident had no bearing on the 6th prince. The individuals involved were but insignificant figures. Duanmu Liyun growled. "6th prince, I have not wronged you, have I?" "No." Dan Taiyu shook his head. "But today I wish to provoke you. Is that permissible?" Duanmu Liyun gritted his teeth in frustration, yet dared not unleash his anger. The assembly within the hall fell silent, including Elmon Ru. Yuan Chen, Dong Xiaowan, and Wang Dong departed from the Long Men Inn without hesitation. After all, they were not naive. Given the unpleasantness that had transpired, staying at the Long Men Inn would only invite further trouble. Shortly after their departure, Dan Taiyu emerged, flanked by a retinue of guards. One of his trusted aides whispered, "Your Highness, Yuan Chen has already left the Long Men Inn." Dan Taiyu nodded nonchalantly. As anticipated, the aide continued, "You came specifically for him and intervened on his behalf. Why not seize the opportunity to befriend him?" Dan Taiyu replied, "One must not display overt intentions. Otherwise, what distinguishes me from that fool Duanmu Liyun? My father has completely suppressed the events of that day. And before her confinement, Ninth Sister only spoke to me about the details of Xuchang Prefecture. Therefore, I alone possess knowledge of the sage concealed behind him. I can take my time to cultivate this friendship, gradually demonstrating my sincerity. Only then will he genuinely recognize me as a friend. In the future, should I earn his support, it would be tantamount to gaining the backing of Sage at that point. What would prevent me from ascending to the throne? The aide quickly complimented. Your Highness is truly brilliant. Yuan Chen and his companions sought lodging at another as night fell, with the moon casting a silvery glow. Yuan Chen leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant moon and twinkling stars, his hands clenched tightly. Dong Xiaowan approached softly, draped in a light garment. Brother, do you have worries on your mind? Her voice was gentle, soothing, and delightful to the ears, her demeanor graceful. Since acquiring the complete melody of the Phoenix dance, her artistic talents had flourished, and her aura had ascended to new heights. Yuan Chen sighed. In 7 days. It will be the day of the DU Academy's disciple selection. I ponder the inevitable encounter with Ling. Once, I harbored sincere feelings for her. Otherwise, I would not have sought her hand in marriage. Now, the greater the love, the more intense the hatred becomes. When we meet again, we shall be mortal enemies. Dong Xiaowan gently linked her arm with Yuan Chen's and said, She's the most foolish woman in the world. Were I in her position, I would cherish my brother and love you for a lifetime. The two fell silent, savoring the tranquility of the night. 7 days later, as dawn broke, a radiant sun rose steadily. Yuan Chen and his companions donned their most appropriate attire, prepared to embark. Wang Dong chuckled. Brother Yuan, I heard you broke through to the Shangyuan realm 3 days ago. Yuan Chen nodded. Wang Dong remarked with envy. To break through to the upper Yuan realm at just 18, and to have mastered the essence of swordsmanship to such an extent that you can challenge those of higher levels. Seems like you're all set. As for me, I'm in a dire situation. T24, I'm merely at the 7th rank of the upper Yuan realm. Though my progress isn't slow, I have yet to comprehend the essence of martial arts, which feels rather elusive. In the end, I'll have to rely entirely on your jade pendant. Martial arts, as long as one possesses a martial soul as a foundation, the ascension within the 3 realms is not particularly arduous. The true challenge lies in the comprehension of martial arts essence. For someone at the 7th rank of the upper Yuan realm to be unable to grasp the essence of martial arts can only imply a rather mediocre talent, and it is highly likely that he may never break through to the 4th realm in his lifetime. Wang Dong was aware of the slim chances he had. Otherwise, he would have made his move much earlier. Yuan Chen chuckled softly. He was secure in his position, but Dong Xiaowan was even more so. The Nightmare Demon had explicitly stated that within a month, Dong Xiaowan would be able to enter the Tao through sound. At that point, she would directly step into the 4th realm, a truly terrifying talent in martial arts. Having entered the Tao platform realm at just 15, her potential likely rivals that of Lu Ying's divine martial soul. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they set off towards the DU Academy. The annual selection of disciples at DU Academy gathers geniuses and talents from all over the Yu Kingdom, many accompanied by their families, causing the entire imperial capital to buzz with excitement. This event is not only a grand occasion for DU Academy, but also for the imperial capital, where any incidents that occur will become the subject of casual conversation among the populace. Before long, DU Academy came into view. IT is a sacred institution situated atop a mountain on the northern side of the imperial capital, sprawling across thousands of acres. The tallest peak reaches a height of 1,000 zhang. And as one ascends, clouds and mist envelop the mountainside, resembling a fairyland. Not far from Yuan Chen and his companions, a middle-aged man was leading 7 or 8 youths along the path. This was a team from a second-tier family participating in the Academy's disciple assessments. As he walked, the middle-aged man narrated the history of DU Academy. The Yu Kingdom has been established for 500 years, and DU Academy has existed for just as long. The founder, the martial sage Xing Luo, achieved extraordinary feats during the war when the first emperor vanquished the previous dynasty. Thus, from the moment he established DU Academy, it has held a transcendent status within the Yu Kingdom. This status has not wavered in 500 years. Rather, it has grown more solid. Although DU Academy never vies for power, nearly all second-tier families, first-tier families, and even super first-tier families send their elite descendants here for training. The saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Those who excel here often return to their families as the new generation of power holders, maintaining a bond of gratitude to the Yu Academy. Therefore, despite its non-contentious nature, no force dares to underestimate it. When it speaks, no one dismisses its words. You 8 must strive hard. Gaining admission to the Yu Academy means you will undoubtedly become key nurture talents upon your return to your families. The 8 youths' eyes sparkled with desire, each expressing their determination to IT was not just them. Everyone present today yearned to pass the assessments. Chapter 27. The assessment begins, talented martial arts. Soon, the crowd arrived at the foot of Dayu Academy. Looking up from the base of the mountain, the towering heights evoked a sense of insignificance. I could see that moment. The area was already teeming with people. Yuan Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people." Wang Dong replied, "Of course. Almost all the talented youths of the Yu Kingdom are gathered here. I might have some standing in Xuchang Prefecture, but here, I'm surrounded by those far superior." With that, Wang sighed once more to that moment. Over 100 individuals descended directly from the mountain peak, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Truly, Dayu Academy is remarkable, effortlessly showcasing over 100 formidable experts above the 4th realm. Leading this group was a middle-aged man carrying an ancient sword, who surveyed the thousands of examinees below and announced in a booming voice, "I am Duan Tiantong, the chief elder of the Sword Pavilion at Dayu Academy, overseeing today's assessments." This assessment is divided into 3 phases: the preliminary selection, the secondary selection, and the final selection, with a total of 100 disciples to be admitted. 100. Upon hearing this number, the crowd erupted in a stir. While it might not seem too small at first glance, one must consider that there are at least 20 to 30,000 participants, making the odds akin to 1 in 2 or 300. Moreover, these 20 to 30,000 were already selected from countless talents. Ordinary individuals wouldn't dare to participate. That it's hopeless. I can't even hope for a 30% chance that I might be lucky to get even 10%. Wang Dong lamented. His cultivation level was high, but his lack of comprehension regarding martial arts essence was his downfall. Among the 20 to 30,000 examinees, at least 1,000 had grasped the essence of martial arts, and he simply couldn't compete. Yuan Chen also felt the pressure. He wasn't worried about other aspects, but he was uncertain about how his 3rd-grade martial soul would affect his performance. At that moment, Duan Tiantong's voice rang out again. In this preliminary selection, 100 deacons will conduct a systematic evaluation based on your age, cultivation level, martial soul, and martial arts talent. The top 1,000 will ascend the mountain for the secondary selection, while the rest will be eliminated without wasting time. The 100 deacons descended. After a moment of chaotic movement among the densely packed examinees, they were finally divided into 100 groups, each consisting of 200 to 300 individuals. However, out of these 200 to 300, only about 10 would remain, and this was merely the first round of assessments, truly ruthless. Yuan Chen, Dong Xiaowan, and Wang Dong naturally found themselves in the same group, which Yuan Chen had specifically chosen upon recognizing a familiar face, Yi Qingchan. She was one of the 100 deacons. As time passed, it was soon Yuan Chen's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, and Yi Qingchan noticed him as well. "Senior, it's been a while." Yuan Chen greeted first. Yi Qingchan smiled. "It's been a little over half a year. Your strength has improved significantly." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, your martial soul seems to be more than just 1st grade now. What happened?" The rank of a martial soul is nearly impossible to change, which is common knowledge. When she visited Yunyang City, she was certain that Yuan Chen's martial soul was only 1st grade, and she had lamented it. But now, Yuan Chen's martial soul had seemingly changed, which almost shattered her understanding. Yuan Chen explained, "My martial soul fluctuates between various ranks. It can reach divine grade at its peak, but the lowest is only 1st grade. That I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps in a few days, my martial soul might even transform in a 4th or 5th grade." This flawless explanation had been prepared in advance, as no one could verify its truth. The Yi Qingchan, taken aback, chuckled. "Indeed, the world is full of wonders. However, I can only assess you based on your actual martial soul. Otherwise, I might believe you, but the other elders may not." Yi Qingchan held no suspicion. Her acquaintance with Yuan Chen was limited, and she was particularly concerned about what had transpired with his martial soul. Before long, the formal testing began. Yi Chen extended her hand, and a visible light barrier appeared. Use your strongest strike to break through it. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen unsheathed his sword. Sword of the way, the essence of swordsmanship perfected. With a swift motion, the 7-foot sword released a dazzling cold light, slicing through the light barrier. Instantly, the barrier trembled violently, nearly collapsing. Yi Chen-chan's expression shifted as she hadn't anticipated the formidable strength of this young talent. She quickly infused the barrier with more energy, stabilizing it just in time. They withdrew their attacks. Yi Chen-chan's face was filled with admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. With a cultivation level of the 1st rank of the Upper Yuan realm, you can unleash the power of the 6th rank. Your mastery of the sword path is formidable, and your comprehension of the essence of swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. I assess your preliminary score to be 180. Among these scores, 70 points were awarded for breaking through to the 1st rank of the Upper Yuan realm at 18. 90 points for exceptional swordsmanship and mastery of the essence of swordsmanship, but only 20 points for a 3rd-grade martial soul. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. The total score of 180 raised uncertainty within him. Senior, is this score considered good or bad? Yi Chen laughed. It's already quite outstanding. I've assessed over 60 individuals in this group, and none have surpassed 150. If only your martial soul were higher, your score would be astonishing. But you needn't worry. This score will definitely secure you a place in the next round. Yuan Chen finally felt relieved. After a month of travel to the imperial capital, he genuinely hoped to be accepted into Dayu Academy. Following Yuan Chen was Dong Xiaowan. Cradling her guqin, she smiled at Yuan Chen before stepping forward to Yi Chen. Observing Dong Xiaowan's breathtaking aura, exclaimed, "You possess no cultivation and no martial soul. Are you perhaps entering the Tao through sound?" Dong Xiaowan nodded. "Indeed. Good. Please proceed." Yi Chen-chan's anticipation grew. Talented martial artists who enter the Tao through sound are exceptionally rare, and such talents are highly valued at Dayu Academy. With that, Dong Xiaowan gracefully took her seat. With her delicate fingers gently lifted, she caressed the surface of his zither, and soon the melodious notes began to resonate softly, gradually spilling forth like a tide, filling every nook and cranny at the foot of the mountain. The past, tinged with melancholy, echoed through the strings, reverberating in the desolation. Beneath the haunting melody, the surrounding scenery appeared increasingly enchanting, as Yuan Chen, Wang Dong, and others became entranced in the world of music, forgetting entirely what they were doing. Not just them, even those further away participating in the assessment, were captivated. "Master Duan, come quickly," Yi Chen called out with excitement. The surrounding elders hurriedly gathered, and soon Duan Tiantong arrived, visibly astonished. Enter the Tao through music. This is truly remarkable. I never expected to encounter such a treasure during this disciple assessment. As the last note faded, Yuan Chen, Wang Dong, and the other candidates snapped back to reality, only to realize that nearly all the elders had assembled. Duan Tiantong remarked, "You little ones have witnessed the terrifying prowess of innate martial arts, have you not? With the sound of music invading the minds of your opponents, they can be ensnared in a mental illusion, unaware of their own demise. Such a technique on the battlefield could single-handedly rival 1,000 troops. One person could rival 1,000 troops." Countless individuals gasped in astonishment. Duan Tiantong declared, "Young lady, you need not take the exam. I shall personally escort you to meet the palace master, to determine your path of cultivation." At that moment, a scholar wielding a large brush suddenly interjected, "Senior, I too pursue innate martial arts. Why should I not receive the same treatment as her?" Duan Tiantong glanced over and replied, "This young lady is but one step away from entering the Tao, while your literary pursuits have only just grazed the surface. There lies an insurmountable chasm between you." The scholar's face flushed with indignation. Among the 30,000 candidates, there were only a handful pursuing innate martial arts, and none could hope to reach the heights of Dong Xiaowan. "Brother," Dong Xiaowan anxiously turned to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, genuinely pleased, smiled, "You go ahead. I will follow shortly." Dong Xiaowan nodded, and, under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, was taken by Duan Tianong to the pinnacle of Dayu Academy. Yuan Chen looked to Wang Dong and said, "Old Wang, give it your all that we must both pass this assessment. Brother, you haven't lost your jade pendant, have you?" Wang Dong asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "That IT will definitely not be lost," Yuan Chen reassured him. Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good." Chapter 28. Rising Fury. The battle commences. Soon, Wang Dong emerged. Yuan Chen stepped forward to inquire, "How did it go?" Wang Dong cursed under his breath. "Damn it. At 24 years old, attaining the 7th rank of Yuan realm, I only scored 70 points. My spear technique was mediocre, lacking any insight, earning just 10 points. My 5th grade martial soul garnered 40 points, totaling 120. I don't know if I can even rank in the top 1,000. Brother, you truly haven't lost your jade pendant, right?" Wang Dong looked forlorn, as if the weight of his scores bore down upon him. Yuan Chen chuckled. "Worry not if you can pass by your own merit. Then do so. If not, who wouldn't take a shortcut? I'm not foolish." Wang Dong grinned in response. Ultimately, the top 1,000 scores advanced, and Wang Dong barely scraped through. The crowd began to ascend the steps, as the next round of selection would involve practical combat, rumored to leave only 300 participants. The steps of Dayu Academy were not rugged. Rather, they were grand and smooth. Adorned with statues on either side, each vividly depicting youthful brilliance, that a curious candidate inquired, "Who are these figures depicted here?" Someone replied, "They are all disciples who perished in battle 300 years ago. 3 centuries prior, during a time of turmoil in the Yu nation, Dayu Academy faced a catastrophic annihilation, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 disciples, with only the final starry hall remaining. To commemorate that battle, statues were erected for all who perished, ensuring future generations would remember." Another chimed in, "It is said that the battle was turned around thanks to the intervention of the Saint of the Wilds." Strangely, the Saint of the Wilds hails from the northern Golden Tent Kingdom, our bitter enemy. Yet for reasons unknown, he saved Dayu Academy and indirectly rescued the Yu nation. Another added, "Indeed, even today, Dayu Academy remains grateful for the Saint's grace." However, the greatest admiration for him comes from the Golden Tent Kingdom. Anyone daring to speak ill of the Saint there would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The mention of the Saint of the Wilds stirred Yuan Chen's thoughts. Perhaps the mysterious elder who gifted him the jade pendant was somehow related to the Saint. After all, the events of that day could not have gone unnoticed by Dayu Academy. Just then, 3 figures descended from above. More accurately, 2 fierce-looking disciples from the Sword Palace were dragging another person down the mountain. The captured individual was none other than Dong Xiaowan. At only 15, before truly entering the Dao through music, she was merely a petite and frail girl. Now, with her arms gripped tightly, her face streaked with tears of indignation. Upon seeing this, Yuan Chen's eyes reddened. "Release her," with his voice still echoing in the air. He charged forward. "What's happening?" Wang Dong glanced over, and without hesitation, he joined in. "Who dares?" One Sword Palace disciple initially froze, then his face twisted with malice. To act recklessly in Dayu Academy is to court death. He released Dong Xiaowan and confronted Yuan Chen aggressively. The two clashed in an instant, yet the Sword Palace disciple underestimated a newcomer at the assessment, resulting in Yuan Chen easily evading his punch. While delivering a heavy blow to the disciple's face, puff, the disciple howled in agony as he was sent flying. At this moment, the other candidates finally reacted, their expressions frozen in shock. Striking someone, a participant in the Dayu Academy assessment, is fighting? The injured Sword Palace disciple was taken aback, unable to comprehend his sudden disadvantage. Humiliated, he scrambled to his feet and drew his sword, snarling, "While insect, I will have your life." Just as the threat left his lips, Yuan Chen had already closed the distance, unleashing a 7-foot sword strike, the essence of sword intent erupting, a terrifying slash aimed at his foe. What a formidable sword intent! "This is not good." The Sword Palace disciple sensed the looming presence of death and instinctively attempted to evade, but still felt the sword energy graze his right arm. Accompanied by a piercing scream, his entire arm was severed. Just moments ago, Yuan Chen had been consumed by rage upon witnessing Dong Xiaowan's plight. striking without a hint of mercy. However, as the Sword Palace disciple's arm fell, his fury began to cool. Wounding someone was one thing, but severing an arm, particularly that of a swordsman, was another matter entirely. This disciple was now rendered crippled. Today's events could hardly be resolved amicably. The sight left the other candidates staring at Yuan Chen in astonishment, their hearts shaken at a formal disciple of Daiyu Academy, so easily overwhelmed by this individual. If the first encounter had been due to the opponent's carelessness, the second, with both drawing swords simultaneously, had resulted in a definitive defeat, had it not been for the slightest delay. One of them might have lost their life. Yuan Chen paid no heed to the moans of the dismembered Sword Palace disciple. Instead, he rushed to Dong Xiaowan's side, supporting her. What happened? Dong Xiaowan could no longer hold back her tears. I don't know. That senior Don brought me to another elder, who claimed I had not truly entered the Tao through music, merely a fraud, and ordered these two disciples to throw me out of the academy. They even broke my zither. Those scoundrels are too much. Yuan Chen seethed with anger. Brother Yuan, stop flirting and help me. Wang Dong called for aid as he was entangled with another Sword Palace disciple, whose strength was formidable, being at the 9th rank of Yuan realm. Meanwhile, the dismembered Sword Palace disciple, his face twisted with rage, shouted, Brother, avenge me! Kill this scoundrel! Kill him! The voice of vengeance was abruptly silenced. Yuan Chen surged in front of him, delivering a powerful kick to his face, knocking him unconscious. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen then lunged at the second Sword Palace disciple. This disciple effortlessly deflected Wang Dong's spear, sending him flying with a kick before turning his lethal attention towards Yuan Chen. This opponent was immensely powerful, and as he charged, Yuan Chen felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Bang! As the two swords clashed, a terrifying force surged forth from the center of their confrontation, radiating in all directions. With a resounding clang, Yuan Chen's sword was unexpectedly severed. Alas, it was merely an ordinary 7-foot sword from Yunyang City, unable to withstand such immense power. Following the Lingyun sword, the sword chi of the Sword Palace disciple swept horizontally. Yuan Chen's complexion changed drastically as he hastily retreated, yet his chest was still marked by a gaping, bloody wound. Had his reflexes been even a fraction slower, his life would surely have been forfeit. Brother, Dong Xiaowan cried out in anguish, recklessly lunging towards Yuan Chen. Trembling, she reached for his injury, tears streaming down her face. I am not aggrieved, not in the slightest. Let us leave quickly. Leave? Dare you harm others within the Great Yu Academy and still wish to escape? The Sword Palace disciple arrogantly advanced, relishing his advantage. At that moment, the elders who had departed earlier finally heard the commotion and rushed back. One of the Sword Palace elders, upon witnessing his disciple's severed arm, was instantly furious and waved his hand. Arrest these three and execute them all. Chapter 29. Eruption, the sword's realm achieved. Upon hearing the elder's command, the Sword Palace disciple felt emboldened, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged through his entire being. He thrust his sword directly at Dong Xiaowan's back, clearly intending to pierce through both her and Yuan Chen. All the examinees held their breath, paralyzed with fear, a 9th-tier sword cultivator in the upper Yuan realm. Manifesting sword intent was beyond the imagination of these newcomers who had yet to enter the Great Yu Academy. Too much. Yuan Chen's eyes widened in fury. This so-called sacred ground for martial arts, where the esteemed elders had moments ago displayed kindness and admiration, could in an instant transform, humiliating his sister and threatening their lives. Within his heart, the sword of righteousness erupted, and the black dragon spirit within him roared. He pushed Dong Xiaowan aside and stomped his right foot fiercely. Boom! The ground shattered, and a tremendous force surged forth from within him, propelling his figure towards the Sword Palace disciple at an even greater speed, his sword transforming into a torrent of blade energy. Under the watchful eyes of the many elders, the two great sword intents collided. Yuan Chen once again found himself at a disadvantage, his Lingyun sword sustaining a massive gash, causing him to stifle a groan and stagger back. However, as he retreated, the sword energy he had unleashed also receded, merging like waves in the ocean, and surged forth once more, intensifying towards the Sword Palace disciple. The Sword Palace disciple's expression shifted dramatically. According to reason, a cultivator could only unleash one strike after exhausting their previous energy, necessitating a brief respite. Yet this individual was capable of immediately launching a second strike. And one even more powerful? He had no time to ponder further and hurriedly swung his sword in response. With the second strike, they were evenly matched. In an instant, Yuan Chen unleashed a third sword strike. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Faced with a relentless barrage of increasingly formidable blows, the Sword Palace disciple finally faltered, losing all prior arrogance and disdain. The sword's realm has reached its pinnacle. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. The other elders also wore expressions of shock. With their discerning eyes, they could clearly see that Yuan Chen's sword intent had undergone a significant transformation. Once the sword's realm was perfected, the next step would be to comprehend the profound mysteries of the sword, a height many elders had never achieved. Yet this individual was merely a teenager who had recently broken through to the upper Yuan realm. A genius, a true prodigy of swordsmanship. Had they known of his extraordinary talent during the preliminary selection, he might have qualified for direct advancement without further assessments. But now, fate had conspired against them. Both he and his sister, two youthful prodigies, stood on the opposing side of the great Yu Academy. Senior brother, should we reconsider the handling of such a promising disciple? Yi Qingchan implored the Sword Palace elder. No one felt the shock more deeply than she, for she clearly remembered the level of strength this young man, Yuan Chen, had possessed merely 5 months prior. Compared now, he was not just a genius of swordsmanship. He was practically a destined sword saint. The other elders echoed her sentiments. Every teacher in the world favors outstanding students and views the inept with disdain. This pair of siblings was evidently the most favored prospects among the elders. The Sword Palace elder hesitated. The great Yu Academy had always hungered for talent, placing great importance on prodigious disciples. The fate of such siblings was not a decision he could make lightly. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the Yuan Chen unleashed his sixth sword strike. The Sword Palace disciple he was engaged with could no longer endure, letting out a cry of despair as he was sent flying. Coughing blood along the way, his breath weak and waning, a crushing defeat. A ninth-tier disciple of the upper Yuan realm, having initially grasped the sword's intent, had been vanquished by a newcomer participating in the Academy's assessment. Moreover, the opponent wielded a Lingyun sword, reduced almost to a mere hilt. It was unheard of for a disciple of the great Yu Academy to be defeated by one of lower cultivation. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. The expressions of the numerous elders of the great Yu Academy were complex. If this young man were to join the Academy, it would be merely an internal contest, without significant consequence. However, if he were not a disciple of the great Yu Academy, it would be a severe slap to their faces. The elders hesitated. A suffocating pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Does anyone dare to commit violence within the great Yu Academy while you all merely spectate? The elders looked up to see 3 figures in the sky, with Duan Tiantong, the overseer of this election of Academy disciples. Standing at the back, in front of him stood a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, a conspicuous black mole at the corner of his mouth, behind whom a mist rose, slowly elevating another young woman. Clearly, this woman lacked the cultivation to fly freely. Upon seeing this individual, the elders immediately bowed in respect. We greet Vice Palace Master Fong, Quebec Vice Palace Master. Within the great Yu Academy, there were only 3 Vice Palace Masters, each a bona fide martial emperor, wielding immense power. These were truly formidable figures. Yet at that moment, Yuan Chen's gaze was fixated on the woman behind Feng Ke, whose beauty was unparalleled, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Appearing as harmless as water, yet no one knew the malice that lurked within her heart. Ing. Upon seeing this venomous woman, Yuan Chen understood everything in an instant. This woman not only coveted his divine martial soul, but also harbored jealousy towards Dong Xiaowan's talents. Xiaowan had been embroiled in his troubles. It was not difficult to surmise that after he had dealt with Elmonru days prior, Elmonru must have informed Ling in advance, leading to today's calamity. Indeed, Yuan Chen spotted El Monru among the crowd of examinees, revealing a sinister grin. Feng Ke looked down from his lofty position, regarding Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan as mere insects, and coldly remarked, "Genius. The Great Yu Academy is never short of geniuses. Compared to recruiting one or two geniuses, the dignity of the academy cannot be desecrated. Would you not agree?" Noticing Feng Ke's gaze, the elders hastily chimed in. What the Vice Palace Master states is indeed true. The dignity of the Great Yu Academy must not be offended. Today's events cannot be overlooked, in my view. Not only is that woman's ability to enter the Dao false, but this young man's martial path is also unworthy of entering the academy. That Yi Qingchang lowered her head, refraining from uttering another word on Yuan Chen's behalf. To her, he was merely an inconsequential person. Compared to potentially losing two prodigies, she was far more concerned about her own future. She would never risk offending Vice Palace Master Feng Ke for someone who held no significance to her. Yuan Shan observed all of this with a heavy heart, feeling a tumult of indignation rise within him. The esteemed figures of the martial arts' sacred ground wore such visages. At that moment, El Ing, who had been standing behind Feng Ke, suddenly spoke. "Master, I request to take action and personally eliminate him." Feng Ke replied indifferently. "Eradicate the wicked entirely. Eliminate his accomplices as well, to set an example." "Yes." El Ing accepted the order, an invisible force enveloping her as she slowly descended before Yuan Chen. Almost at the moment El Ing landed, a powerful aura manifested around Yuan Chen, pressing down on him and causing his blood to roil violently within. Yuan Chen felt both astonished and furious, realizing that this venomous woman had grown so strong in less than half a year since seizing his martial soul, but he spoke coldly. "Do you still have a face to confront me?" El Ing retorted with arrogance. "Methods are irrelevant. The victor takes all. The winner reaps everything, while the loser is worth less than a stray dog. You lost, and that is the truth." Yuan Chen clenched his fists. "Indeed, I've been thoroughly outmaneuvered by you, but I have not yet lost. What I contest is the outcome of a lifetime." "Huh?" El Ing laughed contemptuously. "You still contest the outcome of a lifetime? How absurd! Today marks your demise that I am destined to shine brilliantly, while you shall merely serve as my stepping stone." Chapter 30. This place I would not come even if begged, just as Yuan Chen and El Ing stood poised to confront one another. A chilling command suddenly resonated. "Tigers of the elite guard, should anyone from the Great Yu Academy dare to harm Brother Yuan in the slightest, they shall be met with merciless retribution." As the words echoed, a group of 2 or 3 dozen individuals emerged, clad in the robes of the Great Yu Academy. It was evident they did not belong to it. Following them, a distinguished man, wielding a 7-star sword, stepped forward. It was Dan Taiyu. He was not only the 6th prince of the Yu Kingdom, but in essence, also a disciple of the Great Yu Academy, as he was currently undergoing training there. In truth, many prominent families, even those of exceptional status, would send their direct heirs to the Great Yu Academy to hone their martial skills during their youth. For instance, Duan Yun was presently a disciple there as well. He had previously hosted candidates from all around, referring to them as junior brothers. Yuan Shan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dan Taiyu's presence here, nor his willingness to stand up for him. El Ing was equally astonished, staring at Dan Taiyu and questioning. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Dan Taiyu replied, "It is nothing, that I merely came to admire Brother Yuan's prowess during the assessment at the academy, only to witness the malicious faces of you all. I could not stand idly by." El Ing was furious, yet constrained by Dan Taiyu's status. She could not express her ire and resorted to invoking Feng Ke, saying, "I act upon the orders of my master, the martial emperor Feng Ke, to eradicate villains. That I implore your Highness not to interfere." She deliberately emphasized the title of martial emperor. What does it mean to be a martial emperor at such a level? Even a sovereign must show deference. While not necessarily equal to the emperor, they certainly reside in a position of elevated authority. Feng Ke was not only the deputy head of the Great Yu Academy, but also a genuine martial emperor. Although Dan Taiyu was a prince of high standing, he paled in comparison before Feng Quebec yet. Unexpectedly, Dan Taiyu's demeanor remained remarkably resolute as he proclaimed, "What if I insist on intervening?" Ying's anger flared in response. Within the Great Yu Academy, your entourage may not be sufficient to deter us. I am aware, Dan Taiyu retorted, raising an eyebrow and declaring, if you wish to harm Brother Yuan, then you must first eliminate my guards. If you dare, you may even take my life. With this declaration, Ying's expression darkened entirely. She had not foreseen that the sixth prince would risk his life for Yuan Chen. Although it was clear to all that no one would dare to slay a royal, the mere act of uttering such a bold statement was a testament to his unwavering stance. Yuan Chen's connections were undoubtedly troubling for her and the entire L family. Disciple, will you not withdraw? At that moment, Feng Ke, who hovered in the air, spoke coolly, casting a glance down at the sixth prince. His expression unreadable. The act of slaughtering the sixth prince's guards was not beyond his capabilities. Given his cultivation and status, even the Emperor of Yu would not dare to retaliate. However, if this incident were to be taken into account, it was simply a matter of a candidate participating in an assessment severing the arm of a menial disciple from the Sword Palace. To offend the royal family of Yu over such a trivial matter was neither worth it nor something he could justify to the palace master. Gu Yuti would never act so foolishly. Ling gritted her teeth, casting a resentful glare at Yuan Chen, stating, I did not expect you to have climbed such a lofty tree as the sixth prince. I truly underestimated you. Dan Taiyu directly countered, Miss L, you are mistaken. It is not Brother Yuan who clings to me, but rather I who wish to befriend him. As for you, your repeated attempts to convey sentiments to my second brother are well known to all. Frankly speaking, if you were already a female martial emperor, perhaps my second brother might take an interest in you. However, you have only just entered the Dao platform realm, even with a divine martial soul. It will require a lengthy period for you to mature. My brother, in his quest for the position of heir, cannot afford to wait decades. He might as well seek a political marriage elsewhere. Moreover, you are far too impatient. Although my second brother is currently in his prime, no one can guarantee he will become the heir. What if you choose incorrectly? How embarrassing would that be? In front of the gathered crowd, Dan Taiyu deliberately raised his voice. He secretly scoffed. The favored daughter of heaven. Give you decades of cultivation, and at most, you will only achieve the status of martial emperor. I am allied with a martial saint. A ready-made martial saint. The crowd buzzed with discussion, astonished to discover that this so-called favored daughter of heaven was, like all mortals, filled with ambition and desire. Ying's face flushed with rage, nearly boiling over with humiliation. The lofty Feng Ke also felt a loss of face. He let out a low grunt. Sixth Prince, perhaps you should temper your words. Dan Taiyu chuckled, casting a satisfied glance towards Yuan Chen. Brother Yuan, though today has brought some discomfort, the Great Yu Academy is ultimately the foremost sacred ground for martial cultivation in the Yu Kingdom, should you wish to pursue your studies in the palace. I can assist you. There is no need to regard these individuals' expressions. No need. Yuan Chen firmly shook his head, declaring, such a place, I would not come even if begged. With that, he pulled out a jade pendant from his waist and hurled it harshly to the ground. He then took hold of Dong Xiaowan and Wang Dong, making his exit. Dan Taiyu observed the jade pendant on the ground, his heart filled with intrigue. He picked it up, feeling an invisible aura of sanctity emanating from it. Upon inspecting the inscription, his expression transformed dramatically. The Great Yu Academy's Gong Yezi, the saint's token of Gong Yezi. Dan Taiyu was utterly astonished to discover that Yuan Chen possessed a saintly token. Had he revealed this token at the outset, everyone within the Great Yu Academy would have rushed forth to pay their respects, and he would never have faced such injustice. However, upon considering the hidden martial saint behind Yuan Chen, Dan Taiyu felt a sense of relief. His gamble had paid off. Dan Taiyu laughed heartily, discarding the saintly token as if it were refused. Only Brother Yuan could act in such a manner. The Great Yu Academy is blind. I shall no longer remain in this place. Let us depart. After saying this, he tossed the jade pendant aside and led his guards away. An elder steward picked up the jade pendant, instantly paling in horror, and hurriedly glanced at Feng Quebec Deputy Palace Master. This is the saintly token of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing these words, all disciples and elders of the Great Yu Academy were left in shock. The Grand Elder, a figure almost shrouded in legend, let alone ordinary disciples, many elders had never laid eyes upon him. How could the Grand Elder's token be found on a mere candidate? Some began to recall their previous attempts to undermine Yuan Chen, their hearts now gripped by panic. Why Yiqing Chan's expression turned even more grim. She had contemplated speaking up for Yuan Chen, but that idea quickly dissipated as she did not wish to provoke Deputy Palace Master Feng Quebec. Had she known that Yuan Chen possessed the Grand Elder's saintly token, she would have never hesitated this moment. Yiqing Chan felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing she had missed an opportunity that could have irrevocably altered her fate. Just then, a shrill voice rang out. Do not be fooled by that individual. He is a country bumpkin. How could he possibly possess the Grand Elder's token? It must be a fake, Ing exclaimed, visibly agitated. While she could accept the sixth prince's assistance to Yuan Chen, she could not bear the thought of Yuan Chen earning the favor of the saint. The better Yuan Chen fared, the more discontent she felt. Feng Ke remained silent, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. What level of mastery did he possess? As a disciple of Gong Yezi, he could discern the authenticity of the saintly token. Unlike others who might be uncertain him, the token was as good as seeing his master in person. It was utterly foolish of him to contemplate harming its owner. Give me that jade pendant. I must speak with the palace master, Feng Ke said. Filled with regret, he wished to cover up today's events, but with so many elder stewards present, including trusted aides of Palace Master Guyu, it was impossible to conceal that it would be better to admit the truth. As he departed, he cast a dissatisfied glance at Ling. Chapter 31. I challenge your entire academy. Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely intervention. Outside the Great Yu Academy, Yuan Chen, noticing the sixth prince, Dan Taiyu, leaving, paused to express his gratitude. It was but a trivial matter. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Dan Taiyu waved his hand dismissively, departing without further ado. This left Yuan Chen unexpectedly astonished. The nightmare demon within his soul suddenly cackled. He is indeed a shrewd individual. Yuan Chen inquired, Are you referring to Dan Taiyu? The nightmare demon nodded. His unwavering support for you must harbor ulterior motives. Yet, despite the obvious intentions, he presents himself with such openness and generosity. Such repetition is bound to evoke goodwill. When the future arrives, and he truly seeks your favor, you will inevitably feel compelled to return the courtesy. This is the method by which the astute cultivate relationships with their equals, either through subtlety, ensuring the other party remains oblivious to one's ulterior motives, or through generous openness, demonstrating one's sincerity from the outset. Yuan Chen could not deny this that moment. Wang Dong nudged him and inquired, Brother Yuan, what is the situation? How come you are so familiar with the sixth prince? Not only him, but even Dong Xiaowan found it curious, for the status of the sixth prince placed him in an entirely different realm compared to them. Yuan Chen replied with a wry smile, I do not know him at all. Wang Dong scoffed in disbelief. Come on, are you trying to fool me? You dare to oppose the Great Yu Academy for your sake, and you claim you don't know each other? Yuan Chen retorted, Less chatter. Let us go. Wang Dong was taken aback. Where to? Yuan Chen replied matter-of-factly, with my ties to the Great Yu Academy severed. I shall return home. A voice imbued with authority suddenly interrupted. Young friend, please wait. The three turned around, and as they did, they were met by the imposing figures of Feng Ke, the vice principal of the Great Yu Academy, and Duan Tiantong, the head elder of the Sword Palace. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man clad in a starry robe, his hair half white and half black, as if he were enveloped by a mingling of purity and obscurity. Both Feng Ke and Duan Tiantong wore expressions of grave discontent. The star-robed man regarded Yuan Chen with a glint of curiosity. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, I am Guyu, the principal of the Great Yu Academy, here with my two junior brothers to extend our sincerest apologies to you, young friend. When Brother Duan sent his sister to find me, I happened to experience an epiphany in chess, and thus could not meet you in person, leading to this misunderstanding. With a flick of his wrist, a 7-foot-long sword materialized in his hand. The sword's hilt was adorned with multicolored jewels, and its pommel was embellished with a purple gold ribbon. A truly rare artifact, With a flourish, the sword was unleashed, and in an instant, its aura cleaved through the air. Gu Yu, the principal of the Great Yu Academy, earnestly declared, "This sword is named Ling Yun, a legacy from a sword saint of our academy, who is also my master's uncle, that I wish to present it to you, young friend, as a token of my regret. And no sword cultivator could ever refuse a saint's sword." Without hesitation, Yuan Chen accepted the Ling Yun sword. After all, it would be foolish to turn down such a boon. What difference would it make whether he accepted an apology or not? Gaining a saint's sword for free was a tangible benefit. Feng Ke also produced an ancient guqin and bowed to Dong Xiaowan, saying, "Previously, I acted out of self-interest and wronged you, young lady, that I also ordered someone to damage your treasure guqin. The owner of this guqin was on the verge of becoming a saint. And today I wish to gift it to you as an apology." Seeing that Yuan Chen had accepted the sword, Dong Xiaowan likewise accepted the guqin, but the matter did not end there. Duan Tiantong also presented a storage ring to Yuan Chen as an apology. Each of the three offered a precious gift, demonstrating their genuine intentions. Yuan Chen remained unpretentious and accepted the ring. A storage ring, capable of holding vast treasures within a minute space, was extraordinarily rare, even among many first and second-tier families. With this ring, Yuan Chen would be able to perform the same miraculous feats as the great masters, effortlessly summoning weapons or making them vanish at will. The Gu was immensely satisfied. Accepting the gifts signified that the task assigned by their master had been partially fulfilled. That he then stated, "Young friend, the three of you possess extraordinary talents that I hope you will put aside past grievances and join the Great Yu Academy to pursue martial arts at O." "No need for that," Yuan Chen and Wang Dong replied almost in unison, albeit expressing entirely opposite sentiments. Yuan Chen shot Wang Dong a glare, causing him to quiet down. Yuan Chen continued, "Esteemed seniors, your statuses are elevated. Why the sudden courtesy towards a mere nobody like me? Is it merely because of that jade pendant?" Gu Yu smiled wryly, while Feng Ke and Duan Tiantong felt a silent frustration. They never anticipated that their reclusive master would become so incensed over today's events, and that they had inadvertently provoked the one person they should not have to this moment. Their master had not revealed the identity of this individual, but had strictly ordered them to seek forgiveness and to welcome him back to the Great Yu Academy, while forbidding them from taking him as an apprentice or acting with superiority. The more mysterious the situation, the less certainty they felt, and they could only comply. Gu explained, "The owner of that jade pendant is the third principal of the Great Yu Academy, and also our revered master, whom we all hold in great esteem." Yuan Chen inwardly acknowledged this revelation, and then said, "Please convey my gratitude to that venerable elder for his concern. However, I shall not be joining the Great Yu Academy. I only hope you will agree to two requests of mine." Gu replied, "Please go on." Yuan Chen articulated, "I participated in the disciple assessment of the Great Yu Academy with the hope of one day challenging the Starry Hall. I wish for the Academy to permit this." Gu chuckled, "A trivial matter. Although the Starry Hall is the Academy's foremost sacred ground, it is precisely a place for nurturing elite disciples. So, if you wish to challenge it, there will be no issue." Yuan Chen continued, "The second matter is regarding my personal vendetta with Lu Ying. Should I challenge her in the future, I hope the Great Yu Academy will refrain from interference. I mean, if it is a contest among peers, feel free to send someone to challenge me. However, if it is someone of a higher realm bullying the weak, then that would be quite shameless." Feng Ke sneered, "Young man, do not be so arrogant. Our Great Yu Academy is replete with prodigies. There are countless who can challenge across realms. I do not speak of my disciple Lu Ying. But even the most ordinary student may not be someone you can easily defeat." Yuan Chen, too, possessed his own pride and declared, "Under the same realm, whether it be a contest or a life-and-death battle, I am prepared to accept defeat." "Very well, very well," Feng Ke retorted with disdain. "If you have the courage, then come. Our Great Yu Academy will be waiting." With that, he turned to Gu Yu and remarked, "Brother, we have fulfilled the task assigned by our master. It is time to depart." The Gu, you could only smile wryly and bow in farewell. In the high skies, Feng Ke's expression darkened. Amir Jr. dared to demand an apology from the three of them and bestow upon them three treasures of the Academy. What merit did he possess? Gu Yu and Duan Tiantong remained silent. Feng Ke continued. He even dares to challenge my disciple. Does he not know that she possesses a divine martial soul? Gu Yu glanced at him and cautioned. Junior brother, our master has stated that he will personally oversee the matter concerning Yuan Chen. You must not act recklessly. Feng Ke laughed. Recklessly? He is already overstepping. Does he require my interference? I will now announce to the entire academy that there is an audacious fool who dares to disrespect the great Yu Academy. And any who share the same realm may go and teach him a lesson. Duan Tiantong's eyes lit up. Indeed, since that brat had boasted of challenging Lu Ying at the great Yu Academy, the academy's disciples could return the favor this moment. Duan Tiantong, too, felt disgruntled, for his descent to apologize was entirely at the behest of their master. He stated, there is no need to announce it to the entire academy. Simply leave it to my sword palace. Before long, news of the incident spread throughout the great Yu Academy, and the audacity of the individual who dared to disrupt the disciple assessment became known. He boldly declared his intention to confront the great Yu Academy and showed no fear of any disciple challenging him from the same realm. As the rumor circulated, it was embellished, painting Yuan Chen as increasingly arrogant and contemptuous towards the entire academy. This was a blatant provocation, a flagrant affront. The prideful disciples of the great Yu Academy were incensed, and countless individuals felt compelled to voice their outrage. Soon, the news reached far and wide, and the name Yuan Chen echoed throughout the imperial capital, with many awaiting to witness his impending humiliation. For years, the great Yu Academy had been regarded as the highest sanctuary, sacred and beyond reproach. How laughable it was for an inconsequential junior to provoke the entire great Yu Academy. Chapter 32. The stunning Mu Qianqian Yuan Chen, Dong Xiaowan, and Wang Dong found a tavern near the imperial capital to lodge. For Dong Xiaowan, having Yuan Chen by her side, and the complete score of the Phoenix Dance of practice was more than enough. Ironically, the esteemed great Yu Academy, a place sought after by many, only repelled her. She prefers to distance herself from the tumult and discord, seeking solitude away from all. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen, with 6 formidable masters as his mentors within the realm of his soul, possesses ample wealth to procure cultivation resources, rendering his admission to the Yu Academy inconsequential. His sole concern lies with the Xinglua Hall, as the nightmare demon articulates. The Xinglua Hall is a sacred ground for cultivation personally established by the founder of the Yu Academy. The martial Saint Xinglua, capable of rapidly elevating his martial prowess to an extraordinary level. In truth, the martial Saint Xinglua holds another identity, that of the third entity within Yuan Chen's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, the martial Saint Xinglua practices a talent-based martial path, which provides greater assistance to Dong Xiaowan, making these aspects particularly alluring to Yuan Chen. His only source of frustration is Wang Dong, who initially aspired to gain prestige at the Yu Academy, only to find himself at odds with it, ultimately reaping no benefits. The Yu Academy, with the L family esteemed as a second-tier clan, hosts numerous disciples. At this moment, all the L family members have quietly gathered at a remote hill. L Ying observes the dozen or so clan members below and inquires, "You have all heard about Yuan Chen's situation, haven't you?" The L family members nod in agreement. N01 wishes for Yuan Chen to remain alive, for his existence could potentially tarnish the L family's reputation, especially considering the disreputable means by which the L family seized his martial soul. A robust man speaks up directly. "Sister Ying, just tell us what to do. We will follow your lead." This man, L Ziki, though older than L Ying by several years, stands as a prominent figure among the L family at the Yu Academy, yet he is still willing to heed L Ying's commands, as the entire L family believes she will soon become the pillar of their clan. L Ying coldly responds, "Currently, Yuan Chen's cultivation is merely at the first tier of the upper Yuan realm, a level nearly non-existent within the Yu Academy. Thus, despite many wishing to deal with him, they are hindered by the strict orders of Master Gyue and cannot take action, while the disciples of the Yu Academy cannot act. We L family members can. L Ziki raises an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we kill him? If the Yu Academy investigates later, we can claim it is a private feud between the L and Yuan families, unrelated to the Academy." L Ying nods. "Yuan Chen has boasted that he would challenge me at the same level. If I were to kill him now, it would surely invite gossip. Therefore, I must rely on you." Brother Ziki, puzzled, asks, "You possess a divine-grade martial soul. Why fear him?" Elling sneers, "It is not fear. It is unnecessary on my path to ascendancy. I do not require fair challenges nor any form of propriety. Just as I seized his martial soul, I will achieve my goals with minimal effort. Since Yuan Chen is only at the first tier of the upper Yuan realm, he is easily slain. Why should I wait until he grows stronger to eliminate him? Of course, my reputation is paramount, so you, Brother Ziki, must ensure that I remain unaware of your actions against him." Ziki nods, albeit with some concern. "I understand. However, I have heard about the Sixth Prince." Ing interrupts, "You need not worry about the Sixth Prince. We have the Second Prince backing us. What is there to fear?" Ziki finally feels at ease. On another front, Yuan Chen remains oblivious to the fact that, despite Guyue's orders, the L family members possess no moral boundaries. Today, he receives an unexpected visitor. She is an enchanting woman, her long, straight hair cascading over her shoulders like flowing water. Her black attire accentuates her alluring curves. With fair skin, delicate brows, a slender nose, and softly tinted lips, her eyes shimmer with an alluring light. The epitome of beauty in the imperial capital, she surpasses even the likes of the captivating Ziyan from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Ing and Dong Xiaowan. However, in terms of temperament, she pales in comparison to Dong Xiaowan, who exudes an ethereal grace and liveliness, while this woman remains firmly rooted in the mundane, albeit with an irresistible charm. Wang Dong promptly approaches her, only to be completely disregarded as she walks past. Mu Qianqian, on the orders of His Highness the Sixth Prince, has come to pay her respects to young Master Yuan. She declares, "The Sixth Prince again?" Yuan Chen pauses, inquiring, "What business does the Sixth Prince have?" Mu Qianqian replies with a gentle smile, "It is not of great importance. His Highness is aware that you intend to reside temporarily in the imperial capital and has sent me to arrange accommodations for you. Originally, he intended to come personally, but due to recent matters in the palace, he could not attend and entrusted me with the task." Yuan Chen cannot help but say, "The Sixth Prince has gone above and beyond to assist me. I feel rather embarrassed." Mu Qianqian studies Yuan Chen intently, stating, "To be candid, this is my first time witnessing His Highness show such concern for someone. He mentioned that inns are often crowded and chaotic, which may not suit you. Coincidentally, he has a quiet and elegant residence away from the hustle and bustle that would be fitting for you." Yuan Chen responds, "In a city of 1,000,000. Is there truly a place that is serene and elegant?" Mu Qianqian smiles. "If His Highness wishes to arrange it, it can certainly be done." Yuan Chen nods. "In that case, I shall not refuse. Please convey my gratitude to the Sixth Prince." At this moment, Dong Xiaowan emerges, intending to offer her counsel. The saying goes, "No reward without effort." Even she feels the Sixth Prince's attentiveness is excessive and harbors unease. Yet, Yuan Chen smiles, "The debts of gratitude I owe have long been incurred. A little more makes no difference. That a tranquil environment would also allow you to practice your piano in peace." Dong Xiaowan feels touched, recognizing that this act of kindness from Yuan Chen is for her sake, as she cherishes quiet spaces. Eventually, the trio arrives at a sprawling garden that spans 100 acres, in the heart of the bustling capital. Such a garden is invaluable. Its size is what allows it to remain a sanctuary of tranquility and elegance. The upkeep of this garden is quite labor-intensive, and Yuan Chen's daily needs would require some servants. His Highness has already arranged for 100 maids. His intention is that, should you find this place to your liking, I would remain here as your steward. What say you? Mu Qianqian's voice is alluring, her gaze seemingly captivating Yuan Chen's very soul. No. Before Yuan Chen can respond, Dong Xiaowan outright rejects the offer. Her eyes fill with hostility. Wang Dong feels a pang of desperation. 100 maids, and that stunning beauty to serve. What does this mean? How could it be any more obvious? Yuan Chen glances at Dong Xiaowan and can only say, "I appreciate His Highness's kind offer, but we both prefer tranquility, so it is unnecessary." Mu Qianqian maintains her smile and bows. "His Highness has instructed that all is to be according to your wishes. So, I shall take my leave." With that, she departs, much like the Sixth Prince, without any lingering attachment or mention of recompense. Truly, where there is a master, there are bound to be loyal servants. Mu Qianqian leaves. Wang Dong follows her to the main road, watching for quite some time. Upon returning, he wears a grim expression. Miss Dong, you should go to your room and practice the piano. I need to discuss something with Brother Yuan. Dong Xiaowan huffs. It surely cannot be anything good. Brother, keep your distance from such people. They will lead you astray. Yuan Chen chuckles. Do not worry. Dong Xiaowan, albeit reluctantly, allows Wang Dong to escort her away. Chapter 33. Old Wang's ultimate skill. Wang Dong returns. His expression serious. Brother Yuan, I believe I have found love again. And I am not joking. Today I was unprepared. Next time at beauty visits, you must assist me as my wingman. Yuan Chen inquires. What do you mean by wingman? Wang Dong explains. It means that you should praise my talents, ambitions, and abilities in front of her. It is one thing for me to boast about myself, but hearing it from someone else carries a different weight. For instance, next time, you could tell her that upon hearing she was coming, I specifically declined an invitation from top-tier family. Just that one sentence conveys my regard for her visit and subtly hints at my own significance. That way, the beauty will take notice of me. In my flirting strategy, having a wingman is crucial that he cannot help but exclaim, since I cannot enter the Dayu Academy, I might as well pursue a romance. I've decided to win her over. Yuan Chen laughs. You have a method for your flirtations? Wang Dong proudly asserts, of course. He adds, well then, as brothers, I shall share with you the essence of my lifelong insights. Just remember, once I teach you my ultimate skills, you must help me woo her while I provide real-time coaching. He then warns, also, keep an eye on your sister. Do not let her interfere with my pursuits. With that, he dramatically produces a stack of papers from his sleeve, the top page boldly declaring 6 steps to flirting, the handwriting somewhat crooked, but clearly penned by Wang himself. Wang Dong transforms into a master. Commencing his live demonstration, the first step in flirting is to identify your target and capture their attention during your initial interactions. First impressions carry immense significance. One must wield words with grace and comport oneself with poise. The more one may be inclined towards carnal desires within, the more one must feign the demeanor of a gentleman outwardly. A true master of seduction would never resort to overt confessions of affection, but rather rely solely on the allure of their own charm to captivate their target. Allowing everything to unfold with an air of naturalness, in stark contrast, those foolish souls who cling tenaciously to their pursuits will invariably find themselves in the lamentable position of a toad aspiring to court swan. The subsequent step, then, is to formally invite the object of one's affections out. This invitation carries its own nuances. Many, upon first encountering a beauty, are eager to propose a meeting only to face inevitable rejection. After all, women tend to be quite shy, and if they are not yet familiar with you, the barriers of caution and distance remain intact. No woman wishes to be perceived as frivolous. Therefore, in my endeavor to invite this enchanting lady, I require the assistance of Brother Yuan. Yuan Chen pointed to himself. Me? Wang Dong replied, as a matter of course. Of course it is you. The 6th prince can send her today, and tomorrow he can do the same. All it takes is for you to speak up. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Chen shrugged, conceding, and asked, what comes next? Wang Dong continued. The next step is to showcase high value during our interactions. For a man to win a woman's affection, he must possess enough charm to attract her. This is what is referred to as value. Only when a woman acknowledges a man's worth does the possibility of her heart being swayed arise. Thus, when you invite her next time, you shall play the role of my wingman, enhancing my image and fostering her fondness toward me. This way, when I subsequently ask her out alone, success will be all but assured. Yuan Chen nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. Observing Yuan Chen's receptive demeanor, Wang Dong felt a surge of pride and added, once I begin private meetings with the beauty, I can consider the timing for a confession. Confessions must be timed perfectly, otherwise a misstep could obliterate all previous efforts, leaving no opportunity for a second chance. Therefore, from start to finish, I can only do one thing. Tease her with my words. Test her boundaries with physical contact, allowing her to gradually accept my advances until, in the midst of ambiguity, I can profess my love with ease. When we reach the 5th step, I will seek an opportunity for her to capitulate. Women seldom express a willingness to share a bed directly. Instead, they offer subtle hints as a competent seducer. One must learn to interpret these signals, and my compendium contains numerous examples to ensure nothing is overlooked. As for the final step, it is naturally to cultivate formidable skills. Otherwise, one might falter in mere seconds, incurring the disdain of the beauty, and risk losing any chance of future intimacy. Yuan Chen could not help but give a thumbs up. Old Wang, you truly are a talent. Indeed, Wang Dong beamed with pride. Yet Yuan Chen swiftly shifted the topic. However, that Mu Qianqian seemed not to have cast even a glance in your direction. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Wang Dong's face flushed. I told you I wasn't prepared today. Yuan Chen shook his head. In my opinion, your so-called secrets of seduction might only deceive naive young women. That Mu Qianqian, being personally dispatched by a prince, is likely not so simple. Your methods may not suffice, Wang Dong retorted. Come on, if I can't do it, can you? Yuan Chen chuckled. If I were to say that Mu Qianqian has been subtly flirting with me all along, even revealing her bosom a few times intentionally for me to catch a glimpse, would you believe me? Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, letting out a sharp gasp. Impossible. Yuan Chen slung an arm around Wang Dong's shoulder and said, I too possess a secret for seducing women. Would you care to hear it? Wang Dong, half convinced, asked. What is it? Yuan Chen replied. The secret is wealth, power, just like martial arts combat, no matter how varied your techniques or how unpredictable your movements. I adopt a straightforward approach that overwhelms all with sheer strength. Conquering women is no different. Don't even mention 6 steps. 60 or 600 steps are insignificant in the face of wealth and power. For instance, that Mu Qianqian, no matter how intricately you plan to win her affection, your flamboyant tactics may ultimately leave you in the role of a mere sycophant. Yet, with a simple beckon from me, she might just find herself in my bed. Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words. With wealth and power, indeed, one can have any woman they desire, eliminating much of the hassle. A seasoned veteran. He understood this all too well. Suddenly, Wang Dong's eyes widened in defiance. Wait, what power or wealth do you possess? Yuan Chen asserted. The Sixth Prince wields power and influence. His desire to befriend me naturally extends that to me. Otherwise, how could Mu Qianqian have deliberately tempted me? Wang Dong stood frozen in the cold wind, pondering. He had indeed noticed Mu Qianqian's attitude towards Yuan Chen, and her parting words were laden with implication. Compared to his 6-step strategy, Yuan Chen could effortlessly win Mu Qianqian's heart. He could not fathom why the Sixth Prince would go out of his way to befriend Yuan Chen, neglecting him entirely. Life seemed dreadfully unfair. Chapter 34. The L Family. A cold and ruthless reckoning in the blink of an eye. 3 peaceful days passed. With the aid of numerous medicinal tonics, Yuan Chen's cultivation rapidly restored, finally reaching the 2nd level of the Upper Yuan realm. His room was enveloped in swirling mist, saturated with the potent aroma of herbs. Each day was spent either nourishing his body with elixirs or diligently practicing his swordsmanship within the depths of his soul SC. Monotonous, yet the speed of his power enhancement was almost visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered by a commanding shout from outside. Yuan Chen, get out here. Ha! We know you are hiding in here. Come out and face your doom. A waste cast into the mass grave. Not dead yet. Today, we shall send you on your way again. The chilling voice sent a wave of frost through Yuan Chen's countenance. Through the window, he spotted 3 cultivators clad in the L family's attire rapidly approaching. In truth, nearly 20 members of the L family had arrived. However, the expansive grounds led them to search separately. L family members, Yuan Chen rose in indignation, donning his attire and grasping his sword as he stepped outside. The foremost L cultivator, upon spotting Yuan Chen, broke into a sinister grin. Yes here. Quickly signal Brother Ziki. Just as he reached for his sword, Yuan Chen closed the distance and, with a swift kick, sent him flying. He soared a good 5 or 6 zhong before crashing to the ground, his ribs shattering upon impact. Witnessing this, the other 2 L family members stood frozen in disbelief. In Upper Yuan realm, 5th level expert, unable to withstand a single strike. Hadn't the vice palace master of Phone K stated that he had just broken into the Upper Yuan realm? How could he possess such strength? You may not kill me, but I shall kill you. Yuan Chen growled, his Ling Yun sword instantly unsheathed. memories of his earnest proposal, only to be met with their treacherous actions, surged within him, igniting an overwhelming desire for vengeance. As another elf family member attempted a sneak attack, Yuan Chen swiftly countered, piercing his chest with a single stroke, ending his life on the spot. Now it's your turn. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen lunged at the third member. This elf family youth only then realized the gravity of the situation. He turned to flee, but a flash of cold light caught up with him, piercing through his heart from behind. In that moment, Yuan Chen resembled the Grim Reaper, merciless in his slaughter. Suddenly, a signal arrow shot skyward, released by the first elf family member whose ribs had been broken. Yuan Chen turned, striding toward him. "Young Master Yuan, let us talk this over," the elf family member pleaded, his face ashen, severely injured and devoid of any chance of escape, left with no choice but to beg for mercy. "Hold your hand." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. It was Elziki, who had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of battle, moving with remarkable speed. However, Yuan Chen's strikes were even swifter. Within mere breaths, two of his elf family associates lay dead, one grievously wounded. Elziki gritted his teeth. "You little rascal, release El Xiao at once." Yuan Chen looked down at the elf family member beneath his feet. "So this one is called El Xiao?" Yes, young Master Yuan." The elf family member thought he could still cling to life, but as he opened his mouth, Yuan Chen crushed his chest with a single step, leaving only a scream in his wake. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Elziki, who had not anticipated Yuan Chen's decisiveness in killing. He growled, "I just told you to let him go." Yuan Chen sneered derisively. "You think I will release him just because you say so? Fool!" The members of the elf family bore expressions of ferocity. I could see that moment. Wang Dong and Dong Xiaowan, alerted by the commotion, rushed out of the room. Upon seeing them, Yuan Chen felt a slight tightening in his chest. He would have preferred their absence, particularly because Dong Xiaowan lacked the ability to protect herself. Elziki, with his meticulous mind, discerned Yuan Chen's expression and, with a sinister wave of his hand, commanded, "Send a few people to take care of those two. The rest, follow me." Instantly, all the members of the elf family sprang into action, 4 of them charging toward Wang Dong and Dong Xiaowan. Yuan Chen hastily instructed, "Old Wang, keep an eye on Xiaowan." Wang Dong swallowed hard, mustering all his focus as he raised his weapon to block the 4 elf family members, managing to hold his ground for the time being. After all, he was the second strongest in Xuchang Prefecture's Upper Yuan realm, skilled not only in dealing with women, but also formidable in his own right. Seeing that Dong Xiaowan was momentarily safe, Yuan Chen felt a flicker of relief. However, without granting him further respite, Elziki advanced upon him, wielding a serrated battle knife that glinted coldly as it aimed for Yuan Chen's head. In response, Yuan Chen drew his sword, opting for a direct confrontation. With a resounding clash, the knife and sword collided, causing Elziki's weapon to tremble violently, forcing him to stagger back a full yard. While Yuan Chen was sent flying, his grip on the sword causing his hand to bleed from the impact. Yet despite this, Elziki gazed at Yuan Chen in astonishment. With a mere 3rd-tier martial soul, and just having broken through to the 1st tier of the Upper Yuan realm, as had been relayed by the Deputy Palace Master Feng Ke, Elziki had no reason to doubt it. He, on the other hand, was a genuine master at the Dao Platform realm. Although the Dao Platform realm was merely the 1st stage of the 4 realms, it was regarded as the realm of martial masters, far beyond the Upper Yuan realm. How could a newcomer who had just breached the Upper Yuan realm stand toe-to-toe with him and only slightly falter? In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Didn't we render you useless? How can you still be so strong?" Yuan Chen gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just remember the deeds you've committed. Today, I shall collect some interest with that." He suddenly turned and lunged at a member of the elf family. This elf family cultivator, possessing 8th-tier Upper Yuan realm prowess, revealed a menacing expression. "You little brat, die," before he could finish his sentence. Yuan Chen closed the distance and executed a horizontal slash with a Lingyun sword. The moment the sword was unleashed, its energy surged forth. The elf family cultivator's face changed dramatically. In a panic, he could only hastily raise his staff to block. The clang of metal echoed as the staff was cleaved downwards, and the elf family cultivator felt an overwhelming force of sword energy surge into him from the point of impact. Causing him to spew blood and stagger to the ground, he attempted to rise, but found a foot pressing upon his throat. "Let go of me! Let go!" he cried, that a sickening crunch silenced his muffled voice. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and in his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief. Many elf family members, witnessing one of their own being entangled and easily slain by Ziki, began to feel a sense of dread. They had assumed that Yuan Chen's martial soul was ruined and his cultivation weak, making him an easy target, which is why they had acted so brazenly. However, the reality proved them wrong. This individual, even when crippled, was far from simple. Ziki approached the corpse of the slain 8th-tier Upper Yuan realm cultivator, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Elder Brother Ziki, a member of the elf family, began to speak. But Ziki interrupted fiercely. "Enough. Today it's life or death with that scoundrel." "Huh, life or death? Do you think I fear you?" Yuan Chen laughed heartily, his battle spirit rising. Death battles? They're what he feared least. His 9th-tier Upper Yuan realm cultivation had not been cultivated through mere practice, but had been forged in combat, having faced off against 103 masters without flinching. Now, confronted by these bitter enemies of the elf family, would he cower? Chapter 35. Breakthrough. Martial soul of 4th tier. Ziki narrowed his eyes, ceasing his words, and unleashed a sweeping strike with his battle knife. The blade sliced through the air, producing a deafening crack. Yuan Chen did not evade. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Lingyun sword and delivered a fierce slash forward. The clash of blade against blade resonated with a piercing sound, and both combatants were pushed back once more. This time, Ziki retreated only 3 steps, while Yuan Chen was sent stumbling back several yards, carving deep trenches into the ground beneath him, a testament to the sheer force of their collision. Such a young age, yet capable of unleashing such terrifying sword power through your mastery of sword intent. You are indeed a genius, but you shall still perish, Ziki bellowed, filled with confidence. The disparity between the 4 realms and the 3 Yuan realms was not something that could be bridged merely by a perfect mastery of sword intent. Especially when he himself had comprehended the essence of the blade, to kill Yuan Chen would be a trivial matter. Without that assurance, Elling would not have sent him. Damn it. Yuan Chen's expression turned grave. Faced with a martial master of the Dao platform realm, it was incredibly challenging for him to fully unleash his layered wave sword intent. The layered wave sword intent combined the power of successive strikes, with each sword stronger than the last. However, the initial strike was weak. When confronted by a formidable foe, the first strike would be forcibly suppressed, preventing the subsequent strikes from accumulating power. Suddenly, Ziki shouted coldly and unleashed another strike. This blade was layered and shimmering with cold light, embodying a profound essence of the blade. Sensing the terrifying nature of this strike, Yuan Chen gritted his teeth and began to retreat, his bleeding hand forcing out another strike. Just then, a cascade of melodic notes erupted in the air, growing closer and more powerful, as if an army was charging forth. The melody intensified, echoing the clash of armies, the sound of metal and hoofbeats reverberating like a tiger swallowing the vastness of the land. In an instant, Yuan Chen, who had been at a significant disadvantage, felt his blood boil, his battle spirit soaring to new heights. Simultaneously, Ziki's face flushed, displaying a vicious expression, and his blades might suffered greatly. Not only him, but other elf family members also clutched their heads in agony, wailing in distress. "Kill! Time waits for no one!" Yuan Chen bellowed, his foot crashing down and creating a deep pit in the ground. Propelling himself towards Ziki with the force of the rebound, clang. As blade met sword, Yuan Chen's strike deflected Ziki's weapon, and with that momentum, he thrust forward fiercely. Ziki, momentarily disoriented, paled as he barely managed to sidestep the lethal blow. But the next moment, the Lingyun sword pierced through his shoulder, the immense pain finally snapping him back to reality. He hastily swung out a strike, forcing Yuan Chen back. With a splatter, Yuan Chen retreated, his sword leaving a trail of blood. Ziki staggered, clutching his bleeding left shoulder, his expression twisted with rage. Elder Brother Ziki, Brother L, the L family members were thrown into disarray. Ziki was their leader at the Dayu Academy and the only martial master of the Tao platform realm. And his injuries shattered their morale. Ziki glared with bloodshot eyes, raising his gaze towards the source of the melody, filled with trepidation. The talent in martial arts was too formidable before the music emerged. He had completely dominated Yuan Chen, but with the melody's arrival, he had been grievously wounded. After a moment's hesitation, Ziki, unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth and roared, "Retreat!" Yuan Chen did not pursue. Ziki was immensely powerful. If he chased too far without Dong Xiaowan's melodic assistance, he would not emerge victorious. "Brother Chen, you are incredible. You even defeated a master of the Tao platform realm." Wang Dong rushed over, genuinely amazed. Even changing how he addressed Yuan Chen. Defeating a Tao platform realm expert was no trivial feat, however. Doing so while possessing only Upper Yuan realm cultivation was truly remarkable. The chasm between the Upper Yuan realm and the Tao platform realm was vast. Tao platform masters were hailed as martial masters, while the Upper Yuan realm bore no title whatsoever. The gap between them was as daunting as a chasm. Now, having just broken through to the Upper Yuan realm, if news of Yuan Chen's victory over a Tao platform realm master spread, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. Wang Dong felt like a mere wretch in comparison to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen replied, "Without Xiaowan, I wouldn't have been able to win." After saying this, he approached the first corpse of a L family member, placing his palm on its abdomen. The black dragon soul within him stirred with excitement, traversing through the meridians of the martial soul as it began to voraciously devour the L family member's essence. Wang Dong was a bit bewildered. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Yuan Chen calmly replied, "This is a form of my cultivation technique." He was unconcerned about revealing anything. Firstly, old Wang was one of his own. Secondly, merely placing his hand on a corpse was hardly something that could reveal any secrets. If it could, that would indeed be absurd. Before long, the black dragon's soul returned, brimming with vitality, yet remained unsatisfied. The dragon soul of the third rank possesses a greater appetite than that of the first rank. Yuan Chen, employing the same method, commenced the devouring of the second member of the Lu family's martial soul. The reason the members of the Lu family lack strength is that those with formidable power have already returned home after completing their training, assuming significant positions within the clan. For instance, Lu Ziki is not far from returning to the Lu family. Thus, their innate talents are by no means inferior. On the contrary, their talents are top-notch, with even the weakest martial soul reaching the 5th rank. Otherwise, they would not have gained admission to the Great Yu Academy. After Yuan Chen consumed the second individual, his martial soul finally restored to the 4th rank. Without displaying any emotion, he proceeded toward the third person. The Lu family had resorted to insidious and malevolent means to extract his martial soul. Now, he was reclaiming it by extinguishing their lives, which seemed quite fair. Ultimately, he consumed the martial souls of all the members of the Lu family, and the black dragon soul contentedly returned to his Danton the Great Yu Academy. Lu Ying and Lu Monru awaited the return of the Lu family members, their expressions ashen, particularly Lu Ying, who could hardly believe that Yuan Chen had managed to defeat Lu Ziki of the Tao platform realm, leaving her deeply unsettled. "If it weren't for that woman, Yuan Chen would never have bested me. I never anticipated that woman could influence the battle even before entering the Tao with her sound." Lu Ziki growled in indignation, feeling aggrieved. "I also overlooked that little girl, Lu Ying's complexion equally grim. The talent of the martial path is indeed formidable. Dajiyu's cultivation was merely at the 3rd rank of martial emperor, while her master, Feng Ke, had already reached the 8th rank of martial emperor. Yet, due to Guyu's path of innate talent, he firmly secured the position of the head of the Great Yu Academy, relegating her master to the vice principal. In a certain sense, a rising star of immense potential in the innate martial path holds value no less than that of possessing a divine martial soul. A mere 14 or 15-year-old girl, capable of entering the Tao with her sound purely through her own effort. How frightening is that? It must be said that the combination of Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan has placed immense pressure on Lu Ying. This pressure, she initially intended to eliminate on the day of the Academy's disciple assessment, was ultimately thwarted by the 6th prince. Lu Ying said, "Brother Ziki, you should return to recuperate. Let us not mention today's events." Many in the academy are eager to seek trouble with Yuan Chen if they succeed in killing him. That would be ideal. If he retaliates and kills them, it would only serve to deepen the enmity between us, which benefits us all. Luziki nodded. Even if he wished to retaliate, he found himself unable to do so. Lu Ying then turned to Lu Monru, saying, "Sister, please investigate the background of that woman who is about to enter the Tao with her sound. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle." Understood. Lu Monru nodded, harboring her own resentment toward Yuan Chen. Chapter 36. Assault on the Great Yu Academy. At noon, Yuan Chen, Dong Xiaowan, and Wang Dong sat around a table, which was adorned with several dishes, a delightful blend of meat and vegetables, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. With a sweet smile, Dong Xiaowan lifted a piece of meat and fed it to Yuan Chen. "Brother, do taste my cooking and see if I've improved." Yuan Chen chuckled, unceremoniously swallowing the meat and responding with satisfaction. "It is absolutely delicious." Dong Xiaowan, playfully biting her chopsticks, erupted into joyous laughter. Wang Dong, sitting beside them, grumbled as he consumed his share. "Brother Chen, don't be insensitive. You're enjoying the company of Miss Dong. While I'm still single, don't forget about Mu Qianqian." Yuan Chen shot him a glare and retorted, "Stop with the useless chatter. Cultivation is the true path. After we finish eating, we will head to the Great Yu Academy to challenge the Starfall Hall." "The Starfall Hall? Are you certain we should go now?" Wang Dong exclaimed, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Although several prominent figures at the Great Yu Academy had assured them that no disciples of higher rank would trouble them, those assurances were not infallible. As evidenced by the earlier attack from the Liu family's disciples, the Great Yu Academy had refrained from seeking them out, yet they were now heading into its heart. Yuan Chen replied calmly, "Within 10 years, I must transcend 4 realms and enter the 3rd realm of heaven and earth. I cannot afford a pause in my progress. Only the Starfall Hall can facilitate a significant leap forward for me. It is a promise made by the head of the Great Yu Academy. Why should I not go?" Wang Dong remained hesitant. Yuan Chen, exasperated, asked, "Will you go or not?" I will, Wang Dong hurriedly acquiesced. As the esteemed Starfall Hall of the Great Yu Academy, opportunities to enter were exceedingly rare, not only for outsiders, but even for the Academy's disciples. Such an opportunity was indeed difficult for Wang Dong to refuse. After finishing their meal and tidying up briefly, the trio set off toward the Great Yu Academy. Upon their arrival at the foot of the mountain, they were confronted by a throng of people. These individuals were the lower-ranking disciples of the Great Yu Academy, many of whom had participated in the disciple assessment alongside Yuan Chen, Wang Dong, and Dong Xiaowan when they first entered the academy. However, upon seeing the three, their faces were filled with hostility. Everyone knew that during the disciple assessment, Yuan Chen had audaciously harmed an academy disciple. Had it not been for the 6th Prince's intervention, he would not have made it past the academy's gates. One disciple pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Chen, shouting, "Yuan, do you dare to show your face here?" Yuan Chen coldly regarded the crowd. "Why wouldn't I dare? Did your elders not mention that I could enter the Starfall Hall at any time?" The disciple of the Great Yu Academy sneered. "They did say that. Yet they also remarked that you regard our disciples as mere ants. Arrogant and dismissive, claiming that you would eventually come to challenge us. Who would have thought you truly had the audacity to come?" Yuan Chen furrowed his brow. He had never uttered such words. Moreover, who would make such foolish statements, effectively inciting hatred? With an air of dignified composure, Yuan Chen replied, "I merely wish to enter the Starfall Hall for cultivation, with no intention of provocation." "Huh." The disciple laughed heartily. "So you speak boldly behind closed doors, yet when confronted here at the Great Yu Academy, you cower like a dog? Enough of your nonsense. I'm at the 1st rank of the Ascendant Realm, and I will gladly incapacitate you." Before he could finish, Yuan Chen suddenly vanished from his position. Thud! In the next instant, an explosive sound erupted as the disciple was sent flying, shrieking in pain. Instantaneous defeat. At that moment, Yuan Chen's cold voice resonated. "I said I have no intention of provocation, but that does not mean I fear you in the same realm. If the Great Yu Academy wishes to battle, I shall accompany you to the end. Furthermore, I am no longer at the 1st rank of the Ascendant Realm. I have achieved the 2nd rank. Remember that. With that, he grasped Dong Xiaowan's hand and ascended the haughty steps of the Great Yu Academy. One step at a time. Did he anticipate encountering trouble upon arriving at the Great Yu Academy? He had mentally prepared himself for this before coming, given the unpleasantness of the disciple assessment. He certainly could not expect the Academy's members to greet him with kindness. However, opportunities are merely the result of fighting for a sliver of hope. Cultivation is fundamentally a struggle against life and death with the heavens and earth. A contest for fortune against extraordinary individuals. If one does not dare to fight, what path of cultivation can one pursue? Witnessing this scene, the remaining disciples of the Great Yu Academy stood in stunned silence. They were not foolish. From Yuan Chen's display of power, it was evident that none among them stood a chance against him. Continuing the fight would only lead to humiliation. Perhaps only the more seasoned senior brothers and sisters could truly deal with him. Promptly, someone dashed into the academy to report the event. Yuan Chen, observing the unfolding drama, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph, this so-called Great Yu Academy, filled with prodigies, is not as remarkable as they claim." The remaining disciples wore expressions of dismay. Yet none dared to act, merely watching with suppressed anger as Yuan Chen strode past them. Soon, another group rushed over, led by a youthful figure whose demeanor was strikingly impressive. Before he even arrived, his voice boomed, "Yuan Chen, I have come to have a word with you." It was Shen Chu. "Shen Chu is here," someone exclaimed in excitement. Shen Chu was not only recognized for having comprehended sword intent at a young age, but also possessed a 7th-rank martial soul. Regarded as the foremost prodigy of the 2nd rank of the Ascendant Realm within the Great Yu Academy. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Shen Chu fiercely lunged at Yuan Chen, refusing to waste words. Just then, Yuan Chen, who had been leisurely ascending the mountain, suddenly charged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, his speed exceeding that of Shen Chu by at least double. Shen Chu's expression changed dramatically. Yet there was no time for any reaction. With a cry of agony, he was sent flying by Yuan Chen's punch, coming in fast and leaving even faster. This scene doused the crowd's excitement with a cold splash of reality. No one had expected that the most formidable disciple of the 2nd rank of the Ascendant Realm from the Great Yu Academy would be so easily defeated. Yuan Chen glanced down at the humiliated Shen Chu and remarked, "Is this truly the strongest of the 2nd rank of the Ascendant Realm?" Shen Chu, filled with indignation and shame, could not muster the courage to respond. Yuan Chen shrugged, pathetic, utterly devoid of challenge. "Bring forth your strongest at the 3rd rank of the Ascendant Realm for a proper spar." Shen Chu gritted his teeth. "If you have the guts, challenge someone at the 5th rank of the Ascendant Realm directly." Yuan Chen's interest was piqued. "Why the 5th rank of the Ascendant Realm?" Shen Chu replied, "On the day of the disciple assessment, you defeated a senior brother of the 9th rank of the Ascendant Realm. Such an ability to surpass ranks can only be matched by those of the 5th rank of the Ascendant Realm. Were it not for the fact that those of comparable cultivation to you lack the confidence to defeat you, and constrained by the strict edict of the esteemed Lord of Ancient Peak, forbidding higher-ranked disciples from dealing with you, do you truly believe you would have enjoyed such freedom until today?" Yuan Chen comprehended. This was likely the reason why numerous individuals within the Great Yu Academy harbored ill will towards him, yet refrained from causing him trouble. "Ha ha!" He laughed heartily, reflecting on the grievances endured by Dong Xiaowan and the actions of the Great Yu Academy, feeling a surge of righteous indignation within him. On the day of the disciple assessment, "You treated my sister and me with gross injustice. Today, I set aside past grievances, merely wishing to enter the Star Luo Hall to cultivate, yet you persistently plot against me. How amusing it is that you wish to deal with me, while hesitating at every turn. Very well. I shall oblige your wishes and directly challenge the 5th rank of the Upper Origin Realm, for I am eager to discern the caliber of the prodigies of the Great Yu Academy." Shen Chu chuckled sinisterly, glancing at a disciple behind him, saying, "There is someone who does not know their own limitations. Is he not satisfied yet? Quickly summon Senior Brother Qian Wuyong to eliminate him." Chapter 37. A duel to the death. The illustrious Great Yu Academy has been audaciously provoked, and regardless of the righteousness of the matter, its members will invariably stand by their own. In an instant, news spread, igniting a cacophony of uproar. That lad is truly oblivious to his own position. We extended him mercy by allowing him to leave, yet he dares to return and provoke us. He surely believes the Lord has commanded that high-ranking individuals refrain from disciplining him, which emboldens his insolence. The Lord established this rule to apply pressure upon us. However, he has overestimated him. Surely there are prodigies within our ranks capable of subduing him. It is said that Sun Chu has already been defeated, and he has directly challenged the 5th rank of the Upper Origin Realm. What? Let us go and witness this. The entire Great Yu Academy became abuzz with excitement, many hastening towards the palace steps, including some formidable individuals. Under ordinary circumstances, the conflicts among weaker disciples of the 3rd realm would not attract the attention of those in the 4th realm. Yet today, it was clear that one individual had captured their profound interest within the towering and magnificent halls of the Great Yu Academy. Guyu directed his gaze towards Feng Ke, junior brother. The one favored by our ancestor has arrived. Will you not go and take a look? Feng Ke sneered. Oh, I too wish to see what abilities he possesses at this moment. Yuan Chen found himself surrounded by a throng of people, all pointing fingers at him with unkind expressions. However, he disregarded them completely. On that day, the Lord of the Great Yu Academy had extended a sincere apology to him. However, the higher-ups' intentions are difficult to bind every disciple below. Hence conflict is inevitable. Nevertheless, with the Lord's strict edict in place, Yuan Chen felt no concern that anyone would dare to breach the rules. Amidst the chaos and malevolence, Yuan Chen held Dong Xiaowan's hand. Remaining utterly unfazed, his gaze was fixed resolutely ahead. Everyone was aware that the girl he held, just prior to the disciple assessment, had been regarded as a treasure by the Great Yu Academy, but was subsequently cast out and subjected to immense grievances. They also recognized that Yuan Chen had just broken through to the Upper Origin Realm and had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship to its fullest. Whispers spread throughout the academy. This pair of youthful prodigies has come today to slap the Great Yu Academy in the face. Many haughty individuals glared, eagerly anticipating someone to bring down the arrogance of the provocateur, regardless of who he might be. Finally, a burly figure emerged. Qian Weiyong. Ha! Splendid! Qian Weiyong was well known among the newly initiated disciples, and his prowess was sufficient to challenge the 9th rank of the Upper Origin Realm. Numerous disciples of the Great Yu Academy displayed expressions of delight, for the first time with so many peers observing him, including several strong figures of the 4th realm. Qian Weiyong felt his blood surging with fervor. This battle he could not afford to lose. Not only must he win, but he must do so with overwhelming force. After today, Qian Weiyong would be recognized as a notable figure within the Great Yu Academy. With a vigorous stride, he rushed forward, and upon seeing Yuan Chen, he bellowed with commanding ferocity. You, brat, are far too arrogant. It has always been us of the Great Yu Academy who challenge others. How dare you attempt to challenge me? Witness as I teach you a lesson with a single blow, as his roar echoed. Qian Weiyong clenched his fist, veins bulging ominously as he unleashed a powerful strike. He intended to crush Yuan Chen with sheer strength. Yuan Chen snorted dismissively. This power pales in comparison to that of Lu Ziki from the Dao platform realm. He refrained from idle chatter, and at the moment Qian Weiyong threw his punch, he retaliated with a deceptively simple strike of his own, one that concealed the might of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a sharp crack resounded, followed by Qian Weiyong's anguished scream. His tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing forth as his hand convulsed uncontrollably. He staggered backward for a dozen paces before managing to steady himself. The prodigy of the 5th rank of the Upper Origin Realm. Is this all he possesses? Yuan Chen's scornful, derisive tone doused Qian Weiyong with icy water, igniting his fury. You scoundrel, I shall make you understand the true might of the 5th rank of the Upper Origin Realm. Qian Weiyong growled, his face flushed with rage, contorted in pain. Under the gazes of many, he could not bear to be belittled by one of a lower realm. The surrounding disciples of the Great Yu Academy eagerly awaited Qian Weiyong's counterattack. He was a renowned prodigy among the 5th-ranked disciples of the Upper Origin Realm, capable of defeating many experts of the 9th rank once he unleashed his punch intent. How could a mere lad who had just broken through to the upper origin realm withstand him? Yet Yuan Chen remained entirely indifferent. Die for me. Suddenly, Qin Weiyong let out a low growl, his tightly clenched fist trembling as his aura surged dramatically. With formidable force, he swung his right fist toward Yuan Chen's head in the most brutal manner. This strike was not only an all-out effort, but a genuine killing blow. However, Yuan Chen was faster. He shifted laterally several dozen meters and then swiftly drew his sword. The blade flashed, a stream of light slicing horizontally. Before Qin Weiyong's fist could land, he let out a shriek as the sword light grazed his left flank, the edge of the Ling Yun's sword slicing through flesh and even injuring his internal organs. What the hell? Is this brat merely at the second rank of the upper origin realm? Qin Weiyong found himself utterly defenseless. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Qin Weiyong wished he could find a mouse hole to hide in. He had just put on an imposing front only to be utterly humiliated. You brat, you cannot possibly be merely at the second rank of the upper origin realm. It is impossible, Qin Weiyong growled. Unable to accept the reality that a loss is a loss. Get lost, Yuan Chen shouted coldly as he continued deeper into the Great Yu Academy. That moment, a noble young man clad in brocade robes, with a long sword at his waist, blocked Yuan Chen's path. Yet he did not attack. Instead, he clasped his hands together and said, I am He Chiu, a disciple of the Sword Palace, and I hope to seek counsel for Brother Yuan. Yuan Chen regarded him, his expression instantly darkening. He instinctively sensed danger. The other's aura was profound, his breath extraordinary, far beyond what Qin Weiyong could compare to. Facing him even gave Yuan Chen the unsettling illusion of confronting a martial master. Yuan Chen asked, You're not at the fifth rank of the upper origin realm, are you? He Chiu smiled and replied, I am at the sixth rank of the upper origin realm. So I require Brother Yuan's consent. Otherwise, due to the Lord's strict edict, I naturally would not dare to act against Brother Yuan. Seeing Yuan Chen hesitate, He Chiu lowered his posture further, clasping his hands. Among the fifth-ranked disciples, with Qin Weiyong defeated, there is likely no one who can match you, Brother Yuan. If you wish to challenge again, you can only face us sixth-ranked disciples. Coincidentally, I have the opportunity to meet such a prodigy as Brother Yuan today. I'm quite eager for a duel. Very well, Yuan Chen agreed with a nod. Engaging with strong opponents would truly unleash his potential. He did not overthink it. However, at the instant Yuan Chen acquiesced. He Chiu's smiling face suddenly twisted, and with a whoosh, his long sword was drawn, a terrifying sword light cleaving towards Yuan Chen's throat. I could see that moment. He Chiu's maniacal laughter erupted. Thank you for your graciousness. Brother Yuan, let us duel to the death. Chapter 38. Breakthrough. Third rank of the upper origin realm. The sudden turn of events left Yuan Chen's expression astonished, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block in front of his chest. Bang! With a deafening sound, Yuan Chen was sent staggering back a full 7 to 8 meters. His right arm was injured by the sword energy, blood streaming down. Simultaneously, He Chiu's sword through the air, akin to a hawk diving for its prey, rushing towards him at incredible speed. You scoundrel! Yuan Chen let out a low growl, channeling all his strength into his right hand. Veins bulged on his sword-wielding hand, bursting forth with formidable power as he struck fiercely at He Chiu. The two swords, imbued with immense pressure and sword energy, instantly tore through the air, colliding with a thunderous clash. The sound of their weapons colliding echoed sharply in the arena, sending Yuan Chen flying. While He Chiu's expression changed in an instant, his sword had shattered. Junior brother, catch the sword. A formidable figure at the fourth level of the realm immediately drew his own sword and tossed it to He Chiu. In the Great Yu Academy, weapons were plentiful. Earlier, Yuan Chen had dared to sever the arm of a disciple from the Sword Palace during the disciple assessment, and although that disciple was merely a servant, the Sword Palace, being one of the 3 most powerful palaces within the Great Yu Academy, could not allow an insignificant junior to act with impunity. The disciples of the Sword Palace were the ones most eager to deal with Yuan Chen. He Chiu, receiving the long sword, grimaced. A lowly commoner possesses a treasure. That sword is mine, with a tremor in his form. He moved like a striking serpent, employing an exceedingly cunning maneuver as he advanced towards Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen was not slow to respond. At the moment He Chiu launched his attack, he swung his sword to meet it. Although his cultivation was low, the essence of each of his strikes was extraordinary. Just as the two were about to clash again, He Chiu's sword trajectory suddenly shifted, slicing towards Yuan Chen's wrist at a peculiar angle, his movements following suit. If it were an ordinary practitioner at the upper Yuan realm, they would likely be unable to react to such a sudden change. However, He Chiu underestimated Yuan Chen's experience from life-and-death battles. After all, who could rival the relentless training under the martial emperor Huangfu Song? Almost simultaneously, as Yuan Chen leaned back to evade He Chiu's attack, he delivered a powerful kick to He Chiu's abdomen. He Chiu hurriedly raised his arms in defense, but with a resounding bang. He was still sent flying by Yuan Chen's kick. This moment, Yuan Chen finally had the opportunity to unleash the layered wave sword intent. He executed his first strike with exquisite precision. Although He Chiu easily blocked it, Yuan Chen followed up seamlessly with a second, and in the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted. He Chiu was directly suppressed. High above, behind a veil of white clouds, Duan Tiantong withdrew his gaze, sighing, "What exquisite sword intent! To possess such comprehension of the sword path at such a young age, his foundation and insight are indeed quite rare among the many prodigies of the Sword Palace. It is a pity, he lamented twice, for this young man was originally destined to join his Sword Palace. Had that been the case, the palace would have gained another talent. Alas, in deference to the Vice Palace Master Feng Ke, he had chosen to push this genius aside. Beside him, Feng Ke suddenly scoffed. There is nothing to lament. Failing to join the Great Yu Academy is his own misfortune. Were it not for the face of our master, he would have long since been dead. Duan Tiantong dared not retort. Gu, however, remarked, "Junior brother, have you considered why our master regards him so highly?" Feng Ke's expression darkened, and he offered no reply. Gu continued meaningfully, "We are merely observers. Perhaps our master is watching as well. Let us see it on the battlefield." The clash between Yuan Chen and He Chiu raged on. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, a figure was sent flying. It was He Chiu. Just as Yuan Chen was about to continue his assault, his expression suddenly changed. A sharp sword had stealthily pierced the back of his neck. The ambush was too subtle, lacking even the slightest hint of energy beforehand. In a critical moment, Yuan Chen abruptly interrupted the layered wave sword intent, abandoning his pursuit of He Chiu, and swiftly turned to evade. Yet he could not completely avoid that fatal strike. Blood flowed from the wound on his neck. "Brother," cried Dong Xiaowan anxiously from the sidelines, "I'm fine." Yuan Chen gestured for her to remain calm, though his face had turned icy. Before him stood a man in black robes, his sword dripping with Yuan Chen's blood. Yuan Chen's expression hardened. "Is this what you call a challenge? A surprise attack from behind? This is the so-called righteous faction." The black-robed man sneered. "You wish to challenge the Great Yu Academy, but you never specified that it would be a one-on-one duel. He Chiu, my senior brother, is at the 6th tier of the Upper Yuan realm, as am I. This hardly constitutes breaking the rules. Does it? Scoundrel, die!" Yuan Chen bellowed, dismissing further words. With a furious roar, he charged forward. Just moments ago, he had nearly stepped into the gates of death. Since someone sought his life, he would not allow that person to live. The full force of his perfected sword intent erupted, striking directly at the black-robed man. The speed of this blow was astonishing. The black-robed man was taken aback. While he was indeed a renowned prodigy of the Sword Palace, he was still inferior to He Chiu in terms of challenging power. More importantly, he had never anticipated that a newly advanced practitioner at the Upper Yuan realm could unleash such terrifying strength in a fit of rage. The black-robed man had no time to ponder. He hastily retreated, but it was too late. The razor-sharp Ling Yun's sword pierced through his left abdomen. Puff! The black-robed disciple stumbled to the ground, blood splattering from his wound, severely injured, before Yuan Chen could strike again. A white figure lunged at him. It was He Chiu, who had seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Now, wearing a sinister grin, I end the deadly battle. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. He Chiu, already not inferior to Yuan Chen in strength, now had the support of a powerful junior brother, making the elimination of Yuan Chen a foregone conclusion. Yet at the moment He Chiu swung his sword down, Yuan Chen suddenly pivoted, the Lingyun sword cleaving fiercely. In the instant their swords clashed, a terrifying aura surged forth from Yuan Chen's body. This strike, compared to the previous ones, had nearly doubled in power. Bang! Hichio was forced back several dozen paces. He screamed in disbelief. What? You, third tier of the upper Yuan realm. How is that possible? Above in the sky, behind the clouds, Feng Ke stared intently at Yuan Chen below. On the day of a disciple assessment, he had just reached the first tier of the upper Yuan realm. It was already remarkable that he had advanced to the second tier in such a short span. Now, to have reached the third tier, what speed of cultivation was this? Gu Yu and Duan Tiantong shared the same incredulity. The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulty. If Yuan Chen had reached the limit of the first tier during the disciple assessment and had finally broken through to the second tier in the days since, they could understand. But to achieve consecutive breakthroughs was simply terrifying. They were unaware that Yuan Chen was not merely cultivating, but rather reclaiming the power that rightfully belonged to him, a speed that was already ludicrously fast. Additionally, his martial soul had ascended a tier, further propelling his restoration. Had it not been for the assistance of the L family, Yuan Chen would not have recovered so swiftly. Now, having long reached the threshold of the third tier, he exploded with rage, achieving his breakthrough in the blink of an eye. Chapter 39. Terrifying talent in martial arts on the battlefield. Yuan Chen, facing two opponents, began to seize absolute initiative. Hichio's expression was one of sheer rage. Damn it. This bastard has become so strong in an instant. The entire palace is watching, and I have become a laughingstock. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he beheld the sword light emitted by Yuan Chen's Lingyun sword. Resembling surging waves intent on engulfing him, he hastily raised his sword to defend, but with a resounding clang, his sword was once again severed by Yuan Chen. The Lingyun sword continued its arc. Not good. Hichio cried out, quickly raising both hands as his internal energy surged to his palms, then clapping them together to firmly grip the Lingyun sword. In that moment, facing death, Hichio drew upon every ounce of strength he could muster. Brother Yuan, let's call it a day. Call it a day. At this moment, Hichio finally felt feared. In pursuit of life and death. You spoke those words. I shall fulfill them, Yuan Chen declared, pressing the sword down fiercely. Hichio screamed in terror as Yuan Chen's sword pressed against his forehead. Another strike would surely cleave his skull. Just then, a gust of wind surged from behind. Yuan Chen swiftly dodged, turning back to see 9 disciples from the Sword Palace glaring at him, each exuding a murderous aura. One of them coldly shouted, "You dare to truly kill? You seek death." Yuan Chen laughed in fury. Ridiculous. Are you the only ones allowed to kill others, while others must not retaliate? If you cannot bear to lose, then do not show yourselves. The expressions of the 9 disciples from the Sword Palace darkened. That moment. The previously injured black-robed disciple clutched his abdomen, glaring at Yuan Chen with resentment. Brothers, this scoundrel possesses a wicked heart and cruel methods that he cannot be allowed to leave alive. He challenged the 6th tier of the upper Yuan realm. Let all of our 6th tier disciples join forces. This does not violate the palace master's decree. Good. Let us eliminate this menace. Attack. The 9 disciples of the Sword Palace launched their assault in unison. All 9 possessed the same 6th tier of the upper Yuan realm cultivation. Though not all possess the remarkable prowess for extraordinary challenges akin to Hichio, their abilities are nonetheless formidable. Initially, the disciples of the Jian Palace, all at the 6th rank of the upper Yuan realm, besieged Yuan Chen, a sight that was somewhat unbecoming. However, upon witnessing Yuan Chen's strength erupt, heralding an imminent victory, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Yuan Chen's expression turned grave. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily dispatch any single opponent. Yet, surrounded as he was, even with his formidable personal strength, he found himself overwhelmed, forced into a defensive stance with no opportunity to retaliate. This disadvantage was exacerbated to an unbearable extent once the mightiest Hichio joined the fray. Damn it, how shameless can one be? Wang Dong cursed under his breath, steeling himself to join the battle. Regrettably, his efforts were but a drop in the bucket, as a 7th-ranked disciple of the upper Yuan realm. He was outmatched even by the weakest sixth-ranked disciple of the Jian Palace, 8T that moment. A series of clear and urgent resonated through the air, the melody soaring with fervor, imbued with an essence of slaughter, transporting all present as if they had stepped onto an ancient battlefield. The scent of blood and decay filled the air. Each note of the resembled a blade of energy, and each pluck of the strings sounded like the shattering of a silver bottle. The melancholic yet piercing unfolded in a flurry of strikes, each motion conjuring a myriad of lethal glimmers. A powerful cultivator turned to observe, and there, amidst the autumn winds and falling petals, stood a girl of 14 or 15. Her long, glossy black hair cascading around her as she delicately played the chilling melody stirred the branches of the cold plum trees, causing their blossoms to fall like snowflakes upon her pristine white attire. In that moment, she appeared as the very center of the universe. Suddenly, one of the Jian Palace disciples, unable to withstand the onslaught of was propelled backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He did not merely suffer grievous injury. He perished on the spot. Panic seized everyone. Xiao, the black-robed disciples, and others lost all inclination to continue their assault on Yuan Chen, desperately striving to fend off the as if confronted by the most terrifying demonic sound in existence. "Kill her! Kill her!" Xiao screamed, clutching his ears, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards Dong Xiaowan, and others followed suit in a frenzied dash toward her. Dong Xiaowan raised her gaze. Her eyes, typically filled with affection for Yuan Chen, now radiated an icy resolve. With a swift motion of her jade-like hand, the sword, coalescing into a palpable aura of lethal intent, a sickening sound echoed through the DU Academy as Xiao, at the forefront, was cleaved in two by the force, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The faces of the remaining Jian Palace disciples turned ashen, but it was too late for them to escape. Just as the atmosphere thickened with impending doom, a clear, resonant voice broke through the chaos, suppressing all. The world, once shrouded in murderous intent, regained its colors, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Duan Tiantong descended slowly from the heavens, his expression grim. Had he been even a moment slower, all his sixth-ranked disciples of the Upper Yuan realm might have perished. Although they ranked low within the Jian Palace, the loss would still bear heavily on his conscience as the leader of the Jian Palace. Gu Yu and Feng Ke also made their appearances. With Feng Ke's demeanor even darker than Duan Tiantong's, he reflected upon his own circumstances. In terms of cultivation, comprehension, and dedication, he surpassed Gu Yu, yet Gu Yu's innate martial prowess overshadowed him entirely. The terrifying nature of innate martial arts meant that once unleashed, even those of the same realm could offer no resistance, and even higher-ranked cultivators would not dare to provoke them. Gu Yu gazed at Dong Xiaowan as if she were a vast treasure, softly inquiring, "Little girl, how old are you this year?" Dong Xiaowan, with a favorable impression of Gu Yu, replied honestly, 15.15. Gu Yu gasped in astonishment. Until now, Dong Xiaowan had merely approached the path of enlightenment through sound. The gap between the threshold of understanding and true mastery was profound, and that one step could either take mere moments or confine one for a lifetime. In that instant, Gu Yu felt an overwhelming desire to plead with Dong Xiaowan to take him as her mentor. He turned to Feng Ke and Duan Tiantong, excitement evident in his voice. "My esteemed junior brothers, did you hear that? With the legacy of my grandmaster and the support of Xing Luo Palace, I barely reached the path of enlightenment through chess at 23. Yet she, relying solely on herself, achieves the path of enlightenment through sound at just 15. How remarkable!" Duan Tiantong dared not respond, feeling a heavy burden of responsibility for not having ensured such a stunning talent became a disciple of the DU Academy. Feng Ke, equally somber, refrained from comment. In this moment, all attention turned to Dong Xiaowan. In comparison, Yuan Chen's so-called breakthrough to a minor realm paled in significance. Gu Yu then addressed Yuan Chen, saying, "Young friend, your sister has just attained enlightenment through sound. This transformation is monumental. She now requires an exceptionally nurturing environment to ascend to the Dao Tai realm in a brief span. That if you trust this palace, you may temporarily entrust her to me." Within Xingluo Palace, there are the Yin Palace and the Sword Palace. You may cultivate in the Sword Palace while I personally guide her in the Yin Palace. Brother, Dong Xiaowan looked to Yuan Chen first. It's all right. The Yin Palace and Sword Palace are both within Xingluo Palace. We shall go together. Yuan Chen smiled, taking Dong Xiaowan's hand. With Gu Yue standing, if he truly intended to harm them. He had a myriad of methods at his disposal without resorting to deceit. Conversely, having the guidance of a formidable innate martial artist would only benefit Dong Xiaowan, and he had no intention of obstructing her path. Ultimately, Gu Yu led Yuan Chen toward Xingluo Palace, with Wang Dong and Dong Xiaowan naturally following suit, and no one dared to impede their passage. Chapter 40. The Stone Tablet of Swordsmanship. Xingluo Palace, towering at a height of 100 zhang, comprises 33 levels, each adorned with 18 grand halls, all enveloped by intricate formations that exude mystery and authority. This sacred site was constructed by the esteemed Xingluo martial saint, the founder of the Diyu Academy, who devoted his entire life to its creation, recognized as the foremost sanctuary of the Diyu Academy. Yuan Chen approached Xingluo Palace. The soul of the Xingluo martial saint within his soul's sea began to stir. The nightmare demon, who had long remained silent, finally spoke. Youngster, your pursuit of enhancing your cultivation and sword intent within Xingluo Palace is but the second priority. The primary task is to ascend to the topmost level and acquire the Xingluo compass. The Xingluo compass is a treasure befitting only those of this seed's caliber. I once went to great lengths to ensure Luo Yi obtained it. His title as martial saint was also bestowed upon him by Xingluo. This treasure is unworthy of the Diyu Academy. Reclaim it. Yuan Chen gasped in astonishment. A treasure of such caliber belonging to the nightmare demon must be unfathomably powerful. He voiced his concern. Senior, with my current strength, am I capable of obtaining such a treasure? The nightmare demon replied. Do not worry. Luo Yi will assist you. Luo Yi was indeed the name of the Xingluo martial saint. At that moment, the grand doors of Xingluo Palace creaked open, revealing a multitude of individuals within, each exuding a profound aura. Even the weakest among them filled Yuan Chen with a sense of pressure. Suddenly, Yuan Chen's gaze hardened as he spotted Ling. Ling also noticed him. Their eyes met, sparks seeming to collide in the void, yet neither spoke a word. The Jiyu smiled gently, stating, the disciples who can enter here not only possess cultivation above the 4th realm, but their martial souls are at least of the 7th rank. They're the true prodigies of our Diyu Academy. Although you are not one of our disciples and have yet to enter the 4th realm, my ancestor has given specific instructions. Thus you are permitted to enter the palace for cultivation today. However, the extent of the opportunity you may receive within Xingluo Palace ultimately depends on your own abilities. No one can assist you. Yuan Chen inquired, how should I navigate through Xingluo Palace? Gu Yu replied, it's quite simple. Each level of Xingluo Palace features 18 grand halls, each corresponding to a distinct martial path. As you practice the sword path, you may directly enter the sword hall. Following Gu Yu's, Yuan Chen indeed saw that the 18 grand halls on the first level were labeled as Sword Hall, Blade Hall, Spear Hall, Fist Hall, and so forth. Suddenly, he found himself drawn to the Chess Hall, which not only dwarfed the other halls but also buzzed with activity, as many individuals engaged in their pursuits there. Chess, belonging to the domain of innate martial arts, should have had few practitioners. Yet, there were more people in the Chess Hall than in any other palace. Yuan Chen could not help but ask, Senior, why are so many people in the Chess Hall? Gu Yu elucidated, the Chess Hall differs from the other martial halls. Our academy's founder, the Xingluo martial saint, attained enlightenment through chess, and his profound understanding of the chess path led him to set the standards for the Chess Hall at a superior level. Within the 33 levels of Xingluo Palace, other martial paths can ascend only to the 30th level. The final 3 levels are exclusively for the Chess Hall. Moreover, while advancing through the other martial halls limits one to practicing the corresponding martial path, each level one conquers in the Chess Hall rewards them with corresponding treasures. Thus, many choose to explore the Chess Hall first. Legend has it that on the highest 33rd level, there exists an unparalleled treasure. Regrettably, even I, the master of this palace, remain unaware of its nature. Yuan Chen immediately speculated it to be the star compass, and tentatively inquired, You two cannot pass through. Gu Yu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha." To traverse the 33 levels of the chess palace, one must possess chess skills that rival those of the ancestral starry martial saint, and I fall short. If you are so inclined, young friend, you may try. The first level's chess game is relatively simple. Should you succeed, a commendable reward awaits you. Gu Yu chuckled nonchalantly, believing that even if Yuan Chen ventured into the chess palace, he would gain nothing of value. Little did he know, a moment of sorrow awaited him. The nightmare demon spoke within the depths of the soul's sea, saying, "There is no rush. When the star compass manifests, it will undoubtedly invoke celestial phenomena. And unforeseen events are inevitable. Thus, it would be wise for you to first enter the sword palace for training, reserving the star compass for later." This suggestion resonated with Yuan Chen. He turned to Gu Yu and stated, "Senior, I wish to first pursue training in the sword palace, and will try the chess palace at a later time." Gu Yu shrugged. "You are a sword cultivator. That is only fitting that I shall escort your sister to the sound palace." Dong Xiaowan immediately glanced at Yuan Chen, who encouraged her, "Go ahead, let us both strive for excellence." Ultimately, Yuan Chen and Dong Xiaowan parted ways, while Wang Dong proceeded to the spear palace. As the grand doors of the first level of the sword palace swung open, a heavy aura enveloped Yuan Chen. The first sight that greeted him was a massive stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tablet was engraved with enormous seal characters, each representing a sophisticated sword technique, emanating a formidable sword intent that left him astounded. Beneath the stone tablet, a dozen sword cultivators were diligently practicing. Yuan Chen quickly grasped the rules of the sword palace. Each level contained a sword path stone tablet, each corresponding to a distinct sword art. Those entering the palace must master the sword path inscribed within 10 days and comprehend its essence. Otherwise, they would fail, for those with limited sword cultivation. Discerning the essence of a sword path within 10 days was akin to climbing a mountain. Even those who had reached the realm of sword intent would find it a daunting task to grasp an entirely new sword essence within that time frame. Furthermore, the challenges intensified with each successive level of the sword palace, deterring most disciples from recklessly attempting to navigate its trials. Nevertheless, even if one could not conquer a single level, there remained opportunities. As the first sword path stone tablet had already been learned, failing to comprehend the sword intent within 10 days would allow for gradual understanding outside the sword palace. My royal sword is more profound and powerful than ordinary sword paths, and I have already attained the realm of sword intent. Grasping the sword intent of the first level within 10 days should pose no difficulty. Yuan Chen mused to himself, maintaining a basic confidence. If he were to fail, even at the first level, it was likely the nightmare demon would render him incapacitated on the spot. That moment, the nightmare demon suddenly spoke up. "Youngster, allow me to share a shortcut. You can envision the stone tablet within your soul's sea and have Huang Fu Song teach you, achieving twice the result with half the effort." Yuan Chen exclaimed with delight. "Is that truly possible?" The nightmare demon replied, "In the realm of the mind, a single thought can manifest. Do not underestimate the power of imagination. Even a woman you cannot physically touch can be envisioned as you desire. Huang Fu Song resides within your soul's sea. He can impart his sword path to you, and naturally, other sword paths as well. However, I must caution you. While you may learn from others' martial arts, you must never attempt to replicate them entirely. Even if you cultivate Huang Fu Song's royal sword, it remains essential to forge your own path. Each individual is unique, and their ultimate path is distinct. Blindly emulating others will never lead to the pinnacle. True mastery lies in cultivating the strengths of many schools, building a foundation to innovate your own way." Yuan Chen pondered this. "So, even though the 7 predecessors before me were all taught by you, they each pursued different martial paths, correct?" The nightmare demon chuckled darkly. "It appears you've contemplated this matter." Indeed, Yuan Chen had thought about it. The heartless emperor and the indifferent royal sword had led Huang Fu Song to his downfall due to his inability to let go. Thus, he felt unfit to pursue the royal sword from the outset. Chapter 41. Eling, a resurgence of killing intent. Without wasting much time, Yuan Chen soon envisioned an identical sword path stone tablet within his soul's sea. Simultaneously, Huang Fusong's spirit was released by the nightmare demon. Upon a mere glance, he turned his gaze towards Yuan Chen, stating, "This fiery sword technique. Initially, you should practice as follows." Huang Fusong began to personally demonstrate the sword path. At first, Yuan Chen could comprehend the intricacies involved, yet gradually, as Huang Fusong executed the same technique with increasing finesse, it became more complex. Upon mastering the technique, Huang Fusong bellowed once more, and the sword in his hand surged in might tenfold. As if an invisible sword energy traversed the surroundings. This was the essence of the fiery sword. Yuan Chen was astounded. Had it not been for his royal sword's complete mastery and solid martial foundation, he would have been unable to grasp its subtleties. Even now, he only understood it vaguely. Once the essence of the sword was completed, as Huang Fusong unleashed yet another mighty shout, sword rays sliced through the air, and the heavens erupted with blades of searing fire. In that moment, Huang Fusong became one with his sword, embodying the very essence of domination. This was the profound truth of martial arts. Yuan Chen gazed in admiration. Unfortunately, while he could grasp the essence of the fiery sword, the profundities eluded him entirely. The gap was simply too vast. Yet, within the realm of the soul, fatigue was imperceptible, allowing for relentless training without the worry of injury, enabling him to explore and practice freely. With Huang Fusong, a martial emperor of swordsmanship, guiding him personally, it was akin to cheating. If the other disciples struggling outside were to learn of this, they would surely be envious to tears. As time elapsed, Yuan Chen immersed himself in training, entering a state of complete oblivion. 3 days later, he rose confidently and approached the gate leading to the second level of the Sword Palace. Who is that? It seems they just arrived a few days ago. Could they be attempting to challenge the trials? Unlikely. They appear to be a mere novice. What capability could they possess? As he walked past, whispers of derision arose among the Sword Palace disciples, who did not recognize Yuan Chen, as he had not entered the main gate during his first visit to the Great Yu Academy. This was only his second appearance. That moment, the gate to the second level of the Sword Palace stood firmly shut. With a swift motion, he drew his sword. A single strike unleashed a blazing sword energy that cleaved through layers of shimmering light. Simultaneously, the force of the sword's energy reverberated through the array's restrictions, echoing throughout the entire first level of the Sword Palace. Sword intent. It was indeed the essence of the sword. How could he possibly comprehend the fiery sword intent so swiftly? All the disciples of the Sword Palace were astir, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld Yuan Chen. Yet, Yuan Chen paid them no heed, repeatedly striking at the gate. According to the rules of the Sword Palace, one merely needed to grasp the essence of the sword and then unleash 10 consecutive strikes with that intent for the gate to open. Otherwise, no matter how many strikes were made, be it 100 or 10,000, it would be futile. Moments later, as the gate to the second level of the Sword Palace began to slowly open, the once skeptical disciples were finally jolted into reality. One disciple hastily rose, eager to introduce himself to Yuan Chen. This junior appears unfamiliar. May I inquire if you are a newcomer to the academy this year? Yuan Chen waved his hand dismissively. I am not a disciple of the Great Yu Academy. No need for introductions. After this indifferent response, he strode directly into the second level. Having already established enmity with the Sword Palace, he wished only to enhance his swordsmanship within the Star Palace. Devoid of any further complications, the second level, Qianju sword. The third level, Sun Luo sword. The fourth level, Lei Yun sword. Yuan Chen was entirely engrossed in the pursuit of sword mastery, conquering each level in no more than 5 days. All of this was thanks to Huang Fusong's guidance, a martial emperor of swordsmanship, demonstrating the essence of the sword and even the profound truths of sword arts. Breaking down each technique with detailed explanations made it almost impossible not to learn. Simultaneously, the elevation in his swordsmanship spurred his cultivation to rise, and before he knew it, he had stepped into the 4th rank of the Upper Yuan realm. All of this transpired quietly and seamlessly, as if it were a natural progression. However, unbeknownst to Yuan Chen, his name had begun to echo throughout the Great Yu Academy. He was the one who had been expelled during the disciples' assessment. Known as Yuan Chen, Without any visible practice, he sat cross-legged in meditation, and through contemplation, he unexpectedly comprehended the essence of the sword, which was utterly unfathomable and bizarre. In merely 3 days, he grasped the 1,000-Ju sword intent. In 4 days, he deciphered the Sun Luo sword intent, and in just over 4 days, he unraveled the Thundercloud sword intent. Such speed was unheard of and truly terrifying. In a secluded area of the back mountain of the Dayu Academy, shrouded in dense fog, visibility was virtually non-existent. Amidst this miasma, Lu Ying's gaze was unfocused, her expression frigid. Yuan Chen's rapid ascension within the sword hall was genuinely alarming, and she felt an overwhelming pressure. The higher the martial soul, the greater the innate talent. The speed of cultivation and comprehension of martial arts capabilities were indeed exceptional, but a divine-grade martial soul was undoubtedly the pinnacle of talent, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, the swordsmanship talent displayed by Yuan Chen in the sword hall, despite being rendered powerless, surpassed even her OWing at that moment. A figure approached slowly, revealing itself to be Lu Ziki. Lu Ying turned, her expression serene, yet her eyes were sharp as blades. "Brother Ziki, have you heard what the disciples outside are saying? They are spreading tales of Yuan Chen's extraordinary feats." Lu Ziki forced a smile. The Dayu Academy was a revered sanctuary for martial cultivation, where all elders favored disciples with high innate talent, and all disciples admired their exceptionally gifted peers, a mere youth of just over 10 years. Venturing for the first time into the sword hall, had, within a short span, comprehended the fierce 1,000-Ju, Sun Luo, and Thundercloud sword intents, and had even begun to challenge the 5th level. Such speed was undoubtedly worthy of widespread acclaim. Particularly astonishing was the fact that he had a younger companion, who at the tender age of 15 had entered the Tao through music. This revelation stirred excitement among many, even if this pair of prodigies were not disciples of the Dayu Academy. Their exploits were shared with fervor, but by stepping over him. "I shall achieve a divine-grade martial soul." Lu Ying seethed through gritted teeth. "Ingmei?" Lu Ziki furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in Lu Ying's tone. She turned to him, her expression resolute. "Brother Ziki, would you dare to eliminate him if I commanded you to do so within the Dayu Academy?" Lu Ziki's expression shifted dramatically, setting aside the fact that the Academy's master, Gu Yu, had issued a stern order forbidding high-ranking disciples from taking action against Yuan Chen. The prohibition against killing within the Xingluo Hall was no trivial matter. It was easy to imagine the consequences of attempting to kill Yuan Chen there. At the very least, he would be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the academy. "Ingmei, there is no rush to act. If we make a move now and are exposed, we will both be finished." "No." Lu Ying shook her head vigorously. "I have a premonition that Yuan Chen will only become more formidable. He must be eliminated swiftly, without delay." However, within the Dayu Academy, she could not act directly. She could not ruin her own future. "Che Junxian has already agreed to assist me. Should anything go awry, he will take the blame. That if an outsider could be so bold, why would Brother Ziki hesitate?" "Che Junxian." Lu Ziki immediately recalled a somewhat effeminate man who persistently pursued Lu Ying. She had always treated him with indifference, yet he was willing to go to such lengths for his so-called love. "Brother Ziki, you have always prioritized the family. Yuan Chen and I are already mortal enemies. Killing him is helping me, and aiding me is aiding the Lu family, that we must act swiftly. Che Junxian can only reach the 5th level of the sword hall, and so can you. If Yuan Chen comprehends the 5th level's sword intent of annihilation, you will have no chance of pursuing him further." Seeing the urgency in Lu Ying's eyes, Lu Ziki gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. For the sake of the Lu family, Yuan Chen must die. Chapter 42. 1 against 2. Annihilation sword. On the 5th level of the sword hall, Yuan Chen munched on dry rations while reflecting on the annihilation sword intent that Huang Fu Song had deconstructed for him. The taste of the rations was abysmal, yet he cared little, as long as it filled his stomach and did not interfere with his cultivation. The sensation of making daily progress and clearly feeling his power grow was more delightful than any gourmet delicacy. Fortunately, thanks to the storage ring provided by the Dayu Academy, he had stored a considerable amount of rations, water, and essential medicinal herbs for recovery, which spared him the trouble of foraging daily and disrupting his training. At that moment, the door to the 5th level of the sword hall swung open, and a delicate, fair-skinned man stepped inside. As he approached, he chuckled, "You must be Brother Yuan Chen, right? I have long heard of your esteemed name." Che has come to pay his respects. Yuan Chen's expression soured. He had been increasingly bothered by those wishing to engage him in conversation, especially those from the Dayu Academy, particularly the Sword Hall, with whom he had no desire to associate. He replied curtly, "Each level of the Sword Hall has a 10-day limit for trials. It's best if we do not waste time." Che Junxian remained unfazed, continuing to advance toward Yuan Chen with a smile. If you cannot make it this time, there will always be another opportunity. I have come specifically to find you." Yuan Chen furrowed his brow. "To find me? For what purpose? To kill you." In an instant, the smile vanished from Che Junxian's face, replaced by a murderous glint as he closed the distance to within 5 zhang of Yuan Chen and suddenly flicked his wrist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless cold rays shot forth, and Yuan Chen's expression hardened as he immediately shifted to evade. However, Che Junxian unleashed a barrage of concealed weapons in pursuit, and this dance of attack and counterattack continued for several rounds before he relented. He frowned, letting out a cold snort. Such speed. You actually have your guard up?" Yuan Chen, filled with rage yet laced with a cold smirk, retorted, "If I had no vigilance against someone I do not even know, I would not have lived to see today. Why do you wish to kill me?" You have repeatedly harmed members of the Sword Hall and provoked the entire Dayu Academy. Now you dare to come to our Sword Hall to seize opportunities? As a disciple of the Sword Hall, I cannot overlook this. Is that reason sufficient?" Che Junxian laughed recklessly, harboring absolute confidence. He was a second-tier martial master at the Dao platform realm, his strength far exceeding that of an average opponent. He did not believe that a mere newcomer to the Upper Yuan realm could withstand him. Moreover, to ensure absolute victory, he had brought help. "Che, why waste words with him? End this quickly." At that moment, a voice rang out, and Lu Ziki, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed himself. Boom! Centered around him, a blinding blade aura erupted, infused with a terrifying intent that surged toward Yuan Chen. "Oh, it's you." Yuan Chen's killing intent flared. Upon seeing a member of the Lu family, he immediately understood how someone dared to defy the sect's orders and kill within the Xing Luo Hall. The Lu family was his sworn enemy. He was equally their nemesis. "Come at me." With a cold shout, Yuan Chen's surroundings shimmered with spatial ripples, which surged forward like concentric waves, colliding directly with the blade aura, resulting in an equal clash. This was the essence of the Sun Luo sword. After the collision of intents, in the next instant, Yuan Chen faced Lu Ziki head-on. With a slash of his Lingyun sword, hundreds of sword lights materialized out of thin air. Cleaving toward Lu Ziki's blade aura, bang, bang, bang. The blade auras, which had been stalemated against the spatial ripples, were immediately suppressed and dissipated by Yuan Chen's sword light. What? Lu Ziki was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his intent could be so easily shattered. With a sweep of his Lingyun sword, Yuan Chen concentrated all the sword lights into a single, terrifying beam, a concentrated force surging forth with a fierce roar. In an instant, spatial ripples and sword light pressure surged forth. Lu Ziki found himself at a disadvantage. This was the 1,000 Ju sword's intent. The sheer might of Yuan Chen's 1,000 Ju sword was astonishing. Lu Ziki's heart sank to the depths. Despite his pursuit of the blade path, he had also ventured through the sword hall during his leisure and comprehended the sword intents of the first 4 levels. Otherwise, he would not have gained entry to the 5th level. However, he knew that the power he wielded at the 3rd level of the sword hall's 1,000 Ju sword could not compare to Yuan Chen's prowess point. One strike of the 1,000 Ju sword intent bore down on him like a mountain, leaving him breathless. If it had not been for that girl who entered the Dao through music, this lad would have been no match for him. In such a short time, his strength had surpassed his own. No wonder Ying Mei viewed him as a formidable adversary. He must be eliminated, or he would become a significant threat to the Lu family in the future, with a frenzied glint in his crimson eyes. Lu Ziki roared, "Die!" The dark battle blade transformed into a piercing shadow, striking directly at Yuan Chen. Bang! The clash of blade and sword sent both combatants reeling. However, as Lu Ziki staggered back, his face flushed. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, and terrifying sword energy surged into his limbs, severely injuring him. Yuan Chen was poised to pursue another lethal attack when, from a distance, Che Junxian launched a surprise assault. Go, go, go! Che Junxian roared, unleashing a barrage of poison needles aimed at the vital points of Yuan Chen. With his skill and hidden weaponry, his threat level was comparable to that of Ziki. Seeking death, Yuan Chen, wielding the Lingyun sword, instantly unleashed a series of radiant sword lights that formed a protective wall, effortlessly deflecting all the poison needles. Simultaneously, the power of Yuan Chen's sword light surged exponentially. Once again targeting Ziki, the realm of oblivion. A sense of impending doom washed over Ziki as he frantically shouted, raising his battle blade in a desperate attempt to resist. Pooh! The Lingyun sword struck fiercely against the battle blade. Though Ziki appeared to have blocked the blow, the terrifying internal force contained within Yuan Chen's strike still penetrated his insides, causing him to spit blood and be sent hurtling backward. Weakened, Ziki retreated. Yuan Chen advanced. The two locked in a frenzied battle. Finally, under the glimmer of a ghastly sword light, Yuan Chen's blade nearly pierced Ziki's heart, ultimately skewering through his left rib. Pooh! Blood sprayed from Ziki's mouth as his body trembled violently, flying back in complete disarray. Not bad, he managed to narrowly evade a fatal blow at the last moment. Yuan Chen's murderous intent remained unquenched as he closed in again. He understood the principle of striking when the enemy is weak. Brother L, flee! Che Junxian shouted urgently from afar as hundreds of poison needles obstructed Yuan Chen's path. Yuan Chen forcefully swatted the needles aside. And at that moment, Ziki no longer dared to entertain thoughts of killing Yuan Chen. He had come perilously close to death. With no time to spare, he fled in disarray toward Che Junxian. This fellow has already grasped the Oblivion Sword intent. This fifth layer of the Oblivion Realm is more challenging than the combined previous 4 layers. Both Che Junxian and I have yet to comprehend it. And he has only been training for a few days. How terrifying. In his flight, Ziki was filled with panic. His strength was not weak, especially with Che Junxian's support. The two complemented each other with ranged and close combat, making them formidable opponents. Thus, they had been so confident. But now, they realized they had run into a brick wall. 2 Dao platform realm martial artists were unable to best a single ascendant realm practitioner. Chapter 43. Seeking Justice Ziki. Did you not claim he could not even defeat you? How is he so strong? No more words. Let's escape quickly. In that moment, both Che Junxian and Ziki had shed any desire to kill. Only wishing to save their own lives, they quickly retreated to the 4th level of the Sword Hall. The 5th level of the Sword Hall was deserted, but at that moment, 3 disciples of the Sword Palace were wandering in the 4th level. Upon seeing the panicked Che Junxian and Ziki, their faces were filled with confusion, for the numerous formations and restrictions within the Xinglua Hall left them completely unaware of what had transpired on the 5th level. Junior brothers, Yuan Chen dares to brazenly commit murder in the Xinglua Hall, intending to kill us both. Hurry and report to the academy, Ziki shouted. The 3 disciples' expressions shifted drastically. They had not anticipated such audacity. Just then, Yuan Chen had caught up, relentlessly pursuing them. The needles hurled at him were swiftly severed, culminating in a lethal strike aimed at Che Junxian. Die. In that moment, Yuan Chen's eyes glinted with an icy coldness. As if a colossal sword shadow obscured the sky, completely enveloping Che Junxian. Brother L, save me. Che Junxian cried out in terror, knowing that his own strength was slightly inferior to Che Junxian's and that he was not adept in close combat. Should such a formidable blow descend upon him, it would surely spell his end. Realizing their mutual dependence for survival, Ziki gritted his teeth, intent on assisting Che Junxian. But in that fleeting instant, Yuan Chen's sword strike abruptly redirected towards him. The turn of events was too sudden. Ziki hastily swung his blade in defense, yet the Lingyun sword bore down upon his chest with tremendous force, the oppressive energy ravaging his insides. Only as his soul began to dissipate did he comprehend that Yuan Chen had aimed to eliminate him, a member of the L family, all along. L Ziki's demise nearly shattered Che Juanqian's resolve. In a panic, he fled for his life, pursued effortlessly by Yuan Chen. "Get away! Quickly, get away!" In his despair, Che Junxian retaliated with a backhanded strike. "Humph! Overestimating yourself," Yuan Chen growled, the terrifying sword shadow looming once more. "Pooh!" Che Junxian screamed in agony, grievously wounded on the spot. Yuan Chen pressed a foot upon Che Junxian, coldly stating, "It was Elling who sent you, wasn't it?" Che Junxian, recalling that enchanting figure who had left him utterly spellbound, gritted his teeth and replied, "I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Yuan Chen scoffed, "Do you think denial will allow you to evade the truth?" Just as Che Junxian prepared to retort, he suddenly cried out in pain. For Yuan Chen was closest, and he saw the wound on Che Junxian's body steadily widen. "Spare me! Spare me!" The immense suffering drove Che Junxian to the brink of despair, pleading for mercy. Yet Yuan Chen remained powerless, as it was not his hand that inflicted the injury in an instant. The gaping wound expanded to a critical point, resulting in his immediate demise. That moment, a chilling snort echoed like thunder. What audacity! To dare slay my academy's disciples within the sacred grounds of the Xinghua Hall. Yuan Chen looked up to find Feng Ke had arrived. He sneered, "I admit to killing El Ziki, but the one responsible for this person's death is known only to him." Facing death, you still dare to quibble. Feng Ke retorted with another cold snort, a tremendous pressure crashing down upon Yuan Chen like a tidal wave. "Pooh!" Yuan Chen felt his blood surge violently, and he was forced to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The might of the martial emperor was far too formidable for him to withstand. His eyes burned with determination as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "To suppress me through force is not my way. I will not acknowledge what I did not commit. Your denial matters little. There are those who witnessed everything clearly." Feng Ke's cold laughter turned to the disciples wandering within the sword hall. "What transpired here?" A disciple immediately responded, "Deputy Palace Master, it was he who killed Brother Che and Brother L. We all witnessed it." The two brothers were relentlessly pursued out of the 5th level of the sword hall, and he attacked without holding back, exhibiting unparalleled ruthlessness. Another chimed in, Brother L, in his flight, explicitly stated that he was publicly attacked by him in the Xinghua Hall, urging us to report to the academy. Alas, it was too late. Others echoed in agreement, their sentiments fueled by the sight of someone daring to slay a disciple of the Dayu Academy. With Feng Ke's evident stance, they spared no effort in their accusations. Feng Ke was highly satisfied, his gaze icy as it bore down on Yuan Chen. "El Ziki and Che Junxian both perished from your sword's wounds, and with so many witnesses, your denial is tantamount to a death sentence." "Junior brother," another voice interjected as Guyu slowly approached. Upon seeing Guyu, Feng Ke's expression shifted slightly, and he countered, "Elder brother, you cannot possibly wish to shield an outsider, can you?" Guyu replied calmly, "I will not shield anyone. I merely seek to uncover the truth." He turned to Yuan Chen. "Yuan Chen, why were you engaged in battle with Che Junxian and El Ziki within the Xinghua Hall?" Yuan Chen responded, "They pursued me to the 5th level of the sword hall with intent to kill, and I naturally had to defend myself. Initially, I intended to capture Che Junxian alive to uncover the mastermind behind this. But unfortunately, I was interrupted." As he spoke, he subtly gestured towards Feng Quebec. Feng Ke snorted. "Humph! Can the words of a murderer be trusted?" "Very well." Guyu cast a glance at Feng Ke before addressing the gathering disciples of the Sword Palace. "Then tell me, what led Che Junxian, El Ziki, and Yuan Chen to engage in battle within the Xinghua Hall?" Before the Sword Palace disciples could speak, Guyu added, "This matter will be thoroughly investigated. You must speak with caution." The disciples of the Sword Palace lowered their heads in response. One murmured, "They fought on the 5th level of the Sword Hall. We were not present." Jiyu inquired. "Then who sought out whom?" The disciple lowered his head further. "It was Yuan Chen who entered the 5th level first. Brother Che and Brother L followed after, and one dared to lie in the presence of the Palace Master, especially since it was common knowledge that Yuan Chen had been cultivating within the Sword Hall. Even if they wished to fabricate a story, they could not. Gu turned to Feng Ke. Junior brother, the most likely scenario is that Che Junxian and El Ziki attempted to trouble Yuan Chen in the sword hall, only to find themselves outmatched and subsequently killed by him. The fault does not lie with Yuan Chen. Feng Ke replied coldly. You also stated that this is merely one possibility. There are other possibilities, such as Che Junxian and El Ziki seeking to train in the sword hall and being provoked and attacked by Yuan Chen first. Gu Yu countered. Then shall we approach our master and allow him to make the judgment? Feng Ke's expression darkened. Such a trivial matter does not warrant disturbing him. Gu Yu Dao remarked, perhaps others may not require it. But regarding the matter of young friend Yuan Chen, it is prudent that we refrain from making unilateral decisions. Feng Ke, his expression darkening, coldly waved his sleeve. Very well, you are the sovereign of a palace. Your judgment shall prevail. With that, he soared to the sky and departed. Gu sighed softly, turning his gaze towards Yuan Chen. Young friend Yuan, until this matter is thoroughly investigated, no one shall come to question you. You may continue your cultivation in the sword hall at your leisure. Furthermore, I suspect that we may not uncover much more. Thank you, senior. Yuan Chen replied with a respectful gesture, unceremoniously turning to re-enter the sword hall. The ties with the Yu Academy were irrevocably forged. This was his inaugural visit to the Xing Luo Hall, and perhaps his last. Therefore, he resolved to seize every opportunity without hesitation in the realm of martial cultivation. One could wager their very life. Was there any reason to be reticent? As for danger, whether he fled from the formidable Yu Academy or remained, the peril remained constant. Worrying proved futile. It was far better to confront challenges head-on. Chapter 44. The brewing of malicious schemes in the sword hall. Yuan Chen persisted on his path of cultivation. After overcoming the 5th level, he encountered little trouble at the 6th. Meanwhile, the news of Lu Ziki and Che Junxian, two formidable warriors of the Dao platform realm, being defeated and killed by him spread like wildfire. The disciples of the Yu Academy reacted with a complex mixture of emotions to this revelation. For such a prodigy to not be one of their own, but rather a slayer of their kin, was a bitter pill to swallow. Not far from the Xing Luo Hall, in an elegant pavilion, Wang Dong sat leisurely, engrossed in his art, painting with a brush as he hummed a tune. Now, with Chun Gu becoming a prominent figure within the Yu Academy, despite the envy of many and the watchful eye of Lu Ying, who lurked in the shadows, no one dared to act recklessly with Gu Yu overseeing matters. Thanks to Yuan Chen, he had been assigned to reside in this serene locale after being eliminated from the gun hall. Wang Dong, wielding his large brush, painted with a peaceful demeanor, as for cultivation, he believed that should the heavens fall, there would be someone to support him. His recent experience in the Xing Luo Hall had been a humbling one. Compared to those geniuses, he felt utterly inept, having failed to conquer even the 1st level of the gun hall. Therefore, he resolved to take it easy. What is the essence of life? To indulge. Idling behind Changgu, flaunting a semblance of grandeur, he envisioned returning to Su Chongfu, regaling tales of his experiences, confident that Wanbao Tower would surely value him anew. That time, he would return as a champion. Undeterred in his pursuits of romance, suddenly, a loud knock startled Wang Dong, prompting him to hastily conceal all his Risku artwork. "Oh, is that you, Miss Xiaowan?" he exclaimed. "It's been a month since we last met, and you have blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. How does the saying go? Like a celestial maiden descending to earth, a single glance bewitches all souls. Please come in." Upon opening the door to find Dong Xiaowan, Wang Dong felt an unexpected jolt. In just a month, she had transformed, every glance and movement exuding the grace of an extraordinary being. Her beauty and poise were astonishing, and she was only 15. How breathtaking would she be in a few more years? Yet, Wang Dong quickly relaxed. He had no reason to feel anxious around her. She was Chun Ji's woman, serene in disposition and amiable in character, a close ally. "Wang Dong, cease your frivolity, that I have a delightful matter to discuss with you," Dong Xiaowan said, her starry eyes sparkling. Now a true master of the Tao through music, her cultivation had surpassed both Yuan Chen and Wang Dong, and her spirits were buoyed, her face adorned with a smile. Wang Dong's interest peaked. "A delightful matter? Pray tell him why brother's situation has reached the imperial capital and caught the attention of the sixth prince. He has sent numerous precious medicinal herbs to aid in cultivation. But his envoys cannot easily enter the Yu Academy, that I need you to assist my brother in obtaining them, she explained. Wang Dong paused. Huh, is that truly a delightful matter? Dong Xiaowan replied matter-of-factly. The envoy on behalf of the sixth prince might very well be that Mu Qianqian. Isn't that delightful? Wang Dong's eyes lit up. He had long coveted Mu Qianqian's beauty. You are right to remind me. He said, I shall endeavor to impress. From now on, whenever she visits, I shall be her host. My brother is quite busy. Understanding dawned on Wang Dong, and he quickly reassured her, fear not, Mu Qianqian is merely mortal. Perfectly matched for someone like me. You, a celestial being, needn't worry that Chang'e would overlook you. He is not blind, as he spoke. He leered at her, adding, if you were to mature a few more years and develop further, you would be truly perfect. With a swift motion, she delivered a playful smack to his head, causing Wang Dong to howl in protest. You lecher! Here, only my brother is permitted to gaze. Dare not let your eyes wander, or I shall have them plucked from your head. Dong Xiaowan glared, having heard much about his reputation during her time at the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Wang Dong clutched his head in lament. Ouch! I was merely offering counsel. I would never harbor improper thoughts towards Chun Ji's sister. Dong Xiaowan smirked. As long as you understand. She then pouted enticingly, unable to restrain herself. When will my brother emerge? I hear he has reached the 10th level of the Sword Hall and continues to ascend. I estimate he may not return for another 10 days or so. Chang'e is remarkable, leaving the other prodigies of the Sword Palace in a state of astonishment. Wang Dong felt a swell of pride. He had not even conquered the first level of the gun hall. Yet Yuan Chen had already reached the 8th level to him. This was nothing short of miraculous. His admiration for Yuan Chen surged like an unending river. Dong Xiaowan interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Old Wang, with your brother being so exceptional, do you not feel embarrassed standing beside him, given your own shortcomings? I feel no shame, Wang Dong declared, puffing out his chest that my thick skin has always been my virtue. Each person has their ambitions. While my brother seeks the pinnacle of martial prowess, I pursue the fleeting joys of life. For now, I am quite content with my path. Dong Xiaowan pondered, though Wang Dong was often unreliable. This time he spoke truthfully. Not everyone placed martial cultivation above all else. Each individual had their own aspirations. Though she had achieved mastery through music, she had never prioritized martial arts, instead seeking her own happiness, which resided with her brother, at nearly the same moment. In the residence of Lu Ying, her sister Lu Manru returned from Su Changfu, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Sister, you asked me to investigate the woman who mastered the Tao through music. And it appears I was correct. You cannot imagine what she was before. Seeing her sister's triumphant demeanor, Lu Ying felt a surge of anticipation. After the recent failures of Lu Ziki and Che Junxian in their assassination attempts on Yuan Chen, and a reprimand from their master Feng Ke, she was in desperate need of uplifting news. Sister, please tell me, Lu Ying urged. Without hesitation, Lu Manru replied, that woman is named Dong Xiaowan. She was once a courtesan. A courtesan? Lu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, a paragon of talent in the Tao. Yet she was a courtesan? Lu Manru, reveling in her revelation, continued, the ruling family of Su Changfu, the Su clan, was annihilated under the charge of treason, implicating many others as well. The chaos in Su Changfu is palpable. However, this is unequivocally true. I have verified it thoroughly. Dong Xiaowan was purchased by Yuan Chen from a brothel. Lu Ying couldn't help but laugh. The disparity between them felt immense. After her mirth, she remarked with scorn, Yuan Chen, even if you cannot have me, there is no need to resort to such desperation as to take a courtesan. Lu Manru added fuel to the fire. Indeed, how could a courtesan ever compare to my sister? We are of noble descent from a second-tier family, a status that warrants respect from the Yuan clan. Let me think this through, Lu Ying said, dismissing her sister's comments with a wave. Lu Ying's eyes glimmered as she contemplated, and after a moment, she spoke coldly, that courtesan has mastered the Tao through music. In terms of strength and threat, she surpasses Yuan Chen. I am sworn enemies with Yuan Chen. Even if I cannot slay him now, I must first incapacitate those around him. Lu Monru expressed concern. But I have heard that her talent in martial arts exceeds that of her peer's sister. Before she could finish, Lu Ying shot her a fierce glare. What does talent in martial arts matter? I possess a divine-grade martial soul. Why should I fear a courtesan? However, I should not act personally. If I were to do so, I might as well target Yuan Chen directly, Lu Monru inquired. Then what are your plans? At this moment, a dim light refracted upon Lu Ying's face, rendering it exceedingly venomous. The one who had just entered the path through sound possessed not only an unstable cultivation, but also a fragile spirit. While Guyu could stabilize her cultivation, he could not assist her spirit. You shall follow my instructions, for I desire her to plunge eternally into the abyss. Chapter 45. The 10th Layer of Sword Intent. The engaged old Wang merely a few days had passed when Yuan Chen finally emerged from the sword hall. The techniques of the 11th layer were considerably more arduous than those of the previous 10, and he had failed to comprehend the essence of the sword within 10 days, resulting in a failed challenge. Perhaps with a few more years of training, he might succeed. However, he understood that he might not return again. Nevertheless, achieving an understanding of 10 forms of sword intent within 2 months had propelled his swordsmanship forward significantly. Embracing the wisdom of myriad schools, assimilating their strengths, and achieving a profound comprehension was essential for a fresh understanding of the sword path. Yuan Chen felt that he was not far from grasping the profound mysteries of the sword. Brother Chen, you have finally come out, Wang Dong exclaimed upon seeing Yuan Chen, hastily presenting him with package after package of precious medicinal herbs. Boasting, look at these magnificent items. Each would fetch no less than 1,000,000 taels if auctioned at the Wanbao building. Using these elixirs at the Upper Yuan realm is nothing short of extravagant. Yuan Chen inquired, where did you acquire these? The 6th prince sent them. I surmised he had investigated the herbs you purchased previously and inferred that you were using them to restore or enhance your cultivation. So he prepared these high-quality items specifically for you. Yuan Chen further asked, did he say anything more? Same as before, all flattery with no mention of reciprocity. They were sent by Mu Qianqian, Wang Dong responded. Adding, Brother Chen, you have no idea. When I went to pick them up, it was quite the spectacle. Upon hearing that Wang Dong was on the scene, Mu Qianqian and the royal guard she brought were all sitting upright. Their gazes filled with admiration for me. I ate tea that moment. I steeled myself, lifted my chin, and greeted them one by one. It was the first time I felt such grandeur after all this time. Old Wang, keep bragging, Dong Xiaowan interjected, barely able to tolerate his incessant self-aggrandizement since returning home. Wang Dong shot her a glare. I'm not bragging. Mu Qianqian was still veiled in black, captivating enough to draw one's very soul. Without Brother Chen in the way, she kept her gaze upon me as if she wished to undress me with her eyes. That it seemed she too was curious about you, Brother Chen, wanting to pry some information from me. At that moment, I resolutely steadied myself, refusing to be swayed by her beauty. What a joke. Only I, old Wang, had the upper hand with women. There is no way I would let a woman take control over me. Yuan Chen remarked, so, you told her nothing? Wang Dong replied with pride, of course. When she inquired about you, I assumed an air of superiority and retorted, both Brother Chen and I are extraordinary individuals. Even the 6th prince treads carefully in our company. It is unwise for you to pry. Mu Qianqian was left dumbfounded. I could tell her heart raced as if 1,000 ants were crawling within, only serving to heighten her curiosity. Dong Xiaowan muttered in dissatisfaction. What a thick-skinned person. She was inquiring about my brother. What business is it of yours? However, Wang Dong was already engrossed in his narrative, oblivious to Dong Xiaowan's comments. Faced with the allure of Mu Qianqian's beauty, I remained remarkably composed, a cold smile gracing my lips, unwilling to bow before such beauty. Finally, Dong Xiaowan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, you foolish old Wang, you surely don't know the reason. Otherwise you would have sold my brother off by now. Wang Dong quickly denied, Xiaowan, we may be familiar, but if you continue to slander me, I might just turn hostile. His gaze flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. In truth, Dong Xiaowan was correct. He, like Mu Qianqian, was curious and could not fathom why the esteemed 6th prince would go to such lengths to befriend Yuan Chen. All right, Let us not dwell on this matter. Yuan Chen smiled, shifting his gaze toward Dong Xiaowan. Xiaowan, how are you feeling now? Dong Xiaowan replied proudly. I feel splendid. Brother, do you want to compete with me? Yuan Chen shook his head. No rush. We have plenty of opportunities for competitions ahead. During my 2 months of cultivation in the sword hall, I comprehended 10 forms of sword intent, and my cultivation has also restored to the 6th grade of Upper Yuan. Originally, such strength would leave me uncertain about challenging Eling. However, now with the precious elixirs gifted by the 6th prince, I intend to venture into the chess hall for another challenge, hoping to further enhance my cultivation. Once I emerge victorious from the chess hall, I shall confront Eling head-on to resolve our grievances. Then, we shall depart from the Dayu Academy and return home. Dong Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shall we retreat from the hustle and bustle, seeking solace in the mountains and bamboo groves, living alongside nature? I shall play the zither while you practice the sword, just the 2 of us? Yuan Chen chuckled. That sounds delightful. After Yuan Chen left the sword hall, news of his venture into the chess hall quickly spread. However, this time, the individuals within the Dayu Academy merely scoffed. The path of chess was a talent-based martial art, far more difficult than the sword path. Moreover, everyone was aware that Yuan Chen was a sword practitioner and had never traversed the road of chess to enter the path. Thus, in the eyes of most, Yuan Chen's endeavor in the chess hall was merely a quest for the hall's rewards. Yet, the chess hall, as the core edifice of the Starry Pavilion, was not easily traversed. Upon entering the first layer of the chess hall, Yuan Chen's gaze was met with numerous chessboards that he promptly seated himself at one, causing the formations within the hall to activate, and a phantom gradually coalesced before him. This phantom bore no discernible features and exhibited no emotional fluctuations, merely sitting opposite Yuan Chen, evidently prepared to be his opponent. Not only Yuan Chen, but other disciples of the Dayu Academy attempting the challenges also found themselves facing such a phantom that traversed the chess hall. One must triumph over the phantom chess player in a match. Yuan Chen grasped a piece and placed it on the board, and the phantom immediately followed suit. Soon, they were engaged in a back and forth of moves. Yet gradually, Yuan Chen's pace slowed, and his brow began to furrow. Yu had once stated that the first layer's chess game was simple, yet to him, it now seemed anything but straightforward. Senior, Yuan Chen could not help but seek counsel from the Nightmare Demon. Just know your own weight, and let Luo Yi contend against Luo Yi. The Nightmare Demon cackled. Within the depths of his soul, the spirit of the starry martial sage was released, and in that instant, Yuan Chen felt as if he had been possessed by a divine being. That moment, he became the starry martial sage Luo Yi, and the starry martial sage Luo Yi embodied him. Glancing at the previous moves he had made, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. He had unwittingly fallen into a trap and was nearly ensnared in a deadlock. Fortunately, all was not lost. He extended his hand, and the moment his fingers brushed against the chess piece, his entire demeanor transformed. He became calm and in control. In mere moments, the situation before him became crystal clear. After a few more steps, the tides of the game had completely reversed. If merely playing chess could lead to success, it would be an insurmountable challenge for others. Yet for me, it was a simple feat. Yuan Chen could not suppress his exhilaration. Clenching his fists, the Starry Pavilion is not unattainable, but the time has not yet come. Once the moment arrives, no one shall stand in my way. The starry martial sage could never have imagined that the Starry Pavilion he painstakingly cultivated would one day encounter such a fate. Chapter 46. Restoring to the Pinnacle. 9th layer of Upper Yuan. Victory. As the phantom of the chess formation withdrew, Yuan Chen's face broke into a smile. Simultaneously, the door leading to the 2nd layer of the chess hall slowly opened, drawing the attention of many. Few who did not walk the path of chess could pass through the trials of the 1st layer. This lad possesses extraordinary talent in the sword path. Who would have guessed he also has considerable acumen in chess? Humph, it's merely the 1st layer. What is there to boast about? Be it astonishment, envy, or jealousy, the disciples of the Dayu Academy within the chess hall engaged in hushed discussions. Yuan Chen paid little heed to them and directly approached the 2nd layer. The 2nd layer of the chess hall was far less populated, with only 7 individuals present. Suddenly, A woman entered, clad in a green robe. Though she was not stunningly beautiful, her demeanor exuded an elegance and tranquility. Upon seeing her, Yuan Chen felt as though he were gazing at Dong Xiaowan. Both possessed an ethereal quality that left a lasting impression. She gracefully made her way forward, completely bypassing the chess trials, and the door to the third layer of the chess hall opened before her. Zhongling has arrived, the true prodigy of our Dayu Academy, who enters the path through chess. Having already traversed the previous 9 layers, she needed no further trials. It seems she was now aiming for the 10th layer. This is only natural. She has advanced from a Dao platform realm chess master to a Dao transformation realm chess sage. Her prowess in chess is unmatched. Each time she breaks through, she merely surpasses her own limits. As individuals engaged in fervent discussion, Zhongling merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd before making her way directly to the 3rd level. This did not perturb Yuan Chen in the slightest. He sat down before a chessboard, just as he had done upon entering the 1st level. The formation commenced, and a shadowy chess player materialized, prompting an immediate contest between the two. In less than a quarter of an hour, the shadow dissipated, and the grand doors of the 3rd level chess hall swung open for Yuan Chen. In an instant, all eyes converged upon him. Who is he? Did he not just arrive? How did he win? It is Yuan Chen, the young man who stormed the sword hall and defeated Elziki, who has recently gained considerable notoriety. A game of chess concluded in a mere quarter of an hour, suggesting that each move was executed without any contemplation or hesitation. Could it be that his mastery of the game far surpasses the difficulty of the challenge? Is this genuine? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their minds filled with a series of questions. The 3rd level chess hall housed only 3 individuals, one of whom was a middle-aged man with furrowed brows. His face contorted with worry. After he tremulously placed a piece, the chessboard suddenly illuminated with a white glow. Subsequently, a jade box flew forth from the radiance. The middle-aged man reached out to catch it and opened the box, revealing a burst of rosy light. Inside lay a pristine, flawless elixir. The elixir radiated a mist of colors, a top-tier spiritual pill. The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with joy, although he had just made a desperate move that led to his loss. He had not anticipated obtaining such a remarkable elixir merely by passing through 2 levels. Truly, the rewards of the chess hall were as bountiful as the legends foretold. The other 2 individuals displayed a fervent glimmer in their eyes. Yet, they bore no envy. Should they surpass the 3rd challenge, their rewards would be even greater. Even if they failed, they would still receive equivalent rewards. Yuan Chen casually sat before a chessboard, unfamiliar with anyone present. Nor did he feel the need to be. Once more, in a mere quarter of an hour, he dismantled the chess formation and proceeded toward the 4th level chess hall, not sparing a glance for the astonished pair behind him. Levels 4, 5, and 6 passed in a blur as Yuan Chen continued his ascent, swiftly reaching the 10th level. Upon entering the 10th level chess hall, he found only Zhongling within. She was initially taken aback by his arrival, followed by an expression of disbelief. This individual had previously escaped her notice, and being younger than her, she could not fathom that someone younger could possess a more profound understanding of the game. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen approached a chessboard and sat down. Unable to contain herself, Zhongling finally inquired, "You must be the sword cultivator, Yuan Chen. Do you also pursue the art of chess?" Yuan Chen replied indifferently, "We are not acquainted. My affairs are of no concern to you." With that, he began to engage in the game, appearing deeply focused. Zhongling furrowed her brows. As the pride of Dayu Academy, she was accustomed to countless suitors vying for her attention. This was the first time someone had so completely disregarded her. Unwilling to accept this slight, Zhongling gritted her teeth and poured all her energy into the match, refusing to believe she could lose. As time passed, merely half an hour elapsed before the shadowy figure representing the array slowly dissipated, and the door leading to the 11th level chess hall swung open. Zhongling stood in shock. To surpass the 10th level challenge in just half an hour. What caliber was this? Aside from her master, Guyu, she could not conceive of anyone else possessing such capability. Meanwhile, she remained embroiled in a fierce struggle, her skills having improved significantly, yet still lacking confidence in securing victory. Zhongling fixed her gaze upon Yuan Chen, as though attempting to peer into his very soul. "Who are you truly? It has nothing to do with you," Yuan Chen replied, glancing back at Zhongling before turning away once more, exuding an air of coldness and indifference. Women, he mused, only served to hinder his progress. His sole objective was the star compass, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Suddenly, lost in thought, Zhongling inadvertently let a piece fall, her expression shifting to one of horror. This was a blunder of catastrophic proportions in a contest of masters. One miscalculation could lead to total defeat. She realized that she had once again failed the 10th level challenge. This insufferable fool. Zhongling gritted her teeth, cursing for the first time in many years. Yuan Chen continued his journey, and by the time he reached the 26th level chess hall, he found himself in complete solitude. This height had remained unchallenged, for even Gu Yu, the highest achiever in chess within the Dayu Academy, had only ascended to the 25th level. Yuan Chen began to slow his pace, unreservedly utilizing the precious elixirs gifted by the 6th prince, Dan Taiyu, to restore his cultivation. If his previous foray into the sword hall had primarily aimed at enhancing his swordsmanship while recovering his cultivation as a secondary focus, this time he was wholly devoted to restoring his power without reservation. The precious elixirs provided by Dan Taiyu were extraordinarily potent, their effects surpassing those of the materials he had previously employed by a factor of 10. Coupled with the foundational strength he had solidified during his training in the sword hall, his progress was remarkably smooth. Within a mere 20 days, his cultivation experienced a continuous breakthrough, ultimately returning him to the 9th rank of the Upper Yuan realm. Indeed, he was back. When the L family had conspired against him, stripping him of his essence and soul, he had been a prodigy of the 9th rank in the Upper Yuan realm, possessing a divine martial soul. "Eling, the day I complete my challenge in the chess hall shall be your last." As he regained his pinnacle, Yuan Chen's eyes glinted with fierce determination. This endeavor to restore his cultivation was aimed at elevating his strength to a level capable of confronting Eling. He sought vengeance. Should he manage to break through to the Dao platform realm, he would possess absolute confidence in defeating Eling. Yet present, the outcome remained uncertain. After all, Eling had attained the 3rd rank of the Dao platform realm. And with the augmentation of her divine martial soul, even a 7th rank martial master might not prove a match for her. However, he could not afford to wait. His previous rapid advancements had stemmed from the restoration of his cultivation rather than breakthroughs. From this moment on, he would also embark on a methodical path of cultivation, naturally slowing his pace. Moreover, the transition from the 3 Yuan realm to the 4 Dao realm constituted a monumental chasm. In crossing it would be no small feat yet now. With his nemesis in sight, he was unwilling to delay further. Chapter 47. The sun and moon sync, day and night reversed. Yuan Chen adjusted himself to his utmost potential and continued his expedition through the chess hall. Soon arriving at the final 3 levels, the Gu was not mistaken. Upon reaching the 31st level, the entire hall revealed itself as a cohesive entity, housing a wealth of chess manuals and countless treasures. Yuan Chen sought to pilfer some items, but quickly discovered that all were protected by formations, rendering them unattainable. Upon reaching the 33rd level, he found himself facing not a shadowy figure of the formation, but an exceedingly real individual, with a benevolent demeanor, clad in a robe of the 7 stars. It was none other than the figure from Yuan Chen's Sea of Consciousness, the one wielding black and white pieces, Saint Luo Yi of the Star Compass. However, at this moment, Luo Yi's eyes were entirely void, his presence exuding an unsettling emptiness, much like Huangfu Song in Yuan Chen's Sea of Consciousness, who knew only to impart swordsmanship. Now, he was solely focused on the game of chess. On the chessboard where Yuan Chen and Luo Yi faced each other, the black and white pieces were arrayed in intricate patterns, each move seemingly imbued with the essence of the supreme path and the ultimate truths of the universe. Even with Luo Yi's spiritual essence bolstering him, Yuan Chen found himself holding his breath. He could not help but inquire of the Night Demon, "Senior, what if Luo Yi and I draw in our game?" The Night Demon chuckled darkly. "Fear not. When Luo Yi constructed this Star Compass Hall, he was merely at the 3rd rank of the Sacred Realm. By the time he was defeated by me, he had already reached the 7th rank, with both his strength and chess skills having undergone significant refinement. You shall prevail. Indeed, 3 hours later, as Yuan Chen placed his final piece, the black pieces held by the formation's Luo E began to disintegrate en masse. And the chessboard, composed entirely of the world's spiritual essence, shattered with a resounding crash. Instantly, the entire star compass hall began to tremble. No, it was not merely the hall, but the very heavens themselves quaked. The sun and moon sank, day and night were inverted, and what had once been a clear day transformed into a starry night. In the night sky, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, an endless multitude of celestial bodies twinkled with brilliance. And then all the light converged, cascading from the heavens like a torrential river, flooding into the uppermost chamber of the star compass hall. What is happening? What has transpired? At that moment, everyone inside the star compass hall, as well as those outside, was stirred, including Zhongling. Each individual yearned to ascend to the chess hall and uncover the truth, yet all were thwarted by the starlight, unable to approach even fraction. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. All disciples, vacate the star compass hall immediately. Those who defy this order shall be expelled from the academy. The crowd turned to see it was the palace master Gu Yu, accompanied by a tall, white-bearded elder. Instantly, no one dared to act out of line, and they all bowed respectfully before departing. In the vast star compass hall, only Gu Yu and the white-bearded elder remained, the latter being the esteemed elder Gong Yezi of the Dayu Academy. Master Ancestor, what secrets lie hidden in the pinnacle of the chess hall? Gong Yezi's face, which had remained impassive for many years, now bore an expression of solemnity as he spoke with resonant clarity. The star compass, the very name of the star compass palace, is established upon it. The star compass? Gu Yu furrowed his brow. This secret matter was something he was utterly unaware of. Gong Yezi continued, I cannot elucidate the origins of the star compass. All I know is that my master, having risked his life, managed to acquire it. He remained until his demise, departing for a mysterious place to meet his end. Gu Yu was taken aback. He did not leave the star compass palace until death. Gong Yezi nodded. To be precise, he concealed himself within the star compass palace, too fearful to venture out. Even the formidable existence coveting the star compass is one that even saints dread. With the star compass present, the star compass palace, constructed around it, possesses the divine power of the celestial bodies for protection, rendering it impossible for anyone to intrude. This is the most formidable aspect of the star compass palace. Gu Yu felt a profound shock. First, he was astonished at the extreme preciousness of the star compass, realizing that even their great founding ancestor of the Dayu Academy had to hide after seizing it. Secondly, he was astounded by the might of the star compass, understanding that simply constructing a grand palace around it rendered it impervious to even the strongest of foes. It dawned on him that in this vast world, he, a martial emperor, was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Gu Yu could not help but ask, Master Ancestor, can this young man truly take the star compass? Gong Yezi's expression grew complex as he sighed. If it were anyone else, it would be utterly impossible. However, if it is him, then the star compass is likely in peril. Gu Yu was alarmed. Why? Gong Yezi countered. Do you believe an 18-year-old youth can traverse the 33 layers of the chess palace? Gu Yu shook his head. As one who had entered the path through chess, he understood better than anyone the daunting trials of the 33 layers of the chess palace. Even he, a martial emperor, had only reached the 25th layer. To think that an 18-year-old could hope to surpass 33 was simply unfathomable, Gong Yezi remarked. Yet he has achieved it, for he is no ordinary person. Gu Yu pressed, Master Ancestor, who exactly is he? Gong Yezi helplessly revealed a bitter smile. He is the 8th disciple of my master. 8th disciple. Gu Yu exclaimed in shock. Gong Yezi explained, I speculate it may be some kind of organization. My master ranked 3rd within it. The Desolate Saint was 5th, which is why the Desolate Saint intervened to save our Dayu Academy 300 years ago, and he ranks 8 at AS for the star compass. It is likely an artifact of that organization. And now they seek to reclaim. Gu Yu was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. In that moment, He finally understood why his master had regarded an obscure young man with such extraordinary interest, repeatedly reminding them to focus solely on martial arts and not to take on disciples. It turned out that in terms of seniority, even his master had to address him as master uncle. How could the palace master not feel as if he were even beneath a grandchild? It was madness. At the pinnacle of the Star Compass Palace, the celestial brilliance gradually faded, revealing a palm-sized compass suspended before Yuan Chen. The compass was nearly enveloped entirely by starlight, except for the center, where intertwining lines slowly unveiled two powerful characters. Star Compass, a formidable aura, nearly despair-inducing, emanated from the Star Compass, and in that moment, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Within the sea of his soul, the nightmare demon could scarcely contain its excitement, cackling. The Star Compass is still mine. Boy, quickly stain it with your essence and claim it as your own. Yuan Chen complied, but at the moment his blood dripped, a thunderous explosion erupted. The Star Compass shattered, transforming into countless specks of starlight that shot toward Yuan Chen's entire being. A cracking sound resonated. Yuan Chen's eyes widened in horror, blood vessels erupting within his gaze, while his entire body began to crack visibly, blood splattering. The sensation of suffering beyond death nearly caused him to faint. Senior, why must it be so painful? Painful? It pales in comparison to when you forged a soul contract, the nightmare demon replied. Yuan Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. He was unaware of how much time passed, but eventually, all the starlight that had transformed from the Star Compass surged into his body. And he instinctively clenched his fists. Boom! His body trembled violently. And in an instant, an endless stream of starlight energy began to emanate from within him, casting him in a divine radiance akin to a celestial being descending. His might too overwhelming to behold. The nightmare demon's satisfied voice echoed. Does it feel good? Senior, what is this? Yuan Chen exclaimed, both astonished and elated, feeling an inexhaustible power within his body. The nightmare demon explained, the Star Compass gathers the power of the celestial path. Now that it has merged with you, you can wield the strength of the celestial path as your own. The celestial path can manifest as celestial armor to protect you. It can transform into the power of the stars, augmenting your combat prowess, or it can become celestial holy light to heal your wounded form. In short, its benefits are boundless. However, the most crucial aspect of the Star Compass is the celestial path itself. Yuan Chen, suppressing his excitement, asked curiously, what is the celestial path? Chapter 48. The celestial path, the nightmare demon replied. The so-called path can only be grasped once you break through to the martial emperor realm. It was unnecessary to discuss it with you so soon. However, since you have acquired the Star Compass, it is not amiss to provide you with a brief introduction that in this world, power is divided into the lesser and greater paths. Sword path, blade path, spear path, staff path, and so forth are merely different mediums of killing. The weak need such distinctions, while true strength allows one to wield a sword for killing, use a blade with similar efficacy, or even turn any grass or tree into a weapon. The martial paths of weaponry are but lesser paths. The greater path encompasses the forces of heaven and earth, winds, rains, thunder, and lightning, the sun, moon, and stars. They are omnipresent, their energy boundless. The star power represented by the Star Compass is the greater path. Furthermore, the mental strength of a person also belongs to the greater path. The talents in entering the path through chess or sound are manifestations of mental strength, which is why they surpass ordinary martial arts. After all, it is greater path against lesser path, akin to an adult combating a child. Yuan Chen was astounded. The concepts of greater and lesser paths were entirely new to him. It was no wonder that talents in martial arts were so formidable. It turned out that they were aligned with the greater path, while the sword path was merely a lesser path. The nightmare demon continued. In addition to the greater and lesser paths, there are also the 8 supreme paths. Yuan Chen's spirit jolted. The 8 supreme paths. Without making him wait long, the nightmare demon elaborated. The cosmos, chaos, and primordial essence represent the ultimate 3 forces in the world. Yuan signifies time, Zhou denotes space, Hun embodies light, Dun signifies darkness. The power of the cosmos is the path of time and the path of space. The power of chaos embodies the paths of light and darkness. Hong represents all formless powers in the world, such as your soul's sea of consciousness, which is an intangible realm of thought belonging to the power of Hong. Ming represents all tangible powers in the world, such as mountains, stones, earth, and the strength of the human body. Time, space, light, darkness, the tangible and intangible have existed since antiquity, and all things operate within these three ultimate forces and six supreme paths. They're ubiquitous and omnipresent. No matter how high your cultivation, you must exist within their rules. Beyond these three ultimate forces for living beings, there exists a supreme cycle of power, for no one can escape the cycle of life and death. Yuan Chen took a deep breath. Time, space, light, darkness, tangible, intangible, life, and death. The four ultimate forces and 8 supreme paths. It must be said that hearing this for the first time was truly shocking. After a brief pause, the nightmare demon's tone softened as he remarked, "You are too weak. You cannot yet touch these concepts. Merely listen and be aware. However, with the star compass, it will be much simpler for you to traverse the celestial path in the future. For instance, when you cultivate the sword path, you can gather the power of the stars within it, allowing your strength to surge and enabling you to defeat opponents across realms." Yuan Chen's expression stiffened. Defeating opponents across realms is not as simple as merely surpassing a single major realm. He had not anticipated the celestial path to be so formidable. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Senior, what if I were to cultivate the 8 supreme paths?" "Foolish," the nightmare demon snapped, interrupting Yuan Chen's fanciful thoughts. "The supreme paths, though powerful, are extraordinarily difficult to cultivate. Is that not a simple truth you should understand?" That imbecile man Qian insisted on forcibly traversing the path of light, yet remained stagnant at the 3rd tier of the saint realm for a century. I exhausted my patience and had no choice but to incapacitate him. Were it not for the star compass, do you think your meager cultivation at the upper Yuan realm and your pitiful 4th tier martial soul would allow you to walk the celestial path? Do not blame me for not warning you. Among all my vessels, you are the weakest. Strive to spur yourself on, lest one day my patience towards you runs thin. Yuan Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Man Qian refers to the Huangsheng that he recalled that every time Huangsheng made a move, he would absorb all the light around him, plunging the surroundings into darkness that IT turned out to be the essence of the light martial path. Yet, unexpectedly, even someone as formidable as Huangsheng had made no progress on the path of light for a century. What the senior admonished was indeed correct. My aspirations were Navi, wide journey and must be taken step by step. Yuan Chen lowered his head. One must acknowledge defeat when necessary. He did not wish to end up like Huang Fu Song, a lifeless husk, neither human nor ghost, that a quarter of an hour later, Yuan Chen exited the chess hall. He gazed up at the sky, suddenly struck by a thought. He slowly closed his eyes, and the next moment his eyes sprang open, radiating a magnificent starlight. The power of the stars. He clenched his fists tightly. And in an instant, an inexhaustible brilliance gathered atop his fists like a rainbow drawing in water, causing his strength to surge dramatically. "Daha!" he exclaimed softly, his fists crashing down to the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth within a 30 zhang radius of him collapsed, sending clouds of dust and debris flying in all directions, creating utter chaos. Moments later, a massive pit nearly half a zhang deep appeared, with cracks radiating outward for dozens of zhang. The might of a single punch was indeed formidable. Yuan Chen looked at his right hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He was not particularly skilled in fist techniques, yet this punch possessed power comparable to that of an 8th-grade martial artist's full-force strike. If he were to channel the power of the stars into his swordsmanship, he could likely slay even a 9th-grade martial artist. The path of the stars truly allowed one to transcend realms and vanquish foes, not to be taken lightly. Yuan Chen retracted the starlight, his gaze gradually turning fierce. There was no need for a fair duel at the same level. With his current strength, even challenging L. Ying, a 3rd-grade martial artist, would pose no difficulty. Vengeance would be exacted today. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward with resolute strides, making his way deeper into the Dayu Academy. "Master Ancestor, why do you not allow me to reveal myself? Is it truly the case that the star compass must be surrendered to him? After Yuan Chen departed, two figures emerged, Gong Yezi and Gu Yu. Gong Yezi remarked, "Did you sense the killing intent emanating from him?" Gu Yu nodded, pondering, could it be that he has learned of Dong Xiaowan's predicament? But that seems implausible. He has been in the chess hall the entire time and has not encountered anyone. Gong Yezi replied, "Let us observe the situation unfold. We shall see what he is capable of. I will take this opportunity to verify whether the Star Hall still harbors the protection of the power of the stars. If it does, let him take the star compass. After all, he is the 8th disciple of our master, and their backing may not be something we can afford to offend. However, if the Star Hall loses its protection of the power of the stars, we must reclaim the star compass." Gu remarked. "The master ancestor has considered this thoroughly. Yet, I worry that the matter of Dong Xiaowan will stir his bloodlust, although that girl is not his biological sister. Their bond is profound. In that case, the Academy's disciples." Gong Yezi interrupted Gu Yu, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "If any Academy disciple is killed due to this matter, they will have brought it upon themselves. Their despicable actions are intolerable within the Dayu Academy. Otherwise, we would only be fostering evil and tarnishing the Academy's esteemed reputation. I observed Yuan Chen's punch earlier. It already possessed the might of an 8th-grade martial artist. And he is merely at the upper Yuan realm. This is the true definition of a prodigy. Let him create a stir within the Academy, should it awaken those complacent disciples and galvanize them to strive for excellence. It would benefit the Academy as a whole. You must not only refrain from interference, but also issue a strict order forbidding any disciples or elders above the Dao platform realm from intervening, especially those under Feng Ke and Duan Tianong. Make it clear that it is my command." Seeing this, Gu Yu quickly bowed in compliance, saying no more. The disciples who had plotted against Dong Xiaowan were already in for severe punishment. If Yuan Chen chose to wreak havoc, let it serve as retribution for those individuals. Whether they live or die would be the result of their own actions. The master ancestor is right. In recent years, the Academy's disciples have been arrogant, believing themselves to be extraordinary. It is time they awaken to reality. Chapter 49. Wang Dong is disabled. Xiaowan is missing at the Dayu Academy. Wang Dong's temporary quarters. Sitting on the ground, Wang Dong appeared dazed, his face etched with fatigue, devoid of his usual smile. Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Old Wang, what are you daydreaming about?" Wang Dong's body jolted slightly as he turned his head, and upon seeing Yuan Chen, his face paled. "Chengge, you are back? Indeed, I have returned, and the spoils from this venture far surpass those from the sword hall." "Huh." Yuan Chen chuckled, but his brow furrowed suddenly. "Why does your aura seem so weak?" Wang Dong hurriedly brushed it off, claiming he was fine. "No, that's not right." Yuan Chen stepped closer, grasping Wang Dong's pulse, and his expression shifted dramatically. "What happened to your martial soul?" No one understood the agony of having a martial soul rendered useless better than Yuan Chen. He empathized deeply. It was precisely because he had suffered such humiliation, having his martial soul destroyed, that he had once compromised with the night demon, even selling his very soul. Tears began to well in Wang Dong's eyes as he trembled. "Chengge, let us return to Xuchang. This sacred land of martial arts is not meant for us." Yuan Chen's face darkened, unwilling to let the matter slide. His first thought was of the L family or those from the Sword Palace whom he had offended. Those individuals, unable to take revenge on him during his time in the chess hall, had turned their vengeance towards those close to him. If that were the case, he would not let it pass unchallenged. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. "Where is Xiaowan?" At this question, Wang Dong's complexion drained of color, stammering and momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a booming laugh echoed. "Brother Yuan, haha, I heard you emerge from the chess hall. Your gains must be considerable, right? Can you believe how much your strength has increased in such a short span? Truly impressive." A youth bearing a steel spear approached with large strides. It was none other than Lei Ao, who had gone to Yang City with Yi Qingchan half a year ago. If it were not for winning that precious ice spirit stone from him during their duel, Yuan Chen might never have ventured to Xuchang, nor would this story have unfolded. Behind Lei Ao, Yuan Chen did not see the green-clad girl he had met 6 months prior, but rather numerous disciples from the Sword Palace. Causing his brow to furrow, he had heard that El Ying's master, Feng Ke, was the former head elder of the Sword Palace before ascending to the position of Deputy Palace Master. The current head elder, Duan Tiantong, was entirely beholden to Phong Quebec. Thus, the Sword Palace and Phong Ke were inextricably linked with El Ing. Previously, when he had gone to the Sword Hall with El Ziki to kill Che Junxian, he had encountered disciples from the Sword Palace. Yuan Chen retorted directly, "Lei Ao, what brings you here?" "Ah, Brother Yuan, what do you mean by that? We are old acquaintances after all." Lei Ao smirked, but then he sighed dramatically. "You are now a renowned prodigy, even catching the attention of the sixth prince of the empire. But how on earth did you come to know such a woman? Some say she is your sister, while others claim she is your lover. Regardless of which, it seems unnecessary." Wang Dong's expression shifted immediately, glaring at him. Indeed, the visitor bore ill intentions. Yuan Chen's aura turned frigid. "What did you say?" Unfazed by Yuan Chen's cold demeanor, Lei Ao continued to laugh. "I said, why choose such a woman? How could you possibly choose a prostitute? Such a lack of taste." Yuan Chen turned to Wang Dong, who immediately lowered his head. Dong Xiaowan's tragic past was something she wished never to recall. Both he and Wang Dong were acutely aware of this, which is why they had never uttered a word about it. Old Wang would never speak of it. "Lei Ao, where did you hear such rumors?" Yuan Chen's voice remained calm, yet his expressionless eyes made Lei Ao sense an impending danger. "Rumors? Ha ha. The entire DU Academy is aware of it now. That woman herself has admitted it. Brother Yuan, you still call it a rumor?" Lei Ao laughed heartily, seemingly intent on provoking Yuan Chen. "She admitted it herself?" Yuan Chen murmured, his frosty gaze sweeping over everyone present, before he suddenly shouted, "Say that again." This roar echoed like the wrath of a celestial deity, causing the entire room to tremble, especially Lei Ao, who felt his ears ringing and his very spirit quaking. For the first time, he experienced a sense of fear. Indeed, he had come here to sell El Ing a favor, deliberately seeking to provoke Yuan Chen. When he had accompanied his master Yi Qingchan, it was not solely to find Yuan Chen in Yinyang City. He had also sought out El Ing. He had left Yuan Chen with hatred after their duel. And not only had he suffered humiliation, but he had also lost a precious ice spirit stone. However, when he visited El Ing, he had left in high spirits. After all, no man could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty. El Ing was the one they brought into the DU Academy at that time, and they had developed quite a good rapport along the way. Naturally, Lei Ao was willing to give El Ing face, deliberately provoking Yuan Chen, primarily because he was unafraid of Yuan Chen, a distinguished fifth-tier martial master. He had lost to Yuan Chen previously only due to suppressing his own cultivation. If he had to unleash his full strength, how could an inexperienced youth possibly stand against him? In Lei Ao's scheme, if Yuan Chen would be enraged and dare to strike, it would be perfect. He had been yearning for an opportunity to exact revenge. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura unleashed by Yuan Chen's bellow shattered his prior confidence. He had come to act as a pawn for El Ing. Yet what if he found himself unable to contend with Yuan Chen? With this thought, Lei Ao's momentum diminished slightly as he said, "Brother Yuan, I speak only the truth." "What are you doing?" Yuan Chen shouted again. "Enough with the nonsense. Tell me, what exactly happened?" At that moment, he was utterly convinced that something had befallen Dong Xiaowan. Lei Ao declared loudly, "Did I not say? She admitted herself that she is merely a courtesan. What does that have to do with me?" "You must be joking," Yuan Chen bellowed suddenly, his voice carrying an oppressive force that sent a shiver down Lei Ao's spine. At this juncture, Yuan Chen urgently exclaimed, "Brother Chen, do not act impulsively. The Daiyu Academy prohibits any form of private combat. Even disciples must engage in duels at designated arenas, and prior approval from the elders is mandatory. Otherwise, anyone may strike down the first to attack." Xiaowan fell victim to this very rule. "What did you say?" Yuan Chen's expression was grave as he turned to Wang Dong. Wang Dong shook his head repeatedly, filled with sorrow and indignation. "She is not dead, but her spirit has perished. I refrained from telling you earlier, fearing it would provoke you." "Provoke me? Something has happened to Xiaowan, and you speak of provoking me?" Yuan Chen glared at Wang Dong, his gaze rendering Wang Dong's face pale. Tears welled in Wang Dong's eyes as he desperately urged, "Do not be deceived, Brother Chen. We cannot all be ruined. Yuan Chen's heart trembled as he recalled Wang Dong's ruined martial soul. He too must have fought alongside Dong Xiaowan. Yet, against the colossal force of the Dayu Academy, what resistance could either of them muster? Tell me, what exactly transpired? Yuan Chen's voice turned eerily calm, yet his eyes glinted with icy ferocity, causing Wang Dong to shudder. Wang Dong, typically carefree, could no longer hold back his tears. He understood that at this moment, there was no longer any need for concealment. With righteous anger, he said, "Brother Chun, you must remain composed after hearing this, or you will fall right into El Ying's scheme. Quickly, I must tell you." Yuan Chen's voice grew deep and restrained. Chapter 50. Rage Unbound, Kill. El Monru had uncovered Xiaowan's past. She had deliberately gathered a group of courtesans and their clients at the place where Xiaowan practiced, engaging in shameless acts while summoning numerous disciples from the Dayu Academy to observe and ridicule her. Especially the El Monru, who not only shamelessly humiliated Xiaowan, but also sent a couplet reading. The courtesan adorned in flowers, changing grooms night after night, ultimately forcing Xiaowan to take action and kill. The moment Xiaowan struck, they fell into their poison trap, and hidden masters emerged, claiming that Xiaowan was indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, demanding her immediate execution to uphold justice. Wang Dong clenched his teeth, exhaling a breath as he recounted the events he had held in for so long. Yuan Chen's fists crackled with tension, his gaze bloodshot, an overwhelming killing intent boiling within his chest. Yet he continued to endure, asking, "Where's Xiaowan?" Wang Dong replied, "She has been rescued by the master of Gyue and taken away." The chilling aura surrounding Yuan Chen showed no sign of abating. It only intensified. He inquired further, "Wang Dong, you understand matters of the heart best. Tell me, how will Xiaowan cope with such trauma?" Wang Dong shook his head, murmuring, "In Xuchang Prefecture, I have seen jealous women who, upon witnessing virtuous women living happily, resorted to such tactics. This approach is the most insidious and vile. Whether a woman resists or not, her reputation will ultimately be tarnished, and her former life utterly destroyed. The man who once accepted her, regardless of his prior indifference to her past, will cast her aside due to the judgments of neighbors and the pleas of family. I have seen some lose their minds, stripping naked and roaming the streets, accepting even the filthiest beggar. Others have jumped into rivers to end their lives. The best-case scenario is that they return to the brothel and live a life of degradation. In short, there is no favorable outcome. Those were ordinary women, yet Xiaowan is a gifted martial artist with an innate talent in the way of sound. The master of Gyue said that a newly ascended martial artist's heart is the most vulnerable. El Monru is deliberately exploiting this weakness to ensnare her. Xiaowan may succumb to a demonic heart, falling into the path of darkness. Yuan Chen was dumbfounded, murmuring, "What is a demonic heart, and how does one fall into the path of darkness?" Wang Dong replied, "I do not understand either. I have only heard that when encountering such individuals, all righteous beings must strike them down on the spot. However, the master of Gyue spared Xiaowan's life because of your connection, instead taking her away to confine her. Righteous beings? Nonsense!" Yuan Chen roared in fury, the tiles of the grand hall shaking and shattering. "Lei Ao, did you come here to deliberately provoke me, to incite me into striking first, only to use the so-called rules of your Dayu Academy to justify my demise?" Lei Ao and the few disciples of the Sword Palace behind him were taken aback and quickly retreated from the crumbling hall. Yuan Chen's rage surged, his black hair standing on end, wielding the Lingyun sword, his entire being ablaze with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the structure with a single swing, then charged directly at Lei Ao. "Are there also many hidden masters behind you? My sister could not restrain herself. I too wish to exact vengeance. If you have the courage, come forth. Brother, please calm down. That is not what I meant." Lei Ao hastily interjected. Hypocrisy. In truth, he had indeed come to deliberately provoke Yuan Chen. However, at that moment, the terrifying aura emanating from Yuan Chen made him doubt his own strength, and he considered retreating. "Enough of your nonsense. Today, I shall seek justice for Xiaowan." Yuan Chen's brows furrowed as he confronted him coldly, sweeping the Lingyun sword, causing a storm of sword light to surge forth like raging waves. fiercely cutting through the heavens. With a resounding boom, the group of Sword Palace disciples behind Lei Ao were all sent flying, blood spilling in torrents, utterly incapable of resistance. At that moment, Yuan Chen resembled a war god, wielding a sacred sword, stepping upon starlight, emanating a killing intent that pierced the skies as he approached Lei Ao with heavy strides. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, his voice chillingly cold. Is El Monru that vile woman residing at El Ying's place? Xiaowan's incident must have been orchestrated by El Ying from the shadows. Today all must perish. Yuan Chen, if you continue to act so recklessly, you are disregarding the Daiyu Academy. Though Lei Ao had been shaken back, he quickly obstructed Yuan Chen's path once more. Reckless? Ha! Yuan Chen laughed maniacally, his fury overflowing. Isn't that precisely what you desire? You are in cahoots with the elf family. Your life is forfeit. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung the Lingyun sword with ferocious intensity, unleashing a torrent of sword light, an unending force manifesting as waves of sword energy, each stronger than the last. Lei Ao, as a fifth-tier martial master, would not simply sit idle. He drew his spear and charged at Yuan Chen. However, the instant their weapons clashed, he was compelled to acknowledge that a mere youth with only the cultivation of the upper Yuan realm had completely overpowered him in strength. In fact, the disparity in their true power was even greater than he had anticipated. He had utterly misjudged Yuan Chen's capabilities. Puffed. Lei Ao spat out a mouthful of blood, the overwhelming sword light cleaving through his spear, the residual force striking him and sending him flying, gravely injuring him. Yuan Chen, El Ying is the personally taught disciple of the vice master of Fengke. It is not your place to act recklessly. A group of Sword Palace disciples surrounded him, each of considerable cultivation, some even at the Dao platform martial master level, formidable indeed. The Sword Palace is also an accomplice in harming Xiaowan. Any who dare show themselves shall die. Yuan Chen bellowed. He thought of Dong Xiaowan's innocent heart. Her plight was pitiful, having been sold to the Zue Xiang Lu at such a young age. Yet her spirit was undoubtedly far purer than those of these noble families. Now, she had been destroyed. In that moment, Yuan Chen shed tears, his heart aching more than when he had sold his soul. Boom! He swung the Lingyun sword, its radiant light stunning the heavens, filling the skies. The remaining Sword Palace disciples who dared to stand his way were all sent flying, half of them meeting a tragic end, while the other half sustained severe injuries, the scene utterly horrifying. At this moment, Yuan Chen was blinded by rage. Not only would he slay those from the Sword Palace, but anyone from the Daiyu Academy who dared to obstruct him would meet the same fate. Whether it was madness, stripping bare and submitting to humiliation, or despair leading to self-destruction, or returning to the brothel, living a life of degradation, he could not fathom the extent of trauma Dong Xiaowan had endured. All of this was due to his entanglement with Dong Xiaowan. Otherwise, how could El Ying and El Monru have wielded such malicious intent against a mere girl? Xiaowan, you are utterly indifferent to the notion of entering the Dao through music, nor do you pursue any innate martial prowess. All you desire is to live a simple life amidst tranquil mountains and forests. It is I who insisted on bringing you to this pretentious place. I have brought you here, yet failed to care for you properly. I am deeply sorry. Yuan Chen murmured, I could see this moment. Only slaughter could quell his tumultuous heart. How dare anyone commit murder within the esteemed Yu Academy? Seize him at once. A martial master from the Dao platform emerged, bellowing fiercely. Behind him, several formidable Sword Palace experts also appeared, many of whom surpassed Lei Ao in both strength and rank. Kill! These Dao platform martial masters unleashed their deadly techniques simultaneously. And in an instant, 7 or 8 unmatched beams of sword light surged toward Yuan Chen, some even forming a sword formation that amplified their power, threatening to rend him apart on the spot. Cunning vermin, have you finally shown yourselves? Yuan Chen roared, seemingly attuned to his master's turmoil. The mark of the star compass flickered at his brow, and boundless starlight erupted from within him. He had no desire for defense. He only sought to kill. Chapter 51. Those who block me shall die. Emerging from the chess hall, Yuan Chen's strength had surged dramatically, and with this full-force strike, The might of his sword was overwhelming. The starlight obscured the heavens, sweeping forth with devastating ferocity. The terrifying forces clashed, and starlight immediately ignited around Yuan Chen. Yet, despite the protection of the celestial power, he still suffered wounds. Die. Yuan Chen disregarded everything. The power of his Ling Yun's sword surged once more, shattering all the sword energy and closing in on the foremost assailants. Spare me. Ah! Senior brother, save me! The weaker Sword Palace disciples screamed in terror as they were annihilated by Yuan Chen. The remaining Sword Palace disciples were also injured, retreating in utter disarray. It was terrifying. In this moment, the power Yuan Chen unleashed was no mere upper origin realm. Indeed, it could rival that of an 8th-rank martial master or even a 9th-rank martial master. Friends, cease this madness. Committing murder within the Yu Academy is a grave sin. You still have time to stop. The martial master who had previously warned Yuan Chen against rash actions immediately changed his tone. He, like Lei Ao, had completely misjudged Yuan Chen's strength. Now, witnessing that their side could not defeat him, he sought to stabilize the situation. At that moment, Wang Dong shouted, "Brother Chen!" It was him who besieged Shaowan. "Very well," Yuan Chen roared. The sword light enveloping him surged forward, devoid of any mercy. Damn it! The martial master's expression shifted instantly. He suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of poison needles aimed at Yuan Chen's body. The moment Wang Dong identified him, he changed his demeanor and struck with lethal intent. "Die for me!" Yuan Chen let out a long howl, advancing fiercely with a commanding presence. All the poison needles were deflected by the celestial power surrounding him. Following this, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air. Crack! Instantly, starlight erupted, filling the heavens and earth with a terrifying energy, resulting in a violent sonic boom. The concealed weapons of the Dao platform martial master shattered. And as the sword light dissipated, he was left charred, smoke billowing from his head, his fate uncertain, before Yuan Chen cleave him again with a blazing sword light, sending him crashing into a pile of ruins, never to rise again. Everyone gasped in shock. The one slain was their strongest member, a formidable 8th-rank martial master, who had previously bested even that music-entranced courtesan. Yet here he was, obliterated in mere moments. In that instant, the strength Yuan Chen displayed was unmatched even among martial masters of his realm. With the cultivation of upper origin realm, to be able to decisively slay an 8th-rank martial master. How could such a prodigy exist? Is it truly wise for us to oppose such a figure? Someone murmured, "It is certain that once this prodigy matures, he will shine as brightly as a god of war. Who would dare to stand against him?" Boom! Yuan Chen charged toward the residence of the deputy master of the Yu Academy, Feng Ke, which also served as the dwelling of El Ling. With each step he took, the stone steps beneath him cracked as if a giant were treading, leaving no one to impede his passage. Quickly summon the elders of the academy to slay him. The severely injured Lei Ao bellowed. Filled with hatred for Yuan Chen, having narrowly escaped death at his hands just moments ago, and no one can save you now, die. Yuan Chen shouted. He rapidly closed the distance to Lei Ao, unleashing a blinding beam of sword light with an overwhelming force. At that moment, the essence of the Sword of the Way erupted to its zenith. Boom! The intense sword light cascaded like a waterfall, crushing directly into Lei Ao, cleaving him in two. The remaining onlookers were utterly terrified, retreating in fear, no one daring to obstruct Yuan Chen any longer. Yuan Chen stepped over the fallen bodies, advancing step by step toward the Yu Academy. Wang Dong followed closely behind, witnessing the bloodthirst that had been awakened within him. He had never seen Yuan Chen in such a furious state. This terrifying Yuan Chen was a sight he had never witnessed before. Although Yuan Chen fought primarily for Dong Xiaowan, his commitment was evident, showcasing his loyalty and righteousness. What more could one desire from a friend like him? Yuan Chen, the master of Guyu, forbids any disciples below the rank of martial master from confronting you. Otherwise, do you think you can act with impunity in my Yu Academy? However, as long as I am here, your path ends here. Just as he was nearing El Ying's residence, a black-clad figure wielding a heavy broadsword blocked his path. Upon seeing this, someone rejoiced. It's Senior Brother Jin Yin. Excellent. Senior Brother Jin Yin is the foremost Dao platform martial master of our U Academy. His strength eclipses even some Dao transformation martial sections. With his intervention, a mere upper origin realm brat is surely doomed. Yuan Chen disregarded the chatter, roaring, his hair billowing wildly, exuding an unmatched might. I am arrogant. Ha ha ha. You prattle about righteousness, yet resort to such despicable means to harm my sister. If seeking justice for my sister is arrogance, then today I shall embrace my arrogance. He took another step forward, a murderous aura emanating from him like an unstoppable demonic king, causing the surrounding Sword Palace disciples to tremble and retreat in fear. Holding the Lingyun sword, Yuan Chen covered dozens of yards with each stride, and no one dared meet his gaze. Except for Jin Yan. In that moment, Jin Yin maintained his lofty demeanor, to dare kill indiscriminately within the U Academy. Even a disciple of the Academy faces the death penalty, let alone an outsider like you. You are a bloodthirsty fiend, and your cruel methods merit death. As his words fell, he drew his sword, unleashing a cascade of terrifying sword light that intertwined on the ground, filling the air with a deadly net, all converging towards Yuan Chen. Jin Yin, as casual first strike, not only unleashed the essence of sword intent, but also revealed the terrifying completeness of his sword mastery. Break for me! Yuan Chen roared, unleashing a surge of fury that soared to the heavens, akin to flames consuming everything. The power of the star path erupted, merging with the sword of the way. The sword intent reached its pinnacle. In that instant, Yuan Chen's body radiated boundless energy, as if forged from gold, standing tall and resolute, swinging the Lingyun sword with all his might. The sky was filled with a torrent of sword light and starlight, sweeping forth as if to annihilate heaven and earth. Boom! The area erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, rocks flying, waves crashing, and the esteemed Dao platform martial master of the U Academy, Jin Yin, was actually forced back. Scoundrel! Jin Yin roared in fury, immediately unleashing a terrifying second strike. That moment, Jin Yin had completely shed any carelessness, unleashing all his strength as a ninth-rank martial master. The overwhelming force Yuan Chen displayed shook his confidence. Come at me! Yuan Chen bellowed, turning to deliver a fierce strike. This blow was also fueled by his full strength. He could sense Jin Yan's might. Boom! The Lingyun sword, with its unyielding force, clashed with the torrent of starlit sword energy, resulting in a collision reminiscent of two active volcanoes, releasing an overwhelming energy that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun, rendering the entire area blindingly bright. Nothing else visible, in their fierce confrontation. They exchanged blows in rapid succession, one enveloped in a sea of starlit sword energy, resembling a god of war, while the other radiated overwhelming energy like a ferocious beast, moving with incredible speed, continuously crashing into one another, each collision bursting forth with resplendent light. The onlookers were left aghast. Yuan Chen was too powerful, forcing the foremost Dao platform martial master of the U Academy to fight with such desperation. An unimaginable sight, especially considering their vastly different training timelines. Suddenly, one individual spewed forth blood, flying out from the fierce battle circle. As the crowd focused, they turned pale, for the individual was none other than Jin Yin. Those who obstruct me shall die. Chapter 52. Comprehension, the essence of Sword Dao. Yuan Chen surged forward. At this moment, the sword of the way he wielded was no longer a mere wave, but a tumultuous sea of starlight, each strike carving through a vast expanse of the starry ocean. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from Jin Yin as he desperately endeavored to thwart Yuan Chen's relentless onslaught. Alas, he was swiftly met with the searing brilliance of a sword light that cut into his left abdomen, a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Damn it, I will see you dead, Jin Yin bellowed, his entire being ablaze with unquenchable fury, his aura surging ominously, hinting at a potential transcendence beyond the Dao platform realm. He sacrificed both his cultivation and latent potential, vowing to extinguish Yuan Chen's existence. As the foremost martial master of the Yu Academy within the Dao platform realm, he could not afford to be defeated by a mere junior of the upper Yuan realm. You shall not prevail. Yuan Chen's murderous intent soared to the heavens, indifferent to Jin Yan's desperate struggle as he charged forward. Thus commenced their titanic clash, a battle of life and death, fierce and unrelenting. With energy radiance sweeping across the battlefield, instilling dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. Soon enough, Jin Yan found himself once again suppressed, unable to withstand the eerie swordsmanship of Yuan Chen, which only intensified with each strike. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Sweat beaded on Jin Yan's forehead as he hacked away with relentless ferocity, appearing to be a force of immense power. Yet within him, panic brewed. After burning away his cultivation and potential, his strength had indeed surged, rivaling that of a third-tier Dao platform warrior, perhaps even surpassing it. He had the upper hand against Yuan Chen. But no matter how vehemently he attacked, he could only force Yuan Chen back, with no sign of serious injury to his opponent, as if even a slight wound were beyond reach. How was he to continue this fight? One must understand that the more one burned their cultivation and potential, the less they had left, and their strength would inevitably wane. Should he fail to defeat Yuan Chen, his own power would soon diminish drastically. At that point, how could he hope to battle again? What are you waiting for? Attack him together and kill him. Jin Yan roared, his eyes now a blood-red hue, disregarding any semblance of dignity he had anticipated effortlessly dispatching Yuan Chen. Yet was unprepared for the latter's formidable prowess, which rivaled his own mastery of swordsmanship honed within the Yu Academy, but with a finesse that far surpassed his own. Just as I said, you cannot win, Yuan Chen declared, his body erupting with a more resplendent sword light, the cascading might of his swordsmanship reaching its zenith. With a thunderous roar, the Ling Yun's sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of stellar energy that surged forward. Jin Yan, gripped by fear, attempted to evade, yet was still struck and sent sprawling, the gaping wound in his abdomen a ghastly sight, blood staining his entire being. Had an ordinary individual endured such a blow, they would have perished instantly. However, Jin Yan, with his extraordinary resilience, managed to endure. Yet, even so, he had lost his combat efficacy, and the repercussions of his earlier reckless power boosting had begun to manifest. It was now impossible for him to triumph over Yuan Chen. Kill him. He has already descended into darkness. He cannot be allowed to live. All of you, attack together, just as Yuan Chen prepared to press his advantage. A host of formidable warriors surged forth from the surroundings. The Sword Palace had long been poised for this moment, and Jin Yan was not alone in his opposition. Upon witnessing Jin Yan's plight, they could not remain passive that a throng of martial artists, all masters of the martial realm, descended upon him. Though they number in the thousands, I fear them not. If you seek to kill me, then come. Yuan Chen, undaunted, advanced with ferocity. However, despite his sanguine intent and disregard for the limits of his physical form, he was ultimately still but immortal. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, he soon bore numerous sword wounds, his body drenched in blood. Yet each inflicted wound felt as if it pierced his very nerves that he felt powerless. He yearned to grow stronger. He sought justice for Dong Xiaowan. He thirsted for blood, once a master of the sword with unparalleled insight. He had now grasped 10 distinct sword concepts within the sword hall. In the chess hall, he had intertwined his swordsmanship with the power of the stellar path, achieving a sublime transformation. In this moment, all the sword concepts he had ever comprehended surged within his mind, coalescing into a singular gateway he had believed he could push open but had always been barred from. At last, a glimmer of dawn shone through. The essence of martial arts lies in a practitioner's unique understanding of their path. Each individual is distinct, and thus, their martial essence is singular. While martial concepts can be imparted, the essence can only be grasped through personal insight. This my sword essence. Yuan Chen murmured, his eyes suddenly ablaze with determination that a gaze like a bolt of lightning shot towards the heavens. With a flourish, the Ling Yun sword was wielded, summoning the very power of the stars to converge beneath its blade. Even a celestial light flickered above Yuan Chen's head. Prior to this, although Yuan Chen had been able to harness some stellar energy, due to the star compass. It had merely been a rudimentary infusion into the kingly sword, forcibly augmenting its might. Now, however, his sword had transcended the kingly sword, merging seamlessly with the stellar path, transforming into a swordsmanship uniquely his own. This sword path belonged to the stellar path, its potency far beyond that of ordinary martial arts. And at this moment, he had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, causing its might to surge exponentially. Ah, this is terrible. How can he be so powerful? The warriors of the Sword Palace cried out in terror, their intentions to surround and eliminate Yuan Chen thwarted as they found themselves ensnared by the radiant sword shadows. No one could have anticipated that in such a brief moment, Yuan Chen's power would escalate to such terrifying heights. With the cultivation of the upper Yuan realm, he unleashed a force surpassing that of the Dao platform realm. Such a development was utterly horrifying, bordering on the unbelievable. Jin Yin, gripped by fear, cried out, "Quickly, summon the elders of the sect to slay him. If he lives, the future calamities he will bring will be boundless." At this moment, he could no longer heed the orders of Guyu, which forbade any intervention from those above the Dao platform realm, for the powers Yuan Chen displayed were beyond the capacity of Dao platform martial masters to withstand. The other disciples of the Yu Academy exchanged fearful glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Jin Yin spoke true. Such a prodigy, if allowed to grow unchecked, would yield limitless potential. Should enmity arise, who would dare permit his ascendance? He must be eradicated at all costs before he could take root. Instantly, several individuals dashed towards the depths of the sect. Yuan Chen paid them no mind, continuing to stride forward. Jin Yin positioned himself before him. Suppressing his fear as he thundered, "Yuan Chen, before the elders of our academy arrive, surrender now, and perhaps you may spare your life that do not leave yourself without any means of escape. Surrender?" Yuan Chen scoffed. "I seek justice for my sister. My enemies remain alive. How can I cease my pursuit? Hand over Lu Ying and Lu Manru? Absolutely not." Jin Yin vehemently shook his head. "Lu Ying is the direct disciple of the Vice Palace Master of Feng Quebec. If you kill her, we cannot explain ourselves to the Vice Palace Master." Yuan Chen roared, "You need not concern yourselves with explanations. Even if Feng Ke himself appeared today, he could not impede me." "Impudent," Jin Yin retorted coldly. "You are far too arrogant to dismiss even the Vice Palace Master of Feng Ke." The other disciples of the Yu Academy were equally incensed, for to them, a mere youth in his teens dared to belittle the Vice Palace Master of the Yu Academy. A figure of immense power, it was, in their eyes, a gross underestimation of reality, a foolishness that bordered on absurdity. If you do not believe me, then let us see. Lu Manru, come forth and face your demise. Lu Ying, you claim to be invincible among your peers. Now that I am here, why do you hide in fear? As Yuan Chen advanced, he shouted vehemently to approach the tower, raised his sword, and with a resounding crash, the Lingyun sword cleaved forth a terrifying beam of stellar sword light, cleaving the tower in twain, causing it to collapse as many concealed within shrieked and fled. This was the domain of Feng Ke. And due to Lu Ying's presence, many members of the Lu family had taken refuge here. Not seeing Lu Manru or Lu Ying, Yuan Chen quickly set his sights on another tower. As he denounced the Lu family's despicable actions. He demolished tower after tower with thunderous ferocity, leaving every witness in utter shock. Jin Yin, gravely injured, dared not impede him further. The others, suffering grievous losses, were equally reluctant to intervene. Chapter 53. Wretched woman, meet your end. Yuan Chen surged forward, his Lingyun sword aimed at yet another towering edifice. Wretched woman, so many have perished because of you. Do you still wish to hide? With a resounding boom, a beam of stellar sword light cleaved through the tower, creating a massive fissure, the ground trembling beneath its force. If you fear death so greatly, how dare you act so despicably? Did you ever consider this day? Yuan Chen roared, unleashing another devastating strike. Boom! 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 This tower proved far sturdier than the previous structures. Yet under the relentless barrage of Yuan Chen's strikes, it soon quaked and shrieked in agony. Rapidly collapsing, that a woman of striking beauty screamed as she fled. But alas, before she could escape, a shadow overtook her, sending her sprawling to the ground. It was Lu Monru. You, wretched woman, who once conspired against me, did you not orchestrate countless vile schemes to harm Xiaowan? Yuan Chen's voice was icy as he declared, Today, your demise shall be a mercy. Countless onlookers beheld El Monru beneath the heel of Yuan Chen, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to intervene. The Dayu Academy had long prided itself on its noble lineage. And though a few nefarious characters lurked within its halls, the righteous outnumbered them. Warriors of martial arts engaged in combat with integrity. Even in defeat, it was merely a testament to their inferiority in skill. Yet El Monru's actions towards Dong Xiaowan were intolerable, even to many disciples of the Dayu Academy. Such a person, despite possessing a beautiful facade, was utterly contemptible and unworthy of association. Yuan Chen, should you dare to kill me, my sister will not let you escape, El Monru declared, her gaze fierce and filled with rage. Deep down, she was engulfed in terror, struggling to comprehend how a discarded waste from their El family could, in a mere 6 months, elevate his power to such heights. Originally, her sister had gained immense strength after acquiring a divine martial soul, standing as a paragon of talent. Yet, just moments ago, her sister had fled without a fight, suggesting that rather than closing the gap, their disparity had only widened. Not be hasty. You shall be next. Yuan Chen's icy breath filled the air as he disdainfully cast aside the Lingyun sword. In a flash, it pierced through El Monru's body, propelling her several dozen feet away before pinning her to ground. This was merely the beginning. Yuan Chen dragged her by her long hair, leaving a trail of blood in his wake as her anguished screams echoed through the atmosphere, a scene most horrifying. Yuan Chen showed no mercy, withdrawing the sword only to tear away her garments, leaving her exposed before the multitude. However, the once enchanting beauty had been reduced to a state of utter disarray. Devoid of any allure, she was suspended aloft by Yuan Chen, a spectacle for all to behold. Wretched woman, did you ever contemplate that the day would come when you too would be humiliated? Yuan Chen's voice was cold, but El Monru, nearing madness, cackled maniacally. Yuan, the Dayu Academy, stands lofty and proud. You are oblivious to the heavens above and the earth below. Soon, you shall find yourself in a far worse plight than mine. Yuan Chen's gaze hardened. I had forgotten that someone of your ilk would possess any sense of shame. Stripping you bare cannot possibly degrade you further. In the past, I was too merciful, sparing your kind while you plotted against Xiao, and no longer. With that proclamation, he thrust his sword forward. Thrust! El Monru's heart was pierced, and she fell lifeless to the ground. The disciples of the Dayu Academy bore witness in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. What kind of might was this? An obscure youth, wielding a single sword, had ascended from a foot to the pinnacle of the mountain, defeating numerous academy prodigies along the way. He moved like a demon, leaving a bloody trail in his wake, with none capable of standing against him, until El Monru lay lifeless, naked and exposed in the air, her death a chilling testament to his ruthless methods. All present were bathed in cold sweat, their eyes averted from El Monru's corpse, fearing to meet Yuan Chen's gaze. Where was El Ing, the venomous woman, the true mastermind behind the scenes, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating such despicable schemes? Did she deem herself worthy of being called a prodigy? Worthy of being proclaimed a future empress? Yuan Chen's voice thundered around him. Yet, none responded. He could not locate El Ing, a potent fury building within him. After a lengthy silence, a chilling voice finally emerged. Master Ancestor, while disciples of the Academy may be slaughtered, must we tolerate the humiliation of our female disciples? Will you truly stand in our way? Many recognized this voice as Feng Ke, the Vice Master of the Dayu Academy, and the true support of El Ing and El Monru. Had Feng Ke genuinely sought guidance from Ganjizi, he could have kept his words unheard. Yet, at this moment he did so deliberately, wishing to expose to all disciples that the reason the Academy's elites had not intervened was due to the restraint of the Elder Council. He intended to force Ganjizi to alter his stance. As Feng Ke's words fell, figures from the upper echelons of the Dayu Academy emerged, many elders casting furious, murderous glares at Yuan Chen. Had it not been for the repeated warnings from Master Guyu and the Elder Council, many would have long since acted, permitting no outsider to rampage through the DU Academy unchallenged. A long sigh escaped Guyu's lips as he and Ganjizi revealed themselves. Young friend, the harlot Elmonru, who sought to humiliate your sister, has been dealt with. Stand down. Yuan Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Surrender, Ling, and I shall cease my actions. Regardless of whether she is the mastermind behind Xiaowan's plight, you once promised that you would not intervene when I challenge her, correct? Guyu turned to Feng Quebec. Feng Ke replied coldly, she is currently in closed-door training. No one may see her at this time. Yuan Chen chuckled, you fear she is in seclusion? Do you take me for child? At this juncture, she cannot be in closed-door training. Impudent. Feng Ke suddenly bellowed, dare to speak to me in such a manner. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? Yuan Chen stood unafraid, retorting, do you believe I cannot slay you? At these words, Ganjizi seemed to recall something, his white brows twitching involuntarily as he admonished. Feng Ke, stand down. Feng Ke refused to relent, pointing at Yuan Chen with palpable malice. Master Ancestor, this little thief possesses terrifying talent and has made an enemy of our DU Academy. If we do not eliminate him today, he will undoubtedly become a formidable foe in the future. Why do you continue to shield him? Unable to contain himself, Duan Tiantong spoke coldly. Master Ancestor, Brother Guyu, we have come to this point. Do you truly believe a retreat will mend our relations? His disciples had suffered the most casualties. Does our DU Academy need to reconcile with a mere child? He scoffed he can be killed with a flick of the wrist. Indeed, what of his talent? It means nothing. He dares to challenge our supreme authority without having matured. Foolishness. Our Academy's disciples may err, but it is not for outsiders to punish us or impose death. What remains of the DU Academy's dignity after such an act? The elders of the DU Academy voiced their outrage, clearly united in their anger against Yuan Chen, especially the last speaker. Yi Qingchan, whose gaze towards Yuan Chen had turned decidedly unfriendly. Yuan Chen had slain Lei Ao, her disciple. No matter the reasoning, Yi Qingchan's loyalty remained with her student. Today, her disciple had been slain before her eyes, and she could not intervene, leaving her heart in turmoil. Ganjizi and Guyu both wore troubled expressions. They found themselves in a dire predicament, reluctant to completely offend Yuan Chen, yet aware that a misstep today could fracture the unity of the DU Academy, leading to disaster. Suddenly, Feng Ke struck towards Yuan Chen with a palm. This blow obscured the sky, its speed akin to thunder, an unrestrained strike from a martial emperor. The attack was so sudden that even Ganjizi, a sage, could not react in time to intervene. Chapter 54. The martial emperor strikes, a desperate plight. The disparity in power was staggering. Before Feng Ke's terrifying palm could land, the sheer pressure forced Yuan Chen to spit blood. Not only him, even Wang Dong, who had silently followed behind, screamed in agony, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Wang Dong had already been stripped of his martial soul, now scarcely stronger than an ordinary person. Although Feng Ke's primary force was directed at Yuan Chen, even the residual pressure was beyond Wang Dong's endurance. You little brat, you have slain disciples of the DU Academy. Today, you shall witness the death of your friend. None of you, including that little harlot, shall escape. Feng Ke sneered, his speed of attack unaffected by his words. Bastard. At this sight, Yuan Chen's eyes blazed with fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! A powerful sword intent erupted from within him, and the astrolabe hidden in his body emerged, enveloping him in a celestial light. The convergence of sword principles and the path of the stars reached their zenith, causing the Lingyun sword in his hand to emit a resounding song. The sword sang, resonating with the spirit, its essence illuminating the moment. In this instant, the sword of the sage truly revealed its divine might. Yuan Chen withstood the pressure from Feng Ke. The next moment, his form shuddered, and he charged towards Feng Ke with his sword. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When the surrounding spectators finally grasped the situation, astonishment filled their faces. Feng Ke was a martial emperor, the pinnacle of power in the divine martial continent. In the face of a martial emperor's wrath, those beneath the celestial realm would typically choose to lie down and await death, many not even granted the opportunity to do so. Yet here stood a mere youth, capable of withstanding his might. The most terrifying part was that he was barely in his teens, lacking even the foundational levels of power. A prodigy, no word to encapsulate his otherworldly nature. Such were the thoughts of all present. Within Feng Kei's eyes lingered a trace of astonishment. The disparity in strength between him and Yuan Chen was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The fact that his opponent could withstand the might of his presence was utterly unfathomable. With this thought, the intent to kill in Feng Kei's gaze intensified, and he felt an even greater sense of relief for his decisive action. Otherwise, granting Yuan Chen the opportunity to grow would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. In the blink of an eye, Feng Kei's terrifying palm imprint descended, while Yuan Chen's Lingyun sacred sword seemed to slice through the air as if declaring war against celestial might. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two forces, Yuan Chen was sent flying over 100 zhong, ultimately crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, breathless and coughing up blood. He found himself on the brink of death. Yet, even so, he left countless onlookers in shock that he had not perished. To endure the oppressive force of a martial emperor was one thing, but to survive the very strike of a martial emperor was an entirely different realm of strength. At that moment, many elders and attendants secretly rejoiced that they had refrained from intervening against Yuan Chen. Otherwise, they might not have been able to withstand Feng Kei's strike, as they had no confidence in facing the Vice Palace Master Espalm. This outcome equally left Feng Kei in a state of disbelief, quickly followed by an even stronger urge to kill. This young man must die for his monstrous potential behind Yuan Chen. Wang Dong, on the verge of collapse, looked at him and lamented, "If I had known this cursed place would be so perilous, I would have never come. I think I shall take my leave." He closed his eyes, choosing to await death. From the moment his martial soul had been destroyed, his mindset had mirrored Yuan Chen's when he had faced a similar fate. Living was no longer a joy. His heart had perished. Feng Kei grinned maliciously, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Yuan Chen in an instant. No need for theatrics. None of you shall survive. As his words fell, he delivered a kick to Yuan Chen's abdomen. Bang! Yuan Chen was hurled over 100 zhong once more, this time with his insides ruptured, resulting in a ghastly scene. In his weakened state, he glanced toward Gong Yezi and Guyu. Both remained indifferent. Especially Gong Yezi, a revered sage. Had he truly wished to intervene when Feng Kei first struck, he certainly possessed the capability to prevent it this time. Yet he did not. Instead, the closer Yuan Chen drew to death, the more he chose to feign ignorance. In that instant, Yuan Chen understood. Gong Yezi's regard for him was not due to his status as his master's 8th disciple. Rather, Gong Yezi viewed him favorably solely because of the formidable figure of the desolate saint that had once stood behind him. He did not wish to provoke Yuan Chen, fearing that the desolate saint would intervene and bring calamity to the Dayu Academy, which was why he had endured. However, now that he saw Yuan Chen on the brink of death, and with the desolate saint not appearing, it became evident that the sage behind him was not so easily summoned, or perhaps he believed the desolate saint was currently absent. In either scenario, witnessing Yuan Chen's demise would not be an unwelcome outcome for Gong Yezi. After all, as the supreme elder of the Dayu Academy, Feng Kei's assertion held merit. Having reached such a critical juncture, the relationship between him and the Dayu Academy was irreparably strained. Eliminating a prodigious talent like Yuan Chen would indeed be the best course of action for the Academy. Moreover, he had taken possession of the Dayu Academy's treasured star compass. It was evident to him that both Gong Yezi and Guyu sought to reclaim the star compass, yet they were merely biding their time to voice their intentions. With this thought, a chilling realization enveloped Yuan Chen. "Predecessor, you wouldn't simply watch as I perish, would you?" In the depths of his soul sea, the night demon chuckled darkly. "If it weren't for my protection, do you truly believe you could withstand a strike from the martial emperor with your meager strength?" Yuan Chen fell silent. He had nearly succumbed to hubris, thinking he could endure 2 exchanges against the martial emperor. It appeared he had overestimated himself. The night demon continued, "Your performance today has been commendable. You have grasped the profound truths of martial arts amidst the flickering starlight, fully integrating the stellar path, and have even summoned the might of the sacred sword. Last, you have barely caught up with the previous few failures. However, this is where your journey ends. The forthcoming circumstances are beyond your capability to manage. Luo E. Go forth and cleanse the ranks that I in the soul see. Yuan Chen immediately sensed a formidable surge of soul power. However, this power clashed with the night demon, even producing a plea. Demon Lord, might you spare the academy this once? I beseech you. The night demon was a title Yuan Chen used for the entity, and he was unaware of the true identity of the night demon. Meanwhile, the demon lord referred to the stellar martial saint Luo E in relation to the night demon, the protective force that had enabled Yuan Chen to withstand Feng Kei's onslaught originated from the stellar martial saint. These powerful beings within Yuan Chen's soul typically existed in a state of residual consciousness, akin to puppets devoid of autonomy. When the night demon commanded them to impart martial knowledge, they would do so without exhibiting any emotional fluctuations. Yet, when their souls were fully liberated, their consciousness would return, as if reborn, fleshy, sentient, and imbued with emotion. The night demon had ordered the destruction of the Dayu Academy. Its malevolence and killing intent were beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Yet the reborn stellar martial saint resisted. He had painstakingly founded the Dayu Academy, and no one held a deeper emotional connection to it than he. Even when his soul was entirely under the night demon's control, he still resisted, albeit feebly. The night demon scoffed, expressing dissatisfaction. Defy me, and I will ensure your soul is scattered, never to be reborn. I shall annihilate you, and summon other failures to do the same. The Dayu Academy shall be left in ruin. In an instant, the soul of the stellar martial saint trembled helplessly. The demon lord, night demon, was correct. How could he possibly withstand the demon lord? Just then, both the night demon and the stellar martial saint sensed that Yuan Chen faced yet another life and death crisis in the external world. Chapter 55, Stellar Martial Saint, Cleanse the Ranks. In the soul sea, thoughts exchanged instantaneously, amounting to a myriad of unspoken words. Thus, despite the lengthy discourse between Yuan Chen and the night demon, as well as the stellar martial saint, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, within that fleeting moment, it was sufficient for a martial emperor to launch a third assault. This time, Feng Kei's palm aimed directly at Yuan Chen's head, intent on shattering it and leaving no chance for survival. The stellar martial saint, who was desperately resisting the night demon's will, changed countenance, realizing that his disciples remained oblivious to their imminent doom. Only adding fuel to the fire, he raised his right hand toward the heavens, and without any extraneous movements, a golden light shield enveloped Yuan Chen. Feng Kei's terrifying strike collided with the golden shield, resulting in a thunderous impact, causing him to stagger back with a muffled groan. Humph. The night demon emitted another dissatisfied snort. Go forth and cleanse the ranks. If Yuan Chen desires your annihilation of the Dayu Academy, then you must comply. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you first, before turning to the Dayu Academy, leaving no trace behind. Having spoken, the night demon turned to Yuan Chen. Listen well, the previous failures have already succumbed. Their souls hold no value to me. Only you possess worth, and thus I do not mind expending their souls to shield you time and again. However, should you ever find yourself in failure, you too will become worthless. It is in your best interest to avoid such a day. Understand? I understand. Yuan Chen gritted his teeth. The stellar martial saint soul was forcibly expelled by the night demon, and his consciousness returned to the external realm. Outside the soul sea, both Feng Kei, who had just launched an attack, and the indifferent Gong Yezi, Guyu, Duan Tiantong, and others stood frozen in shock. Yuan Chen had not perished. If Feng Kei had approached the first two strikes with a degree of nonchalance, then this third strike was executed with all his strength, targeting a vital point. How could a mere younger generation member from the Upper Yuan realm possibly survive? Upon witnessing the fleeting golden shield surrounding Yuan Chen, Gong Yezi's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, he turned to the sky behind Yuan Chen, and the crowd sensed something amiss. Collectively turning their gazes, with a long, drawn-out sigh, the starlit sky suddenly shimmered, and beneath the cascade of starlight, an elderly man with white hair, adorned in a 7 stars Dao robe, materialized. Master! Gong Yezi trembled, collapsing to his knees. The others were taken aback, quickly realizing why the elder appeared so familiar. He was none other than the founding ancestor of the DU Academy. The stellar martial saint, Luo Yi. Although no one aside from Gong Yezi had ever seen the founding ancestor, statues of him were scattered throughout the academy, making it unmistakable. In that moment, Guyu, Duan Tiantong, Feng Ke, and others, hearts trembling, all knelt down. However, Luo Yi paid them no mind, instead fixing his gaze upon Yuan Chen, saying, "Eighth brother, how do you wish to deal with these unfilial descendants?" His eyes held a pleading look, and Yuan Chen understood the turmoil within him. Summoning all his strength despite his grievous injuries, he stood tall, directing his gaze toward Gong Yezi, Guyu, Feng Ke, and the others, declaring, "I have but two demands. First, return Xiao Wan to me. Second, all who have harmed Xiao Wan must pay the price." His voice rose dramatically. "Feng Ke, surrender Luing." Feng Ke's countenance darkened to an extreme. He had never anticipated that Yuan Chen not only concealed formidable allies behind him, but was also the founding patriarch of their prestigious DU Academy. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why the revered ancestor, Gong Yezi, had consistently shown forbearance towards Yuan Chen, repeatedly indulging him that it was not out of high regard for him, but rather out of fear. Lowering his head, he replied, "Lu Ying was originally with her sister, Lu Manru. However, upon witnessing your extraordinary prowess that transcends the Dao platform realm, she discreetly fled the academy. I am unaware of her current whereabouts." Yuan Chen gritted his teeth and growled, "I do not believe it." At that moment, Luo Yi interjected, "Eighth brother, I possess a method to discern whether he is lying. Allow me to proceed first. Should my approach prove unsatisfactory, you may then speak." With that, he waved his hand, and a cool pavilion abruptly manifested in the void beneath him, complete with cloud chairs, cloud tables, and a chessboard, all formed from starlight. The black and white pieces on the board moved as if animated, creating a scene reminiscent of celestial beings descending. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Ke, Gong Yezi, and the others were all struck with shock. The starry martial saint, a master who entered the Dao through chess, was not merely setting up a game, but demonstrating his overwhelming might. "Master," Gong Yezi called out, trembling, desperately wishing to salvage the situation in that instant. He deeply regretted his earlier indifference. Had he known that Yuan Chen could invoke the name of their revered master, he would never have dismissed the unfolding events. In truth, he had attempted to win Yuan Chen over, but his resolve had faltered. Minor matters were manageable, yet when it came to his disciple Feng Ke and the dignity of the U Academy, he hesitated. Little did he realize the severe consequences of his aloofness. Luo Yi declared coldly, "Today, I shall cleanse the ranks." As he spoke, he slowly picked up one of the white pieces and placed it upon the chessboard before him. Ding! The piece struck the celestial center. The heavens were suddenly rent asunder, a colossal rift tearing open, and an overwhelming cascade of starlight descended, striking Feng Ke fiercely. In an instant, it felt as though countless stars bore down upon him. And a resounding thud echoed through the void, plunging the entire DU Academy into silence. All eyes were transfixed upon the sky, watching in awe as the once mighty Deputy Master Feng Ke was brought to his knees by a single move of the starry martial saint. Bowing in the direction of Yuan Chen, in that moment, the dignity of the martial emperor was rendered utterly meaningless. Soon after, under the shroud of starlight, Feng Ke's gaze began to glaze over. Luo Yi coldly inquired, "Where is Lu Ying?" Feng Ke, dazed, murmured, "She dared not confront Yuan Chen and has been sent out of the academy by my men. The incident was sudden, and I did not inquire where she would hide." Luo Yi cast a glance at Yuan Chen, who wore an expression of fury, and then bellowed, "If a disciple is not taught, it is the master's fault. Today, I shall strip you of a realm of cultivation, relieve you of your position as deputy master of the U Academy, and sentence you to 3 years of solitary reflection." Slap. Another piece fell onto the board, and the starlight descending from the heavens darkened ominously. In an instant, Feng Ke regained his senses, only to feel an overwhelming dread, for he could distinctly sense boundless starlight infiltrating his body, eroding his cultivation. "Great ancestor," Feng Ke's voice trembled. "Cultivation is the very foundation of a practitioner. And as one progresses, the path becomes increasingly arduous. Luo Yi's act of stripping him of a significant level of cultivation was akin to a death sentence. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Feng Ke. The terrifying power of an 8th-rank martial emperor unleashed. The sky above the entire Yu Academy transformed drastically in that moment. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed incessantly as Feng Ke's face flushed crimson, his body straightening step by step. He sought to resist. No one, not even the founding patriarch, could render him powerless. At that moment, all disciples of the Yu Academy held their breath. Chapter 56, The Heavenly Saint's Opportunity. The Yu Academy seals its gates. In response to Feng Ke's defiance, Luo Yi's aged face showed no signs of disturbance as he pinched another white piece between his fingers and dropped it onto the starlit chessboard. Boom! The starry light descending from the heavens intensified once more, and with a thud, Feng Ke was forced to the ground, his complexion pallid, sweat beading upon his brow as he gazed at Luo Yi in terror. Great Ancestor, spare me this once, spare me. Luo Yi remained silent, retrieving yet another white piece from the chess in that moment. Feng Ke's eyes filled with dread, and he looked pleadingly at Gong Yezi, Gu Yu, and the others, hoping for their intervention. Yet, no one dared to act. Not even Gu Yu, a fellow saint, stood a chance against Luo. The disparity was insurmountable. Gong Yezi's cultivation paled in comparison to that of his master, the starry martial saint, who pursued an extraordinary path, far superior to ordinary martial arts. Ignoring everyone, Luo Yi let the piece drop once more. Ding! An overwhelming torrent of terrifying starlight engulfed Feng Ke entirely, rendering him powerless to resist as he coughed up blood, his body marked with countless crimson streaks, signs that his body could not endure such a cataclysmic force. Soon, the chaos subsided, leaving Feng Ke bloodied and unconscious on the ground. Only then did Luo Yi slowly turn to Yuan Chen, 8th brother. He has plummeted from the 8th rank of the Earth realm to the 8th rank of the mysterious realm, and he will never recover his cultivation in this lifetime, unless a powerful being far beyond me breaks the seal. That moment. Luo Yi produced another white piece and dropped it onto the board. Countless eyes widened in terror, unable to fathom what the founding ancestor intended next. The answer soon became clear as the white piece transformed into a massive sword of starlight, sweeping across the landscape, causing distant palaces to collapse in ruin. Many disciples of the Yu Academy caught in the devastation. A quarter of an hour later, silence returned. All disciples of the Yu Academy stared in bewilderment at the ruins of their academy. And after a long while, someone murmured, "Is the ancestor going to annihilate us?" The irony of the founding ancestor destroying the Yu Academy was almost too much to bear. People found themselves engulfed in profound turmoil, unable to accept such an outcome. That moment, Luo Yi's unassailable voice resonated. The Sword Palace has aided in tyranny. From this day forth, the Yu Academy shall no longer have the Sword Palace lineage. The Yu Academy fell into a deep silence, as Gong Yezi, Gu Yu, and other high-ranking officials felt their hearts bleed. The Sword Palace was one of the most powerful branches of the Yu Academy, and to think it could be eradicated in an instant by the founding ancestor was beyond their wildest expectations. Gu Yu raised his gaze, peering through the dazzling starlight at the great uncle he had never met, his expression filled with complexity. Suddenly, he met Luo Yi's gaze and was instantly seized by terror. This matter bore responsibility from all levels of the Yu Academy, necessitating an explanation to 8th brother that Ji Yu did not hesitate long, stating, "The young friend who has been deprived of his martial soul. The Academy is willing to assist him in pursuing the path of extraordinary martial arts. While we cannot guarantee his future achievements, we shall dedicate all our resources to aid him in entering the Tao." Lacking talent, yet insisting on pursuing extraordinary martial arts requires resources for cultivation that even first-rate families cannot bear. This time, Gu Yu was making a considerable sacrifice, and he did not even know the name of Wang Dong. Gu Yu continued, "As for Dong Xiaowan's demonic heart, I know of a hidden secret realm that harbors the opportunity of a soul sage, should she obtain the legendary 9 Lotus Soul Pill. It could completely restore her heart and perhaps elevate her even further. This opportunity one wished to offer to young friend Yuan. Luo Yi turned his gaze to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen asked, "Can a nine-lotus soul pill truly save Shaowan?" Guyu replied, "The soul sage, also known as the heavenly sage, is the pinnacle among saints. The nine-lotus soul pill he concocted is the supreme sacred medicine for the heart and soul in this world, without a doubt. However, the opportunity of the soul sage is not easily obtained. It is the site of his demise, and without disciples or inheritors, it has become his place of legacy. The requirements for those who venture forth are exceedingly high in terms of talent and potential. For many years, the Yu Academy has sent numerous disciples to attempt it, all of whom have failed, and many have never returned. Young friend, you must consider this carefully." Yuan Chen gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall go." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi in the void revealed an expression of relief. Eighth Brother's assent likely signified that his anger had subsided. Who would have thought that he would have to destroy the sword palace with his own hands, which pained him even more. Yet he understood that the night demon was ruthless, viewing all life as insignificant, and if he did not sever ties with the sword palace, the entire Yu Academy could face disaster. Thus, he acted preemptively, striving to salvage the situation at the least cost. In hindsight, this choice to sacrifice a limb for survival had finally borne fruit. "Gong Yezi, do not let me down again." With this parting remark, Luo Yi's figure slowly faded away. Yuan Chen immediately sensed that another soul had departed from his spiritual sea. Thus, the world would no longer know the starry martial saint. Gong Yezi knelt for a long time in the direction Luo Yi had vanished, before finally rising, his aged face now a deep shade of ashen gray. Gu Ancient Yu hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Master Ancestor." Gong Yezi replied, "Summon back all the disciples who are outside. From this day forth, the academy shall be sealed for 10 years, and no one is permitted to step outside the great Yu Academy, even a single step." Ancient Yu, perplexed, inquired repeatedly, "Master Ancestor, what is the reason for this?" Gong Yezi reprimanded, "The academy is sealed to cultivate the mind and nurture virtue. Look at the disciples you have taught over the years. Which one of them, possessing even a hint of talent, has not associated with the forces of the outside world? Which one has not learned the art of scheming and vying for power? The calamities of today are all due to you palace masters and elders, who only teach the disciples martial arts, neglecting to instill in them the importance of cultivating their hearts and virtues. Thus, a prodigious disciple with a divine martial soul does not aspire to achieve victory through honorable strength, but rather resorts to despicable means to undermine others, exhibiting a disgraceful character that brings shame upon the academy. The Great Yu Academy is a place for martial cultivation, not a den for conspiracy and deceit. The academy has stood for 500 years not because of its strength, but due to its unwavering neutrality and dedication to the path of martial arts. Yet now, the original intent of the Great Yu Academy is lost. Hearing the elders scolding, the high-ranking officials of the Great Yu Academy bowed their heads in shame. The truth was undeniable. Even the candidates who had yet to be accepted into the academy were already forming connections with the so-called four young masters of the empire, not to mention the formal disciples and elders within the academy. And then there was Lu Ying, the one responsible for today's calamity, who, despite possessing a rare divine martial soul, did not dedicate herself to martial cultivation, but instead sought to ingratiate herself with the second prince of the empire, with Feng Ke, the deputy palace master, not only failing to dissuade her, but repeatedly offering her protection. Indeed, the path of the Great Yu Academy was becoming increasingly askew. All present bore responsibility. Gong Yezi bellowed again. The academy shall be sealed for 10 years, halting the recruitment of new disciples and ceasing all contact with the outside world. We shall calm our minds to cultivate our martial skills and nurture our virtues. Those whose conduct is found wanting shall have their martial arts abolished and be expelled from the academy. Anyone daring to collude with the outside world shall also be expelled for good. 10 years hence, I hope that on the day of unsealing, the Great Yu Academy shall be reborn. We shall obey the elders' command. The high-ranking officials of the Great Yu Academy responded in unison. Bowing respectfully to this point, no one dared to voice any dissent. Chapter 57. The Regret of Dantai Shui. End of this volume. The power of the sage manifested within the Great Yu Academy, leaving not only the academy in a state of shock but also resonating throughout the entire imperial capital. This was no remote town like Xuchang, but the very heart of the Great Yu Empire, home to many powerful factions. Hidden talents abounded within the capital, and all were stirred by the events unfolding in the grand estate of the Prime Minister's residence, belonging to the esteemed Duanmu clan. A venerable elder with a white beard donned a dark white robe, holding a scroll in his left hand, exuding an air of cultured elegance. This man was none other than the current Prime Minister, Duanmu Shi. Before him, Duanmu Liyuan, who was reputed as one of the 4 young masters of the capital, stood with utmost respect. Liyuan, you have always been close to the disciples of the Great Yu Academy. Have you not been able to uncover the truth behind the sage's power? Duanmu Liyuan, feeling helpless, replied, Father, the Great Yu Academy has sealed its mountain, severing all ties with the outside world, making it incredibly difficult to investigate. Duanmu, she shook his head. What you have said is of no consequence. That Liyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. This was supposed to be his opportunity to shine, yet he was truly unable to uncover anything. It was a consensus among all factions that something significant had transpired at the Great Yu Academy, and all were eager to ascertain the truth. However, the event had occurred so suddenly that even factions with younger members studying within the academy could not communicate with their kin. It seemed the matters within were not meant to be divulged. Duanmu, she slowly closed the scroll in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, If you cannot uncover anything, then so be it. The sealing of the Great Yu Academy is a good thing. Duanmu Lian asked, Why is that? Duanmu, she explained, Although the Great Yu Academy has always maintained neutrality and refrained from participating in any succession disputes, no one can guarantee that they will not suddenly lean towards one side. Yet now, they have sealed their mountain, cutting off all contact with the outside world. This is naturally beneficial for powerful factions, as they do not wish for any unforeseen changes. Currently, we have allied with the Second Prince, and our influence is at its zenith. With the Great Yu Academy's unexpected turn of events, I surmise the Second Prince will act even more swiftly. Duanmu Liyuan's face brightened. It seemed this truly was a stroke of good fortune. In the palace, within the tranquil heart courtyard, the name sounded pleasant, yet it was, in truth, a cold and desolate place. It was hard to imagine that such a dreary area existed within the opulent palace. The ancient palace was shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the autumn winds howling, with dried grass and fallen leaves littering the ground, untouched by any palace maids or eunuchs. The 6th prince, Dantai Yu, stepped inside, standing at the entrance, and softly called out, Sister, are you well? After a long pause, a mournful voice responded from the other side of the door, In a place like this, do you think I would be well? If Yuan Chen were present, he would surely recognize that the voice belonged to the 9th princess, Dantai Shui. Sighing, Dantai Yu said, Ah, Dantai Shui, our father forbids anyone from visiting me. Are you not afraid of angering him? Dantai Yu replied with a playful smile, It was our father who instructed me to come see you. Behind the cold door, the indifferent Dantai Shui suddenly grew agitated, pounding on the door with fervor, pleading, Is father going to release me? I realize my mistakes. Truly, I do. Let me out. I will do anything. Just please let me out. 9th sister, Dantai Yu exclaimed sharply, managing to calm Dantai Shui down. If Yuan Chen can plead for you, I believe our father will surely forgive you. I have already made his acquaintance and will certainly ask for his help in the future, so just bear with it a little longer. The only reason our father allowed me to see you is because of him. Dantai Shui was taken aback. Because of him? Dantai Yu explained, The Great Yu Academy has manifested the power of the sage. The sage emperor has stated that it is the remnant soul of the founding ancestor, Xing Luo Wusheng. However, that is merely the remnants of Xing Luo Wusheng. Although powerful, it cannot last long, and it may not appear again in the future. The sage emperor also speculated that the last appearance of the wild sage was likely under similar circumstances. The wild sage could not possibly be alive today. The last occurrence happened far away, and he could not determine it, but this time, it happened within the imperial capital, and it could not remain hidden. This was the sage's secret behind Yuan Chen. It seemed the Great Yu Academy had erred in a manner similar to yours, provoking him and directly summoning the sage's power. Dantai, you referred to the Sage Emperor, the previous Yu Emperor, and the protector of the great Yu Empire. The Soul Sage, Dantai Shui, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "If it is merely a remnant soul that cannot appear again, then what is there to fear? Quickly, let me out. Let me out." Dantai, you replied, "Sister, do not forget that the wild sage referred to him as eighth brother and called Xing Luo Wu Sheng third brother, indicating that he may be hiding 7 sages. Now that only 2 have appeared, there are still 5. Who would dare to challenge him?" Dantai Shui's spirits deflated, and she implored, "Brother, if it were not for me, you would not have befriended him in the future. He could be your hidden trump card in the struggle for the throne. You must not forget me, or not worry." Dantai Yu reassured her, but soon a bitter smile crossed his face as he added, "However, Yuan Chen is quite extraordinary. I must tread carefully in my dealings with him. It would be unwise for you to provoke him." Dantai Shui murmured, "I thought he was merely a rustic bumpkin. Had I known he had a sage behind him, I would never have angered him." Within the Great Yu Academy, a secluded chamber that had originally belonged solely to ancient Yu for meditation was now shrouded in mist, its spiritual energy as dense as a celestial realm. However, at this moment, it had transformed into a prison, completely severed from the outside world. The is Xiao, one still unwilling to see me. Yuan Chen's eyes were red, his voice hoarse, having waited for 3 days. Ancient Yu shook his head. "I am sorry, young ancestor. I can sense that she feels deeply insecure, especially in your presence. Moreover, I must speak frankly, she has been possessed, her mind in turmoil. Truly meeting you would only serve to further distress her, which would be detrimental." Yuan Chen's resentment simmered, gritting his teeth. Fine, I shall not see her." He turned to Wang Dong, who stood behind him, and declared, "Old Wang, I shall depart today to seek the 9 lotus soul pill at the site of the fallen soul sage. You should focus on your cultivation within the Great Yu Academy and strive to achieve enlightenment through painting as soon as possible." Wang Dong grinned. "Rest assured, Brother Chen, I am carefree by nature. No matter how unfortunate things get, my spirit will remain untroubled. In the future, I too shall become a sage of painting, and let us see who would still dare to strike me." Yuan Chen patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and strode away. "Yu, you had already relayed all the circumstances surrounding that place of opportunity to him, and now he was resolute in his purpose. As for the bond between brothers like Wang Dong, words were unnecessary. Only through weathering storms can feelings deepen. After this encounter, the distance between him and Wang Dong, as well as Dong Xiaowan, would undoubtedly shrink significantly. Xiaowan, Wang Dong awaits your return. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Figure. Lu Ying's lurking in the forbidden grounds behind the Yu Academy. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow upon Feng Kei's stern visage. Deepening the shadows on his face, a figure cloaked in black slowly approached and knelt before him. "Master, it is all my fault. I am willing to contemplate my transgressions alongside you." This individual was none other than Lu Ying. Initially hesitant to return after hearing about the events at the Yu Academy, she had no choice but to comply when Feng Kei sent someone to fetch her, thus offering her loyalty. Feng Kei's expression was grim, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Indeed, I am profoundly disheartened by you that I took you as my disciple out of recognition for your exceptional martial spirit, believing you to be a talent worthy of cultivation. Yet, I never anticipated that you would falter twice when faced with peers of your own age. On one occasion, your tactics brought shame upon us both, and on another, you provoked a formidable enemy backed by a sage. No less, a sage who is also our grandmaster." Lu Ying lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Previously, Feng Kei had always addressed her as my disciple, but now he referred to her simply as you, his tone alien and cold. She feared that in a fit of anger, he might impose severe punishment upon her. Nonetheless, she did not believe she was in the wrong. Dong Xiaowan's path was one of innate martial prowess, and while she felt confident in defeating an ordinary Dao platform realm warrior, she truly lacked the self-assurance to confront a prodigy of innate talent. To be defeated by a girl younger than herself would shatter the image she had painstakingly constructed of her divine martial spirit and unrivaled genius. And she could not bear the thought of losing the esteem of the second prince. Given her character, she would naturally choose to exploit her opponent's weaknesses. Dong Xiaowan, though young, was inexperienced and had endured the humiliation of being sold to a brothel. Such a glaring vulnerability was one she had to capitalize on. As for Yuan Chen, his terrifying prowess, wielding a sword single-handedly against the DU Academy, had left her utterly dazed. She understood that Yuan Chen would not rest until he had dealt with her. And she was well aware that Guyu, Master Feng Ke, and the esteemed Duan Tiantong of the Sword Palace had all pledged to support Yuan Chen. Should he ever challenge her, the DU Academy would not intervene. With all these factors in play, she felt compelled to bide her time. However, it was unlikely that anyone could have foreseen that Yuan Chen had the formidable backing of the starry martial sage, which had escalated the situation to such a degree. After a prolonged moment, Feng Ke's heavy breathing gradually subsided, and he spoke. "Rest assured, I did not summon you here to punish you. Compared to you, my disdain for Yuan Chen runs deeper. Were it not for that young man, I, Feng Ke, would not find myself in such dire straits that I suspect that Yuan Chen harbors a strong desire to end your life. And as long as he lives, you will find no peace." Liu Ying's spirit jolted, and she lifted her gaze to Feng Quebec. "Indeed," he continued, "that young man has ventured to do a mountain. Should he emerge alive, his strength will undoubtedly surge. If you wish to eliminate him, you must adopt extraordinary means to swiftly elevate your own prowess that I can lend you my aid, forcibly advancing your cultivation by an entire realm within 3 months. Though the cost will be a significant reduction in my own strength." Liu Ying was taken aback, unable to fathom Feng Ke's willingness to go to such lengths for the sake of killing Yuan Chen. The elevation of a Dao platform realm warrior by one major tier could not possibly be compared to the fall of a Xianjing realm martial artist by the same measure. It was akin to trading gold for copper coins. Feng Ke seethed. "Do not worry. This decline in strength differs from the Grandmaster's decision to cripple me, though I may never regain my former status as a martial emperor. As a dignified martial emperor, I can swiftly recover from a drop in Xianjing strength back to the Dao Extreme realm. Otherwise, do you think I would offer you my assistance?" Liu Ying nodded repeatedly, her heart swelling with joy. Feng Ke added, "To slay Yuan Chen is our shared objective. Do not let me down this time." "Only you possess the means to accomplish this," Liu Ying inquired. "Why is that?" Feng Ke replied, "Because he has a sage concealed behind him. If I were to intervene, I would be unable to defeat him. Only you have the opportunity he has long sought to eliminate. This is your chance. You must publicly issue a life and death challenge to him, creating as much commotion as possible and attracting as many witnesses as you can. The greater the spectacle, the less likely he will summon the sage for assistance. Of course, you must refrain from employing underhanded tactics. Otherwise, even if you win, your reputation will be ruined, and you will be unable to withstand the consequences of the greater forces at play. Thus, rapidly enhancing your strength within a short span is the only path to killing him." "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Liu Ying bowed repeatedly, finally understanding why Feng Ke had summoned her back and was willing to elevate her cultivation at all costs. Although this method of hastening her growth would ultimately prove detrimental to her long-term development, she would not hesitate as long as it meant killing Yuan Chen. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated in Liu Ying's mind. Since her adversary has a sage backing him, mere enhancement of your cultivation is insufficient. That I can bestow upon you a lethal technique, allowing you to strike decisively at the critical moment, ensuring your enemy's demise before they have the chance to summon their sage for aid. This way, you can be absolutely assured of success. What do you say? Who are you?" Liu Ying exclaimed in terror. She could see no one, yet the voice was palpable, as if a pair of eyes were watching her. An unsettling sensation that chilled her to the bone. Feng Ke furrowed his brow. "What is the matter, Master?" Liu Ying was even more astonished. She had not anticipated that even Feng Ke was oblivious to the presence. Just as she was about to inform him, the voice echoed once more in her mind. "No need to speak aloud. We can communicate through thought. Your master cannot perceive me. Do you wish to squander this opportunity to ascend?" Upon hearing the phrase ascend, Liu Ying's ambition swelled, and she quickly concocted a lie for Feng Ke, claiming she had momentarily lost her focus. Meanwhile, she inwardly responded, "Who are you?" My identity is of little consequence. What matters is my ability to infiltrate the DU Academy with ease. leaving a martial emperor none the wiser. Liu Ying immediately discerned the implication of this statement. The individual was formidable. Perhaps even stronger than Fong Quebec. She pressed further. Why do you wish to assist me? The voice replied, your divine martial spirit is of postnatal enhancement. I find this method intriguing. Let us make an exchange. Liu Ying questioned, Senior, your strength is beyond measure. Surely you have surpassed the stage of enhancing martial spirits. The voice responded, not for myself, but for my hounds that in the future, you may find yourselves akin to them. Liu Ying frowned. What do you mean? You are a woman of ambition, willing to employ any means necessary. This aligns perfectly with my interest that it is no secret that we will soon obliterate the DU Academy. And I hope you can serve as my inside informant when the time comes. That Liu Ying was taken aback. Obliterate the DU Academy. Your claims are audacious. The voice chuckled ominously. 300 years ago. Were it not for the intervention of the desert sage and the protection of the Starry Palace, it would have already been destroyed. Now that the desert sage has fallen and the Starry Palace has lost its source of power, we are poised to return stronger than we were 3 centuries ago, not weaker. Trust me. Soon, this place will change hands. That Liu Ying's eyes widened. Could it be that this was referring to the only crisis the U Academy had faced 300 years ago? To her knowledge, the Academy had suffered severe losses, relying on the Starry Palace to protect the last surviving disciples until the Desert Sage led a formidable force from the Northern Kingdom to strike back. Had something truly befallen the Starry Palace? Did this person perceive that the DU Academy had lost the Starry Palace's support, prompting their return? If so, this could be the spark that ignited a catastrophic upheaval. As Liu Ying pondered, the mysterious figure continued, you have no standing in the DU Academy now. Even your master merely seeks to use you to eliminate a mutual adversary. Once you have served that purpose, you will be deemed valueless. You need not rush to express your intentions, but when we demonstrate our overwhelming strength, I hope you will make a wise choice. Upon hearing this, Liu Ying began weighing her options. Chapter 59. A return to the Yuan family. Several months prior, Yuan Chen had journeyed from Xuchang Prefecture to the imperial capital, taking over a month to arrive. Now, upon returning from the imperial capital, he found himself once again alone, the journey marked by myriad twists and turns. Little did he expect that the opportunity spoken of by the U Academy lay less than 500 miles from Dui Mountain and a mere 200 miles from his hometown. Yinyang City, moreover, the so-called land of the fallen soul saint, is precisely the destination that Huangfu Song traveled a great distance to reach. Huangfu Song, the martial emperor of the later Zhou Empire, met his demise near Yinyang City while seeking to venture into the treacherous Dui Mountain. Yet before he could arrive, he became ensnared by his emotions, his heart burdened by love, which caused a nightmarish demon to lose its final patience and obliterate him, transforming him into a lifeless husk, neither man nor ghost. This event led to Yuan Chen's encounter with him in a dark cave. Indeed, the Soul Saint is an extraordinary individual, having ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred realm solely through his own endeavors. Regrettably, this entity never encountered him. Otherwise, perhaps I would have already been reborn, mused the nightmarish demon within the depths of the Soul Sea. The likes of Xinglaw, Martial Saint, Huang Saint, and Xuanjilu Saint all achieved their renown under his guidance. The fact that the Soul Saint could reach the utmost limits of the sacred realm, surpassing even the Xinglaw, Martial Saint, and Huang Saint, is a testament to his exceptional talent. One can only imagine the heights he could have reached had he received mentorship from such a figure. In truth, this was the very reason he had summoned Huangfu Song to brave Dui Mountain. He sought to have the weakest vessel learn from the mightiest saint. Alas, he abandoned Huangfu Song midway. Yuan Chen could not help but inquire, Senior, you once mentioned that there exists a place of opportunity that would guide me upon my entry into the fourth path realm. That place Dui Mountain? Indeed, came the reply, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. Although you have yet to break through, your strength is barely sufficient. A top-tier Dao platform realm martial artist still has opportunities in the fourth path realm. Considering that the majority of martial artists within Dui Mountain are at the martial master and martial sect levels, with Dao Transformation Realm Martial Marquis being exceedingly rare and Dao Extremity Realm Martial Kings virtually non-existent. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? The nightmarish demon explained. Because Dui Mountain is the place where the soul saint seeks his successor. A practitioner of insufficient realm is unworthy to become his disciple, while one too advanced would have already established their own martial system, making it too late to start anew under his tutelage and achieve the ultimate mastery. Thus, only practitioners of the fourth path realm may venture forth, neither too high nor too low. As for why Dao platform and Dao transformation practitioners are prevalent, while Dao transformation and Dao extremity practitioners are nearly impossible to encounter, you will understand once you delve deeper. Yuan Chen fell silent, taken aback that the nightmarish demon would engage in such legalistic discourse. At that moment, beneath the setting sun, a small city gradually came into view. Yunyang City, after being away from home for more than half a year. It was not that he was unwilling to return, but now that Dui Mountain was so close to home, Yuan Chen naturally felt compelled to make a detour to visit his father. However, upon arriving at the Yuan family estate, a frown creased his brow. He beheld an emaciated elder being unceremoniously thrown out. One of the old man's arms had already been broken, and he was battered and bloodied. A pitiful sight. When the elder raised his head and saw Yuan Chen's cold visage, he immediately cried out, "Young master, you have returned." "Yes, I have returned," Yuan Chen nodded. This elder was none other than Steward Wang, who had once endured injury while guarding the storeroom, refusing to yield to Yuan Wu and his son, resulting in his arm being broken. Steward Wang glanced at Yuan Chen, then back at the Yuan family estate, disappointment evident in his expression. "You should not have come back to tea that moment." A long-haired young man swaggered out, who did not recognize Yuan Chen, and certainly Yuan Chen was unfamiliar with him. "Old man, seeing that you are already ruined, I'll spare you your wretched life. Now, scram quickly. If you don't, do you believe I won't kill you?" Steward Wang's expression changed dramatically, urgently pulling Yuan Chen aside as he whispered, "Young master, this is not a place to linger. We must leave quickly." Yet Yuan Chen remained unmoved. The long-haired youth, seeing this, narrowed his eyes. "Damn it, who is this wild brat? Seeking death, are we?" As he spoke, he quickly approached Yuan Chen and aimed a fierce kick at him. However, before his foot could rise high, Yuan Chen simply extended his hand. And like an eagle catching a chick, he seized the young man's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. No one doubted that at this moment, with a mere exertion of force, Yuan Chen could take his life. "Dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am?" Yuan Chen's voice was icy. "That I don't give a damn who you are. Let me go, or I'll make you regret it." The long-haired youth remained arrogant. Steward Wang, still clutching Yuan Chen, pleaded anxiously, "Young master, Yuan Changshe and Yuan Wu have returned. If you do not leave now, you may never escape." The long-haired youth's eyes widened. "Young master, so you are he." Before he could finish, a scream escaped his lips as he fell lifeless to the ground. Yuan Chen tossed the young man's corpse aside as if discarding refuse, turning to Steward Wang and asking, "Where is my father?" At this moment, he realized that turmoil had befallen the Yuan family, and his foremost concern was the safety of his father. "We must leave at once. There are powers here akin to the heavens." "Leave?" Before Steward Wang could finish, a throng of individuals burst forth, led by Yuan Changshe and Yuan Wu, accompanied by two arrogant middle-aged men emanating a chilling aura of strength. The Dao platform realm, practitioners of this level could indeed be considered godlike figures in a small place like Yunyang City. Yet what sparked a murderous intent in Yuan Chen's eyes was the attire of the two men, which bore the insignia of the L family. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, Yuan Wu immediately laughed. "Ha, is this not my dear cousin Yuan Chen? Truly, it seems that fortune smiles upon me today, as you have walked right into my trap." "Walked into your trap?" Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. "If memory serves, it was you who fled in cowardice, refusing to fight. Yet I did not anticipate that you would become a dog for the L family." Yuan Chen felt no anger. Instead, he spoke proudly, "I must thank you for that. I am not afraid to say that when we fled the Yuan family, my father and I headed straight for the L family. We intended to inform them that you were still alive. We had hoped the L family would send experts to eliminate you, thus reclaiming the Yuan family in the process. Unfortunately, the L family believed you to be incapacitated and paid you no mind, allowing you to survive for another year. Thankfully, fate was kind. as Miss L. Ing issued a challenge to you in the imperial capital, publicizing it far and wide. This prompted the L family to reassess your value and agree to send experts to assist us in reclaiming the Yuan family and eliminating you and your father. Eliminate us? Yuan Chen felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the reason Yuan Changshe and Yuan Wu had escaped was due to his father's compassion, not wanting to harm his own kin. Yet these two had turned against him, repaying kindness with enmity. Clenching his fists, he demanded, "Where's my father?" Yuan Wu smirked maliciously. "Rest assured, we've left him with a breath of life. He has been captured and taken to El Song's residence." You intentionally made your move while Miss Elling was absent from the Danyu Academy, flaunting your prowess and declaring your challenge, only to leave with great fanfare. Miss Elling will not let this go unpunished. She has publicly proclaimed a challenge to you 3 months hence, inviting many prestigious families, elite families, and second-tier families to witness this duel to the death. Yuan Chen laughed. "I flaunted my prowess while she was away. She dares to issue a challenge to me while inviting prominent families to witness? It seems to me this bears the scent of a conspiracy, yet if numerous prestigious families bear witness, Miss L. Ing would be too afraid to resort to any tricks. Otherwise, even if she wins, she would suffer a tarnished reputation, and there would be no need for it," he retorted. "A challenge is a challenge. Why must you capture my father?" Yuan Wu sneered again. "According to the L family's wishes, should you emerge victorious in the duel, they absolutely forbid any lethal actions. Furthermore, the matter of inviting Yuan Changqing to be a guest of the L family must remain a secret. Otherwise, it would tarnish Miss L Ying's reputation, and Yuan Changqing would be doomed. However, in my opinion, the L family is overly cautious that you truly believe you could defeat Miss L Ying, who possesses a divine-grade martial soul. You likely won't even survive to accept the challenge." Yuan Chen's cold laughter echoed, for L Ying had remained as despicable as ever, wanting to be revered as a goddess while lacking the courage to engage in a fair fight. Attempting to have her cake and eat it too, he was unperturbed, his gaze instantly sharp as a blade. This gaze sent shivers down Yuan Wu's spine, causing him to instinctively retreat. You know why you are still alive. It is because I wish to ascertain my father's situation. Now, you may die." Yuan Wu was taken aback, hastily glancing at the 2 Dao platform realm martial artists beside him. "Esteemed sirs, kill him. Quickly, kill him." One of the L family cultivators stepped forward, coldly stating, "Brat, you are quite arrogant, daring to disregard us. Just a mere second-tier martial artist. Do you really think you deserve my respect?" Suddenly, Yuan Chen's voice resonated in the ears of the L family cultivator, who looked up in horror, realizing that he had not even seen Yuan Chen approach him. The other L family cultivator was equally alarmed. "What kind of speed is this? It appears Miss Elling neglected to inform you of my capabilities. Indeed, she boasts outwardly that I only managed to strike at the Grandu Academy while she was absent, presenting herself as if she were unafraid of me. How could she possibly reveal the truth? It is regrettable that you have been ensnared in this. Your demise is somewhat unjust." "No, you are not unjust. You are simply foolish, for you fail to consider. If there were no commensurate strength, would Lu Ying dare to challenge me and publicly announce it?" Yuan Chen's voice resonated calmly in the air. The first cultivator from the Lu family was momentarily stunned, unable to react before. Bang! His chest suddenly caved in, as Yuan Chen's fist shattered his sternum, obliterating his heart, blood and flesh splattering, leaving him lifeless on the spot. Many failed to even perceive the shadow of Yuan Chen's strike, whether from the Lu family or the servants of the Yuan family, who sided with Yuan Wu and Yuan Chong. All stared wide-eyed, not daring to draw breath. It is known that the strongest cultivator in Yunyang City is merely at the middle Yuan realm, without a single one at the upper Yuan realm. A Dao platform realm martial artist is virtually invincible in Yunyang City. This is also the reason why Yuan Wu is so audacious. While Steward Wang, upon seeing Yuan Chen, not only feels displeasure but overwhelming concern. Yet, who could have foreseen that Yuan Chen, having been away from Yunyang City for merely a year, would possess such terrifying power? Yuan Wu and Yuan Chong were utterly dumbfounded. Flee. Suddenly, they exchanged glances and turned to run. However, in the next instant, a cold snort reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. "Draw your swords. Strike." the sword light, crimson as blood. Cleave Yuan Chang in two as he attempted to escape, rendering Yuan Wu too frightened to take another step. Yuan Wu turned, his face as pale as a sheet, tremblingly uttering, "Brother, brother, we are family." Yuan Chen replied with a faint smile, "Now you remember we are family? Indeed, by blood, we are of the same lineage, but that hardly seems to affect your father and son duo in attempting to slay us. So you shall perish as well?" Another sword light severed Yuan Wu's head from his shoulders. He did not relent, the sword light flashing like lightning, striking down upon the Lu family members one by one. After the incident with Dong Xiaowan, he vowed to kill any Lu family member he encountered. "Ah, demon, demon, run for your lives!" Countless screams echoed. A chilling flight ensued. Even the second Dao platform realm martial artist fled, lacking the courage to engage further. Yet he did not manage to escape far, as a shadow swiftly pursued him, a whip-like leg, as solid as black iron, swept through and broke one of his legs. The Lu family cultivator looked up, meeting Yuan Chen's deathly gaze. "Oh, you know why I haven't simply ended your life." The Lu family cultivator shook his head, too terrified to speak. "I will temporarily spare your life, but return and inform Lu Si and Lu Ying that I accept the challenge for a decisive battle. However, before that, you must ensure my father is well taken care of, or I shall undoubtedly annihilate the entire Lu clan, leaving not a single one alive." Lu Si is the father of Lu Ying, the current head of the Lu family, whose ambition and cunning surpass even that of Lu Ying and Lu Monru. Otherwise, such daughters would not have been raised. It is worth noting that Lu Ying was the primary instigator in the scheme to seize his divine martial soul, with Lu Si being the second. This matter, Yuan Chen would never forget. "Begone!" Yuan Chen exclaimed once more. The Lu family cultivator, already terrified to the point of losing control, scrambled away in a panic. Yuan Chen sheathed his sword, gazing at the shattered remnants of the Yuan family. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, the Yuan family is too fragile, unable to withstand even the slightest turmoil. He can provide temporary protection, but not for a lifetime, especially since he is wholly devoted to martial cultivation and is not adept at familial maintenance. Without his father, this family's existence is inconsequential. He cast another glance at the pitiful figure of Yuan Wu's corpse. From the very beginning, they were never of the same world. Even during the time his martial soul was rendered useless. They were not of the same tier. Only Yuan Wu naively believed he had the chance to surpass him. Now, he aims to reach Dui Mountain, a place where entry requires Dao platform realm cultivation. Yet Yuan Wu still concerns himself with vying for the so-called Yuan family wealth in Yinyang City. There is nothing of value there that Yuan Chen wishes to contest. Yuan Wu was never his rival. His true adversary is Lu Ying, that renowned and formidable toxic maiden. This moment, the voice of the night demon echoed in his soul's sea of consciousness. "Young man, with your current strength, you are still unworthy of challenging a second-tier family. Your father will not be in immediate danger. Go and traverse Dui Mountain. After your ventures, your strength will undoubtedly improve, and then you may seek an opportunity to rescue your father." Yuan Chen nodded. "Thank you, senior, for the reminder." He raised his head, his gaze fixed upon Dui Mountain. Chapter 61. Dui Mountain. Centered on Dui Mountain, within a radius of several dozen miles, radiant light ascended to the heavens. Auspicious energy spread for miles. The mountain's peak, a greenish luminescence dazzled brilliantly, faintly revealing the ethereal silhouette of a 9-leaf treasure lotus. The mountain's foot, numerous cultivators gazed up at the summit, their eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Anyone could discern that the opportunity left by the Soul Saint lay above. Since its discovery, year after year, generation after generation, countless individuals have ventured forth. Regrettably, the conditions set by the Soul Saint are exceedingly high. Only cultivators at the Dao platform, Dao transformation, Dao evolution, and Dao extremity realms are qualified to explore, and it is said that even those at the profound realm struggle to obtain the Soul Saint's opportunities. As for the mighty Soul Saint, hailed as the heavenly saint, the saint among saints, this place embodies his lifelong power. Even other saints cannot achieve this. Thus, the Grand Yu Academy, the 3 foremost superlative families of the empire, and even the Ho of Zhou, Guxia, and the Jin, among other empires, can only send their prodigies repeatedly to probe, only to return time and again, lamenting their failure. Yuan Chen arrived at the base of Dui Mountain and immediately spotted a dozen or so powerful individuals above the Dao platform realm. The inhabitants of Yinyang City would hardly imagine that those who appeared godlike in their eyes, Dao platform realm martial artists, could be encountered casually 200 miles away. Presently, these individuals were striving to ascend the mountain. The short distance of several thousand zhang from the foot to the peak, under normal circumstances, would not take a martial artist half an hour to traverse. Yet now, even a Dao evolution realm martial artist was finding it arduous. The entire D mountain was shrouded in terrifying blades of light, the air thick with an invisible killing intent, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, and every stone soaked in murderous aura. Perpetually emanating a menacing edge, a martial artist enveloped himself in a layer of vigor, laboriously clawing his way toward the summit. With each step he took, his robes tore further. As he ascended, the rips multiplied, and his garments soon became tattered, even oozing blood. Ultimately, he had no choice but to halt, retreating from the mountain. This power and killing intent are far too dreadful. As a dignified 8th grade martial artist, I could not even traverse an eighth of the distance. The cultivator sighed heavily, gazing longingly toward the peak, his face etched with dissatisfaction. Clearly, he was not alone in this predicament. Many cultivators shared the same sentiments. I am a 9th grade Dao platform martial artist, yet I too cannot reach an eighth of the way. Martial artists? The first half of the killing array on Dui Mountain is difficult even for top-tier martial artists to breach. What worth do martial artists hold? From below, it was evident that at approximately 1/3 of the way up the mountain, two striking figures were steadily making their ascent. Both exuded an aura that made others tremble. Dao Transformation Realm 9th grade, top-tier martial artists, such individuals, just a step away from nobility, are renowned far and wide. However, even these elevated 9th grade martial artists found themselves struggling as they approached 1/3 of the summit, moving at a snail's pace. Alas, only martial lords and kings stand a chance in breaching the first half of this killing array. Yet in the latter half, even the formidable martial lords and kings would find it even more challenging. Facing almost certain death, combining the two killing arrays, one can hardly fathom what kind of prodigy could reach the peak. It is said that even upon reaching the summit, it merely unlocks the second layer of trials for the opportunity. To truly obtain the full fortune of the mightiest saint is no easy feat. The cultivators below lamented and discussed, when suddenly, a figure descended at the mountain's base, revealing a young and graceful silhouette. With hair tightly bound and wielding a long sword, she exuded an air of elegance and vigor. Though merely a young woman, an undeniable aura radiated from her, causing the surrounding cultivators to flinch and step back. What a formidable presence! Could she be a Dao Transformation realm martial artist? A martial artist so young? Impossible! When did our Grandu Empire produce such a remarkably talented prodigy? The cultivators gasped in astonishment. Yet the sharp-eyed maiden seemed unperturbed, her focus solely directed toward the mountain peak. The opportunity of the soul saint. My father vanished for your sake. No matter what secrets you hold within, I shall unearth them. The sharp-witted woman clenched her fists tightly, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, her eyes radiated fierce brilliance as she swiftly transformed into a beam of light, charging towards the summit of Dui Mountain. Some onlookers scoffed, mocking her speed. With such haste to scale Dui Mountain, you will soon learn its true ferocity. Before he could finish his taunt, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Exclaiming, "Goodness, she's already reached 1/5 of the way, and so quickly." The others around him were equally astonished. It was as if she entered the realm of flashing blades and clashing swords upon reaching Dui Mountain, moving as though in a world devoid of obstacles. Only after surpassing 1/4 of the distance did her speed begin to decelerate, yet she remained significantly faster than her peers, steadily ascending and nearing the positions of the two 9th grade martial sovereigns. Hiss! The numerous cultivators at the foot of the mountain collectively inhaled sharply, utterly astounded. Who is this prodigy that has emerged, seemingly a paragon among martial sovereigns? Indeed, those two 9th grade martial sovereigns paled in comparison. truly terrifying. As the cultivators murmured among themselves, Yuan Chen lifted his foot and began his own challenge. Being a newcomer, he did not act recklessly. He had been observing everything around him, including the sharp-witted woman. Now that he had a basic understanding of the situation on Dewey Mountain, he was resolved to proceed without hesitation. Senior, only the Martial Marquis has had the opportunity to traverse half the way. My current strength pales in comparison to his. Yuan Chen expressed with a hint of concern. He was merely at the 9th grade of the Ascendant Realm. Had he been at the 9th grade of the Tao Platform Realm, he might have dared to contend with the Martial Marquis. However, at present, he was far inferior even to the two 9th grade martial sovereigns ahead. Within his spiritual consciousness, the Night Demon ominously remarked, Huang Fusong has already reached the Martial Emperor realm, far surpassing the 4 realms of Tao. He has no chance of conquering Dui Mountain, yet he still came, did he not? Yuan Chen fell silent. The Night Demon continued, strive to perform. As long as your efforts satisfy me, I shall lend you my aid. Conversely, should you disappoint me, you know the consequences. Yuan Chen forced a smile, acknowledging, I understand, just as Senior Huang Fusong likely never even laid eyes on Dewey Mountain before you rendered him incapable. The Night Demon chuckled coldly. Yuan Chen took a deep breath and began to wield his sword, defending himself against the onslaught of blades and swords. Step by step, he ascended. His pace was unhurried, remaining inconspicuous as before. However, as time passed, he finally caught the attention of others. Look there, another young genius has made it to 1/8 of the way, and he appears utterly unfazed. One exclaimed, Uft, merely 1/8. His strength is clearly weaker, and he will falter soon enough. Indeed, as Yuan Chen approached the 7/12 mark, his progress became increasingly laborious. His cultivation was still below the Tao Platform realm, and even with all his might, his capabilities were limited. See, just as I predicted, the cultivator who had previously anticipated Yuan Chen's swift downfall chuckled, wearing a knowing expression. However, that smile quickly froze on his face. Many cultivators were left dumbfounded. Yuan Chen's body ignited with a myriad of starlight, and his eyes sparkled with the depth of the cosmos that I've barely made it here. This is insufficient. Yuan Chen roared, fully aware that he could not conquer all of Dewey Mountain, yet he was determined to exceed the Night Demon's expectations. The essence of the sword erupted. Chapter 62. The sharp-witted woman, the formidable essence of the sword enveloped Yuan Chen, instantly repelling the surrounding onslaught of blades and swords, while simultaneously accelerating his pace. At last, he surpassed the 7/12 mark of Dewey Mountain, a point that was nearly the limit for Tao Platform realm martial artists. Even Jin Yin, the foremost prodigy of the Tao Platform realm from the Great Yu Academy, would struggle to match this feat, yet Yuan Chen continued to push forward, to comprehend the essence of the sword at such a young age. Incredible. Is he attempting to intimidate me? The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were left in awe, their mouths agape, expressions frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, someone shouted, He is Yuan Chen, the challenger of Lu Ying, the prodigy disciple of the Great Yu Academy. I've seen him in the imperial capital. I never imagined he would come to Dewey Mountain as well. Truly, he is a formidable opponent, a bearer of a divine martial soul. Oh, what if he possesses great talent? Even if Lu Ying were to come in person, she could not ascend Dewey Mountain. They are too young. They have yet to mature into true forces. The astute cultivator chuckled, delivering his cynical commentary. The myriad forces permeating the mountain were not solely composed of illusory blades and swords. There were also phantoms of various weapons and lethal techniques, each imbued with a sharpness that could captivate the soul, rivaling my King's sword. The Soul Saint is indeed a paragon among the saints. If I could merge all martial artistic realms into my swordsmanship, my understanding of the sword would surely ascend to new heights. At the mountainside, the sharp-witted woman's gaze blazed with intensity. Her long sword, previously sheathed upon her back, was now unsheathed, unleashing a torrent of sword chi to counter the illusory blades and swords in the void, aiding her in navigating the perilous array of death. To traverse Dewey Mountain is, in itself, a rare opportunity for cultivation. The killing formations on this mountain encapsulate various forces and martial arts, allowing one to comprehend and transcend through the experience of traversing. This is precisely why many, despite knowing they have no hope of succeeding, still choose to come out of course. The depth of understanding one gains through this journey varies from person to person. The sharp-witted woman, filled with confidence, believed that no one in the world could rival her comprehension and talent. Soon, she was astonishingly near the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns. The two martial sovereigns sat cross-legged about 200 meters from the mountainside, their faces pale and displaying signs of excessive exhaustion, silently recovering their strength. Upon seeing the sharp-witted woman, both displayed expressions of astonishment. One of the ninth-grade martial sovereigns exclaimed, "You appear to have recently broken through to the martial sovereign realm, yet have made it this far. May I inquire as to who your esteemed master is?" Surrounded by a halo of sword light, the sharp-witted woman focused solely on her target at the mountain's peak, disregarding the ninth-grade martial sovereign's inquiry. The other ninth-grade martial sovereign snorted coldly, a look of disdain crossing his face, and remarked, "Humph, feeling quite proud, are we? Do not overestimate yourself. The array of lethal formations beyond this point is not something a mere novice in the martial sovereign realm can withstand." Boom! Just as the sharp-witted woman's figure surpasses the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns, an astonishing phenomenon suddenly manifested in the void ahead. Countless azure lights surged forth like a raging tide, forming an unparalleled azure wave in the air. The sharp-witted woman was instantly swept away by the azure wave, being thrust backward. The ninth-grade martial sovereign mocked her once more, "Child, as we stand here, the lethal formations ahead are tenfold more terrifying than those prior. Not even an ordinary martial marquis is guaranteed to pass through. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" The spectators at the foot of the mountain gazed on from afar. At this moment, few formidable cultivators were daring enough to challenge the mountain. The two ninth-grade martial sovereigns had already halted, leaving only the sharp-witted woman inching closer to the mountainside. Excellent. The killing intent intensifies, and the doubt contained within it grows even more profound. The sharp-witted woman steadied herself, slowly wiping the blood from her lips, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. In that instant, every drop of her blood surged with excitement, igniting like a raging fire. She took a step forward, reaching the boundary once more. Seemingly preparing to attempt again, the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns shook their heads slightly, regarding her audacious behavior with contempt. "This woman is even more reckless than a man," the cultivators at the foot of the mountain whispered among themselves. Expressing their skepticism, with a deep breath, the sharp-witted woman stood at the boundary line, her long sword vibrating ominously at her side, an astonishing sword intent gradually rising from her being. Countless golden sword lights erupted from her body, coalescing into a torrent in the void, propelling her towards the mountain's peak. The sword's essence surged forth, sweeping across the world. Accompanied by her spirited cry, the golden sword lights surged forth like waves, ultimately colliding fiercely with the azure wave. In the next moment, both ninth-grade martial sovereigns, along with a multitude of onlooking cultivators at the foot of the mountain, widened their eyes in disbelief, uttering gasps of incredulity. "This is impossible." The sharp-witted woman, enveloped in golden light, shattered the azure wave, stepping onto the surface of the void with each stride. Her sword intent seemed to reach its zenith, radiating brilliance akin to the sun in the sky. At this moment, she was the sole queen of the world. The azure wave gradually crumbled under the assault of the golden tide, emitting a melodic resonance, as if encountering an exceptionally satisfying opponent. Rejoicing in the clash, the sharp-witted woman advanced through the void unimpeded, radiating divine light as she ascended step by step towards the mountain's peak. Hiss! All present inhaled sharply, even the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns displaying expressions of profound astonishment. Dewy Mountain is the place where the soul saint seeks a successor. It seems that this individual's performance has greatly pleased the soul saint, as the formations enveloping Dewy Mountain seem to welcome her with open arms. How terrifying it is, at such a tender age, to possess such astonishing prowess in the swordsmanship. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. In comparison to this individual, even Xiao Rui, the foremost martial artist of the Dayu Academy, pales into insignificance. Truly, they are a remarkable talent, slapping the faces of all men. Waves of astonishment ripple through Dua Mountain. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen's expression is rather peculiar. The sword of the king's way? How could this woman possibly wield Huang Fu Song's swordsmanship? As if responding to Yuan Chen's confusion, the sharp-witted woman turns around, casting a questioning glance at him. Their eyes meet, though no words are exchanged. An unspoken understanding passes between them that it is evident that they both practice the sword of the king's way. Although they have each developed their own distinctive swordsmanship after comprehending the essence of the sword, they can discern each other's styles at a glance. Yuan Chen is puzzled by the sharp-witted woman, and she too is bewildered by his sudden display of swordsmanship. If not for the considerable distance between them, they might have already sought clarification. The sharp-witted woman steps forward, ultimately halting just 100 meters from the mountainside. The aura here is terrifyingly potent, with azure energy surging like a vast ocean, mercilessly obliterating any life that dares to intrude. Even if she were to unleash the full might of the sword of the king's way, she could merely endure it. The two ninth-grade martial artists behind her exclaim in admiration. This person's talent is truly extraordinary. Having just entered the realm of martial artists, they can already contend for the position of martial marquis. This is a genuine defiance of boundaries. It is truly baffling where such a gifted individual has emerged from. Indeed, it is remarkable. Where she stands, the might of the formation is such that even we would be annihilated, yet she can withstand it. The sharp-witted woman, having met with frustration, is unable to advance beyond the halfway point of Dua Mountain. She pauses, much like the two ninth-grade martial artists, attempting to recuperate before making another attempt. At the same time, she begins to take an interest in the other challengers, with her primary focus on Yuan Chen. At this moment, Yuan Chen, harnessing the power of the essence of swordsmanship, has surged to 1/6 of the way up Dua Mountain. Chapter 63. A sword's radiance chills 19 prefectures. The path ahead grows increasingly arduous. Yet Yuan Chen grits his teeth and perseveres. Just when everyone believed he could not take another step, a sudden cascade of starlight descends from the heavens. Illuminated by the resplendent starlight, Yuan Chen swings his sword, unleashing the might of the holy sword to carve out a celestial pathway. The formidable killing formation enveloping Dua Mountain resonates with a jubilant chant, reminiscent of its earlier satisfaction with the sharp-witted woman. This scene astonishes everyone. Another terrifying prodigy, even younger, has captured the favor of Dua Mountain. His power is unprecedented. How can swordsmanship evoke the force of the stars? The two powerful ninth-grade martial artists exclaim in astonishment, feeling as though they are witnessing a supernatural phenomenon on this day. The sharp-witted woman's eyes widen. She has always been self-assured, believing her talent unmatched and no one in her realm to rival her. She has never paid attention to anyone, as no one has been worthy of her regard. She merely strives to surpass herself. Yet today, one person's talent instills in her a sense of threat. In this moment, almost everyone's gaze is fixated on Yuan Chen. However, his cultivation still rests at the upper Yuan realm, and despite unleashing all his hidden potential, he is yet to reach 1/5 of Dua Mountain. His eyes are slightly reddened, and the mark of the celestial compass at his brow flickers. Countless stars descend upon him, melting like snowflakes as they permeate his skin and enter his body. Simultaneously, his aura begins to ascend. Boom! Yuan Chen hears a thunderous roar in his ears as a powerful energy flows through his meridians like electricity, ultimately surging into the depths of his vital essence. He breaks through to the Dao platform realm. Transitioning from the upper Yuan realm to the Dao platform realm signifies not merely a breakthrough in level, but a leap from the 3 realms to the 4 realms. Thus, Yuan Chen can now be regarded as a martial master, or more precisely, a sword master. He takes another step, finally reaching 1/5 of Dua Mountain, and continues to ascend. The limits of a first-grade martial master have long been surpassed, and the path of a Dao transformation martial artist is also being forcefully traversed. At last, Yuan Chen, now at the realm of a first-grade martial master, reaches 1/4 of Dua Mountain, drawing the attention of all. The 9th-grade martial artist closest to Yuan Chen, who had previously mocked the sharp-witted woman, cannot help but sneer again. "Kid, this is as far as you go." Beyond this point, the killing intent swells. Your strength is far inferior to that girl ahead. She can withstand it, but you cannot. One must act within one's capabilities. That in Yuan Chen soul consciousness, the nightmare demon, usually unyielding, responds with unexpected leniency. The formation S might ahead is indeed insurmountable for you. Your performance today is merely passable. It is not solely due to your breakthrough in cultivation, but because you have managed to tap into your potential, fusing the celestial pathway with swordsmanship once more. Your celestial pathway holds great promise for the future. When Wuxiang, go and compare with the soul saint. Who is the true saint among saints, the strongest sage, as the nightmare demon's words echo? A powerful soul materializes within Yuan Chen's consciousness, that of the elegant sage wielding a brush among the 7 great soul masters. The nightmare demon had once claimed he was the strongest of the 7. Just a step away from aiding his rebirth in his glorious era, he was revered as the celestial saint, the soul of the literary sage, when Wuxiang begins to merge with Yuan Chen's own, just as the musical sage Yu Xuanji and the martial sage Luo Yi had done before. In this moment, Yuan Chen is when Wuxiang, and when Wuxiang is Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen raises his sword, using it as a brush. The 2 ninth-grade martial artists, the sharp-witted woman, and others have yet to react when they witness Yuan Chen in a demeanor that seems to transcend the realm of Taoists, tracing out radiant sword lights. In the next instant, the sword lights coalesce into 28 powerful characters. In the hall, flowers intoxicate 3,000 guests. A sword's radiance chills 19 prefectures. The spirit moves like air, like a rainbow, indulging in freedom and chivalry. In that fleeting moment, an invisible, earth-shattering sword intent surges from the characters, soaring into the heavens and spanning between earth and sky. Simultaneously, the power enveloping the mountain seems to sense something, instantly draining all its might, ultimately transforming into an azure sword light that strikes toward the overwhelming sword intent. The paths of Wen Wuxiang and the soul saint unfold in a pinnacle clash, each determined to prove their superiority. In this instant, everyone is rendered speechless, gazing blankly at the sky above. The sharp-witted woman stands transfixed, feeling the supreme pressure and the awe-inspiring sword intent before her, murmuring, "What is this?" The 28 characters suspended in the sky seem to embody the utmost swordsmanship, each radiating threads of Tao rhythm that permeate the heavens. In comparison to this sword intent, her once proud sword of the king's way appears trivial. Not only she, but the other cultivators, feeling the sword intent in the sky, turn pale as sheets that is as if their very souls are pressed by a sharp sword's edge. Icy dread surging forth from their innermost being. This shock is akin to an ant beholding a towering tree, or a mortal witnessing a divine dragon in the sky. Indescribable in words. This moment, the clash of the 2 sword paths intensifies, as if they are formidable opponents who recognize each other's worth, displaying a sense of mutual respect in their battle intent. Ultimately, the myriad azure sword lights dancing atop the mountain tremble slightly, culminating in a resounding explosion as they dissipate. The 28 characters of swordsmanship also shimmer and vanish into the void. The world returns to tranquility. Everyone falls silent, their gazes converging upon a single figure, Yuan Chen. More precisely, they focus on the sword he holds aloft. They cannot comprehend how a mere youth, recently breaking through to the Tao platform realm, could inscribe such terrifying characters. Could it be that he is not only a swordsman, but has also traversed the path of literature to attain Tao? Yet, even in the realm of literature, how profound must one's mastery be to sever the formation left by the soul saint? All are deeply astonished, unable to resolve these perplexities. The sharp-witted woman, too, is bewildered. The gradually fading 28 ethereal characters each contain the essence of supreme sword techniques. This Tao transcends the essence of swordsmanship, instilling in her a sense of reverence and admiration. She gazes in rapture at the illusory characters in the sky, murmuring, "I have always believed my sword of the king's way to be the strongest swordsmanship in the world." Yet today, witnessing these 2 sword paths, My sword of the King's way seems utterly insignificant in their presence, as short-sighted as a mouse and as limited in perspective as a frog at the bottom of a well. I have always been self-assured, believing myself to be invincible within my own realm. Today, I have come to a profound realization. There are indeed greater beings beyond my understanding and realms beyond my grasp. In this moment, her pride and arrogance have been utterly shattered, leaving her mind a blank slate. At this juncture, the formidable power enveloping Mount Dewey recedes, and a palpable sense of suffocating pressure dissipates. Felt by all present, the azure energy converges, ultimately taking the form of a figure clad in a purple robe. This apparition, seemingly conjured by the forces of the formation, now appears as a living being. Gazing down upon Yuan Chen with awe, indeed, talents arise in every generation that I never anticipated that a junior could directly dismantle my grand formation. This was beyond my expectations, with the first half of the formation destroyed. Relying solely on the latter half will not suffice to select a true heir, which is not my desire. Therefore, I shall send out a call across the miles, inviting the outstanding figures of the four realms to gather here within 3 months to contend for my legacy. You need not feel resentment. Having broken my formation, I shall impart my martial insights unto you. Use this 3-month period wisely to comprehend them. This, too, is an opportunity, as the resounding voice of the soul sage echoed with celestial authority. The vast azure energy surged towards Yuan Chen, the sharp-witted woman, and all the cultivators who had ventured into Mount Dew. In an instant, those who practiced the sword felt a profound surge of enlightenment, while those skilled in the blade experienced a terrifying comprehension of their craft, and similarly for the spear, staff, and fist techniques. Meanwhile, the voice of the soul sage resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Traveling for miles, I, soul sage Jiang Tai Xian, have fallen on the borders of the great Yu Kingdom at Mount Dewey. All my lifetime's martial accumulations are contained within this place, seeking but one successor. With one of the outer formations breached, the final contest shall commence in 3 months. All the prodigies of the four realms are welcome to come. Chapter 64. Women, not to be trusted, chuckling darkly. The voice of the soul of Jiang Tai Xian, possessing remarkable abilities, resonated. Young man, strive earnestly. Perhaps within this place lies not only the soul-reviving elixir for that young woman, but also an opportunity for a significant leap in your martial path. Should you seize Jiang Tai Xian's soul inheritance, I shall be exceedingly pleased, as the grand voice of the soul sage echoed. The sinister voice of the night demon reverberated within Yuan Chen's sea of consciousness. Yuan Chen felt a stirring within a fellow sage. He had encountered the remnants of Luo Yi's soul when he ventured into the chess hall of the Great Yu Academy. But Luo Yi was vastly inferior in comparison to the soul sage. Luo Yi's remnants exhibited hollow eyes and an emptiness of consciousness, while the soul sage seemed as though he had been resurrected, possessing complete emotions and awareness. The disparity between the two was indeed monumental. One could only imagine the profound mastery the soul sage held over his soul abilities that moment. A waft of fragrance approached, and Yuan Chen looked up to see the sharp-witted woman advancing towards him step by step. She spoke, her voice bright and melodious, yet laced with an authoritative tone. Who taught you the way of the king's sword? Yuan Chen retorted. And who instructed you in the way of the king's sword? With a flicker, the sharp-witted woman unsheathed her sword. Draw your blade. Let us determine whose way of the king's sword is superior. If I win, you shall answer any question I pose. If you win, I shall do the same. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman truly so naive? This peculiar method of communication was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Did she not know how to engage in conversation? Noticing his hesitation, the sharp-witted woman continued, Fear not. I shall suppress my cultivation to match your level, and I will not resort to any underhanded tactics. Yuan Chen smiled. In equal realms, you are no match for me. Upon hearing this, the sharp-witted woman laughed derisively. In equal realms, I have never been defeated. I could see this moment. The surrounding cultivators, who had ventured into Mount Dewey, watched with keen interest, relishing the unfolding drama. Very well, let us see who prevails. Yuan Chen shrugged, accepting the challenge. Engaging in combat was a frequent occurrence for him. In the past, he had wielded his sword and fought against 103 outstanding figures, relishing the thrill of challenging the strong. The onlookers, however, scoffed, a newly ascended martial master challenging a martial sovereign. Even if the latter suppresses their level, the odds are still heavily against him. After all, the accumulated strength, practical experience, and swordsmanship comprehension of a martial sovereign far surpass those of a mere martial master. This young man is being overly arrogant, believing his talent to be unmatched. Does he not realize that his opponent is also a rare prodigy, a paragon of swordsmanship? As Yuan Chen and the sharp-witted woman approached a clear space in the air, he casually remarked with a faint smile, "My lady, before we begin, should we not exchange names? Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to receive my strike." The sharp-witted woman was taken aback by Yuan Chen's nonchalance. With a sharp cry, she launched her attack. Although she had suppressed her cultivation, her foundation remained formidable, and her techniques were executed with remarkable precision. Flowing like water, her movements were seamless. To the onlookers, her strikes seemed utterly flawless, impossible to evade or counter. The sharp-witted woman's assault was akin to a work of art, captivating even the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns who stood in attendance. Yuan Chen took a gentle step back, narrowly avoiding the first strike, only to find a second attack aimed directly at his throat. Spectators shook their heads, convinced that Yuan Chen was destined for defeat. Yet astonishingly, Yuan Chen's neck shifted in sync with the blade, the sword brushing against his skin a moment faster, and his head would have parted from his body, yet he evaded it once more. The sharp-witted woman's fighting spirit ignited. This was the challenge she had longed for. No one had ever dared to evade her attacks with such ease. Never before had she encountered someone more arrogant than herself. Unbeknownst to her, she had unleashed the cascading momentum of the way of the king's sword. While the strength supported by her martial master level was not formidable, the continuous layering of her strikes increased their power exponentially. Confident in her technique, she believed her swordplay to be impeccable. The onlookers were captivated by the intricacies of her swordsmanship, which even the two ninth-grade martial sovereigns found humbling. Yuan Chen's evasions were perilously close each time, yet his expression remained calm, even relaxed. The sharp-witted woman was incensed. Her strikes became increasingly rapid, causing the spectators to widen their eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, the essence of her swordsmanship erupted, resonating like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. Exuding unparalleled dominance. "Kill!" she cried, unleashing her most powerful strike, the culmination of her layered sword intent. This strike was overwhelming, akin to a dragon soaring from the depths. It was an unstoppable force, even if you understood the way of the king's sword. "What could you do against the might of my blade? I have reached the peak of my power. You have already lost," the sharp-witted woman sneered. Just then, as Yuan Chen continued to evade, he executed a single strike. Neither hurried nor slow, yet it bizarrely pierced through her sword formation, the Lingyun's sacred sword finding the sole opening, its tip precisely poised against the sharp-witted woman's throat, halting her sword mid-strike. Your way of the king's sword is indeed formidable. But the flaw lies in the moment of its eruption. The strongest moment is also your weakest. Be cautious. Mother, do you truly believe anyone can discern my weaknesses or withstand my sword might? There are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. Is that so? I would very much like to witness this, she replied with a chuckle, her mother's helplessness evident. Among her peers, none could compare, and even many with higher cultivation levels were no match for her. She refused to believe that anyone could defeat her way of the king's sword head-on. Now, everything seemed unreal. Her opponent's sword was directed at her throat, cold and unforgiving, with drops of blood falling. One by one she had lost. Defeated so thoroughly. You are indeed a woman of your word. Even at the brink of life and death, you maintained your integrity, suppressing your cultivation without wavering, Yuan Chen remarked. This woman was undeniably a genius in swordsmanship. A terrifying one at that. Observing her expression, Yuan Chen felt a pang of sympathy, realizing he might have struck too hard. Thus, he softened his tone. However, the sharp-witted woman remained dazed, grappling with the reality of her defeat. Who says women are not exceptional? She mused, Though merely a woman, the sharp-witted woman possessed a swordsmanship talent surpassing that of many men, with a heart of a true warrior. Yet today, she finally tasted the bitterness of failure. After a long while, she slowly regained her composure, looking up at Yuan Chen with a gaze filled with complexity. "Who on earth are you?" Yuan Chen smiled. "The victor has been determined. Is it not I who holds the right to inquire?" Gritting her teeth, the sharp-witted woman conceded. "Ask away." Yuan Chen, smiling, mirrored her words. "What is your name?" "Lu Yuning Lu Yun." "Who taught you the way of the king's sword?" "Do you know Lu Roof?" "I have answered your question. Now, I have nothing further to say." The sharp-witted woman concluded her remarks and turned away without hesitation. Yuan Chen, taken aback, could hardly believe that the encounter had ended with just one question. Truly, women are not to be trusted. At that moment, the sharp-witted woman suddenly turned back, declaring, in the same realm, "I have never known defeat. Await my return. I shall challenge you again and ultimately claim victory." Chapter 65. A storm is rising at Mount Dewey. The Soul Saint granted the outside world 3 months to arrive and vie for his true legacy, simultaneously providing those traversing Mount Dewey a rare opportunity, when the immense marshal will descend it. Yuan Chen, Lu Yuning, the 2 ninth-tier martial sovereigns, along with other cultivators, entered a state of enlightenment at the Lu Song residence. Within the Lu family, the dim candlelight cast eerie shadows upon Lu Si's cold visage, creating an atmosphere stifling in its intensity. The Lu Song residence was adjacent to Su Chongfu, not far from Yuan's family in Yunyang City or Mount Dewey. Otherwise, Yuan Chen would never have met Lu Ying. Due to the proximity, news from Mount Dewey swiftly arrived here. Damn the Soul Saint. Why must the final contest wait another 3 months? 3 months is ample time for not only the major powers within the Great Yu Kingdom, but also for formidable figures from foreign lands to arrive. How can the Lu family compete under such circumstances? Lu Si's countenance reflected his frustration. The Lu family was merely a second-tier clan, vastly inferior when compared to the first-tier families, let alone the super first-tier clans. Had the contest for the opportunities at Mount Dewey commenced immediately, the Lu family could have leveraged their geographical advantage to monopolize the Soul Saint's legacy before the other factions arrived. Now, however, the significance of distance had become moot in light of the 3-month delay, that he understood that the Lu family's chances of directly contending for the opportunities against the major powers were exceedingly slim. Unfortunately, he had been unable to contact Inger that if she were present, her extraordinary martial spirit talent might have captured the Soul Saint's favor. But now, no words could alter the situation. Luc's gaze flickered as he ultimately decided to dispatch others to seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. He could not afford to ignore it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the distant imperial capital, within the Grand General's residence, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence suddenly opened his eyes in the heavily charged training ground. The Xiong family, one of the 3 super first-tier families of the Great Yu Empire, certainly harbored ambitions. He shot forth 2 terrifying beams of light from his eyes. The first layer of the deadly formations at Mount Dewey had vanished. What a turn of events! The ultimate legacy of the Supreme Saint must be seized by my Xiong family. Soon, an elderly servant arrived, accompanied by a young man bearing a sword. Wu Ji pays his respects to uncle. The authoritative middle-aged man raised his gaze, his voice commanding. Wu Ji, the Soul Saint has transmitted a message across the realm, announcing that the opportunities hidden in Mount Dewey will enter the final contest in 3 months. Though all prodigies from the 4 realms may attend, you are aware of the deadly formations at Mount D. The first half can be traversed easily by martial generals and martial kings. But the latter half is specifically designed to challenge them. You have yet to break through to the martial general realm. This is your best chance. Are you confident? The young man with the sword replied with certainty. Uncle, 2 years ago, I was but a step away from traversing Mount D. In these past 2 years, I have diligently honed my spirit and soul. I am sure I will succeed. Excellent, the authoritative middle-aged man beamed. You are the most gifted martial sovereign of our clan, capable of contending against martial generals. Go forth. Select any experts from our clan in the 4 realms to compete for the Soul Saint's legacy. You are permitted to succeed, but failure is not an option. Understood. The young man with the sword respectfully accepted the command, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. I have long comprehended the profound truths of martial arts and possess a quasi-divine martial spirit. Years of dedicated cultivation have rendered me nearly unmatched among my peers in the martial sovereign realm. I fear no lower-tier martial generals. Furthermore, with only the first half of the deadly formations at Mount Dewey having disappeared, it is nearly impossible for martial generals and kings to breach the latter half. This is my opportunity. The Soul Saint is renowned as the saint among saints. Acquiring his legacy will surely empower me, Xiong Wu-ji, to become a formidable saint. Any who dare obstruct me shall meet their demise. Xiong Wu-ji thought fervently, his fists involuntarily clenching. In the imperial palace, Emperor, you surveyed his most cherished prince below. Have you truly resolved to venture forth personally? In the face of the strongest saint's legacy, all will stop at nothing to compete. And even as a prince, you may find yourself facing deadly adversaries, a man clad in a four-clawed azure dragon robe. In his 30s, bore an expression filled with battle intent and confidence. Kill me. They must possess the capability to do so. I trust in my father to support me. Otherwise, the scum will think there is no one in our royal family. Very well, the Great Yu Academy has sealed its gates. If it were not for Xiao Rui, there should be no rival among the martial sovereigns. Go forth. The emperor acquiesced, being a martial emperor himself. He understood that the path of martial cultivation is one of defiance against destiny. One must strive, contest, and be fearless to achieve great success. Above all, he held absolute confidence in his second prince. Otherwise, why would he have placed such significant trust in him, nearly to the point of declaring him the crown prince? A similar scene unfolded at the Great Yu Academy, at the foot of Guyu, where a man in his 30s knelt, his dark skin shimmering with electric sparks. He was none other than the illustrious martial sovereign Xiao Rui, the strongest disciple of the Great Yu Academy. Recognized as the mightiest in the realm of transformation, the Soul Saint has actively initiated the final contest for his true legacy. If I do not seize this opportunity, I may never have another chance. At this moment, it is likely that various factions have dispatched numerous experts. Though the Great Yu Academy has sealed its gates, my master has obtained the consent of the ancestral master, permitting your departure to compete. However, only you may leave the academy. One cannot contend against many hands alone. Caution is paramount in seizing opportunities. You cautioned, pride shining in his eyes. You alone contend against a multitude for this opportunity. No one else can compare. You, Xiao Rui, certainly possess the strength to compete. He regarded his most cherished disciple, whose talent, insight, and spirit were beyond reproach. You firmly believed that this disciple's future achievements would surpass his own. Xiao Rui did not immediately accept, but instead inquired, "May I ask, Master, is this change at Mount Dewey related to Yuan Chen?" Gu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. For centuries, Mount Dewey had remained unchanged. Yet, after he had guided Yuan Chen to explore Mount Dewey, the deadly formations had inexplicably vanished, prompting the Soul Saint to transmit a message announcing the contest for opportunities. Such a change was indeed thought-provoking. You shook his head. I, too, do not know. A glint of cold determination flashed in Xiao Rui's eyes. Then, when traversing Mount D, may I slay Yuan Chen? Gu Yu's expression remained unperturbed as he replied calmly. In the pursuit of opportunities, life and death are dictated by fate, and success or failure lies with the heavens. Should you choose to contend, be prepared to accept all consequences. If you were to kill him, it would be due to his inferiority. Should you fall at the hands of the saint behind him, do not blame him for your demise. The fault lies not with others. The disciple understands. Xiao Rui knelt resolutely, his eyes burning with ferocity. Few within the Great Yu Academy harbored any fondness for Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen had wreaked havoc within the academy, slaying disciples and causing the Vice Dean Feng Ke to be rendered powerless, ultimately leading to the sealing of the academy. Regardless of the reasons or who was at fault, it was impossible for the academy to harbor any affection for him. Even Gu Yu and Gong Yezi held complex and contradictory feelings towards Yuan Chen. Xiao Rui, as the pinnacle talent of the Great Yu Academy, could not tolerate Yuan Chen's existence. In an instant, the various factions surged with tumultuous energy, and Yuan Chen prepared for battle once more. Awakened from his meditation by a sharp cry, Yuan Chen recognized the voice without needing to open his eyes. Chapter 66. The Fate of the Sword Saint Lu Yunying. This woman grows ever more tenacious, repeatedly challenging Yuan Chen despite her prior defeats, refusing to surrender. Yet, it must be acknowledged that her talent in swordsmanship is astonishing. With each loss, she identifies her shortcomings, discovers Yuan Chen's weaknesses, and progresses at a visibly remarkable pace. Even more formidable is the fact that she is a few months younger than Yuan Chen, placing them in the same generation. Yet, she has already ascended to the 4th tier of martial sovereignty, while Yuan Chen remains at the 1st tier of martial apprenticeship, with their realms diverging significantly. Although Yuan Chen has truly practiced for only 3.5 years, interrupted by an earlier setback from Lu Ying, had he cultivated from a young age, he might have reached the martial sovereign realm. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs, only outcomes. The reality is that Lu Yunying, at not yet 19 years of age, has stepped into the martial sovereign realm and can even contend against 1st-tier martial generals with her 4th-tier cultivation. She is, without a doubt, a destined sword saint. In their first duel, Yuan Chen emerged victorious with ease. The second match also saw him win comfortably. However, by the time they reached their 20th encounter, Yuan Chen began to feel the strain, as the gap between them continued to narrow. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Yunying faced defeat once more, her breath coming in ragged gasps, a bloody wound visible on her left shoulder. Yet her defiant gaze remained unyielding. "What do you wish to ask this time?" Yuan Chen yawned in boredom and remarked, "Is there really that many questions? You may leave." After winning over 30 times and posing more than 30 questions, he had exhausted all matters of interest. Lu Yunying was indeed the illegitimate daughter of Huang Fu Song and Lu Ruf, having taken her mother's surname. The reason she was called an illegitimate child was that the two had never married. In those days, Huang Fu Song, in his quest for the throne, opted for a political marriage, marrying a woman he did not love. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed in his bid for power, with all his loyal ministers executed and even his mother forced to commit suicide. It was then that he chose to sell his soul and allied himself with the nightmare demon. Following this, he returned as a king, bloodily reclaiming his throne and becoming the illustrious Emperor Wu of the later Zhou. Yet, Lu Ruf had already married during his years of absence, which remained Huang Fu Song's lifelong regret. He could only pass his sword of kingship to Lu Yunying, but they could never acknowledge each other as father and daughter. It was only this year, upon reaching the age of 18, that Lu Yunying learned the truth from her mother. This was the reason she had traveled a great distance from the later Zhou to the Yu. While the opportunity at Duishan was secondary, Lu Yunying's primary objective was to seek out Huang Fu Song's whereabouts. Upon hearing Yuan Chen's dismissal, Lu Yunying did not leave immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at him and said, "This time I am thoroughly prepared and have identified the flaw in your swordsmanship. Why do I still lose?" Yuan Chen chuckled. "Want to know? Defeat me." Lu Yunying gritted her teeth. She had countless questions for the man before her. Yet each time she posed one, he responded with silence that it seemed they had reached a tacit understanding. Only the victor held the right to inquire. And now, with her unable to ask even once, it was a considerable blow to her pride. "Just wait, I will surely defeat you." Yuan Chen shook his head. "In the same realm, you cannot win against me. Why are you always so confident?" Yuan Chen sighed. "An unusual moment of candor, because if I cannot achieve invincibility in the same realm, my death is not far off." This was no empty threat. He wielded the saint's sword, harnessed the star path derived from the star compass within, and had the invaluable guidance of Huang Fu Song within his soul's ocean of consciousness. If he could not achieve invincibility in the same realm with such advantages, then what use would he be against the nightmare demon? Lu Yunying stared at Yuan Chen, feeling as though the man before her was becoming increasingly inscrutable. "Then you may await your demise. I will eventually win," she exclaimed with fierce confidence before turning away. "Damn it!" Yuan Chen nearly cursed out loud. Yes, the weather grew warmer. The deadline set by the Soul Saint approached on this day, while Yuan Chen was once more facing Lu Yunying's challenge. A sharp sound of something slicing through the air made his scalp tingle, giving him the illusion of impending death. Yuan Chen barely had time to react. He rolled to the left to evade. Whoosh! An arrow shot swiftly past where Yuan Chen had just stood, ultimately aimed at Lu Yunying, who was engaged in combat with him. Lu Yunying, stronger in power, swiftly deflected the arrow with her sword, but the force behind it still forced her to stagger back 3 steps. Who dares to be so despicable? Lu Yunying seethed, realizing how close she had come to serious injury, or even death. It's not directed at you. It's me? Yuan Chen clenched his fist. Following his gaze, a group of over a dozen individuals emerged from the densely wooded side of Duishan, all adorned in the attire of the L family. The leader, a middle-aged man, bore a striking resemblance to El Ing and El Monru, wielding a tungsten-iron divine bow. His gaze was cold, like that of a venomous snake. Fixated on Yuan Chen. Well, young man, half a year ago, you were merely at the 9th tier of the upper Yuan realm. Now you can evade my arrow. Names such as Lao, El Zhulan, and El Jinkong escaped Yuan Chen's clenched teeth. These individuals were the backbone of the L family, each stained with blood from their past actions against him. Notably, Lao was the second master of the L family, the uncle of El Ing. Upon seeing them, Yuan Chen's expression turned icy. I knew it. With Duishan so close to El Song's residence, you would not be far behind. You've arrived just in time. El family warrior at the Daotai realm laughed heartily. What's wrong? Do you still wish to kill us? Another arrogantly waved his hand in agreement. Kid, open your eyes and see. Most of the L family strongmen are present. You should be pondering what kind of death awaits you. A third shouted coldly. No need to waste words with him. Just kill him. Step aside. I'll handle this. El Jinkong sneered as he reached for Yuan Chen's neck, his demeanor dripping with disdain that eye in his eyes. Yuan Chen was still the 9th tier upper Yuan realm warrior he had been 6 months ago. Even if Yuan Chen's martial soul had miraculously revived, his strength would hardly have improved. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Yuan Chen scoffed. If someone wished to play the part, he was more than willing to oblige. Just as the opponent's hand was about to reach him, he swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he slashed downward. The speed of this strike was so rapid that it even surpassed the speed of El Jinkong's attack. El Jinkong's expression changed drastically as he hastily retracted his hand. But given his prior momentum, it was not so easy to retreat. Yuan Chen's sword sliced through the air, and with a fierce stomp, he charged forward a few steps, executing another swift strike. Plunging, a deep gash appeared on El Jinkong's chest, and he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth. Spare me, he screamed, no longer the arrogant figure he'd been. How laughable to still have the audacity to plead for mercy. Yuan Chen's killing intent surged as he pierced his sword through El Jinkong's heart. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and it wasn't until El Jinkong lay lifeless that the other members of the L family began to react. Including Lao, the second master of the L family. All were left in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for Yuan Chen's terrifying strength that allowed him to instantaneously slay a 9th tier warrior. Chapter 67. Confronting the L family. Kill. You fools attack together and chop him into pieces. Lao roared in fury. El Jinkong held a high position within the L family, and to have perished so unexpectedly at Yuan Chen's hands was intolerable. Kill him! Go! The L family members, faces twisted with rage, surged forward at this moment. Duishan had attracted various factions, all eyes upon them. If they could not slay a mere youth, it would surely become a laughingstock for the world. Yuan Chen, however, did not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. Among the group of L family members were 3 martial sect warriors, with Lao being a 9th tier martial sect master, far beyond his capability to contend with. He turned his gaze to Lu Yunying. Assist me. Lu Yunying raised her delicate face, her expression reminiscent of a proud woman, as if to say, aren't you quite formidable? Yet, you still require my help? She chuckled with delight. Why should I assist you? Yuan Chen felt a surge of frustration. While retreating to prevent the L family from encircling him, he called out, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Huangfu's song? Lu Yunying's playful demeanor vanished as she took a simple step. Placing herself between Yuan Chen and the L family, I will block the 3 strongest for you. The rest is up to you. With that, she charged toward Lao, El Zhulan, and another 6th tier martial sect warrior. Previously, she had been repeatedly defeated by Yuan Chen due to her suppressed cultivation. If she were to unleash her full power, her strength could rival that of a first-tier martial marquis. Yuan Chen's killing intent ignited. With the strongest three occupied, the remaining L family members included only one martial sect warrior, a recent breakthrough, whom he felt confident he could face. This second-tier martial sect warrior, named L Yuan and L Ying's fourth uncle, ranked among the top 10 in L Song's estate. Humph! Yuan Chen was unafraid as he brandished the Ling Yun sword with fierce intent. Although there was a significant gap in their realms, with the might of the Star Path and his unimaginable combat experience, Yuan Chen's aura was not diminished in the slightest. Clang, 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 clang. The moment the two engaged, the sound of their weapons clashing erupted fiercely. Yuan Chen found himself at a disadvantage in strength and speed, nearly being forced back from the very first exchange, yet his retreat was orderly, and his swordplay remained methodical. No matter how fiercely L Yuan attacked, he could not breach Yuan Chen's sword defense. What a remarkable young man, to have comprehended the essence of the sword path. But you are still lacking. Prepare to die. Die, die. Sensing Yuan Chen's terrifying swordsmanship, L Yuan's murderous intent surged even higher. He had spent many years rising to the martial sect realm, not particularly strong. What allowed him to survive was his ability to kneel and bow to the strong and never underestimate the weak in battle, that a lion spares no effort, even when hunting a rabbit. If I aim to kill, it must be foolproof. Die, die, die. As Yuan Chen retreated, Lu Yuan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with tremendous force, as if he sought to cleave Yuan Chen in twain with a single sword. Yet, Yuan Chen refrained from confronting Lu Yuan head-on, instead relying on more exquisite sword techniques to either neutralize or evade the onslaught, transforming solidity into void, or employing retreat as a form of advance, skillfully deflecting every assault. After merely 30 exchanges, Lu Yuan's momentum began to wane. The initial surge of energy, though formidable, could not be sustained for long. The newly ascended second-tier martial sovereign lacked the endurance to maintain such a vigorous onslaught. Wished to retreat. Upon sensing Lu Yuan's dwindling sword energy and his intent to withdraw, Yuan Chen abruptly halted mid-retreat, pivoting to deliver a sudden strike toward his opponent. This shift occurred with such swiftness that it utterly caught Lu Yuan off guard. He could only hastily raise his sword to parry. Yet as he did so, terror etched itself across his features. Boom! Yuan Chen's sword exhibited a remarkable seven-fold transformation, with each iteration targeting a critical point on Lu Yuan's body. Despite Lu Yuan's desperate attempts to defend himself, he only managed to deflect the first 4 strikes, while the last 3 merely grazed his vital areas. Notably, one blade penetrated deeply into his right arm, rendering him unable to grasp his sword firmly, much less continue the fight. I could see that moment. A gust of wind surged from behind. Yuan Chen hurriedly dodged, but his focus on Lu Yuan slowed his reaction, resulting in a wound to his shoulder from a swift arrow. The arrow, having grazed Yuan Chen, swiftly found its mark in Lu Yuan's abdomen. In agony, Lu Yuan howled, "A Lu Fan, you fool!" His earlier vision had been completely obscured by Yuan Chen, and now, with Yuan Chen's evasion, he had no time to react. Fortunately, the assailant was not particularly strong, and the projectile lacked considerable force. Otherwise, he might have been fatally struck. Yuan Chen scoffed, "Humph, a cowardly ambush, truly befitting of your Lu family. Get them! Hurry!" Lu Yuan cried in panic as he retreated. However, for every step he took back, Yuan Chen surged forward with greater speed. I could see his brow. The mark of the star compass shimmered faintly, and a vast light of stars began to envelop him, steadily elevating his aura. Starry sword path, a single strike to pierce the heavens. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even call for help, he was pierced through the heart by the starlight sword energy, dying instantly. The remaining members of the Lu family halted in their tracks, too afraid to advance further. Meanwhile, Lu Ao forcefully extricated himself from Lu Yuning's entanglements and approached the corpse of Lu Yuan. His face twisted with rage. "Second master." One of the Lu family members attempted to speak, but Lu Ao bellowed, "Enough! Today I will rend these two to pieces." Armed with a long spear, he saw Lu Yuning charging towards him and roared, You all stop that little vixen. I will take down Yuan Chen first. With that, he stamped his right foot down fiercely. Boom! The ground shattered beneath him, and he propelled himself towards Yuan Chen with incredible speed. Too fast. Yuan Chen barely turned around before Lu Ao was upon him. He instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading a lethal thrust, and countered with a powerful kick. Bang! Lu Ao's spear was deflected, and his offensive momentum was dissipated. Is that all you've got? Lu Ao roared, raising his spear for a sweeping attack. This seemingly ordinary move, amplified by the might of a ninth-tier martial sovereign, unleashed a force beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Yuan Chen braced his sword to block, but the spear bore down upon the back of his blade, striking heavily against his chest. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent flying. As a first-tier martial master, he was far from sufficient to contend against a ninth-tier martial sovereign. Not daring to overestimate his strength, he turned to flee. Lu Ao's face contorted with fury as he pursued, his speed easily surpassing Yuan Chen's. Yet before Lu Ao could close the distance, a sudden shriek pierced the air, causing his scalp to prickle. He turned just in time to witness Lu Zhulan, the second strongest of the Lu family, having her throat severed by Lu Yuning's blade, collapsing into a pool of blood, struggling in vain. A ghastly sight. His expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Lu family's defenses would falter so soon. At that moment, Lu Yuning broke free from her assailants and advanced toward Yuan Chen. Humph! Not a match for a ninth-tier martial sovereign, am I? You'll need to assist me in stopping Lu Ao. I intend to eliminate all these fools. Yuan Chen's eyes blazed red, like a ferocious beast, devoid of any jest. Lu Yuning paused, bewildered at the depth of animosity between the two parties, as if they were locked in a relentless feud. On the other hand, Lu Ao's expression darkened significantly, his heart brimming with resentment. Damn it! Where did such a prodigious talent come from? This little girl possesses strength that rivals my own, if not surpasses it. You will pay for this! We are far from finished, Lu Ao growled, contemplating a retreat. Faced with Lu Yuning, he harbored no confidence in victory. Beyond himself, the Lu family was left with only one martial sovereign, while the rest were merely martial masters, insufficient to pose a real threat. In this moment, Lu Ao's resolve to withdraw solidified. However, the Lu family had deep-seated connections with many powerful factions, cultivated over years. In this competition for the treasures of Dewey Mountain, numerous forces had dispatched their own representatives. All he needed was to contact a few allies, and they could assuredly eliminate these two. Suddenly, a powerful voice erupted, cutting through the tumult like thunder. This voice carried an energy that caused everyone, consumed by bloodlust, to shudder involuntarily, including Yuan Chen, Lu Ao, and Lu Yuning, all formidable in their own right. A man, appearing to be around 30, stood tall at 9 feet, exuding an aura of dominance. With each step, he seemed to tread upon the hearts of those around him, commanding an involuntary silence as an inexplicable pressure enveloped the area. The Lu family is so feeble. 2 of you cannot even handle a mere 2 adversaries, he remarked. Disappointment etched on his face as he regarded Lu Ao. Lu Ao's expression shifted dramatically, dropping to his knees. Your Highness, I was careless. No need for explanations. In light of the Lu family's incompetence, I may need to reconsider whether you are worthy to serve as a dog for me, the man replied with a cold chuckle. Despite being younger than Lu Ao, his presence eclipsed him significantly. Lu Ao quickly responded, Your Highness, my niece Lu Ying possesses a divine martial soul. She will be the future empress. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the man's eyes. If not for her, your Lu family would truly lack the qualifications to serve me. The expression of the entire Lu family turned grim at being referred to as dogs, yet none dared to voice their displeasure. For the speaker was none other than the second prince of the Yu Empire, Dantai Mingjue. He was not only the most gifted in martial arts among the princes, but also the one most favored by the emperor. Having been granted the title of Marquis at an early age, in contrast, Dantai Yu, another prince, had yet to receive any title, merely addressed as Your Highness. Dantai Mingjue's gaze fell upon Yuan Chen. Boy, I hear that my 6th brother holds you in high regard. even going so far as to cause a ruckus at the Dayu Academy for your sake. That I am quite curious. What is it about you that has captured his attention? Yuan Chen replied flatly. Why not ask him yourself? No need. Dantai Mingjue shook his head dismissively. His meager strength is laughable. He dares to vie for the throne with me. The one he values, I can dispose of directly. No need to inquire further. As Dantai Mingjue's words hung in the air, he need not even lift a finger. His entourage surged forward in unison. Each member radiated a powerful aura, far surpassing Lu Ao. Lu Yuning's face drained of color. While they could contend with two-tiered family forces, how could they possibly stand against a prince of a nation? Both she and Yuan Chen felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, like a dark cloud looming over a city. Run! Yuan Chen suddenly grasped Lu Yuning's hand, propelling them towards Dui Mountain. The initial killing array they had traversed was dismantled by Yuan Chen himself, and they were closest to the rear half of the array, reaching its edge in an instant. Dantai Mingjue looked down at Yuan Chen. Boy, do you think hiding will save you? Then come and try. Yuan Chen retorted coldly, pulling Lu Yuning forward as they dashed into the fray. He had no other choice to go. Dantai Mingjue's visage twisted in a fearsome grimace as he abruptly gestured with his hand, prompting nearly 100 of his subordinates to surge forward in unison. The latter segment of the killing formation on Diwa Mountain had been in relentless operation for more than a month. The vast majority had been engrossed in comprehending the martial intent imparted by the Soul Sage, with only a scant few daring to venture forth, for the perils of the latter segment were far more acute. Without absolute strength, none wished to be the first to expose themselves. Yuan Chen and Lu Yuning had initially been unhurried, yet the pressing circumstances now compelled them to enter prematurely as other factions observed Dantai Mingjue's advance. Some hesitated on whether to follow suit, while others had already set forth. Such is the nature of humanity. When others remain calm, one can afford to do so. Yet, once others are agitated, one cannot remain still. Upon entering the latter segment of the killing formation, a dense fog enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Yuan Chen and Lu Yuning clutched each other tightly, both overwhelmed with trepidation. Having lingered on Dua Mountain for so long, they were acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. The Soul Sage's most formidable weapon was his spiritual prowess, and this killing formation primarily employed spiritual assaults, elevated by an entire realm. This meant that martial artists of lower ranks would encounter attacks equivalent to those from martial sovereigns. Martial sovereigns would face assaults from martial generals, and martial generals would contend with strikes from martial kings, while martial kings themselves would endure the spiritual onslaughts of mystic realm martial lords. Thus, it is hardly surprising that few martial kings dared to approach Diwa Mountain. The disparity between the Tao extremity martial kings and the mystic realm martial lords was not merely one of realm, but rather a chasm between the four paths and the three great realms of heaven and earth. It is exceedingly rare for a Tao extremity to withstand the onslaught of a mystic realm, and those who venture forth are destined for death. Even the martial generals are a rare sight. For the rationale is simple. The lower the realm, the easier it is to challenge higher realms. Many prodigies of the initial origin realm can triumph over the trifling figures of the intermediate origin realm, and those of the intermediate origin realm can easily defeat the lesser practitioners of the advanced origin realm. Yet as one ascends to higher realms, be it martial kings, martial lords, or even martial emperors, each is a prodigy in their own right, each blessed with exceptional talent. The gap between them, even within a single tier, is vast, making cross-realm challenges a formidable endeavor. Hence, while Dua Mountain allows practitioners from all four paths to compete, the most formidable martial kings remain elusive, and the presence of martial generals is exceedingly scarce. Thus, this place has become the dominion of martial artists and martial sovereigns. Be cautious. They're coming, Yuan Chen uttered in a low voice. Suddenly, the fog that had swirled above began to purposefully surge into their ears, nostrils, mouths, and even their eyes. Almost instantaneously as the mist invaded, Yuan Chen felt a resonant buzzing within his mind, followed by an overwhelming wave of emotions. Sorrow, despair, hopelessness, and hatred surged forth, flooding his consciousness with negativity. Yuan Chen glanced at Lu Yuning, who, despite her bright eyes, now bore a hint of crimson. Her body trembling violently, he quickly inquired, "Can you endure?" Lu Yunin clenched her teeth. I'm managing. Yuan Chen nodded. The second prince's forces are closing in. We must hasten. With that, he supported Lu Yunin and surged forward. Along the way, he witnessed numerous practitioners afflicted by spiritual attacks, a tableau of varied reactions. Most managed to hold on, gritting their teeth as they rushed onward. Eager to escape this treacherous place, that a rare few simply sat in meditation, summoning all their mental fortitude to resist the onslaught. Others, unable to bear it, sought to retreat, only to become lost in the fog. As they pressed further, a grim sight awaited them. Corpses littered the ground, the remains of those who had ventured into the killing formation and met their demise. Yuan Chen and Lu Yunin circled within the fog for what felt like an eternity before finally discovering a path upward. Just as they set foot upon it, a deafening roar erupted in their minds, the force of the spiritual assault doubling in intensity, while murderous intent akin to a sea of blood and mountains of corpses assailed their spirits, particularly affecting those with a propensity for violence. Die. You shall perish. Kill. Just ahead, two martial sovereigns who had entered before them lost control, succumbing to a frenzy of mutual slaughter. You little brat, you're here too. Then you shall die. At that moment, a fierce killing intent bore down upon Yuan Chen. He looked up to meet the twisted, feral visage of Lao. Until now, Lao had managed to retain a semblance of rationality, unwilling to entangle himself further with Yuan Chen and Lu Yunin. But now, the murderous impulse clearly dominated. The sole piece of good fortune was that the other experts from the L family, affected by the spiritual assault, were not alongside Lao, where Yuan Chen would have faced even greater peril. Gods bear witness. Grant me the chance to slay him with my own hands. You, maintain your sanity. With a single utterance, Yuan Chen drew forth the Lingyun sacred sword and charged forward. Under ordinary circumstances, he would undoubtedly be no match for Lao. However, within this killing formation, he was only subjected to a first-grade martial sovereign spiritual attack, while Lao, a ninth-grade martial sovereign, faced a ninth-grade martial general's assault. The disparity in their burdens was monumental. Lao's strength was significantly hampered, providing Yuan Chen with an opportunity. Roar, perish, seeing Yuan Chen not flee but daring to charge at him. Lao let out a feral roar, wielding his spear with vicious intent as he lunged at Yuan Chen. The spear's speed was astonishing. Yuan Chen initially intended to meet the attack head-on with his sword, but quickly sensed the danger. As he evaded, he redirected his sword to strike from the side at the moment of collision with Lao's spear. Bang! Lao was caught off guard by the unexpected force, and both he and his spear were deflected off course. You little brat, do you think I cannot kill you just because my soul is affected? Die! Lao roared once more, his eyes burning crimson, akin to a wild beast, as he thrust at Yuan Chen with renewed ferocity. Oomph! A glint of coldness flashed across Yuan Chen's face as he executed his intricate swordplay with all his might. Bang! 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 In the dense fog, Yuan Chen and Lao exchanged blows more than 100 times in the blink of an eye. With Yuan Chen clearly at a disadvantage, he had underestimated Lao's prowess. He had not anticipated that, under the influence of a ninth-grade martial general's spiritual assault, Lao could still wield such formidable combat strength. At that moment, another expert from the L family, consumed by murderous intent, lunged at Yuan Chen. Get lost! Yuan Chen bellowed, retaliating to repel the attacker. Yet almost simultaneously, Lao seized the opportunity to charge forward. Yuan Chen's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to evade. But a graceful figure suddenly interposed herself, her sword radiating formidable might to block Lao, and a voice rang out. Yuan Chen, this murderous intent has long since become unbearable for me. I too wish to slay, to vent my frustration. Yuan Chen was about to respond when he suddenly noticed a throng of the second prince's subordinates closing in, prompting him to grasp Lu Yunin and flee. Lu Yunin, upon spotting the pursuers, had no choice but to relent. Kill them. All of them must die. Lao bellowed madly behind them, relentlessly in pursuit. Boom! As Yuan Chen and Lu Yunin traversed half of the killing formation, A more terrifying spiritual force descended upon them. This time, even Yuan Chen felt the pressure, while Lu Yunin gripped her sword tighter, as if the urge to kill was about to overwhelm her. Her serene visage now bore traces of anguish. "Can you still hold on?" Yuan Chen inquired anxiously. Lu Yunin stubbornly nodded. Yuan Chen silently admired her fortitude. This woman was truly remarkable, enduring a spiritual assault far more terrifying than his own, yet managing to remain absolutely clear-headed. One could not help but respect her. Kill! Kill! At that moment, one of the second prince's subordinates, blinded by rage, found his eyes entirely blood-red, howling as he lunged at the nearest Lao. "Kill me! Go to hell!" Lao showed no mercy. Mere moments before, they had been allies, but now they had devolved into mutual slaughter. At this juncture, Lao was gravely influenced by the spiritual onslaught, desiring to eliminate anyone in his path to release his bloodlust. How terrifying! An 8th-grade martial sovereign has succumbed to madness, transforming into a mere puppet of slaughter. Lu Yunin observed, her complexion paling. Yuan Chen nodded. Indeed, it is quite fearsome. The Soul Sage's greatest strength lies in his spiritual methods. His search for a successor undoubtedly demands high standards of spiritual prowess. Few can navigate through it with ease. With worry etched upon her features, Lu Yunin asked, "Can we make it through?" "It seems the potency of the spiritual assaults intensifies the further we go." Yuan Chen responded with a smile. "You are a martial sovereign. You should be able to withstand the martial general-level spiritual attacks with your strength. Even if you cannot, I am here. Should you lose your reason, I will drag you out of the killing formation. As long as you do not strike me." Lu Yuning nodded, recognizing the terrifying nature of the killing formation. This was not a moment for bravado or banter. At this juncture, she could only rely on Yuan Chen. After all, within this deadly array, those with higher cultivation found themselves at a disadvantage, while Yuan Chen, being merely a first-tier martial master at the Dao platform level, occupied the lowest tier among the 4 realms. The two of them exerted their utmost to ascend to the peak of Dui Mountain. Along the way, they witnessed 2 individuals engaged in a deadly struggle, and further ahead, a chaotic melee involving 5 combatants, 2 of whom hailed from the L family. Yuan Chen refrained from seizing the opportunity to kill, nor did he intervene. Allowing the L family members to annihilate each other was preferable. He could not afford to let his focus waver. That individual possesses remarkable speed. Just as Yuan Chen and Lu Yuning were about to traverse 3/4 of the killing formation, they caught sight of a white-haired man moving with astonishing swiftness and steady steps. Clearly in a state of acute awareness. At this stage, even someone like Yuan Chen, the lowest-ranked martial master, found it challenging to maintain clarity of mind amidst the chaos. The opponent was indeed formidable. Chapter 70. The second patriarch of the L family, dead. At this moment, Lu Yuning's weak voice suddenly resonated. She could not continue her words, but her nearly exhausted body and sweat-drenched clothes spoke volumes about the pressure she was enduring. "We must go." Yuan Chen collected his thoughts, supporting Lu Yuning as they hastened their ascent. The soul is an ineffable enigma. Possessing great strength does not necessarily equate to a powerful soul. In a genuine confrontation, Lu Yuning could contend with a 4th-tier martial general for several rounds. Yet against a mental assault from someone a whole realm above her, she was on the brink of collapse. In truth, Yuan Chen was also struggling immensely. Under the immense mental pressure, the number of those who could persist was dwindling. Once the terrifying mental assault breached one's defenses, it could ensnare one within a hallucinatory realm. Roar! Ahead, a cultivator with blood-red eyes was ruthlessly attacking another cultivator who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Their auras were nearly identical. Thrust! One pierced the other's side, yet the latter seemed impervious to pain, viciously driving his sword into the other's chest. "Stop! Stop! You are brothers!" An onlooker attempted to intervene, but as he approached, the 2 combatants mercilessly turned their blades upon him. In their eyes, they were not brothers, but sworn enemies, locked in a battle to the death. The intervener hastily retreated to evade their wrath, ultimately gritting his teeth and abandoning his 2 companions. The dreadfulness of the killing formation was too overwhelming. He could not afford to be distracted, lest he place himself in peril. Not far behind him, a flamboyantly dressed female cultivator was sensuously twisting her body and dancing, shedding her garments without a hint of chill despite the biting cold of the high mountains. Nor any semblance of shame. She had stripped down to her last piece of lingerie, yet showed no signs of halting. As she finally stood completely bare, Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying caught up to her. "Come, Emperor, I'm the finest. I desire you." The female cultivator beckoned to Yuan Chen with a lascivious grin, lost not in a killing illusion, but rather in a realm of desire, envisioning herself in the service of a lofty martial emperor. Lu Yunying's cheeks flushed crimson as she urged, "Do not pay her any mind." Yuan Chen chuckled bitterly. At this moment, who has the leisure to indulge her? Just as they had traversed halfway, a menacing roar echoed behind them. "You little pup. I will kill you. I will kill you." Lao, drenched in blood, frantically pursued them, his eyes now a blood-red hue, dangerously close to losing himself to madness. Yet, even in this state, his spiritual strength astonished Yuan Chen. For the mental assault he endured was far greater than that faced by Lu Yunying. Thrust. As Lao barreled past the naked female cultivator, he thrust his spear through her chest without hesitation. His mind consumed by bloodlust, he cared not whether she was a beautiful woman or anyone else. All he sought was to kill. "Humph, do you still think you can harm me when you're not even lucid?" A chill coursed through Yuan Chen's heart. The greater the pressure on one's soul, the more one's strength would be affected. At this moment, he stood to gain the most. When they first entered the killing formation, everyone's abilities had not been significantly suppressed, and he was no match for Lao. However, now that Lao was courting death, Yuan Chen would naturally oblige him. "Wait for me a moment. I will return shortly," Yuan Chen instructed, and Lu Yunying nodded weakly in agreement. After setting Lu Yunying down, Yuan Chen drew his sword and charged back into the fray. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Upon seeing Yuan Chen turn back, Lao roared like a madman, his eyes aflame as he lunged with his spear aimed at Yuan Chen's head. However, this time his thrust lacked the finesse it once possessed, reduced to a straightforward assault akin to a commoner swinging a club indiscriminately. Though his speed remained rapid and his strength formidable, the threat he posed was negligible. Courting death, Yuan Chen's gaze turned frigid as he effortlessly dodged, simultaneously slashing his sword with ferocity. Thrust, blood sprayed upon the slopes of Dewy Mountain, mingling with the mist and rendering it even more eerie. Lao's abdomen was struck by Yuan Chen's blade. Roar! "I will kill you!" Lao, seemingly impervious to pain, charged once more, his eyes ablaze. Yuan Chen, devoid of mercy, wielded his bloodied sword, casting a dark crimson arc through the air, aimed directly at Lao's spear-wielding arm. Faced with such a strike, Lao did not flinch. He continued his reckless assault toward Yuan Chen's head, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction. Under normal circumstances, such a suicidal approach would be unfathomable. Yet in this instance, none doubted Lao's foolishness. Yuan Chen remained unfazed, twisting his wrist. His sword executed a graceful spin, transforming a cut into a cleave. Thrust, blood spilled to the ground as Lao's right hand, along with the spear, was severed by the sharp blade. On the brink of madness, Lao let out a piercing wail, and the surrounding mist, now tainted with his blood, began to surge violently into his body. Roar, 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 Lao howled to the heavens, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupting from him as he lunged at Yuan Chen like a beast. Has he succumbed to madness? Excellent. Yuan Chen furrowed his brow momentarily before thrusting his sword toward Lao's chest. The unfortunate Lao, a ninth-tier martial sovereign, had effectively impaled himself on Yuan Chen's blade. The second patriarch of the L family, Ying's uncle, is dead. This marked Yuan Chen's second act of vengeance, the first being Manru. Without hesitation, he returned to Lu Yunying's side. Yuan Chen looked up at Lu Yunying, who was now struggling to maintain her composure. No one could endure such a mental assault indefinitely. The longer one remained trapped within the killing formation, the slimmer the chances of survival became. "We must hurry," Yuan Chen urged, supporting Lu Yunying as they moved swiftly. Soon, through the dense fog, the summit came into view. They had finally reached the critical moment. Looking around, those who had managed to endure to this point were few and far between. Their wills remarkably tenacious. Moreover, the vast majority were first-tier martial masters, like Yuan Chen, facing less potent mental assaults due to their lower cultivation, making their ascent comparatively easier. The number of martial sovereigns was significantly reduced, with only a handful possessing stronger wills than Lu Yunying, while most were weaker. Particularly, those of higher cultivation, such as martial generals, were even scarcer. Although Lao had recently succumbed to madness, his spiritual strength was among the pinnacle of ninth-tier martial sovereigns. As for the martial generals, there were indeed some who had ventured into the formation, yet none could withstand the mental assaults of martial kings. At least a few Yuan Chen had observed had all succumbed to illusions. Unable to extricate themselves, an martial king dared to challenge the mountain, and martial generals were exceedingly rare. These were hard-earned lessons of blood. Chapter 71. Sichuan Lezong Dam. This mental force. The moment Yuan Chen stepped into the final stage of Dewey Mountain, his complexion turned pale. He felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered every step forward exceedingly arduous. Casting a glance at Lu Yunying beside him, he saw her eyes devoid of any luster, her body limp and weak, as if under the influence of a narcotic. After traversing 100 paces, Yuan Chen heard a faint moan. He looked down to find Lu Yunying, her face flushed, tightly clutching his arm and gasping for breath. Her gaze clouded with a hint of desire. Recalling the earlier female cultivator, Yuan Chen mused, "Oh my, such a formidable destined female sword saint. Yet beneath it all, she harbors quite the appetite." Although he spoke thus, there was no trace of jest in his heart. This moment, to indulge in frivolity would be akin to courting death. As they traversed halfway through, Lu Yunying, under the influence of her inner demons, became utterly ensnared in an illusion. She not only began to tear at her own garments, but also at Yuan Chen's attire, her mind seemingly consumed by a singular desire for him to grant her a moment of ecstasy. Yuan Chen endured Lu Yunying's tumultuous behavior, quickening his pace at last. Just as Yuan Chen felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, he burst forth at the end of the deadly formation. With a breath, as he stepped out of the lethal array, he and Lu Yunying became the first to emerge successfully, and the terrifying mental assault dissipated instantaneously. Lu Yunying, utterly exhausted, collapsed into Yuan Chen's embrace. After a brief pause, she slowly opened her eyes, only to immediately realize her disheveled state, as well as the marks of kisses and bites adorning Yuan Chen's face, neck, and torn chest. Yuan Chen remarked with a teasing smile, "Although you were trapped in an illusion, you must still recall what transpired moments ago, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly struggled to rise from Yuan Chen's arms, awkwardly turning her back to him as she attempted to adjust her attire. Yuan Chen suppressed a smile as he too straightened his clothing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunying turned to him, her voice laced with a mix of defiance and lingering pride. "I was disrespectful just now, and I apologize for the embarrassment." Yuan Chen replied, "I have already forgotten what occurred." Lu Yunying gazed at him with gratitude. Soon, the melodious notes of a flute resonated through the air, revealing the earlier white-haired man. He played the flute while traversing the mist within the deadly formation, his handsome visage slightly distorted by the horrific mental attacks. The notes he played subtly off-key. Yet, he remained the most lucid individual aside from Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, being the least skilled among them, bore the least pressure from the mental assaults. Coupled with his formidable strength surpassing boundaries, he managed to endure. This man, in his 30s, with flowing white hair and an elegant demeanor, was particularly astonishing due to his cultivation level to a 9th-rank martial sovereign. He withstood the mental attacks akin to those faced by a 9th-rank martial marquis, a feat rarely seen. "Is it you?" The white-haired man clearly recognized Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying, stepping out of the deadly formation with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. His surprise. The two before him had emerged even more swiftly than he had. He clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. "I am Meng Tianfang from the later Zhou dynasty, often referred to as the musical sovereign of Sichuan due to my long residence there. Shall we become friends?" Despite the invitation of friendship, Meng Tianfang carried an air of arrogance, embodying the demeanor of one in a superior position addressing those below him. Before Yuan Chen could respond, Lu Yuning exclaimed, "You're the musical sovereign of Sichuan, Meng Tianfeng." Yuan Chen could not help but interject. "Is he quite renowned?" Of course, Lu Yuning shot him a glance, but he is one of the top 10 martial sovereigns of the later Zhou, widely celebrated. Meng Tianfeng evidently took great pleasure in Lu Yuning's acknowledgement. A proud expression flitting across his face as he remarked, "Are you also from the later Zhou?" Lu Yuning refrained from disclosing her origins, merely offering a soft smile, an unknown individual. Meng Tianfeng chose not to press further. Instead, chuckling, "It is truly a stroke of fate for two individuals from the later Zhou to encounter one another within the borders of the Dayu Empire. Are you also here specifically for the Soul Saint's opportunity?" Lu Yuning nodded. Meng Tianfeng laughed heartily. "Then our fates are not only intertwined, but our luck is also remarkably fortuitous. Traveling thousands of miles from the later Zhou to the Dayu Empire, we fortuitously encounter the Soul Saint actively opening the final contest for his legacy." At that moment, another figure emerged from the deadly formation, a female martial sovereign. "Husband, I will surely succeed. I will cultivate the most powerful techniques. I will make them all die, she bellowed, struggling forward step by step. Her garments were drenched in sweat, outlining her alluring figure, her countenance strikingly beautiful, yet the right side of her face was marred, resembling a burn, rendering her terrifyingly disfigured. And one knew the torment she had endured. The dreadful mental assault continued to assail her, yet her spirit was stronger than Lu Yuning's. In a daze, she found herself transported back to the days spent with her husband. Though it lasted a mere 3 years, they were the happiest of her life. Her husband, unwilling to bear the unjust fate, fought fiercely against his family, and she stood resolutely by his side. His unwavering, defiant gaze, his bloodied, sorrowful blade. That formidable man in adversity was her greatest pride, her sole pillar of strength, until her husband met a tragic end, and she collapsed in a pool of blood. "Ah!" The female martial sovereign suddenly screamed, an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent swelling within her mind. She was on the brink of collapse. Lu Yuning shook her head in silence, acutely aware of the struggles they both faced as women of the martial sovereign realm. Yuan Chen remarked, "But she is close to emerging. Success hangs by a thread." His tone was calm. For the moment, he was merely an onlooker. He had no inclination to risk his safety for a stranger. He lacked the maternal instinct. Had a member of the elf family appeared, he would have seized the opportunity to eliminate them amidst the deadly formation. Meng Tianfeng shared no intention of intervening either. "Ah!" The female martial sovereign's anguished cries echoed as her inner strength surged uncontrollably, propelling her forward in a frenzied assault as if pursuing the enemies who had slain her husband. With a forceful push, she tore through the deadly formation. The overwhelming mental assault suddenly dissipated, causing her to stagger, unable to suppress a violent cough that expelled a copious amount of blood. Yet once the blood was released, her pale, grotesque visage swiftly regained color. Despite her internal injuries, she had persevered. And through this ordeal, her mental fortitude had grown significantly. The more pain and suffering one endures, the more steadfast their spirit becomes. Those who grow under the protection of their elders, experiencing a smooth path, often possess the weakest mental resilience. Applause erupted from Meng Tianfeng. Remarkable. Logically, only those who walk the path of innate martial arts should have a greater chance of overcoming this deadly formation. Yet among the 4 of us, I alone possess innate martial talent. I commend you all. He adopted the demeanor of a judge, his tone condescending. Indeed, he had the credentials to hold such a stance, for few 9th-rank martial sovereigns could navigate the latter half of this deadly formation. Not only was he a 9th-rank martial sovereign, but he was also a powerful musical sovereign who had pursued the path of innate martial arts. Individuals of such caliber naturally regarded those of lower realms, martial masters and martial sovereigns, with an air of superiority. "Oomph!" The female martial sovereign scoffed, disregarding Meng Tianfeng, as well as Yuan Chen and Lu Yuning. Not a fleeting shadow of resentment crossed Meng Tianfeng's face. Hearing Meng Tianfeng's words, Yuan Chen couldn't help but think of Lu Shaowan. Reflecting on the purpose of his journey. Chapter 72. The Beast-Skin Savage and Innate Martial Arts. Yuan Chen whispered to himself, Ever since Guyu suggested he venture to the Doer Mountain, he had inquired extensively about the Soul Saint's legacy, the Nine Lotus Soul Pill, and even about innate martial arts, uncovering much knowledge. The connection between the spirit and soul in innate martial arts is akin to the martial soul in conventional martial arts. It is the foundation and lifeblood. Thus, the souls of those who excel in innate martial arts are significantly stronger than those of ordinary martial cultivators. However, should an innate martial artist's soul suffer harm, it would spell devastation. Dong Xiaowan was such a case. Moreover, the Soul Saint, whose name is established upon the concept of the soul, wields the most formidable techniques concerning the mind and spirit. Therefore, his legacy holds the greatest allure for those skilled in innate martial arts. If even the opportunities here could not rescue Dong Xiaowan, then perhaps there would be no place left to save her. Yuan Chen had to conquer Doer Mountain. As time passed, soon the fifth individual emerged from the deadly formation. Or rather, the fifth group, a staggering assembly of 4 to 5 dozen individuals. These individuals evidently possessed formidable soul power, and although some had succumbed to illusions, they lingered on the brink of consciousness. With the aid of their lucid companions, they could escape the deadly formation, just as Yuan Chen had assisted Lu Yunying. Members of the royal family of the Yu nation, the Doer Mountain lay within the borders of the Dayu Empire, and these Yu nationals were indeed at an advantage, not only due to their proximity, but also their repeated ventures into Doer Mountain. They were well acquainted with its every nuance, and when they dispatched others to navigate the mountain, they were naturally well prepared, selecting individuals with a high likelihood of overcoming the illusory, deadly formation. Meng Tianfeng muttered in frustration, his expression grave. The Yu royal family numbered nearly 100, with over half having successfully traversed the challenges, a remarkably high ratio. Ordinary challengers did not possess such favorable odds. The combined strength of so many talented individuals constituted a formidable force. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Tianfeng gritted his teeth and chose to flee this contentious place. The aloof female martial sovereign remained silent, but quickly selected an unknown direction to escape as well. Lu Yunying turned to Yuan Chen. It is the second prince's people. We should leave too. Yuan Chen nodded. I in the pursuit of opportunity. All are rivals and adversaries. When individuals of comparable strength encounter one another, they may refrain from engaging in combat out of mutual apprehension. However, those of formidable prowess, while they may not actively seek to take lives, pose a grave threat if they resort to indiscriminate killing to eliminate all potential obstacles. Such behavior spells disaster. Even the esteemed female warrior, Meng Tianfeng, is reluctant to take risks, and given that Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying have already incurred the wrath of the second prince, they certainly will not linger. The four of them are resolute. The Dui Mountain is not merely a single peak, but rather an extensive mountain range. The area behind the killing formation is vast enough to allow them to evade the second prince's gaze. Yet, just as they have distanced themselves by 100 zhang, the mist that had coiled around the killing formation suddenly began to swirl, ultimately manifesting as the Soul Saint, Jiang Taixian. This Soul Saint, resembling a living being, gazed intently at Yuan Chen and his companions, who were about to venture deeper into Dui Mountain, and spoke. Young friends, there remains but a month until the 3-month deadline I have set. If you embark on your quest for opportunity now, you shall find nothing. Rather, there will be no turning back from this path. Once you step onto the road of cultivation, you engage in a contest against heaven and earth, and against extraordinary individuals. Many times, life and death will no longer rest in your hands. This secret realm harbors both great opportunities and great dangers. Those who venture forth will have less than a 1 in 10 chance of survival. And even if one survives, the possibility of obtaining the legacy remains uncertain. Should you choose to withdraw now, you may still descend the mountain safely. Press on further, and you shall face the end. Upon hearing the Soul Saint's warning, Yuan Chen and his companions paused momentarily, yet none turned back. Fear of death? If they feared death, they would not have come. Meng Tianfeng, the solitary female warrior, displayed a determination even more steadfast than Meng Tianfeng's. For she had long embraced the belief that success or failure was a matter of life and death. Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying exchanged resigned smiles. They too did not wish to flail about like headless flies. But with someone pursuing them with murderous intent, would they simply wait for death? Within the killing formation, a royal guard observed Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying making their escape and remarked, "My lord, that fellow has fled. He must be afraid of us." The second prince sneered, "Fear is only natural. To lack fear is to be a fool. Merely an ant, not worth our concern. Should we cross paths again, we shall strike him down. If not, he is of no consequence. The Soul Saint's legacy is of paramount importance. As time passed, whether attended to or ignored, the mountain remained steadfast, with the 3-month deadline approaching. The place grew increasingly lively. Within the killing formation, a wild man clad in animal skins and with disheveled hair strode forth. He appeared exceedingly rugged, resembling a true savage, as if he had never bathed in his entire life. Who could have imagined that such a figure would stand as a genuine peak martial master amidst the world? After ceaselessly traveling day and night, I have finally arrived, as long as no martial marquis intrudes. I am invincible. Even if one does, he may not be my match. Let them dare to contend with me. One punch will fell one. Another punch will fell another. The wild man laughed heartily, swinging his fist with a blend of confidence and foolishness. He strode forward boldly, impervious to the waves of terrifying mental assaults that struck him from the killing formation, his speed unaffected. Meanwhile, 100 zhang away, a man and woman were navigating the formation together. The man, with skin that glowed a deep red, was enveloped in crackling electrical energy, effortlessly deflecting all mental attacks. He was none other than the renowned Thunder Martial Sovereign, Xiao Rui. The woman, clad in flowing green robes, possessed an extraordinary aura. Were Yuan Chen to see her, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the prodigious Go player, Zhong Ling, from the Dayu Academy, with whom he had previously crossed paths in the chess hall. As a gifted martial artist, Zhong Ling's soul power was formidable, allowing her to traverse the formation with ease, even engaging in conversation. I never imagined my master would truly permit me to venture into Dewy Mountain. This is all thanks to my senior brother, Xiao Rui proclaimed with pride. Though I am unmatched within my realm, the pursuit of opportunity is hardly a fair contest. The Dantai royal family has dispatched numerous formidable experts from great factions such as the Xiong and Duanmu clans. While our Dayu Academy has only a handful of participants due to Yuan Chen's foolish closure of the mountain, with my junior sister's assistance, our chances of success will be somewhat greater, for she is a 7th-rank martial sovereign with innate talent. His words dripped with arrogance, as he casually downplayed the significance of being unmatched within the same realm. That moment, both Xiao Rui and Zhong Ling caught sight of the wild man, instantly captivated by his presence. For this wild man, under the assault of mental forces, traversed the terrain with even greater ease than they did. Xiao Rui's eyes glinted with fierce intent as he called out, "Friend, your skills are remarkable. You do not appear to be from the Yu Nation, do you?" The wild man ignored him. Xiao Rui's brow furrowed, and he lunged forward. As the distance closed, the crackling energy surrounding Xiao Rui intensified. Not far away, a person who had not yet succumbed to the illusion was frightened into a trance by his presence, likely facing a perilous fate. And one paid heed to that unfortunate soul. This was a duel between the strong. Xiao Rui's hand curled into a claw-like shape, viciously reaching for the wild man. His instincts told him that the opponent was powerful, and he needed to test his mettle. 73rd chapter. The Supreme Radiance Path. Seeking death, the wild man roared, and in an instant, the surrounding space dimmed, while he himself radiated blinding light. With a swift motion, all light converged upon his fist amidst the distortion of space. As he struck, the light swirled like water. Not good. Xiao Rui's expression shifted. The spatial strength within the killing formation was immense. This individual could warp space with a single punch. What kind of power was this? Yet, having initiated the ambush, there was no time left to evade that a claw imbued with thunderous energy collided with a fist radiating blinding light. With a resounding crash, Xiao Rui's arm was deformed, and the lightning that had enveloped him dissipated. The wild man's fist surged forward, landing a devastating blow to Xiao Rui's chest. Pooh. Xiao Rui was propelled backward, spitting blood, and quickly tried to endure his grievous wounds as he tumbled away. Junior sister. "Run!" he shouted amidst his retreat. His pride was severely wounded. Just moments ago, he had boasted of being invincible within his realm, only to be humiliated in such a manner. Losing face was one thing, but the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. With a single punch, he had been gravely injured. This scene startled Zhongling. She was well aware of her senior brother's strength within their realm, even with her innate martial prowess. She was no match for him, let alone considering that Xiao Rui's cultivation was superior, marking him as a top-tier martial sovereign. He had unleashed a powerful strike, yet had fallen so easily. "You think you can escape?" The wild man bellowed, his hair flying wildly as he stomped the ground, gathering light around his legs, and in an instant he charged forward. How fast? Xiao Rui turned to look, nearly paralyzed with fear, with each step the wild man took. The space beneath his feet rippled like water, his speed far surpassing theirs. "I cultivate the thunder path, and my pride lies in my speed and striking power. Yet this brute injures me with a single punch, and his speed is beyond my reach. Where did this freak come from?" In that moment, Xiao Rui regretted provoking such a wild man. "Junior sister, do you have any way to shake him off?" Zhongling gritted her teeth and replied, "We must split up and flee. Split up and flee." Xiao Rui nearly shouted in frustration. He had initiated the ambush, and if they separated, the wild man would undoubtedly pursue him. However, the trouble was of his own making, and he had no face to complain. Thus, the two of them darted away in opposite directions, and indeed, the wild man wasted no time in pursuing Xiao Rui. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful figures had separated by 1,000 zhong at this moment. Zhongling halted, weaving intricate gestures with her hands to conjure a chessboard from her spiritual energy. With a snap, a black piece was placed down, and the space above the wild man's head twisted, a black beam of light crashing down. "Get lost!" the wild man roared, smashing the light beam with a punch. Yet, immediately after, another piece was dropped, and a new beam of light descended one strike after another. Though unable to harm the wild man, they significantly slowed his advance. Seeing this, Xiao Rui's spirits lifted, and he seized the opportunity to escape. "Scoundrels!" the wild man fumed. Turning his wrath toward Zhongling, she swiftly retracted the chessboard and fled. This was the killing formation of Dewey Mountain, not an ordinary place, and a distance of over 1,000 zhong was enough for her to escape. Eventually, the wild man chased left and right in vain, his furious roars echoing. "You two dare to toy with me? Just wait, I will surely take your lives." A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Rui and Zhongling reunited, both shaken, especially Xiao Rui, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. "Senior brother, how can that ugly brute be so powerful? If he were Wu Ho or even Wu Wang, it would be acceptable. However, he is merely a 9th-rank martial sovereign, on par with you. Yet, I have never encountered a martial sovereign of such formidable prowess." Zhongling's heart raced with trepidation. The true contest for opportunity has yet to commence. Yet an individual who appears out of nowhere exudes such terror, placing immense pressure upon her. Xiao Rui, with a grave countenance, remarked, "Junior sister, you cultivate the path of innate martial arts, but do you comprehend why I possess greater strength than you within the same realm?" Zhongling shook her head. "Indeed, senior brother Xiao Rui is exceptionally strong. He has never been defeated within the same realm. Otherwise, how could he be hailed as the mightiest martial sovereign of the Dayu Empire? Favored immensely by our master, Guyu," Xiao Rui continued. "The reason lies in the fact that my cultivation of the Thunder Path is not inferior to your chess path. It is, in fact, even more potent." Zhongling displayed a look of confusion. "Thunder Path?" Xiao Rui nodded proudly. "In the realm of martial arts, there exists a distinction between the Great Path and the Lesser Path. Common weapons such as swords and staffs are merely lesser paths. The forces of heaven and earth, sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, and thunder constitute the Great Path. However, to cultivate the Great Path necessitates an exceptionally high degree of resonance with its forces. Such prodigies are far rarer than those who practice innate martial arts. Hence few have touched upon it, let alone heard of it. I am naturally destined to walk the Thunder Path, which account for my current achievements. Not only I, but also the likes of Dan Taiming Ju and Yi Xinghai are similarly endowed. Otherwise, how could they contend against Wu Hou? Zhongling was taken aback. The second prince Dan Taimingju and Yi Xinghai of the Yi family were both renowned martial sovereigns. Yet they were not practitioners of innate martial arts, but rather surpassed them through the cultivation of a more potent martial path. Xiao Rui inhaled deeply and added, "Yet beyond the great path lies the supreme martial path, a talent that emerges but once in a century. When such individuals appear, they are truly invincible within the same realm." Zhongling's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that the barbarian we encountered earlier cultivates the supreme martial path?" Xiao Rui nodded. "I am reminded of someone, Huangsheng of the Northern Kingdom's Golden Tent Royal Court. The gap between even a minor realm of the sage is far greater than that of a major realm of a martial sovereign. To contend against a sage across a minor realm is akin to climbing the heavens. Yet, Huangsheng was able to transcend 5 realms in his prime, gazing down upon the world, unparalleled in might. Our Dayu Academy is formidable, yet 300 years ago, it faced annihilation, and it was Huangsheng alone who vanquished our enemies and saved us. Huangsheng cultivated the supreme light path. The barbarian's technique earlier must also pertain to the supreme light path. Judging by his attire, he appears to be of northern descent, likely a descendant of Huangsheng." Zhongling suddenly comprehended. Huangsheng is the most revered sage among the northern people. Upon his demise, he left behind all he had within the borders of the Northern Kingdom, including his techniques. After 300 years, while such cultivators of the supreme light path are indeed rare, it would not be excessive for one to emerge in this span. It is merely unfortunate for them that they have encountered such a formidable opponent. Xiao Rui sighed heavily and remarked, "Junior sister, we must not be careless from this point forward. One who cultivates the supreme light path is concerning enough. But I fear there may be a second, third, or even fourth. I, the so-called foremost martial sovereign of the Yu Kingdom, have merely triumphed over Dan Taimingju, Yi Xinghai, and the likes of Xiong Wuji, merely rising talents. Yet, in this vast world, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. Who knows how many concealed prodigies remain unknown? In the face of the strongest sage's legacy, each of these talents and hidden experts has emerged. Moreover, there are powerful individuals from other empires. The 3-month deadline given by the Soul Saint is ample time for them to arrive. We are but 2, and we must proceed with caution." Zhongling felt helpless. It seemed that senior brother Xiao was truly frightened by that barbarian's punch. Nevertheless, she too was willing to be prudent. This contest for the Soul Saint's legacy would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Chapter 74. The 3-month period arrives. The great contest begins. Time flew by, and at last, the 3-month period had arrived. On this day, the space above Yuan Chen and Lu Yuning suddenly twisted, accompanied by a convergence of light. Revealing the voice of the Soul Saint, he gazed down upon Lu Yuning, his voice imbued with a certain mystique. "Speak your name, and if you possess the title of martial sovereign, declare it as well." Lu Yuning murmured softly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Lu Yuning, my mother has always taken pride in me, claiming I am of the Royal Sword sect, yet I do not wish to reveal my brilliance and have kept this title concealed." Never declaring it publicly, the Soul Saint did not utter another word. His gathered form simply dissipated. Yuan Chen was taken aback. Didn't he inquire further? Didn't he even spare him a glance? Was this a sign of disdain? At that moment, Lu Yuning nervously asked, "Yuan Chen, my mind was affected just now. I remember nothing. What transpired?" Yuan Chen shrugged, feeling vexed. "The Soul Saint inquired about your name, and you answered him. Was it really that simple? Just like that? Who knows what he intends to do?" A similar scene unfolded throughout the Du Mountain. The second prince looked towards his bodyguard. "What just happened to me?" A trusted martial sovereign immediately responded with respect. "Li Hong, the ruler of the Golden Tent Royal Court, has conferred upon you the title of Light Fist Sect, the esteemed Yi family's 3rd-generation heir. Yi Xinghai is of the Wind Forest Sword sect within the Dayu Empire. Xiaomeng, the legitimate son of King Gu Xiaojin, is known as the Sword Apprentice." One by one, powerful figures responded, and after a quarter of an hour, the massive dewy mountain trembled as an overwhelming aura spread forth. "What is happening? No, I am on the verge of success. No, no, no." A cultivator, trapped within the killing formation, roared in reluctance, as an invisible force began to expel him from the Due Mountain. Not only him, but many others ensnared in the illusion of the killing formation, nearly destined for death, were also relocated, thus saving their lives. Simultaneously, those who had traversed the killing formation lifted their heads, especially the likes of Lu Yun-ing, the bee-skin barbarian, and Dan Tai Ming-ju, who could vaguely discern what was afoot. They beheld a hazy light in the sky, which coalesced into the figure of the Soul Saint. This time, the Soul Saint's apparition was immense, capable of surveying the entirety of the Due Mountain. Dear young friends, his voice resonated throughout every corner of the Due Mountain this moment. The entire Due Mountain fell into an eerie silence, with only the voice of the Soul Saint echoing. A breathtaking sight to behold. The 3-month period has concluded. Now, those genuinely capable of contending for my legacy have surely arrived. From today onward, the Due Mountain shall be sealed, prohibiting any further ascent. Simultaneously, the contest for opportunity officially commences. It is about to begin, truly worthy of the contest for the strongest sage's legacy. The previous killing formations and the terrifying soul and mind assaults were merely preliminary trials. The grand performance has yet to commence. Those who had passed through the killing formation were filled with exhilaration. Some had awaited 3 months, others for over a month. All had longed for this day. The Soul Saint continued from high above. Today, within the Due Mountain, there are a total of 1,278 contenders. I shall select the top 40 to become registered disciples, imparting to them the Soul Path's 12 volumes, the Formation Path's 9 volumes, and the Alchemy Path's 10 volumes. 10 years hence, among these 40, the 4 who achieve the highest in soul, formation, and alchemy shall be my direct disciples, receiving the entirety of my legacy. The method for selecting registered disciples will be based on the scores acquired through the contest for alchemical pills. With the highest scores prevailing within 100 days, the Soul Saint began to elaborate on the rules, and everyone listened intently, not daring to miss a single word. It was revealed that hidden within the Due Mountain were 1,003 Lotus Soul pills, each worth 1 point. Additionally, there were 105 Lotus Soul pills, each worth 10 points, 7 Lotus Soul pills, each worth 100 points, and finally, the most precious 9 Lotus Soul pill, worth 1,000 points. In total, there were 4,000 points to be scored. The top 40 scores within 100 days would emerge victorious. The rules were simple and clear. Yet, the challenge was daunting. Over 1,000 contenders vying for merely 40 spots, less than 30 to 1. It must be noted that these over 1,000 individuals were already the CRME de la Sarme of the strong. Only 9 Lotus Soul pill? Yuan Chen's expression darkened. Lu Yunning reassured. It's all right. If we cannot secure the 9 Lotus Soul pill, there are still chances to obtain several 7 or 5 Lotus Soul pills. To advance. 0.19 Lotus Soul pill equates to 1,000 points. Acquiring it would guarantee advancement, and it would almost certainly ensure first place. Lu Yunning could imagine how fierce the competition for that 9 Lotus Soul pill would be. Moreover, her and Yuan Chen's strength was not particularly outstanding, rendering their chances rather bleak. No, I must contend for the 9 Lotus Soul pill. Yuan Chen shook his head, clenching his fists. The 9 Lotus Soul pill is the premier divine medicine for restoring the mind and enhancing the soul's realm. He was uncertain whether the lower-tier soul pills could save Dong Xiaowan. All he knew was that if the 9 Lotus Soul pill could not save her, then no divine medicine would. Thus, he must obtain the 9 Lotus Soul pill. At that moment, the voice of the Soul Saint resonated through the high skies once more. I shall release the top 100 points ranking every 10 days for your reference and consideration. Today marks the inaugural announcement. First on the points chart, Guoming Quan Sect, Li Hong, with the highest combat power, points, 0.2 on the points chart. Meteor Marquis, Mu Qiansan, with the second highest combat power, points, 0.3 on the points chart. Luo Bin Marquis, Shi Rumong, with the third highest combat power, points, 0.4 on the points chart. Puyang Marquis, He Tsuing, with the fourth highest combat power, points, 0. Fifth on the points chart, Tantian Martial Sect, Zhong Zheng, with the fifth highest combat power, points, 0.6 on the points chart. Falling Cherry Spear Sect, Zhengwu, with the 6th highest combat power, points 0. 7th on the points chart, Blade Disciple, Xiaomeng, with the 7th highest combat power, points 0.8th on the points chart. Suya Marquis, Wu Song, with the 8th highest combat power, points 0.9th on the points chart. Flowing Cloud Martial Sect. Yin Shidong, with the 9th highest combat power, points 0.10th on the points chart. Yu Sword Sect, Tai Xinlan, with the 10th highest combat power, points 0.11th on the points chart. Lei Yi Martial Sect. Xiao Rui, with the 11th highest combat power, points 0.18th on the points chart. Royal Martial Sect, Dan Tai Mingjue, with the 18th highest combat power, points 0.19th on the points chart. Wind Four Sword Sect. Yi Xinghai, with the 19th highest combat power, points 0.92nd on the points chart. Wang Dao Sword Sect. Lu Yunying, with the 61st highest combat power, points 0. Upon the unveiling of the ranking, the entirety of Dui Mountain erupted in an uproar. Clearly, in a context where everyone had 0 points, the rankings were entirely based on strength. Yet, nearly everyone found it impossible to accept this hierarchy that I was relegated to the 11th position, failing to even breach the top 10. On a high hill of Dui Mountain, Xiaorui stood in stunned silence. 4 formidable martial marquis had unexpectedly navigated through the killing array. Their strength surpassed his own, and though the brute who had cultivated the supreme Guangming Dao was indeed stronger. What the so-called Tantian Martial Sect, Blade Disciple, and Yu Sword Sect, he had never even heard of them, yet they were deemed stronger. In that instant, Xiao Rui's long-standing pride and arrogance were doused in a deluge of cold water. After all, this was the ranking of the Supreme Saint, and he dared not question its accuracy. Yet he had always considered himself the strongest martial sect, even if he could not attain the pinnacle. Surely the top 3 were within reach. Now he could not even make the top 10. On the opposite side of Dui Mountain, the second prince, Dan Tai Mingjue, wore an equally grim expression. He had always believed that only that fellow Xiao Rui could barely overshadow him. Yet here he was languishing in 18th place. He felt as though he might vomit blood. 18th place did not even qualify him among the first-tier powerhouses. One of his trusted aides spoke harshly. "Your Highness, I see this as a blessing in disguise." The second prince turned his gaze. The aide continued. "In this vast world, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some prodigies conceal themselves more deeply than others, but this time, the Soul Saint's legacy has drawn everyone out. If we seize this opportunity to eliminate them all, then your Highness would become the true number 1 martial sect in the realm. Looking further ahead, if you were to break through to Martial Marquis, you would certainly be the foremost in that rank, and even ascend to Martial King, Martial Sovereign, and Martial Emperor as the unrivaled champion. With no opponents left, would that not be a fortuitous outcome?" The second prince's eyes brightened. "Indeed, fortune often lies hidden within misfortune, and misfortune is reliant upon fortune. The sudden emergence of so many powerful rivals may seem detrimental. Yet it could very well transform into an opportunity, provided we eliminate them all. Who could contend with him in the future martial world?" Another aide, skilled in reading the room, noticed the shift in the second prince's demeanor and snorted in agreement. "Exactly. We have nearly 50 strong martial sects here. Each one is formidable. With 50 of us united, who cares about Guangming Quan's sect, Meteor Marquis, or Luo Bin Marquis? If men block our path, we shall slay them. If demons obstruct us, we shall annihilate them. Your Highness, you are the true embodiment of strength." The second prince finally smiled. Although other major powers had also sent representatives, he was confident that in terms of overall strength, he was indeed the most formidable and had the best chance of seizing the Soul Saint's legacy. I lingered at the periphery. Lu Yunying smiled at Yuan Chen, her spirits unscathed by the rankings. After all, Meng Tianfeng, the renowned figure from the Zhou Empire's Sichuanla sect, had only secured the 29th position. She was merely a 4th-grade martial sect practitioner, far from a 9th grade. To be among the 100 strong was already an impressive feat. Yuan Chen, however, wore a look of despair. The Soul Saint has provided us no chance to muddle through. This point's ranking, updated every 10 days, makes it seem ordinary yet reveals the true strength of individuals. Those who are seemingly weak can stealthily seek out soul pills, but with this ranking, one's strength is laid bare, and the distribution of soul pills becomes transparent. It all becomes a contest in the open, making it exceedingly difficult for those of insufficient strength. The more he thought, the more helpless he felt. Within the sea of his soul, the nightmare demon chuckled ominously. "Are you afraid?" Yuan Chen replied, "Not afraid. I simply feel that I have arrived too early at Dewey Mountain." The upheaval at Dewey Mountain was a direct consequence of his arrival, compelling the soul saint to initiate the ultimate contest. Thus, had he arrived a few years later, the ultimate contest for the legacy would have been delayed as well, presenting no cause for concern. But now he was here, having barely just broken through to the Tao platform realm. He was merely a pitiable first-grade martial artist. Even if he could challenge those of higher realms, he could only contend with ordinary third- or fourth-grade martial sects. Yet the 100 strongest individuals, even the one ranked last, likely possessed the strength of ninth-grade martial sects. After all, Lu Yunying could nearly challenge a first-grade martial marquis, yet she barely ranked 92nd. How could he, so weak, compete with the leading martial sect powerhouses for the opportunity? Especially when he needed to acquire the singular 9 Lotus Soul Pill. The predicament indeed felt rather daunting. The nightmare demon remarked slyly, "In the pursuit of this opportunity, strength is essential, but luck is even more crucial. To obtain the Soul Pill, one must first locate it. That I can guide you in the right direction." Yuan Chen paused, taken aback by the elder's implication of aiding him in the search for the Soul Pill. The nightmare demon said, "You don't doubt my abilities, do you?" Yuan Chen quickly replied, "Of course not, but are you not seeking to test me through the contest at Dewey Mountain? Why extend your assistance?" The nightmare demon grinned. Securing the Soul Pill will elevate you on the points ranking. While the strong can ascend the ranks, you, despite your weakness, will inevitably become a target for many. That will be your true trial. We shall see if you dare to face it." Indeed, there was a scheme at play. Yuan Chen hesitated in his mind before resolutely stating, "Then I thank you, Elder." He had come to seize the 9 Lotus Soul Pill. If he were to cower even with the nightmare demon's assistance, what was the point of his arrival? Fear would be his undoing. With that thought, his gaze grew resolute. The nightmare demon chuckled, "Excellent." In an instant, Li Hong, Yi Xinghai, Meng Tianfang, and all the other strong contenders were captivated by the Soul Saint's unveiled points ranking. Aside from Li Hong of Guomingquan's sect, who stood there grinning foolishly, the others believed themselves powerful, only to be publicly humiliated by the ranking. That moment, a resounding hum erupted. In the distance, a radiant pillar of light soared into the heavens, shimmering with 7-colored brilliance. A 7 Lotus Soul Pill had been discovered. "Quick, over there, hurry!" The multitude of cultivators who had just been discussing the points ranking instantly dashed towards the light, fearing that they would be too late and allow others to seize the prize. 1 7 Lotus Soul Pill equated to 100 points. Securing advancement was a certainty. Who wouldn't be envious? Had someone truly found the 7 Lotus Soul Pill so quickly? Yet, with me present, they would not claim it. Merely 5 miles from the colorful radiance stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns. Initially appearing as if he were intoxicated, his eyes glazed, but suddenly, his gaze ignited with a piercing brilliance. With a flick of his hand, a large brush appeared. Beneath the dance of dragons and phoenixes, the character for urgent was inscribed in the void. As the character emerged, the surrounding flow of celestial energy was drawn into in the next instant. The urgent character, imbued with formidable might, hurtled towards the source of the 7-colored light. The black-robed man soared into the sky, his fighting spirit ablaze as he rushed forward. Indeed, this was the extraordinary ability only attainable by a Tao transformation martial marquis. This man was none other than He Tsuing, the 4th strongest on the points chart. "Junior sister, act swiftly." Xiao Rui's eyes instantly reddened as he hurriedly glanced at Zhongling beside him. During this contest at Dewey Mountain, he truly felt the weight of pressure, completely shedding the arrogance he had possessed prior to their arrival. Zhongling nodded, placing a chess piece down, and in that instant, a brilliant array of colors illuminated the surroundings as a white beam of light descended from above, striking fiercely. Within mere moments, a series of terrifying, innate martial powers cascaded down upon the area where the seven lotus soul pill had appeared, launching a relentless assault on that entire region. Ordinary martial arts involve close combat with swords and blades. When the distance is too great, even the mightiest warrior is rendered powerless. Yet innate martial arts, grounded in formidable spiritual strength, harness the forces of nature. For them, launching an attack from several miles away is not a challenge. Attempting to snatch treasures right under their noses is no simple feat. So many innate martial arts experts. The surrounding cultivators were left in shock that it was no wonder that many powerful figures found their standings on the leaderboard diminished beyond expectations. Merely the appearance of a single soul pill had drawn forth such a multitude of unknown experts. Just how many masters lurked within Dewy Mountain? Chapter 76. The first soul pill, Yuan Chen. We should hurry to seize it. Lu Yunying urged Yuan Chen, her expression tinged with urgency. Yuan Chen retorted, "The seven lotus soul pill is incredibly precious, and being the first of its kind, it will undoubtedly attract numerous skilled contenders. Are you not concerned about our ability to compete?" Lu Yunying raised her chin defiantly, stating, "If one fears every challenge, how can I ever cultivate the royal way sword?" A valid point. Yuan Chen acknowledged with a mischievous grin, yet added, "But we shall not partake in the fray." Lu Yunying was taken aback. "Are you, too, afraid to pursue the royal way sword?" Yuan Chen shook his head and whispered mysteriously, "I can locate where the soul pill is concealed. Why engage in a fight when I can simply collect it?" "Is that true?" Lu Yunying gasped, her mouth forming an O of disbelief. Yuan Chen's pride swelled further. "In our expedition through Dewy Mountain, we are destined to cross paths. Let it be known that I will look after you. My brother, that I shall seek the soul pill, and when it comes to a fight, we shall share it 3-7. Lu Yunying smirked slyly. "You take 3, and I take 7? Yuan Chen, get lost." As the two bantered, their spirits lifted, and they began to head in another direction. Along the way, they encountered two groups of individuals also searching for soul pills, yet no conflicts arose, for no one wished to make enemies without cause. Trusting in Yen Mo's guidance, Yuan Chen quickly navigated through layers of arrayed fog and located the first soul pill. This soul pill was the size of a pigeon egg, its color a milky white. Surrounded by a layer of colorful, lotus-like aura, exuding an aura of auspiciousness, it was indeed a 5 lotus soul pill. Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying exchanged excited glances. Hearing Yuan Chen boast was one thing, but witnessing his claims materialize was another. In that moment, Lu Yunying felt a surge of exhilaration, finding Yuan Chen increasingly agreeable. "According to our agreement, I shall take 2, and you shall take 1. That I will not be polite with this one," Yuan Chen said with a cheerful demeanor as he approached the soul pill within 3 zhang. Layers of flowing light suddenly surged forth, enveloping the soul pill in protection. Simultaneously, a message flashed in Yuan Chen's mind. To claim the soul pill, one must breach 10 layers of restrictions with a power exceeding 5 levels. With each layer breached, colorful rays would soar into the sky, echoing for 10 miles around. Thus, competition ensues, where the superior prevails over the inferior. No wonder the area surrounding the 7 lotus soul pill erupted with colorful rays before. The soul saint surely fears we might not engage in conflict. However, merely exceeding 5 levels of power is a trivial task for me. Seizing the opportunity while no one else is around, I shall take the soul pill and flee before anyone can react. Lu Yunying could no longer contain her impatience. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. If you don't, I will," Yuan Chen replied. "The moment I disturb the soul pill, colorful rays will shoot into the sky, attracting everyone within 10 miles. Once I take the soul pill, we must run." "All right," Lu Yunying readily agreed, not one to underestimate the situation. Yuan Chen cautiously approached the soul pill's restrictions. Whoosh! He drew his sword. A powerful sword chi sliced through the air, shimmering brilliantly, cleaving open a layer of flowing light. Simultaneously, the severed light transformed into colorful rays that ascended into the sky, visible to those far away. Lu Yunying's face slightly changed. She realized that this time, she and Yuan Chen had been exposed. Just as it had been with the 7 lotus soul pill, Yet Yuan Chen showed no hesitation. Break, 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 break. Yuan Chen did not strike once, but rather unleashed 10 strikes in an instant. The 10 layers of restrictions shattered within a breath. For those whose strength barely allowed them to challenge 5 levels higher, it would take considerable time to prepare a single strike. To unleash 10 strikes would require even longer. But Yuan Chen, at the first grade martial master level, could contend with 3rd grade or even 4th grade martial generals, surpassing 10 levels with ease. He required no build-up to deliver 10 strikes. Let us go. Yuan Chen waved his hand, storing the 7 Lotus Soul Pill into his spatial ring, and pulled Lu Yunying along as they fled. Did we really just acquire a 5 Lotus Soul Pill? Lu Yunying was somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, she thought of the 7 Lotus Soul Pill and the 9 Lotus Soul Pill. The 7 Lotus Soul Pill required 10 strikes surpassing one's own 7 levels of cultivation, which was no easy feat. Even she could not accomplish it. The vibrant rays that had lingered where the 7 Lotus Soul Pill appeared surely indicated that no one had managed to breach the restrictions that as for the 9 Lotus Soul Pill. It demanded 10 strikes surpassing one's own 9 levels of cultivation. Lu Yunying believed that aside from Yuan Chen, none could achieve such a feat, not even the so-called light fist Sax Li Hong. This meant that the Soul 9 Lotus Soul Pill would remain unreachable for anyone else who found it. With this realization, Lu Yunying felt increasingly optimistic about the path ahead. Just minutes after their departure, 3 experts arrived at the scene. Gone? The moment the colorful rays vanished, I sensed something amiss. I didn't expect it to have truly been snatched away. According to previous reports, to obtain the 7 Lotus Soul Pill, one must consecutively breach 10 layers of restrictions, with each layer requiring power exceeding 7 levels beyond one's own. The 5 Lotus Soul Pill, however, required only 5, instantly unleashing 10 strikes, each surpassing one's own 5 minor realms. Indicates that the opponent is formidable. The 3 exchanged solemn glances. If it were a martial general, they could challenge 5 levels higher, and such individuals would likely be on the top 100 leaderboard. People of that caliber are not ones we can contend with. It's fortunate we did not encounter them at that moment. A terrifying energy began to coalesce in the sky above, and the next instant, a dark beam of light surged downwards. Be careful. The leading martial general shouted, unsheathing the sword at his waist and delivering a powerful strike towards the sky. Boom! The massive blade's aura collided with the dark light, causing the blade's energy to dissipate while significantly weakening the dark beam. The remaining 2 joined forces and managed to fully deflect the dark light. We must leave this perilous place. We have yet to even see what the Soul Pill looks like, and we have become targets for all. The 3 cultivators hastily retreated. Royal Waysword Sect. Lu Yunying, deep within Dui Mountain, Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying were traversing a ridge when 5 figures suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. Leading them was a stunning woman clad in a white robe. Xiao Xianin, ranked 87th on the leaderboard. Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying exchanged a surprised glance, though they did not know Xiao Xianin personally. When the Soul Saint announced the top 100 rankings, an inexplicable sensation filled their minds. A feeling so peculiar it defied verbal explanation. Yet upon encountering anyone from the top 100, they would instantly recognize one another. There are few women on the leaderboard. I didn't expect to meet Miss Lu here, Xiao Xianin said with a faint smile, casting a glance at Yuan Chen, who made no impression in her mind, indicating he was not among the top 100. Thus, she paid him little heed. Lu Yunying regarded Xiao Xianin and said, earlier, colorful rays appeared here, prompting my friend and me to rush over, but before we could reach it, the rays vanished. Might Miss Xiao know the whereabouts of that 5 Lotus Soul Pill? Xiao Xianin paused momentarily, then chuckled wryly. I was about to inquire with Miss Lu, yet it seems you have already asked me. So you have no knowledge? Lu Yunying pressed. I do not know. As they conversed, they gradually drew closer. Whoosh! They brushed past each other, both keenly observing and remaining cautious. Neither party knew whether the other's words bore truth. Should they cross paths at the sight of the Soul Pill, a battle could erupt at any moment, necessitating careful vigilance. However, until the very end, neither side made a move, merely passing each other by. Chapter 77. The second realm of the soul in Xiao Xianin's camp. A cultivator coldly inquired, Sister Xiao, Shall we not eliminate them and see if they possess a soul pill? Xiao Zhan coldly remarked. Lu Yuning's strength is not significantly inferior to mine, that if we could ascertain that they possess soul pills, it would indeed be worth our while to take action. However, engaging in a reckless brawl without any knowledge of the situation is far too perilous. The others nodded in agreement, given that both sides were roughly equal in power. Even if they managed to eliminate their opponents, they would undoubtedly incur substantial losses themselves. That it would be one thing if they had soul pills. Without them, such an endeavor would be utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen raised a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive! You retreated by advancing, successfully stalling the opponent with your inquiry." Lu Yuning smiled slyly and added, "But it is also a matter of our comparable strengths. Had there been too great a disparity, they would likely have attacked us directly." Yuan Chen nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the harsh truth that in this world, strength speaks louder than words. Without formidable might, clever tactics are of little consequence. That he stated, "It should be safe now. I will consume the 5 Lotus Soul pill first." "What? You are giving up your points?" Lu Yuning exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Chen chuckled. "What is there to fear? There will be plenty of soul pills available later, and what I acquire may not necessarily be my own. What truly matters is what I ingest." After some contemplation, Lu Yuning chose not to dissuade him further this moment. Both of them desperately required an enhancement of their abilities, and one of the simplest methods to achieve this was through refining soul pills. The soul pills crafted by the Soul Sage are the foremost sacred medicine for enhancing the mind and spirit in the world. The mind and spirit are crucial not only for gifted martial artists but also for ordinary practitioners. For instance, when an ordinary martial artist seeks to break through from the 4th realm to the profound realm, they face the trial of inner demons. If their mind and spirit are not sufficiently robust, not only will they fail to break through, but they may also place their lives in jeopardy. The same applies to breakthroughs from the profound realm to the earth realm and from the earth realm to the celestial realm, with each trial growing progressively more formidable. Thus, those at the peak of the martial path, be it martial kings of the extreme realm, martial sovereigns of the profound realm, earth emperors, or even martial saints of the celestial realm, are exceedingly eager for the opportunities presented by the Soul Sage, though they are unable to personally compete for them. Although Yuan Chen does not yet face the trial of inner demons, strengthening his mind and spirit will undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his abilities. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Chen produced the 5 Lotus Soul pill and swallowed it whole. Within his abdomen, the soul pill dissolved, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy began to radiate outward. Yuan Chen's initial sensation was that this ethereal spiritual power, almost tangible in its essence, surged into his limbs and bones, eventually merging with his consciousness. Soon after, Yuan Chen's awareness commenced an ascension into an inscrutable realm. The cold wind howled like a blade, stinging his face, while the sky darkened, the setting sun resembling blood, and the air was thick with the scent of carnage. He beheld the 2 mightiest members of the L family, LC and LAO, personally torturing a young boy, carving his flesh with each stroke of their blades. The boy's agony intensified with each passing moment, eliciting a more ferocious greed in their eyes. Reminiscent of demons, the boy's blood flowed upon the altar, staining it crimson as it followed the eerie patterns of the array. The altar's center stood his betrothed. How could one describe her? Enchanting, elegant, alluring, and exuding an icy demeanor that emanated a deadly allure to men. He gazed at her, as if striving to unveil her true nature. She, in turn, regarded him with indifference, devoid of any guilt or remorse, only scornfully retorting, "A mere touch and your resolve crumbles. You, the young supreme, are no different from any other despicable man. Did you truly believe I held affection for you? My interest lies solely in your martial soul. Beneath the heavens, none could capture my heart. I aspire to become the empress of eternity, and you shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to supremacy, a pitiable pawn manipulated at my whim." "Ha!" The youth laughed maniacally. Realizing the absurdity of his situation, he thought of how his father had sold off much of their estate merely to afford a dowry deemed worthy, urging him to hasten his proposal. He recalled his frantic journey over hundreds of miles, only to unwittingly walk into a trap. He mocked himself as the most laughable jester under heaven. Yuan Chen, Yuan Chen, Yuan Chen. At that moment, a voice filled with concern broke through to Yuan Chen's ears, pulling him back from the abyss of his thoughts. Hey! Yuan Chen sighed deeply, surprised that the 5-lotus-ol pill had allowed him to relive a year ago as an observer, now with greater strength and a vastly different situation. Looking back on those unwillingly recalled memories, his emotions were stirred in a way he could hardly articulate. Lu Yunying cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" She noticed Yuan Chen's clenched fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Blood seeping from the wounds. His expression had only added to her worry, as tears streamed down his face. Throughout, Lu Yunying had viewed Yuan Chen as possessing an inexplicable aura of heroism, embodying resilience and lofty aspirations. Such a man should never be reduced to tears of weakness. Yet witnessing Yuan Chen's earlier demeanor had profoundly shaken her. "It's nothing." Yuan Chen forced a smile, attempting to divert the topic. "This 5-lotus-ol pill is truly remarkable. It has propelled my spirit to the second realm." Lu Yunying gasped in astonishment. The second realm of the spirit. Yuan Chen nodded. He could feel the immense power of his spirit, a mystical sensation as if he could discern the celestial patterns governing the rise and fall of day and night. Closing his eyes, his spiritual energy expanded, revealing the flora, fauna, and even the smallest creatures within his consciousness, all crystal clear. Not only could he see, but should he cultivate his innate martial arts, the range of his spirit's power would dictate the distance from which he could launch attacks. This was the secret behind the long-range capabilities of gifted martial artists. "We must quickly seek out more soul pills. I too wish to elevate my spirit to the second realm," Lu Yunying urged, filled with envy and anticipation. For ordinary martial artists, the foundation of their practice lies in their martial soul. For gifted practitioners, the foundation is their spirit. Martial soul levels are categorized from 1 to 9, and spirit levels correspondingly from 1 to 9 realms. A higher spirit realm not only grants immunity to the trials of inner demons and illusions, but also shields them from gifted martial artists. In fact, when the spirit realm reaches a certain level, even those without inherent talent can forcibly cultivate gifted martial arts. Take Dong Xiaowan, for example. She possesses extraordinary talent, but a feeble spirit. Hence, while she learns the lute rapidly, Ying exploits her weakness, inflicting grievous harm. Similarly, Wang Dong's path at the Dayu Academy aims to bolster his spirit realm through the accumulation of exceptional resources, forcing him to cultivate gifted martial arts, despite his lack of inherent talent. Conversely, Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying, both prodigies in swordsmanship with commendable martial soul levels, are set to achieve greatness unparalleled among their peers. Should their spirit realms rise further, they would truly eliminate any weaknesses, standing invincible. Chapter 78. Battle with the martial sect Yuan Chen. Halt. Just as Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying were searching for soul pills, a commanding voice rang out. A group of individuals burst forth from the ravine behind them, led by a seemingly ordinary man whose eyes, however, gleamed with an unsettling sharpness. Yuan Chen's expression shifted as he recognized the royal guard's embroidered robes adorning the man. He was a subordinate of the second prince. "Is that Fei Zhong, ranked 90 on the 100-strong list?" Lu Yunying's brow furrowed in recognition. Thanks to the Soul Sage's influence, the masters who ascended the 100-strong list were easily identifiable. At that moment, a cold smile spread across Fei Zhong's face. Accompanied by his 4 companions, I bid to seize as many soul pills as possible. The second prince had divided his forces into 10 smaller teams, each led by a master. Their team was fortunate enough to be helmed by the formidable Fei Zhong, a prominent figure just beneath the second prince himself. Encountering the second strongest team while targeting Yuan Chen was a fortuitous opportunity indeed. Oh, and we have the expert ranked 92 in the 100-strong list as well. Fei Zhong cast a glance at Lu Yunying, recognizing her too. Yet he dismissed her with indifference, confident in his superior ranking and the strength of his 4 allies. "My friend, it would be wise for us to avoid unnecessary conflict," Lu Yunying warned with a cold huff. "Avoid unnecessary conflict? Huh. Slaying you to claim credit with the second prince certainly qualifies as unnecessary conflict, does it not?" "Attack!" Fei Zhong suddenly gestured, and his four subordinates charged forward. Fei Zhong himself joined the fray. Boom! A formidable wave of blade energy, surpassing that of an ordinary ninth-rank martial sect, erupted from him, directly assaulting Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying. "Kill me, with you lot." Yuan Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as the Lingyun sword was drawn in an instant. Lu Yunying was even more direct. Without uttering a word, she launched herself into battle. With her sword dancing gracefully, a series of rippling water-like waves surged forth, clashing head-on with Fei Zhong's blade energy in a fierce confrontation, resulting in a stalemate. Star Compass. Yuan Chen, wielding the Lingyun sword, issued a commanding shout that, in an instant, a magnificent array of starlight manifested above, enveloping Fei Zhong's blade radiance entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling blade energies, which had been clashing with the torrent of energy, were immediately shattered by the overwhelming starlight. With a decisive swing of his sword, Yuan Chen unleashed the Lingyun sword, infused with the concentrated essence of celestial light, hurtling towards Fei Zhong with breathtaking speed. In that fleeting moment, ripples in space and beams of starlight surged forth. Fei Zhong found himself flustered, but at that critical juncture, two of his martial sovereigns sprang into action, successfully intercepting Yuan Chen's onslaught. Fei Zhong bellowed, "Zhangyang, Do Inshi, this Yuan Chen has merely just broken through to the martial master realm. Do you two martial sovereigns find it difficult to subdue him?" His crimson eyes blazed with fury, astonished that the two adversaries could combine their strength so effectively, despite Yuan Chen's relatively low cultivation. The starlight proved to be a significant hindrance, placing him at a disadvantage. One martial sovereign confidently declared, "Rest assured, my lord, even two of us would suffice, let alone four." Another added, "The one who issued the public challenge, Lu Ying, is merely a third-tier martial master. Can he truly surpass her? We shall dispatch him as easily as one would a mere dog." "Very well," Fei Zhong growled, swinging his seemingly ordinary battle knife towards Lu Yunying. Unyielding, Lu Yunying retaliated with her sword, the shadow of her blade carving an arc through the air. The clash of their weapons revealed both combatants exhibiting prowess beyond the ordinary ninth-tier martial sovereign, an almost requisite standard for the top 100 rankings. Seizing a moment amidst the fray, Lu Yunying glanced at Yuan Chen and inquired, "Can you handle those four?" Yuan Chen nodded in affirmation, prompting Lu Yunying to do the same. Yet Fei Zhong erupted in laughter. "Ha! A mere child who has just breached the martial master realm dares to confront two high-tier martial masters and two martial sovereigns. He is truly unaware of his own mortality." Zhang Yang and Do Inshi, the two martial sovereigns, seethed with rage. "You insolent brat! Do you dare belittle us?" they roared, charging towards Yuan Chen, with the two martial masters closely trailing behind. "Come forth, let the path of the stars be unveiled." Yuan Chen brandished the Lingyun sword, and under the amplification of starlight, his speed surged to an alarming level. "What?" The two martial sovereigns were momentarily taken aback. In that instant of their bewilderment, Yuan Chen deftly maneuvered around them, targeting the two martial masters. These two martial masters, one at the 8th tier and the other at the 9th, were elite selections by the second prince, yet they paled in comparison to the martial sovereigns. Choosing the easier targets first, he unleashed his sword. The essence of the sword erupted forth, a terrifying brilliance engulfing the two martial masters. "No, spare us, they cried in desperation, faced with Yuan Chen's full-force assault. The two martial masters barely had time to muster any semblance of defense before they were ruthlessly annihilated. This left Zhang Yang and Do Inshi utterly dumbfounded. He had just recently broken through to the martial master realm. How could he possess such strength? With a single strike, he had slain two top-tier martial masters, leaving them defenseless, a feat even they could not achieve. At that moment, Yuan Chen advanced towards them. "Get lost." Zhang Yang, also a swordsman, felt the threat of death looming and roared in madness, fiercely engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Do Inshi, stationed at a distance, revealed himself as a gifted martial artist, although he had just broken through to the martial sovereign realm. His innate abilities rendered him a threat comparable to the third-tier martial sovereign Zhang Yang. "Die!" Do Insher produced a chessboard, and a black piece descended. Boom! A black beam of light coalesced above Yuan Chen, crashing down like divine retribution. This black beam not only contained immense power, but was also infused with an assault on the mind. Ridiculous as Yuan Chen engaged with Zhang Yang, he swiftly unleashed a series of sword strikes, forming a shield of light that effortlessly deflected the black beam. The mental assault embedded within the black beam failed to perturb Yuan Chen, for he now possessed the second tier of spiritual power. Starlight's sword path, with the attacks of the two martial sovereigns thwarted, Yuan Chen initiated his counterattack, launching with the mightiest of sword techniques. Not good. Zhang Yang, closest to Yuan Chen, sensed the encroaching threat of death, howling in desperation as he attempted to resist. The essence of the sword unleashed the sacred might of the Lingyun Holy Sword, crashing down upon Zhang Yang's long sword. In that brief moment, Zhang Yang felt himself overwhelmed, as if he were but a solitary leaf adrift on a tempestuous sea. Puffed, he coughed forth blood, sent sprawling backward. As he retreated, Yuan Chen pressed forward. Clash, clash, clash. In the air, they exchanged numerous blows, ultimately resulting in Yuan Chen's sword piercing Zhang Yang once more, skewering through his left rib. Zhang Yang endured the excruciating pain, forcing Yuan Chen back with a swing of his sword before attempting to flee. Quickly, run! A barrage of white and black beams rained down, slowing Yuan Chen's pursuit, as Do Insher shouted anxiously from afar. At this juncture, Zhang Yang regained his composure, his face pale as he realized how close he had come to death. Without a second thought, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, desperately fleeing towards Do Insher. How terrifying! How could he be so strong? While escaping, Zhang Yang was engulfed in panic. Though a third-tier martial sovereign and stronger than the average of his rank, he had found himself utterly powerless against Yuan Chen, who was merely a martial master. Chapter 79, Advancement to the Fifth Tier of Martial Soul. Do Insher questioned urgently. Lord Zhang, what transpired? Zhang Yang, his face a mask of fury, retorted, What do you mean, what transpired? What about your end? Where are your chessboard attacks? Initially, the plan had them fighting together, with Do Insher utilizing his innate martial arts from a distance. Their combined efforts would have made dispatching Yuan Chen a trivial matter. Yet, Zhang Yang suffered a humiliating defeat and redirected his anger towards his comrade. Do Insher, resigned, replied, That lad's spiritual essence surpasses even my OW and why innate martial arts lost their potency without the mind assault. They simply could not compete, that he muttered. What a peculiar monster, so young yet with such formidable spiritual strength despite cultivating ordinary martial arts. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. His swordsmanship is equally terrifying. Not only has he comprehended the essence of the sword, but he also wields the brilliance of starlight. I was utterly caught off guard. That one move, enveloped in starlight, was far beyond Zhang Yang's expectations. He could scarcely fathom how a martial master could unleash such a powerful attack. Let us flee. We stand no chance against him. Quickly. The public challenge from that Lu Ying of the Dayu Academy had led him astray. She was no match for this young rascal, even with her divine martial soul. Do Insher, seeing the urgency, hastily joined in the retreat. As the two conversed, Yuan Chen had already closed the distance. Lord Fei! Lord Fei! Zhang Yang and Do Insher shouted desperately for assistance. If Yuan Chen's confrontation with Do Insher had been a one-sided affair, the battle between Fei Zhong and Lu Yunying was fiercely contested. Fei Zhong's knife techniques were brutal and ferocious. His close-quarter combat was flawless, wielding his battle knife to unleash his most formidable techniques, radiating an overwhelming aura, unmatched and invincible. Lu Yunying's swordsmanship, on the other hand, was ethereal and profound, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next, showcasing the quintessence of the royal sword style. With my 9th-tier martial sovereign cultivation, I can engage a 1st-tier martial marquis, which is already quite impressive. Besides the second prince, I am the only one among the top 100 rankings. Yet this woman, merely a 4th-tier martial sovereign, can match my prowess. How is her swordsmanship so formidable? Fei Zhong's expression darkened with frustration. Being bested by a woman was a humiliation he could scarcely bear that moment. The cries for help from Zhang Yang and Dou Yinshi reached his ears, and Fei Zhong turned around, nearly choking with rage. "What is the meaning of this?" he roared. "How could two grown men be pursued by a mere youth? My lord, this lad is playing possum. He possesses at least 5th-tier martial sovereign strength. His spiritual essence is even stronger than mine. My innate martial arts are rendered useless." Zhang Yang and Dou Yinshi howled, even exaggerating Yuan Chen's abilities. "Curse it! How utterly infuriating!" Fei Zhong glanced at Lu Yunying. Their ranks seemingly equal. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Unable to shift the tide of battle, we must flee. Fei Zhong turned, unwilling to concede defeat as he retreated. Along the way, he shouted in frustration, "No one is to mention today's events to anyone other than the second prince. This is utterly disgraceful. Damn it." Zhao Yang and Dou Yinshi, their faces flushed with embarrassment, stood together. 3 martial sect masters, along with 2 high-ranking martial masters, had banded together to slay a woman of the martial sect realm, while another opponent, a man, was merely a low-ranking martial master. The fact that they ended up with 2 dead and 3 fleeing, defeated by mere teenagers, was indeed a profound disgrace. Yuan Chen and Lu Yunying stood at a distance, observing Fei Zhong, Dou Yinshi, and Zhaoyang depart without pursuing them. They understood the wisdom of not chasing a cornered foe. After all, the disparity in strength was minimal, and if pressed too hard, it could lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Nevertheless, Lu Yunying inquired, "Are we not going to pursue them?" Yuan Chen, leaning closer to Lu Yunying, boasted with an air of arrogance, "We are both prodigies. They are no match for us now and will only be left further behind. These petty miscreants are not worthy of our concern. We should focus on acquiring the soul elixirs." Lu Yunying smirked, deriding him, "Humph, spare me your bravado. Your good fortune merely stems from encountering a team on the top 100 list. Had you faced an ordinary team, I might be collecting your corpse by now." Yuan Chen chuckled awkwardly. Lu Yunying's words, though seemingly contradictory, held no flaw. The second prince had clearly intended for each team to possess comparable overall strength, ensuring competitiveness. Thus, when a team boasted a strong member, the others were inevitably weaker. For instance, if Fei Zhong was second only to the second prince in strength, his companions would have to be significantly weaker, either low-ranking martial sect members or merely martial masters. Indeed, Zhaoyang, Dou Yinshi, and the other 4 were no match for Yuan Chen. Had they encountered a team composed entirely of 7th and 8th-tier martial sect members, Lu Yunying might have thrived, but Yuan Chen would find himself in peril. Just 3 opponents could easily ensnare Lu Yunying, while 2 could target Yuan Chen, placing him in a precarious situation. Even a single 7th-tier martial sect member was beyond Yuan Chen's current capabilities. "I am indeed a bit lacking," Yuan Chen muttered as he approached the 2 slain martial masters. Lu Yunying observed him pressing his palm against the abdomen of one of the corpses. Puzzled, "What are you doing?" Without turning his head, Yuan Chen replied calmly, "Consider it a form of my cultivation." Seeing this, Lu Yunying chose not to disturb him further. The second prince's quest for the opportunities within Dui Mountain had indeed assembled a cadre of elites. Although both of these individuals were merely martial masters of the Dao platform realm, one possessed a 6th-tier martial soul, while the other held a 7th-tier martial soul, both of considerable rank. This moment, the black dragon soul within Yuan Chen stirred with excitement, coursing through his martial soul veins and voraciously devouring the martial souls of his fallen foes. Upon consuming the 7th-tier martial soul, his own martial soul ascended to the 5th tier. When he proceeded to devour the 6th-tier martial soul, the black dragon soul, satisfied after its first feast, retreated back into Yuan Chen's body, leaving him at the late stage of the 5th-tier martial soul. His fists clenched tightly. He felt a surge of vigor within him that, in the past, his cultivation had been stifled primarily due to the crippling of his martial soul, which had caused his foundation to collapse. Although he had since regained his cultivation, his martial soul had yet to return to its peak state. Hence, each enhancement of his martial soul felt like the unblocking of a dam, causing a torrential outpouring of his cultivation. Refining soul elixirs could continually elevate my spirit, while vanquishing formidable foes and consuming their martial souls would enhance my martial soul. Both paths would facilitate my relentless pursuit of strength. Though I may not yet be on the threshold of the top 100 list, I certainly have opportunities to seize in this contest for fortune. Yuan Chen gazed upward, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as confidence and ambition surged within him. Chapter 80. Threat. As the contest for the soul elixirs commenced, 9 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. A plethora of 3 Lotus Soul elixirs had been discovered, along with several 5 Lotus Soul elixirs. And even 2 7 Lotus Soul elixirs had appeared. The greater the number of soul elixirs found, the fewer remained. Each one could incite fierce competition and bloodshed. Moreover, once anyone's possession of soul elixir became known, they would instantly become the target of many, with various skirmishes erupting in every corner of Dewey Mountain. Lu Yunying turned to Yuan Chen, her expression laced with concern. Yuan Chen, tomorrow marks the second announcement of the top 100 leaderboard. Do you think we will make the list? Surely not, since we have consumed the soul elixirs. Yuan Chen, feeling a pang of uncertainty, replied, I'm not entirely sure. After consuming the soul elixirs, do they still count? If they don't, then both of us would be at 0 points and Wu Ti make the leaderboard, allowing us to quietly amass our gains. Our strategy was to enhance our spirits and strength in the first half, then accumulate soul elixirs for victory in the latter half. However, if they do count, we will undoubtedly dominate the leaderboard, as in just 9 days, I've already found 31 3 Lotus Soul elixirs, 6 5 Lotus Soul elixirs, and 1 7 Lotus Soul elixir, placing us far ahead of the others. This is largely due to the sheer size of Dewey Mountain. Had it been smaller, I might have already collected every soul elixir available. Lu Yunying sighed. Let us hope we don't make the list. Otherwise, we will surely become the focus of hostility. With our current strength, we cannot contend with the strongest on the leaderboard. Yet a cold glint flashed in Yuan Chen's eyes. Should it come to that, we will have no choice but to fight. In another secluded grove, a man clad in golden robes, exuding an aura of martial prowess, wore a maniacal expression. The second 7 Lotus Soul elixir is now in my possession. With it, I shall certainly ascend. The reason the Soul Saint could become the mightiest of saints lay in his simultaneous mastery of the 3 great martial arts of soul, elixir, and formation, all taken to their zenith. My clan, Zhongzheng, excels not only in swordsmanship, but also in elixir and formation arts. If I can acquire the true inheritance of the Soul Saint, who in the ancient Xia Empire, or even across the entire divine martial continent, could possibly rival me, suddenly a powerful aura approached. Zhongzheng frowned. A figure clad in black emerged, radiating a chilling presence, his eyes glinting like a serpent as he rasped with a mocking laugh. Haha, Brother Zhongzheng, you are indeed worthy of being ranked 5th on the top 100 leaderboard. The formation guarding the 7 Lotus Soul elixir required the challenger to unleash 10 attacks, surpassing their own 7 minor realms to break through 0.7 minor realms. TSK. Most Wu Ti even dare to dream. Yet you accomplished it with ease, not even allowing me the chance to intervene. Yin Shidong, upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhongzheng's expression darkened. Were he facing a weakling, he would have dispatched him without a second thought. However, this man was no pushover. They had clashed no fewer than 10 times, and although Zhongzheng held the upper hand, killing him proved difficult. Zhongzheng replied coldly, the 7 Lotus Soul elixir was found by me first. It naturally belongs to me now. Brother Yin, why waste time here? You should seek soul elixirs elsewhere. Yin Shidong chuckled. I will leave when the time comes, but before I do, could you kindly part with the other soul elixirs you possess? Zhongzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Unfazed, Yin Shidong continued, as I understand it, you still have a 5 Lotus Soul elixir and 3 Lotus Soul elixirs. With just the 7 Lotus Soul elixir, you would be more than capable of advancing. The rest are surplus. Why not lend a hand to a fellow countryman? I assure you, I will repay this kindness in the future. Zhongzheng's voice turned frigid. You expect me to give you the rest? You truly are shameless. A 7 Lotus Soul elixir is worth 100 points, and it would certainly secure a place in the top 40. Yet, who could guarantee that those in the top 40 would not face unexpected challenges? Furthermore, who would willingly relinquish the soul elixirs they had painstakingly acquired? Suddenly, Yin Shidong barked, stop the pleasantries. The 7 Lotus Soul elixir belongs to you, while the others are mine. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Furious, Zongjing erupted in a tirade. Get lost. You think you can waltz in here and take my things for free? Have you lost your mind? Yan Shidong's eyes grew increasingly fierce. Zongjing, think carefully that my strength may not match yours. And alone I cannot seize your soul elixirs. But I am not the only one who covets the 7 Lotus Soul elixir. Do not force my hand.